The Principle of Hope. Ernst Bloch. Translated by Neville Place, Stephen Place and Paul Knight. Identity. Morality, music, images of death, religion, morning land of nature, highest good. 43 Not straight with oneself 927. 44 Home and School Guide through a 928 4S Guiding images themselves, to become like proper human beings 930 46. Guiding panels of dangerous and happy life 934 Much still open 934 Too warmly dressed 934 Wild, bold hunt 935 French happiness and joy 937 Adventures of happiness 938. 47. Guiding panels of will tempi and of contemplation, of solitude and friendship, of individual and community 939 A decent person 939 Fabius or the hesitant man of action 940 Sorrel, Machiavelli, or energy and the will of fortune 942 Problem of breaking, Hercules at the crossroads, Dionysus Apollo 948 Vita activa, Vita contemplativa or the world of the chosen good part 953 Double light of solitude and friendship 958 Double light of individual and collective 965 Salvation of the individual through community 969. 48 Young Goethe, non-renunciation, Ariel 973 The wish to smash things 973 W Arthurian happiness and suffering 974 The demand, Prometheus, Urtas 975 Intention. 6 Contents of sublimity, Faust Gothic, and metamorphosis 9 So Ariel and poetic imagination 9 SS The demonic, and the allegorical symbolic sealedness which expresses itself 9s 9 Just those who know such longing, Mignon 993 Wishes as presentiments of our capacities 997. 49 Guiding figures of venturing beyond the limits. Faust and the wager of the fulfilled moment 1000 No wet straw 1000 Play the lute and drain the glasses 1001 Don Giovanni, All women, and the wedding 1004 Faust, Macro COSM, Stay a while you are so fair 1011 Faust, Hegel's Phenomenology and the event 1016 Odysseus did not die in Ithaca, he journeyed to the unpeopled world 1023 Hamlet, Sealed wool, Prospero, Groundless joy 1027. So. Guiding panels of abstract and mediated venturing beyond the limits, illustrated by the cases of Don Quixote and Faust 1034 The fermenting wool 1034 Don Quixote's rueful countenance and golden illusion I03 A related question, the wrongs and rights of Tasso versus Antonio 1051 The Luciferian Promethean and the layer of sound 1053. 51 Venturing beyond and most intense world of man in music 1057 Happiness of the blind loss The nymph Syrinx loss Bizarre hero and nymph, Symphonic Fantastique 1060 Human expression as inseparable from music 1062. Music as canon and world of laws, harmony of the spheres, more humane lodestars 1070 Tone painting, work of nature once again, the intensity and morality of music 10s1 The hollow space, subject of the sonata and fugue 10s9 Funeral march, requiem, cortege behind death 1097 Marseillaise and the moment in Fidelio 1101. 52. Self and grave lamp or images of hope against the power of the strongest non-utopia, Death 203 I Introduction / No talk of dying 1104 Utopias of the night with no morning anymore in this world IIOS 2. Religious count. RP points from death and victory / only good of the dead 1109 Shades and Greek twilight III Affirmation of recurrence, Orphic will M2. Elixirs of the Soul and the Gnostic Journey to Heaven 3-6 Egyptian Heaven in the Tomb 1121 Biblical Resurrection and Apocalypse 112.5 Mohammedan Heaven, Strength of the Flesh, Magic Garden 1133 Sheer Repose seeks deliverance even from contents. Heaven, the wishful image of Nirvana 236-3. Enlightened and Romantic Euthanasia / the Free Thinker as Strong Thinker 242 Youth with the Reversed Torch and with the Newly Lighted Torch 243 Dissolution in the Universe, Lethal Return to Nature 1148 Glacier, Earth Mother and World Spirit 252-4. Further secularized counter moves, Nihilism, House of Humanity. Still the Dying of Nothingness 1156 Four Signs of a Borrowed Faith 1157 Metaphorical Immortality, in the work 1161 Death as the Chisel in Tragedy 267 Disappearance of Lethal Nothingness in Socialist Consciousness 1172 V Joy of Life and Fragment in All Teaching / Journey of Discovery into Death 1176 The Moment as Not Being Here, Extraterritoriality to Death 1178. 53 Growing Human Commitment to Religious Mystery, to Astral Myth, Exodus, Kingdom, Atheism. 7. And the Utopia of the Kingdom 283. Introduction / In Good Hands 1183 Lunatics Again, Occult Path 1184 Chiefs and Magicians, Every Religion Has Founders 1189 A Numinous Element, even in the Religious Humanum 293. 2 Founders, Glad Tidings and Cur Deus H Homo / The Stranger as Teacher, Cadmus 1203 Singer of Ecstatic Salvation. Orpheus 1204 Poets of Apollonian Gods and their Attendants. Homer and Hesiod, Roman State Gods 1205 The Unblossomed Belief in Prometheus and the Tragic Liturgy, Aeschylus 1212 Fishman and Moon Scribe of Astral Myth, Owens. Hermes Trismegistus Thoth 1216 Glad Tidings of Earthly Heavenly Balance and of the Inconspicuous World Rhythm, L. O. Confucius, Lao Tzu 1220 A Founder who is himself part of the Glad Tidings. Moses, his God of Exodus 1230 Moses or Consciousness of Utopia in Religion, of Religion in Utopia 1235 Warlike Self-Commitment, mingled with Astral Light, Zoroaster, Mani 1241 Redemptive Self-Commitment, limited to a cosmos, related to Nirvana. Buddha 1249 Founder from the Spirit of Moses and the Exodus, completely identical with his Glad Tidings, Jesus, Apocalypse, Kingdom 1256 Jesus and the Father, the Serpent of Paradise as Savior, the Three Wishful Mysteries, Resurrection, Ascension, Return 1265 Fanaticism and Submission to Allah's Will. Mohammed 1274. 3. The Core of the Earth as Real Extraterritoriality / The Road of the Non-Existent What for 1278 Inavертable and Avertible Fate, or VLLL Contents. Cassandra and Isaiah 12.80 God as Utopian Hypostatized Ideal of the Unknown Man, Feuerbach. See or Deus Homo again 12.83 Recourse to Atheism, Problem of the Space into which God was imagined and utopianized I 2.90 Stay a while in the religious layer, The Unity of the Instant in Mysticism 12.98 Miracles and the Miraculous, Moment as the Foot of Nike 1303. 54 The Last Wishful Content and the Highest Good 1312 Drive and Food 1312. 3 Wishes and the Best 1313 Value Images as Variations of the Highest Good, Cicero and the Philosophers 1315 Stay a While and Highest Good, Problem of a Guiding Image in the World Process 132.1 Drive and Food Once Again or Subjectivity, Objectivity of Goods, of Values, and of the Highest Good 132.5 Hovering and Severity with reference to the Highest Good, Evening Wind, Statue of Buddha, Figure of the Kingdom, 1334 Number and Cipher of Qualities, Meaning of the Highest Good in Nature 1347. S. Karl Marx and Humanity, Stuff of Hope 1354 The True Architect 1354 To overturn all circumstances in which man is a degraded, a subjugated, a forsaken, a contemptible being. 13 SS secularization and the power of setting things on their feet. 1359 forward dream, sobriety, enthusiasm, and their unity. 1365 certainty, unfinished world, homeland. 1370 glossary of foreign terms. 1377 name and title index. 1390 Part 5 Identity, morality, music, images of death, religion, morning land of nature. Highest good. The all in the identifying sense is the absolute of that which people basically want. Thus this identity lies in the dark ground of all waking dreams, hopes, utopias themselves, and is also the gold ground onto which the concrete utopias are applied. Every solid daydream intends this double ground as homeland. It is the still unfound, the experienced not yet experience in every experience that has previously become. The Principle of Hope, Volume I, p. 316. Not straight with oneself. 43. Go where you will. Saying. From early on we want to get to ourselves. But we do not know who we are. All that seems clear is that nobody is what he would like to he or could he. Hence the common envy, namely of those who seem to have, in fact to he, what we are entitled to. But hence also the desire to start something new which begins with ourselves. Attempts have always been made to live commensurately with ourselves. We have in us what we could become. This announces itself in the unrest at not being sufficiently defined. Youth is only the most visible, not the sole manifestation of this feeling. It includes the girl who adorns herself for the special hoy she does not know. It includes the hoy who feels called upon to be this special one, to achieve great things, only he does not yet know in what field. In this state people are on the tip of their own tongue, only they do not yet know what they taste like. All that has previously become acts as an inhibition or at best a temporary husk, so it falls away. The inside seeks to get going, seeks the action which shapes it genuinely and outwardly. But youth just blurts things out, and the same is true wherever a man is not yet finished. Even the grown man, unless he is paltry or coarse, will often round, never close his life. He neither wants to, nor is he in a position to. We also wish to bring what is ours, what we obscurely are and intend, out into the open and to possess it. This business is attempted alone or in couples or in a group. What we want is always a life which is not driven away from our inclinations and strengths. This is vague, because most people are not even familiar with their inclinations, above all because nobody can get himself straight when all relations between people are in a mess. Nevertheless, the question of what to seek, what to flee, is still asked here, in the sphere of personal attitude. A person presents himself as he would like to he effective, and the fact that mostly he would like to he just this also makes it possible for others to persuade him how he would like to he. Everywhere he is far from being in form. But everyone can get out of his skin, because no one is wearing it yet. Before every man stands an image of what he is to become. Ruckert. The boy is going to be someone, to be made into something. The young have to be educated. Raw meat is not palatable. So it is minced or cooked, turned into the items you see on the menu. A decent man, a respectable fellow, all right, there is nothing to be said against that, a lot to be said for it. No communal entity could survive without them, there has to be solid hard work. But the man usable in bourgeois terms is required to be little, esp, chaly scaled down, artificially faceless, and totally devoid of color. Does not smoke, does not drink. Does not play cards, does not look at girls, is meant to breed and be bred as moral kitsch. The decent man thinks of himself last, so little man what now I the rule. And he is still expected to keep his head, even when the clock has struck 13 for him. Nobody is born to this, everyone is first made into it in stables. Essentially there are many bold things going on in young people, still without a clear direction. But they are standardized at home and at school, nobody starts curving early, because nobody wants to be a hook. However, trainers at home and at school aim actually to achieve the improbable, to make people put up with what will later be done to them. The will is pleasantly diverted or broken strictly until it passes into smiling and nodding. The mind is drilled so that it never breaks out of the prearranged questioning and answering of the life that awaits the employee. Usually only servants are intended in bourgeois society, and not of course what would be so natural for the oppressed, avengers. In general, the pupil is meant to be reduced to the denominator of the time into which he is born, in particular to the denominate of the class to which he belongs through his parents. Of course, for a long time, the third estate was scarcely considered fit for reading and writing, let alone the fourth. And if bourgeois society, which needs far more schooled workers than feudal society, has established a more common ground in reading, writing and arithmetic, it is a ground on which the worker is supposed to stay put, while his betters progress to languages and higher things. However, everything culminates in the guiding image of the employee, the most faded there is. All education, of course, is directed towards a guiding image, and it is only from this that the kind of discipline comes, only towards it that the kind of educational path goes. The discipline in its laxer form comes from the disintegrating bourgeois type who has become insecure, in its strict form from the older type who still imitated or counterfeited a noblesse which obliges. The lax discipline has also lately been called progressive, one which does not bite anyone but does not get its teeth into anything either. It makes people superficial and ignorant under a veneer of knowledge. It is this kind of school which reduces the playboy. Whereas the strict, old-fashioned, shoulder-to-the-wheel school does at least produce the tried and tested man. The educational path in both corresponds in the case of the technical school to direct capitalist life, and in that of the so-called humanistic grammar school almost invariably to the departed, plaster muses which have to be created around or handed down to this life so that it does not look quite so unlovely and soulless. But the goal of this preparation, whether it is pursued more through practicalities or more through Greek verses, always remains the compliant member of bourgeois society. One who never regrets what he has learned, but also never makes use of it to find out and to learn what could be awkward for those who invigilate from above. This schooling does not stop even for adults. Man, says a Roman proverb, and it should know, is always a recruit. Above everything the well-paid gentleman beckons, he alone has become the substantial citizen. The Germans also looked up to the corps student * to the officer, yearning for their sons to attain this glory shining ahead. The last nights jangled through dreams which add the final polish, through emulation which never arrives. The average petit bourgeois always has a pious respect for such images. He looks upwards to a higher, more decisive life. There is nothing in itself contemptible about this look. After all, his secondary school teachers were not much of an example, and in later working life the lamb does not exactly rule. However, it depends on the kind of more decisive life, on it really being higher than everything before. As it is though, education remains to the end the most conformist of operations. Not a single one of its guiding images is yet one of tomorrow. The latest trend to announce itself is so-called socially educational work, molding people into citizens of the state and the like. Useful membership of society is aimed at more than ever here, but it is least useful for the oppressed class, for its own comprehended will. Rather, this will as class-conscious will must be prevented, and so in bourgeois adult education not only blunted knowledge, but also increasingly sharpened lies are served up. But people can only truly be educated towards the guiding image of the comrade, as is already the case in one great country. This is also the only kind of education which is utopian in the good sense, i.e. which grasps and learns the old from the new, and not vice versa, and which does not bring the canonical kind of wanting and knowing back into what is antiquated or consciously inhibited. Walking upright appears here, being oneself in communal being, pupils and teachers live ahead, on a continually advancing frontier. They live where the goal itself is young, towards which the learner brightens and comes into form. Guiding images themselves, to become 45. Like proper human beings. A man who does not carry within him a kind of vision of his perfection is just as monstrous as a man without a nose. Chesterton. There is not one of us who could not also be someone else. A shrub is content for the time being to remain one. But people can, so to speak, become anything, incomplete as they are. Dark and indefinite as they are in themselves, in their folds. A woman who is feeling bad, left alone, becomes capable of anything, as it were. A man in a precarious situation or suddenly removed from his previous situation is nevertheless immediately capable of going amongst the dragons. Examples of this are as numberless as the sands on which they are built. They fall on the dismal side of look before you leap as well as on a genuinely amazing side. Of course, some of the ground has already been prepared here. No person is entirely wax, and nobody is a will which rolls freely by itself. Instead of wax, there are hereditary dispositions, though more of talent than of character. Instead of the will rolling freely by itself, there is the class, the respective structures of the society and time into which people with their dispositions are born. And here there are traditional guiding images of specific being, historically shaped, which first make the dream of our own role palpable. Good youth, in particular, which has not been misled, wishes to become like steadfast and forceful human beings. It is precisely because human beings as such are still undefined that they need a cross between a mirror and a painted picture when they look inside. Then, as noble counsel or even as obligation, the intensified image stares back at them of what, according to their disposition and their time, they ought to become in order to be full of a peace that is not only inner peace. But this directing is possible only because no one is yet like himself. Our core remains dark and indefinite, does not know its name. But equally it is definable, in terms of attitude, within the will which appears in an ordered form. This means morally definable. Only because of the underlying wax is so much pressing possible in education, and so much forcing into the mold in later life too. But also it is only because of the unconcluded definability of men that so many of their possible faces have already been able to appear socio-historically speaking, and so many new definitions still lie in the future. Definition considered both as definitio and as destinatio of the human X, there is still room for experiment with man's true face. Together with the goal for which the attitude and the action logically corresponding to it occur, in short, for which the character formed in accordance with the guiding image works. The goal has today become visible as socialist liberation, and what this freedom contains, a freedom not merely from but chiefly for, still remains happily open to defining moral work. In the Americanized countries the guiding image held up for most people to imitate is precisely the worst and most faded, the employee. However, in bourgeois terms there have been nobler types and desirably more appropriate ones, for example in the trades, in the model of the proficient master craftsman. There have been finer types, even some which strove for real destinatio, though always with the constant minus of the food-providing laborer below them. Previous history has thus produced the spell, but also the wealth of those respective canonical types, which can be distinguished as the respective guiding images which are moving ahead. The warrior, the wise man, the gentleman, and especially the citoyen are figures of this kind. All these guiding images carried a kind of scroll, a kind of appealing and commanding motto, and a perfect man in any given age had to be or was expected to be fashioned after them. These guiding images condense that element in humanly visible, developing formation which was called virtue in any given age, i.e. behavior which is not naturally given to the human creature, but which is his given task. 932. Thus guiding images as images of attitude do not stand in the merely inward space of a formally good mentality. Nor do they stand in the equally ahistorical space of an apersonal collection of virtues or a doctrine of moral goods as such. The separate guiding images show virtues as being active in a socially fully shaped manner but at the same time in a utopian manner that continues to impose obligation. Above all, despite their class basis, which may be a long-lost one, these guiding images have still partly retained an appeal as if the virtue desired in them was not yet wholly done or done for. This content, which is not attached to its time, and is thus refunctionable and quite capable of new things, means that there is a possible heritage even of attitudes and of their virtue, not only of cultural works. It means that the image of a knight or a monk can still awaken a kind of loss, a kind of rediscovery, a kind of obligation which arouses longing, the horseman of Bamberg *, for example, or Dyer's St. Jerome in his cell. And thus wishful portraits of being truly human rise above their social location, in experimenting variety, in exemplariness which is not everywhere discharged. They rise up as far as the citoyen, a particularly utopian self-image, like the Christian man of the peasant wars. The citoyen is the entity which has remained the most general or disembodied, but also that which is least inhabited and used by class society. He rose up in contrast to the contemporary socio-economic basis as a kind of distant comrade, and is therefore far more glorified than even the monk, but also far more utopian. He rose up in contrast to the egotistical individual member of bourgeois society, who was then called l'union pure and simple, a guiding image which then revealed itself as the bourgeois citizen, but which nevertheless in its beginnings was the subject of bourgeois revolutionary human rights. The citoyen, on the other hand, as Marx first distinguished him from l'homme, was conceived as a member of a non-egotistical and therefore still imaginary polis. He was idealized as the other side of the bourgeois, and thus, in his non-egotistical dream-like beauty, not subject to the division of labor and not reified, he was idealized with particular force. The possibility of this guiding image, which was not only estateless but also prematurely classless, could therefore only be sought in disguised wishes or in necessarily pathetic, even rhetorical literature. The pathos of the citoyen side extends in literature from Addison and Alfieri to Schiller, where it culminates. It does not decline, but becomes, after the victory who carved it nor whom it represented. Of the bourgeois has occurred, pessimistic in Hölderlin and finally in Shelley. Whereas the wishful costume of the citoyen appears in the middle of the accomplishment of the French Revolution itself, as the utopia of the man of the polis, of the politically elevated man, and analogously according to a rather classically romanticized model. Madame Roland wept because she had not been born a Spartan. Brisot considered himself T.O.B. the French Cicero. Robespierre identified with Aristides, and also with Cato, Desmoulins with Brutus. Lessing's Emilia and Odoardo, * Schiller's Verenet, are also clearly derived from classical models, but the true model was abstract utopian. The citoyen's guiding image was the only one which did not come from the line of extension of existing human types, of existing social persons of worth, but almost entirely from an intelligible society. From one which, given the enduring class basis, is bound to seem abstract and therefore rhetorical or costume-like, but which nonetheless sends ahead of it a glimmer of morning light, in noble, proud manliness. The citoyen is the penultimate person of worth who has appeared historically, preceding in however overblown and general a way the guiding image of the comrade. So much for guiding images in general. To become like proper human beings, they arise and succeed one another socio-economically, but they are also pictured in a utopian ideal way and in at least one of their characteristics still impose obligation, are undischarged. Of course, if the still hovering aspect of our true destinatio is drawn on a field, then instead of various persons of worth and, as it were, above them entire guiding panels emerge, not in succession, but juxtaposed. They therefore show frequent ambivalence in the form of life which beckons and hovers before us as desirable. Quid querendum, quid fugendum, in this fine, Ciceronian, discursive moral wishful question, guiding panels, unlike guiding images, often stand at a crossroads. For example, between active or contemplative life, joy of the senses or peace of mind and other prospects, how easily this kind of thing is filled with burning concern. Thus not merely a juxtaposition develops out of the succession of guiding images, but in fact an ambivalence in the juxtaposition where the guiding panels stand. Certainly, it would be incurably idealistic to try to dispel conceptually contradictions or even ambiguities which have their origin in the class society and can therefore only end with that society. But all guiding images of class society no more vanish with it than do all double seductions in its guiding panels. Guiding images, especially guiding figures together with guiding panels, first contain the Whistlegate questions of better specific being in terms of attitude and morality. They contain the mutual correction of these questions. They border and structure the line of the old fleeing and seeking questions about the right way to become like proper human beings, in such a way that the line is true. On the saddle the bride before you. Carmen to Jose. If he only knew how, he would set all his sails for a journey to the Spanish Sea of Life. Jacobson, Niels L. Winey. Much still open. So the path to ourselves is never narrow. Even the bourgeois style, however constricted, is bound to shimmer on it. It slowly shakes its head from side to side, sees a choice at least in little things. Is it desirable to put down roots or conversely to change one's place, one's position? Change of place keeps one younger, but the sedentary person is more likely to reach a ripe old age. Is it better to beat one's children in anger or in cold blood? Is it better for the nerves always to expect the worst or always to hope for the best? So even the simple, when one does it, is far from easy. Each step poses a further question. Too warmly dressed. Furthermore, and above all, should the fur we choose be comfortable? When you have made your bed you have to lie on it, but do we want to lie in the first place, and, if so, how? The early riser gets through a 93's lot early on and soon has the satisfaction of work done. But we can also start too hastily, and in the evening of the day or even of our life comes regret at having expended ourselves, tied ourselves down immaturely. If on the other hand we do not start until the evening of the day or indeed the evening of life, there is less occasion for regret about hasty or immature achievement, but in return there is little time left and the thought of the door closing on so much uncompleted work can be torturing. Moreover, it is good to rest when the work is done, but does work itself intend rest as its goal? And does not the quiet life enervate, is not exciting, stirring, and even dangerous life more desirable? In itself, the soft bed seems best, but a soft body, soft muscles, a soft man too? Certainly not. Too much butter and too much wool are bad, spare the rod and spoil the child. Nonetheless, domestic bliss and the tough and the adventure-seeking can appeal equal y and promise ourplace, the feather, bed and steel both undoubtedly have their lure. There are two paths here, and it has even been said, in a way which is itself so precarious, that the comfort seeker strives for soft happiness, the brave man seeks the dangerous life. But does not the latter also make its followers happy? Where does it say that only soft happiness is true happiness? This is a question that already concerns the pupil when he is taken in hand and ends up enjoying tough discipline. And is not danger something by which precisely the brave man sets no store, which must be overcome precisely by him? Nothing is then sweeter than to stretch out on the fur, beside the warming stove. Wild, bold hunt. Yet every situation where the going is tough appeals. The call to the dangerous life is again being heard, the Nazi has revived it. Of course, life for the victims of fascism is incomparably more dangerous than for the murderers themselves. But because the fascist protects exploitation, happiness is the last thing he can offer his henchmen and petit bourgeois fellow travelers, and so he was obliged to decry it. Here, too, the Nazi did not invent or create anything, he falsified older virtues or borrowed on virtues for which the bourgeois conformist as hero, the butcher of the defenseless, had not originally been foreseen. Beyond the murderers an authentic wishful image of dangerous life is at work, that of the soldierly life. It is diametrically opposed to the soft, submissive person, the coward, who is never prepared to risk all or nothing. The bold is opposed to that which is insured on all sides, to the wretch who even wants a guarantee that his chamber pot will be warmed up. The Babbitt walks only well-trodden paths, and when the world is changing he thinks of his Sunday trousers. No writer sounded a more dubious call to the soldierly life will than Nietzsche, barbarically and decadently heralding in early imperialism, yet at the same time no one warned more compellingly against the dubious aspect of small-scale happiness. This kind of thing is simply despised here, whether it takes the form of the happiness of the greatest number or of miserable cosinus adieu. Nietzsche guessed well at all your fly-like happiness and buzzing around sunny window panes. Of the Philistin he writes with disgust, we have our little pleasures for the day and our little pleasures for the night, but we respect health. Happiness for him is womanish, serf-like, mishmash for the mob. Indeed happiness and fear, as emotions of weakness, are related. They belong to the jackal, but courage and adventure, love of the uncertain, the undered, courage, I believe, is man's whole prehistory. He envied and stole away all the virtues of the most savage, most courageous animals, only thus did he become man. Zarathustra's call thus resounded into the etiquette lessons, into the age of chastely hypocritical family happiness. He called out Art Nouveau, until the colorful empty, muscular phrases were declared fit in time for fascist service and the superior as opposed to the good logically turned out to be the capitalist mob plus murder. But quite apart from this interpretation of Nietzsche, the anti-bourgeois conformist Nietzsche indisputably belongs elsewhere. The genuine, upright soldierly bearing was, after all, never wholly unrelated to the revolutionary one. This is also alien to the tick-tock of small-scale happiness and contentment with it, but only because of the fact and to the end that great happiness is being sought. For the revolutionary, the appeal of the dangerous life is not an end in itself, an abstract love of the uncertain for its own sake even less so. Nonetheless, revolutionary bearing has far more in common with courage and adventure than with concern for good living and mahogany cabinets for everyone. The sofa corner with the slowly smoked cigar may be a hiding place, but it is not a watchful post. The fact that the adventure must be solid if it is to be revolutionary rather than putsch-like does not change the dangerous will in it. 937. French happiness and joy. But, it was asked, is it certain that only soft happiness is happiness? To limit happiness thus would be the same as reducing dangerous life completely to brutality. This is not true, and it is even less true that happiness and contentment are modest or necessarily middle of the road. The graceless Babbitt has ruined everything, the courage of the struggle as well as the gaiety. But there are forms which have not become small, when they are adept at moderation, the pleasures of the home and above all friendliness, and which, unlike the dangerous life, certainly cannot drip blood. These are the forms of French happiness, step by step, rural, ancient and full of Epicurean attentiveness, content in body and in soul. Wine was the educator here, Greco-Roman wine, hence the taste for refinements everywhere, in the bottle, in food, in woman, and in conversation. Even the traces of years of past service under Cupid's banner do not frighten, and even the farewell from it is as cheerful as from a banquet. This French sheltered space appears most impressively in Horace, and though the space has the effect of scaling down, it is not in the least scanty, on the contrary. Horace describes his life on the farm of the escaped Sabines. He describes it by inviting us to it, by welcoming his friend at the door, by praising country cooking, the cool Fulham wine and carefree conversations, lasting through the night. The image of this intensive ease can be more symptomatic of a man who is trying to be than the song of war, which merely makes a man beside himself. For the sign of happiness, as opposed to dangerous life, is that it is a wholehearted yes to man and to his collection. It contains, as long as it has no paunch, that quality of having turned out well, that harmonious relation between the inner and the outer life, the glorious expression of which is joy. Joy is the aristocracy of happiness, nothing can any longer challenge its claim to the status of happy life. It stands above eternal action as such, above the far from glorious seriousness of the man who again and again, in endless danger, has to prove himself. Hence we see at last, without astonishment, that even a Nietzsche does not end in dangerous life. The detester of soft happiness becomes at a later stage the admonisher, though the still hectic admonisher, to be of good cheer. He praises dance and the readiness to dance. He describes the superm as one whose happiness makes him turn. If the striving for work is played off against the striving for happiness, the work itself has Bekoea up against gloom and rain clouds. Where the work is, there are happy isles. If pleasure vulgarizes, and dangerous life for its own sake makes a person harassed and empty, depth is discovered in joy and in joy alone. Desire seeks eternity, seeks deep eternity. With Dionysus, this is no little pleasure anymore, no tick-tock or miserable cosiness. No Babbitt feeling of a bad soldier who judges the success of a battle by his wounds. And is not great desire even called blessed? It certainly is, and so for ages it has befitted the wise and the even better, smiling, not seeking quarrels. It is no coincidence that this smile seems French, constraint has disappeared from it, precise serenity shines through. But even less intense joy shares with blessed joy that utopian brightness which even the most colorfully spotted beasts of prey lack. Brutality is contrasted by French happiness, but joy does not contrast with French happiness, instead it raises the glass of Burgundy. If all men had their chicken in the pot and knew how to enjoy it, this would not result in diminution but in appetite for more. The advice to despise happiness comes not from the hero but from the exploiter. It is difficult for danger to cease, although it should. It is easy for joy to cease, although it should not. Adventures of happiness. As we know, good days can be dangerous in a different way. They are reckoned to be scarcely tolerable. Whiskey is too cheap, there is too much peace and quiet, too much harmony. The likelihood of such a state is of course slight, concern about it is premature and sermons against it reactionary. But, sporadically at least, a succession of good days can seem simply boring and therefore a danger to happiness, and it is a fact that too many cheerful things end up being regarded sorrowfully. The reasons lie not in happiness but in the person who expenses it. In the workhorse, no longer capable of enjoying idleness, in bourgeois idleness itself, which corresponds as exactly to everyday bourgeois experience as a cavity to the shape of the former tooth. On the lower level, the working man feels too out of sorts to enjoy happiness, and in better cases he does not feel ready for it. Hence precisely from the will to happiness a newly embracing glance falls on the soldierly life. It certainly respects the dangerous life, never for its own sake but in order that it can be applied to happiness. In order for it to come through the shallows of happiness, keeping all the mud off it and conquering its depths, which are anyway inaccessible to merely passive, merely relaxed enjoyment. Dangerous life, as our being. 939. Beside ourselves, never has the last word, but it can have the penultimate word, in happines itself and on the way to it. In the outflow of happiness there are adventures and careers of which the sedentary day or the vapidly relaxed evening notices nothing. Hence the relation of dangerous life to the happy life, correctly perceived, is like that of fire to light. Precisely happiness shows the flash of outflowing fire. Where there is danger, rescue also grows, but when this rescue is happiness it grows better beyond danger. But it must never be forgotten that happiness, unlike rapture, is a sign that a man is not beside himself but is coming to himself and to his own, to our now and day. Guiding panels of will TEMPIN 47. Of contempla of solitude and friendship, of individual and community. Of all our ordinary actions not one in 1,000 concerns us. That man there, beside himself with rage, climbing up a pitted wall, exposed to the fiery mouths of so many cannon, do you think he is there for his own interest? And this man coming out of his study after midnight, do you think he is studying how to be an ever more honest man, more content and wiser? Wrong. His ambition is to teach posterity the meter of Plautus' poetry. Montaigne, Says. A decent person. The path to ourselves is also full of ambiguities. It is said that to be free is to be able to choose between two or several things. But the so-called free person has very seldom selected the things from which he has to choose. And then what is the chooser to do after he has made his decision? It would then be a matter of remaining committed to what had been given heartfelt affirmation. Of course, the soup is not eaten as hot as it is served, tea, which may be good, but also, and this may be less good, a lot of water is poured into the wine. The wiser man gives in is one counsel here. This may even be exaggerated into the highly dubious proposition that a cause may be recognized more in being combated than in being espoused. But this may very quickly lead to running with the pack or even to becoming a traitor. The other, nobler counsel is to stick to one's task through thick and thin. It is addressed not to the wiser but to the absolutely loyal man, the man who is utterly without guile, of course also in the sense that he suspects no guile in others. But then again this loyalty can be abstract, can go hand in hand with stubbornness and even, far less loyal to the cause itself than it appears, with the fool who goes it alone. Thus it is already clear here that none of these attitudes can be consolidated. Not even loyalty, as long as it is supplied as the right and substantial kind by those who have no right to loyalty. And precisely where the cause is the right one, giving way and giving in can be a means of fighting it through. He who decides to do this may if necessary give in on small points in order to gain victory in the main cause. All this must, of course, be limited to small things, and even within this limitation must always occur only for the sake of the great, the serious. For there are prices that one does not pay, not even tactically. Such a price is obviously anything connected with the cause itself, for the sake of which and only for the sake of which tactical and temporary concessions may be made. The dividing line here is thin, and the decent man walks along it, if it cannot be avoided, both cleverly and unwaveringly. Otherwise, as can easily be seen, the clever man would not also be the best man who has the last laugh. Fabius, or the hesitant man of action. The man who decides too quickly often wishes that he had not done so. But also the apprehensive man who delays and reflects too long is not always an inspiring sight. His panel is inscribed more haste less speed, around it are missed opportunities. Fabius was the first who became famous and immediately also notorious as a hesitator. Because of him, Rome came close to destruction. This consul reflected for too long, missed opportunities, but Hannibal was not worn down. Many Fabians have appeared since then, and very rarely have they achieved anything. In will pondered and contemplated too long, the will itself at last dies out, diminishes like anger contemplated. This also applies to the revolutionary act and its anger, it becomes temporizing, agreeable to the lukewarm. Then along comes the 941. Creeping revolutionary movement, or the upheaval which leaves everything as it was before. The right name for this is that of the English Fabian Society, or of the Labour Party, which is full of its sweet lemonade. The Fabian Society, founded in R 884 by Sidney Webb, at least did not need to apply the brakes at the time, it merely expressed English slow-movingness, but German social democracy from 1918 onwards chose Fabius definitely as a preventer. Upheaval then takes place gently and is merely called evolution. Private property is abolished when the time for it is as safe as a man with a bank account. Thus the decisive act is again and again left to children and grandchildren, and it is characteristic of this kind of postponement that the path becomes all, the goal nothing. I do not know what this means, says Fontaine's Commercienrat Tribal. It's the kind of question that probably comes up many times, especially on excursions to the country. Socialism for the preachers of wine and drinkers of water is or was always only future, always only a country for their children, and the path itself knows no decisions but only 1,000 provisos. Until the end, when the eternal discusser, with the goal at hand, recoils in dread from it. This dread is due not only to the guiding image of delay but to bourgeois infection. Reformists then shun not merely the act but also the content of revolution like sin. Thus Fabius is always most unpleasantly surprised when a buyer decides quickly and clinches the deal. The hesitator protects himself against many follies but not the greatest, arriving too late. This would not be an objective misfortune if the Fabians merely stood apart, kept well behind in their stagnant backwater. But the Fabians also produced among other things the so-called level-headed sections of the working class and preside over them. They thus served the interests of those dashing protagonists who represented the violence of which the hesitator said that they would bow to it and to it alone. It was not, as we know, red violence but that of the quick putsch, the unscrupulous murder, the reactionary decision. Thus the hesitators of the good gave the putschists of evil a leg up into the saddle, a historical example which stands for many. The slow have almost always been in league with the swift on the other side, against their will, but sometimes, in their heart of hearts, together with them. Soft pedaling is just as abstract as smashing down doors, of which more shortly, and corresponds to it, though it must certainly be added that the fascist smashing down of doors occurred only at huts but was extremely adept at hesitating in the case of the palaces. This robs the swift heroic deed of a good deal of its abstractness, even more than in the case of the cunningly slow Fabians. Because the Fabians 942 suffered rather than acted, all those they led now really had to become long sufferers and nothing else. Sorel, Machiavelli, or energy and the will of Fortune. The strong man operates quite differently, he strikes with genuine power. Does not beat about the bush, rather acts suddenly, leaps forth like a wolf in the night. Acts even in unfavorable circumstances, and against them, for him, circumstances are merely things which stand around the cause. Thus the swift heroic deed and the fascist attitude appear pure, but not only these. The panel with the motto, F or to 1E favors the brave, or with the picture of opportunity grasped by the forelock because it is bald at the back, this panel is widespread. It is carried by anarchists and syndicalists too, by all movements which utopianize violence as creative. The pure activist and the impure fascist both have at least this notion in mind, that they must take by surprise. For such action in itself most, if not all, things seem possible at all times. If necessary it must wait until the enemy has reached the right place, but then comes the attack, comes rather too soon than too late. It comes with the blinding force of fear which paralyses, with a suddenness which, at least in the beginning, that is all important here, simplifies the obstacles. The world is regarded essentially as a game of chance, and if the trump card is not already in it, it can be conjured in at any time. The fascist takes his chances, external chances, like every capitalist criminal, he is after all a master of capitalist reality, but where the chances are weak and the goal lures he is far from disdaining flagrantly dirty tricks. The old warhorse, the old-fashioned heroic exploit here find themselves mingled in with the desperado and his corriger la fortune, here are the dice for the tremendous game, exclaimed Spengler, who dares to cast the M? An out-and-out gambler is called upon, a habitué of double-dealing fortune, who, by the power of his resolution and of his loaded dice, hopes to bewitch lucky chance, which everything here seems to be. Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor and forger of the EMS telegram, said that fruits do not ripen faster if you put an oil lamp under them. But the age in which the swift heroic deed coincides so uniquely with the tempo of bourgeois softening, and the softening seems to erode even the law of becoming, this age encourages the ruling class to all kinds of relativism, including even uninhibited crime. Gentile, the Italian quasi-theorist of fascism, logically replaced historical connections with a unity of the pure spirit, as the actively founding or grounding unity. Its signs are supposed to be presence of mind and the technique of mass control. The unity of this so-called spirit lives in the grande animator, the Führer. Presence of mind can thus immediately transform an unfavorable into a favorable tum of events, and control of the masses makes the will of the mob uniform at a stroke, whether by brute force or by magnetism. The present, even objectively, is everything, past and future, inhibitions as well as tendencies, officially count for nothing in this undetermined, breakable world of chance, Politics is creation from unformed primal matter. In the German version, the world is not wholly unformed only because the time to be used is always a time of wolves and the space to be used contains so-called geopolitical structures which calculation, as calculation of world domination, despite all irrationalism, certainly has to reckon with. The mass movement here too is pervaded by chance, but by means of the race theory this chance was also interpreted in terms of a heroically trivialized Darwinism. Thus a number of speciously lawful lines came into allegedly amorphous world substance, quite apart from the wholly unfantastic capitalist lines which were really being followed. Nonetheless, the belief in a generally boundless willpower and its miracle working remained. It resurfaced not least at the end of the Nazi period, precisely at the graveside. The struggle for existence rages on endlessly, without legal or other forms of hair-splitting, with the eternal natural right of the stronger as its sense and content. This kind of activism, evil activism of course, obviously derives its theory of the all-powerful Atoporo not only from Gentile. It derives it from Searle and also from Nietzsche, although in places to a different text. Above all there is a connection, established through long popularization, with the main teacher of the technique of power, with Machiavelli. Yet neither Searle nor Nietzsche consciously intended their use by fascism. To this extent their wishful images of power are still anti-Ram. Searle's theory of action was even revolutionary and syndicalist in intention, and in 1919, in the last edition of Our Reflections on Violence, he hailed Lenin as the accomplisher. Nietzsche's will to power had already turned away from Bismarck's empire, and fascism for him would perhaps have been ridiculous and a painful shame. Nonetheless, both philosophies were usable by fascism, Searle in particular, with his political élan vital into the empty, the unpreordered, influenced fascism. This kind of belief in the will, which is psychotechnological, has already been noted within the Technological Utopias, cf. Volume 2, p. 683, the belief that the will has no limits. This belief now most definitely pays off, as the hope of moving mountains by political decision. Force individualist dans les masses solevées, accumulation d'exploits heroics *r, in this still proletarian theory of activity, expected to go on general strike, at any time, immediately, everywhere. Proletarian violence tries together with intuition are to topple capitalism. Success depends solely on the état de guerre auquel les hommes acceptent de participer et qui se traduit en myths précis. T. Réflexions sur la violence, 1919, p. 319. The proletarian element here, however, obviously lies only in the impulse, not in a clear class content and in the economic historical mediations of its path. On the contrary, Searle, all spontaneity in this respect, wants thunderstorms everywhere, but nowhere electric power stations, wires laid. The élan political and its wishful will are therefore so broad or so empty in their enthusiasm that Searle in choosing his models combines movements with quite divergent social mandates. In the same breath he praises the warlike will to glory of the Spartans and Romans, the Revolutionary Wars of 1792, the German Wars of Liberation of 1813, the heroic storm here seems to be almost sufficient in itself. On top of these come the myths précis, probably also archetypes in which again and again appears, history is submerged. A mythical image of freedom takes its place, is that which enthuses and drives the enthusiastic mass forward. It is that which gives the strength for martyrdom as well as the courage for virtue, for the unlimited use of violence, for the inevitable triumph. According to Searle, it is only through this impulse in itself that a class becomes a historical motor. It certainly does not become one through party offices and manifestos. Searle with his hope in the power of shock tactics is clearly attacking not only social democracy, the bureaucratization of a would-be revolution. Nor is he merely attacking the incorporation of the revolution into liberal Fabianism, into endless chatter, into discussion which is endlessly putting things off, into parliamentarianism, with T. Ruth in the middle. Rather, Searle is objecting to all so-called schemata which master and rationalize life from outside. Indeed, he even turns the dream of the actus purus against utopia. This too is rejected as the product of reasoning stipulation, as the invention of intellectuals and literati, not because it contains too little but because it contains too much science. Engels, of all people, with his progress from utopia to science, is described as a typical rationalist, despite the fact that Searle believed himself to be a Marxist. Of course, his Marxism is denuded of everything except the subjective volitional factor, which he makes totally absolute. Finally, only Bakunin peeps out of this isolated putsch theory, as well as a Bergson injected into the will, as Allah vital made Thelic. The swift heroic act shares with the Allah vital rational indeterminability and lack of content. This is why the myth of the general strike could so easily be exploited for reactionary purposes. This is why pure belief in will, as action for its own sake, could both approve of Lenin and pave the way for Mussolini. Just as Bergson's Allah vital could be used in different ways, simultaneously to justify a return to the Catholic Church and atheistic anarchism. In Searle's call to violence there is so little trust in any cooperative element in history that history does not even appear amorphous, as it later does in Gentile. Rather, for Searle it is the same as matter for Bergson, sinking life which finally petrifies into a caput mortuum. History left to itself is nothing but decay and decline, consequently even from here nothing approaches from the will to power but that which calls it up, the enemy. La deterioration, C. Est le seul mouvement dans le monde, * here is the extreme antithesis to Fabianism, which, with arms folded, anticipated a cheap, indeed a gratis sunrise. But here also is the most untenable antithesis to the historical dialectical factor with which Marxists are in alliance. Anarcho-syndicalist energy thus inevitably becomes spasm and minority, for in the face of external tendencies to deterioration movements towards greatness would always be forced, and only movements towards chance would then be natural. The day of radical negation, of sovereign assertion, would thus require no ripening, for example of productive forces, it would always come in time to dawn and to break in with violence. The stroke against the current would supposedly always be necessary. Thus the proletarian appears here with regard to the fate of decline as fate himself, as the blind workhorse of the necessary transition. As for pure violence, the Western bourgeois unfortunately always had far more of it at his disposal than the proletariat, thus the actus purus became not general strike but coup d'état. The strong man must always be careful to maintain his power. For this purpose any means will do. What is sought is merely the best choice and application of these means. The main theorist of this cold and not, as in Searle, hot-blooded dream of violence is and remains Machiavelli. Every form of fascist trickery has prided itself on Machiavelli, though without proletarian dej-agogic detours. Yet shabby dishonesty is utterly alien to Machiavelli's grand style, and unscrupulousness could also be studied elsewhere, among the Jesuits for instance. Besides, Machiavelli is no hypocrite, he invoked neither an old nor a new morality, he omitted considerations of morality from the world of violence of which he wrote. It had never been there anyway, and now the mask falls too. What is taught is the technique of pure, irresistible success. Machiavelli's book is about the prince, not the man, and it is simply a theory of the art of conquest and domination. Morality has no place here because it serves no purpose. It has no more place than absent-mindedness in fencing or the order of columns in the building of fortifications. No adjutants to the site for unauthorized persons, and for Machiavelli moral considerations have always been unauthorized in the power sphere with which his prince is concerned. The rationalized technique of political victory, this is the subject of this book of methodology, a book which is not so much cynical as artificially isolated. And if, as in this specific case, the victory is that of an Italian nation-state, Machiavelli even abandons the virtue which in itself, outside this purpose, he holds most dear, republican virtue. In the discourses on Livy he is a fanatical republican, in the Prince he posits princely absolutism. For this appears to him the best machine of violence, especially against the Church, in the national conflict of interests. But the art of fencing of the will has here too an apparently lawless world before it, one on which, for this very reason, the more disciplined will can impose itself. In two ways, according to the humanly visible or conversely anonymous disposition of the adversary, either by intrigue or by iron manliness, by virtue. All these guiding panels themselves presuppose a world of will matter which is not disciplined but drive-based and therefore uncontrollable. Intrigue, which deals with a humanly visible adversary, can at least still observe the emotions which it plays off against one another. Indeed, calculation is the essence of the intriguer. However, the rest of the works of people and of history, the anonymous world, is so thoroughly emotion-ridden that it does not even represent a mechanism consisting of emotions, a mechanism which would be calculable if not comprehensible, but merely a will of fortune. The antithesis of virtue is fortuna, in the face of which the only counsel is to use energy and strike regardless. Hence Machiavelli's contempt for the dilettante, who performs 947. His task half-heartedly, with half-cruelties and half-virtues, hence the either, or, virtu ordinata or the unsupervised world of chance. The world becomes a battlefield between virtus ingenium and fortuna, fate is mighty where no power is ready to resist it, and it rolls on relentlessly where there are no dikes and dams to check it. 11 Principi, 1532, chz.s. Thus the new bourgeois man of action appears most vigorously in Machiavelli, but even more the pure power hope in the chaotic background which this presupposes. Distrust of objective tendencies connects Machiavelli with fascism, just as it abstractly connects the beginning and the end of the bourgeois era. In both cases the world is seen as a pile of passions and contingencies, with the difference that in the Renaissance the concept of its law was still knocking on the door, whereas in fascism it is thrown out of the door. Furthermore, Machiavelli wishes to be Roman in his virtues, like Cato, Sulla, Caesar, but in his fortuna, which is typically anarchic and alien to man, he is not at all Roman but medieval. Precisely Sulla felt himself to be, and called himself, Sulla Felix by virtue of the special connection he believed he had with Fortunatic, which for the Romans and the Stoics was still the same as providence, indeed grace. Precisely in the heyday of Rome the element of chance had increasingly been felt away from fortuna, the changeable fortunes of war, where the fate of empires could hang on an unoccupied or occupied hill, also seemed to have been eliminated in the Pax Romana as necessity. It was only in late Rome that, for obvious socio-political reasons, and especially Ananke, the once so highly rated necessity, were demonized. It was not until the Middle Ages that fortuna was completely reduced to the will of fortune, the capricious up and down of the world, as in Machiavelli. All that remain are caprice and approximation, a world woman who needs the whip, a will of fortune which can be stopped by energetic action. The swift heroic act everywhere presupposes this fortuna, just as Fabius or the hesitant man of action conversely presupposes the mills of God, secularized into a spirit of progress which grinds by its own power. Things are in a bad way with the latter though, as we know. Indeed the Fabian, with his lack of subjective factor, first invited the technician of violence onto the scene. This time no prince, but a gangster who stops the will of fortune. And the answer to the double question of the best form of political action is, neither nonviolent hesitation nor cunning abstractness of violence, but violence concretely mediated, as the midwife of the new society which the old carries in its womb. This decision by Marx is comforting. It does not, like the impotent vacillators and Fabians, demand of history a virgin birth, nor does it, like the advocates of violence, regard history as a barren whore. There is the great moment and the faint-hearted generation which is unable to grasp it. Perhaps there is also the reverse. But only when strength and the ripe opportunity coincide, a double stroke of good fortune, with men ready for action and the time fulfilled, does the cause have the blessing of history, which makes victory inevitable. This is then not the victory of the tamer or even of the idle belief in progress as such which will simply dry all tears of its own accord, here is necessity at the same time obeyed and controlled. Problem of breaking, Hercules at the crossroads, Dionysus Apollo. People are divided to the same extent that they are dark and indefinite. The will itself is split within them, sometimes aiming so to speak downwards, sometimes so to speak upwards. This is an old to an fro, predating Christianity, between the flesh and the soul and an old restlessness about which of the two is better. The flesh is considered not only susceptible to attack but also attacking and thus egotistical. The soul is frequently pictured as noble and precious, altruistic wishes about our own behavior and particularly the behavior of others reverberate within it. Ever since Adam Smith and even earlier, attempts have often been made to reconcile selfishness and benevolence, these competing impulses, by the advantage of others seeming to be an extension of our own, especially in doings and dealings, and vice versa. But even in bourgeois society, not only in medieval society, the so-called joy of the senses and so-called peace of soul are directly opposed. And according to Schiller, men have only the anxious choice between them. This is a theme with many variations, one of the will at the crossroads in its search for the most profitable but also the most pacified specific being. It is this division to which the old fable of Hercules at the crossroads owes its widespread popularity, which was clearly pre-Christian. Lust and virtue beckon here from the future, both standing on one leg, each with a value and a hope which sometimes one figure lacks, sometimes the other. The fable of this choice ranges from Prodicus, the sophist who first told it, through Xenophon to Christoph Wieland, whose extolled choice of harsh virtue one cannot quite believe. The divided Hercules is also found in the puppet play Dr. Faustus, on the left below the doctor. Cf. Goethe/Schiller, Xenian, 3i. 949. Earthly delights call, on the right above him heavenly delights, on his left evil flames and roars, on his right the good shines and calms. These are the two souls that dwell in Faust's breast *, the earthly and the heavenly, the soul of the body and that of his noble ancestors, of the superego which comforts spiritually. In erotic terms, with so many interesting or banal variants, this is the wishful tension between Carmen and Elizabeth. And even here the crossroads image still holds good because not only earthly delights entice but also the inscription promising rest, the joys of the mind and peace. Above all in the north, in the world of bad weather and of cooler desires or at least of more barren springs, there is a converse enticement, to return to the cell, where the lamp glows cheerfully again. The cloister is less ascetic here than in the south, but on the other hand the northern type can find carefree sensual pleasure as difficult as asceticism, especially since capitalism and Protestantism have deprived him of all naivete and holiday potency. This is why here the advice to follow the path of pleasure can contain just as much renunciation and just as much propaganda as the advice to enter a monastery in the south. Nietzsche, for example, when he urges prophet zealots but also brooding Fausts to become laughing lions, certainly had the incipient imperialist age on his side, with its mandate and transition towards the irrational, but his Dionysus Apollo antithesis, occurring in the north, presents the Dionysian as equally non-given and celebrated it as a distant, even tropical wishful entity. And this further meant that even the full creature for which the Dionysian stands does not here seem self-evident, so that men need merely to rise above it, as something given, to attain peace of soul, but the Dionysian, too, is utopian. Precisely Nietzsche, with his Dionysus Apollo antithesis, gave new utopian life to the tension between sensual pleasure and peace of soul, which had become philistine and commonplace. And he gave it, not to the frenzy, as a glowing fermentation, but against his will also to the Apollonian light, because this contains the conquered Dionysus within it, both have to be worked on, both are incomplete. The incomplete Dionysus, in Nietzsche's work, is that which rebels against reduction, domesticatio and suppression of wild drives. It is the supposedly primal, consisting of blood, night, frenzy, symbols and the beating of gongs, but this pre-logical God is also the becoming unbecome God. As such, he is only now supposed to posit spring, he who has become wise from old origins, behold, he will at last search for the sources of the future and for new origins, Zarathustra, on old and new tables, 25. Cf. Faust, Part I, 3-2, there are two souls, alas, within my breast. 9. So. Thus the Dionysian wish-fuel image does not end with the beast of prey and colorfully spotted regressio, it also knows the lust of the future, stands beside an enigmatic god of becoming. It has incomplete sealedness within it, but this does not of course disappear in Nietzsche's image of Apollo, because, contrary to the agreement and the historical evidence, Apollo is completely omitted from the process of becoming. Apollo for Zarathustra Antichrist is merely the patron of taming and reductio n, all perverters of instinct and slanderers of life are close to him. Socrates and Jesus are slandered and reduced along with this Apollo, and Apollo becomes pale intellect, domesticating mode ratio n, all this is supposedly only the decline of life and of the still unlived golden resonance in the human creature himself. Nietzsche thus removes the Apollonian wish-fuel image and its god from the sun, which is forever being highly praised in Zarathustra. When I created the Superman, I arranged around him the great veil of becoming and made the sun stand above him at no n. The sun god Apollo in Nietzsche is therefore not used as the expression of the light which shines in the sky above the frenzied sea, as the language god of becoming, like the sun, which talks the sea into reaching its height. But by introducing the gauge image height sun noon over the sea, Nietzsche had to make Apollo the spokesman of Dionysus after all and thus made him the opposite of mere flat intellect. Apollo is the abyss in the height s, one who contains the abyss of the depths and who, like it, is incomplete. The Greeks had as unexhausted a feeling for the image of Apollo as for the Dionysian, they clothed it in Nietzsche's veil of becoming as dialectical ambiguity. Not without malice towards the Philistine masters of moderation, the Greek legend says that when Apollo was born an oracle prophesied to his mother that her son would one day be given many names, he who strikes from afar, this name which is certainly neither relaxing nor relaxed was his first. In fact even today the naming, the categorical history of Apollo is still uncompleted, indeed it is the Dionysian fermenti, the effacement of the will itself which continues in the clarificatio n, in the always transfinite determination. Precisely the excess of frnz possibility and indeterminateness which is signified by the word Dionysus indicates how much subject illumination, how much, Apollo, still remains to be done in men. The Dionysian fire and its wishful image, like the flame, is both still and moving, but the Apollonian light has careers far beyond the standstills of reduction or of historical fixation. Hard though the tension between flesh and spirit is, it has become, in this form alone, tedious. This is due to the fixity of each one, only the choice has not been fixed, but it always seems to be one between the same 2 paths. It is just this which seems Philistine, like a change which alternates only between known quantities, seeing if the coin turns up heads or tails. Nietzsche was mentioned above because instead of pleasure of the senses, peace of the soul he posited the more utopian Dionysus Apollo, yet the rigid choice remained. Again and again one guiding panel has been played off against the other, again and again the creaturely panel has been smashed by the moral or conversely, in would-be paganism, a so-called liberation of the flesh from the spirit has been brought in, literarized. Again and again attempts have also been made at synthesis, so that morality is possible and developable not as a break with, but as a blossoming of the human creature, for example, in contrast to Puritan and Kantian dualism, in the works of Shaftesbury, Rousseau, Schiller. However, this blossoming theory also proves narrow and static by limiting the human creature to mere so-called egotism and morality to mere so-called altruism, after which, in supposed harmony of interests, two blurred guiding panels can easily be made into one. Dualism, on the other hand, retains the sharpness of a crossroads, makes no combination out of it, but it pays for its interpretation of the creaturely or the intelligible man with even greater statics of both and with an antithesis kept completely undialectical. As a result, the two souls that dwell in Faust's breast merely rub narrowly and falsely self-righteously against each other, hence Kant's dualism is sour, Nietzsche's dualism wild. Hence an isolated, antithetical Dionysus gives off little more than fermenting will matter, though with the exhortation of the fire. Hence an isolated, antithetical Apollo finally seems devoid of content, and his purity, abstracted from all abyss, lives only in pale skies. In all, it is clear that Dionysus and Apollo are far from being grasped in sufficiently processual utopian terms. They are, like all earlier and similar antitheses, reified. They are still not in the utopian current to which men in body and in spirit are called, have not passed the mere vestibule in which they linger. The vestibule to still unknown selfhood, self-identity, where there is no more division. The very fact that there is a choice between these guiding panels, and that neither choice satisfies, points to the lasting X with which both are struggling, the incompleteness and the incognito of the human essence. Only as themselves incomplete, not as fixed answers which can be played off against one another, are the alternating concepts of flesh-spirit, Dionysus-Apollo thus also meaningful. They form not a crossroads but an intertwined experimental path, and the sought and wished for goal does not coincide with either of the alternatives. Except in the dialectical resolution of both, in the Dionysian determined in Apollonian. 952. Terms, in the Apollonian which has the entire Dionysian content. This kind of thing can only even begin to happen in a society which no longer behaves competitively, not even in the choice between the pleasure of the senses and peace of soul. Where wholeness appears and melts down reified particularities, and where partial elements of a moving wholeness no longer contrast and struggle with one another as fetishes. Ultimately the whole question of the relation between natural and moral man is class historical illusion, and as such transparent and already antiquated. Neither is the pre-domesticated type of man so wonderfully complete that he only needs to be unpacked and unleashed, nor has domestication in historical class society, despite the many names of Apollo to which it has advanced, established a morality so perfect in content as to justify suppressing everything in the human creature which does not correspond to it. Even the new kingdom which Jesus' sermon against the old Adam and about him has opened up has not yet revealed the human incognito to the extent that there is now no doubt about our final and essential face. Now as before it still appears in a glass darkly, and Paul impresses on his Christians that they too have yet to be changed into the open face. Our man is by no means, as the Catechism hoped, an angel riding a tamed beast, for it is neither settled that the human X of determinability is a beast nor that the currently valid norm image of the rider is an angel. Thus precisely Apollo's utopia, nurtured on the unopened and on Dionysus himself, intends this third term, beyond the sterile sensuality-morality pair and the anxious choice which dualism left between them. And on the path to the still only approaching third element, that of undis toward being with ourselves, Dionysus is regarded as nothing but the caretaker of that which is burning and unresolved in man, he remains the dark fire in the abyss. Apollo is regarded as nothing but the continuing determination of fermenting matter designated as Dionysus, he remains the abyss on high, the abyss brought up on high. Both remain unfinished, as is the human content which they intend and to which, here in the will and the flesh, there in the spirit, they are moving. Man himself has not yet been found, either as Dionysian or as Apollonian, indeed his incognito is still so great that the Dionysian and the Apollonian song and wishful image before him are both right and wrong. Drive will and spirit oscillate, and that which they reciprocally form, in dialectical wholeness, will itself have only one name. It is the last name of Apollo, but also the first name of Dionysus, after which both alternatives disappear. Vita activa, vita contemplativa or the world of the chosen good part. The rivalry between the glowing and the bright song continues in highly outward form. In two desirable forms of the right life, that of action and that of contemplative stillness. The two forms may alternate directly with one another, as in the sequence workday Sunday, or they may permeate one another, which will only be possible after the abolition of forced labor. But the question remains, which wishful image predominates, even in possible permeation, which more evidently contains that which is ma-ns. An Arab proverb says that beautiful women are good for a week, good women are beautiful for a lifetime. The good woman may be the active one, in the sense of running the household, the beautiful woman the one worth contemplating and probably devoted to contemplating herself. But what if activity or contemplation can be weighed up simultaneously, next to each other, alternately? A much interpreted saying of Jesus on his wanderings with his disciples deals with this searching question of what is our better part. And now it came to pass, as they went, that he entered into a certain village, and a certain woman named Martha received him into her house. And she had a sister called Mary, which also sat at Jesus' feet, and heard his word. But Martha was cumbered about much serving, and came to him, and said, Lord, dost thou not care that my sister hath left me to serve alone? Bid her therefore that she help me. And Jesus answered and said unto her, Martha, Martha, thou art careful and troubled about many things, but one thing is needful, and Mary hath chosen that good part, which shall not be taken away from her. Luke 10, 38-42. This judgment seems quite clearly to set the contemplative person above the active. Of course, contemplation was always especially given precedence over toil wherever slavery was the dominant mode of production, and labor, this predominantly slavish activity, was thus degrading for the free man. Yet even the noble life of action, with predominance of the will and the emotions, never held sway unchallenged. The controversy about this, once formulated, flared up in the High and Late Middle Ages, between the theoretical Christianity of the Dominicans and the practical 954 Christianity of the Franciscans. And the Martha-Mary problem seemed so tremendous that it touched the medieval heaven itself. The question, action or contemplation, primacy of the will or of the intellect, was ultimately extended to include the medieval scholastic God himself. Duns Scotus, the Doctor Subtilis of the Franciscans, taught the universal primacy of the activity of the will over the spirit. Thomas Aquinas, the Doctor Angelicus of the Dominicans, taught the equally universal primacy of the spirit over the will. God is thus, like Jesus in Martha's room, first and most supremely grasped in the former case by love, in the latter by contemplative cognition. Accordingly Thomas puts intellect above willpower in men too, as their guide, indeed their ideal content-related determination, and the theoretical virtues, here not least following the example of Aristotle, above the practical. Martha is lingering in the vestibule of perfect life, but Mary, says Thomas, already enjoys the angelic bread of contemplation. Pars mentis aeterna est intellectus, and its fruit is peace. Quaes 79. Thus there appears in Thomas the same order of priority which Dante establishes between two sisters from the Old Testament, Leah as Opher, Rachel as Vidir, Perg. XXVII, I 108. The mystic of the Dominicans, Eckhart, also praised the contemplative life, though not of course in quite the same way as Thomas. Eckhart wrote a sermon on the passage in Luke, praises Martha's steadfast diligence whereas he merely respects Mary's freedom from works. Thus Eckhart reinterprets Jesus' answer by means of many additions. Martha feared that her sister would stick fast in ecstasy and in fine feelings and wanted her to become like herself. Christ's answer means, be content, Martha, she too has chosen the best part, which shall not be taken away from her. This excess, what is meant is the excess of contemplation, will pass, the highest good that a creature can be granted will be her portion, she will become holy like you. The Dominican Eckhart, with this interpretation, reinterpretation, falls out of line with the intellectualism of his order, but not for long. For in his teaching as a whole the master of reading thoroughly wins the day over the master of living, the soul which sets forth and returns home, the coming forth of the world from God and its return to Him. All these activities and hopes consist of various steps in a process of cognition and are therefore due after all to an ultimate primacy of theoretical virtues. In principle only the Franciscans thus put vita activa above vita contemplativa, a vita activa which aimed at being love and caritas, not yet anything else. Orcagna, on the predella panel of his altar-piece in S. Maria Novella, depicted the vita activa in the intellect is the eternal part of the mind. 9 ss. The form of the sacrifice of the Mass. Although of course the love which never ceases came closer and closer to bourgeois efficiency towards the end of the Middle Ages. In subtle transitions to homo economicus, to homo faber and to capitalist industry, where of course love certainly did cease. Nevertheless, the old alternative did not disappear at all in the new conditions, always undergoing far more concrete modifications than the inward static alternative between flesh and spirit, worldliness and spirituality. It now runs, as a double voice, through the bourgeois person's day, all the more so because the ruling class had now abolished the maxim that work degrades. This is the Protestant or workday line of ever-striving effort, though close to capitalist efficiency, it nonetheless comes from its better times. Significant here is Lessing's observation on truth, that it is God's alone, and that the striving for truth is the prerogative of man alone and remains desirable for him alone. But next to or above this runs the Sunday line, a Catholic one, even where no Catholics have followed it, along it the old primacy of contemplation and vision, of the fruitio veritatis as the highest good, applies. This thoroughly theoretical consciousness, with its equally theoretical content, therefore culminates in Spinoza, even more so ultimately in Hegel, even a more dei here is understanding, and the last word in wisdom is again on one why the mind which knows itself to be mind. And yet even with these essentially contemplative thinkers, as bourgeois thinkers, active fortitudo, the practical mind come right up close to the ethereal sphere of contemplative intellectuality, gaining it for the first time. For bourgeois production and the bourgeois world of work no longer allow Mary or contemplation unquestioned primacy over Martha or the life accomplished in activity. On the whole, the workday line cannot be mediated at all with the Sunday line in class society, especially as interest in work has increasingly dropped out of the working day and the art of rest and of fulfilling contemplativeness have increasingly dropped out of Sunday. Revolutionary movements certainly do not permit any relieved stretching out on a bed of ease, even though their goal is nothing but life beyond work. Thus the ambivalence between practical and theoretical virtue also shows how much experimentingly unfinished material still lies in both. How little one or the other already contains a sheer human content capable of the answer. How intensively the dark glass in which the human incognito looks at itself again and again puts Martha and Mary one behind the other, behind each other in the mere foreground. Even the frequently low forms in which this double life can appear are connected with this. These would not be possible if activity or contemplation already clearly contained that which is ma-ns. Both Martha and Mary 956 appear distorted in capitalist existence, but they are also still capable of this distortion. Active life has become the drudgery of the exploited and the incessant bustle which profiteers make for themselves. It is even a self-deception here that the capitalist really acts and decides in his business. He is tied to unfathomed and uncontrolled movements of commodities which stand opposite him and permit only the taking of chaxes. The contemplative life, on the other hand, is based largely on a system of sinecures or, equally dubious, on alms, and thus, imagining itself to be free intelligence, it adorns the alleged freedom from interest of pure theory. But in reality this is highly interested, namely in the justification of existing conditions or in withdrawal into the antiquarian museum. Consequently the difference on both guiding panels spins emptily and both point in capitalism to an empty, an ever emptier land. Consequently Marxists, as lovers of humane contents and their promotion, have become especially suspicious of vita contemplativa. For them the world has far too long merely been interpreted in different ways, whereas the duty of science, as conscience, is to change it fundamentally, i.e. from the finally moving foundations. At the same time, however, this Marxist decision contains a way out of the undialectical dualism which has so far kept spellbound even the vita activa, vita contemplativa guiding panels. A new level is at last reached in Marxist terms, that of revolutionary practice. It is already preparing the resolution of the workday Sunday duality. And it would not be revolutionary practice at all if it did not contain contemplation as well as action as elements, united and resolved in the oscillation of theory practice. Nowhere is there more genuine theoretical objectivity, greater emphasis on intellectual virtue than in Marxism. Nowhere is the decision, on the basis of cognition and its staying power, more actively put into effect. The low types, the caricatures which have equally trivialized and degraded Martha and Mary alike, especially in the capitalist area, now disappear. How many uglers stand or stood under the merely active guiding panel, how many crude and intellectually empty individuals, types incapable of a minute of COL lection, acting from a worm's eye view and acting only because of it. As if there were no other insight than that which leads to a rapid turnover, or as if the Milky Way were there to be turned into butter. On the other hand, how many spineless types stand or stood under the merely contemplative guiding panel, how many intellectually incestuous, educated nonentities, types incapable of a decision, collectors of unsystematized, unflowing, aimless knowledge. Even when it is systematized, this kind of contemplation, if it remains detached, dispatches that which is its own into the 957. Indifference of the museum, it still contains vision, but only of things which have become corpses. Bertram, the disciple of Stephen George, attacks the cheaply active, the bustling riffraff when he asks, who made the noble, slow, exalted vision slash into the swift rescuer's glance? Is this already death? Certainly no but death is closer to degenerate vision than to degenerate activity. On the other hand, and Marxism is fully aware of this aspect of the problem of cultural inheritance on the other hand past ages were not without the only sublime kind of contemplativeness. The expression of concentration, which is or was so closely connected with vita contemplativa, is captured in Holbein's painting of Erasmus. The expression of studious elaption time and again in Dürer's St. Jerome in his cell. An element of the Thomist primacy of the intellect appears, discharged precisely in theory practice, as does an expression of wisdom, precisely in the restful, rest-assigned manner, which Tehio describes in Die Irr's so highly collected depiction that has elapsed from Melancholia itself. Jerome sits, a small figure, in the background. If all the lines of perspective did not lead to him one might miss him, but his spirit is communicated to the whole room, immersing everything in it. In contentment and peace, one seems to hear nothing in this holy silence but the rustling of the pen as it moves over the parchment. The animals are asleep, and the skull, looking almost friendly, promises a deeper, final rest. The language of the monastery is in Dürer's engraving, the language of the studious cloister, the language of the humanura and of their university, which, precisely from the perspective of activity, are closer to Marxism than all the shoddy pragmatisms of profit. And its practice itself has life beyond work in its foundations and therefore a depth and a rest which does not pale in comparison with Jerome's. The whole relation seems so complicated only because, even in and precisely in theory practice, rebus sextantibus it is still copied from the old dualism of practical and theoretical virtues. This very dualism is ultimately groundless or the reified division of mere elements, in existence without forced labor and in mere exemption from forced labor the entire question of precedence disappears. Just as a classless condition leaves behind it the creature discipline, Dionysus-Apollo antithesis as it advances in self-movement, self-identification, so also the tension between theoretical and practical virtues. The good part, ultimately, is chosen neither by Martha nor Mary. It is the authentic element which shows activity its center of rest from which it comes, to which it moves. Thus in Greek legend the men of action Achilles, Asclepius, Hercules, and Jason at least had as their tutor the centaur Chiron, The Allegory of Wisdom and Action in 1. 958. Double Light of Solitude and Friendship. Men have always been born alone and die alone. Even afterwards, in body and ego, they remain the most immediately dearest thing to themselves. This key 1D of thing can easily be blown back into itself again by the wind of outside alien, even hostile, stimuli. And one of the most driven back manifestations of the will to the ego has here its narcissistic origin, the wishful image of solitude. With the qualification that solitude is not in all situations a wishful image, on the contrary, it may be feared, a misery. This depends on a person's age, on the society and the era from which an ego is withdrawn. Of course the ego is older than the individualistic economy, as has been noted, but its solitude is not older than society itself and not real outside it. Solitude in youth or far from Madrid is just as much a social condition as sociability or friendship, though in the form of absence or antithesis. Shunning, isolating, detaching are just as much social acts as binding and uniting. Solitude in fact exists only as a distant image of society, whether it be imposed withdrawal with longing or bitterness, or voluntary withdrawal with hatred or relieved happiness. The relation to the ego is always determined by the relation to society, without which there would be no loneliness, let alone the emotion of loneliness as pain. To youth, for which an hour lasts as long as 12 in old age, solitude is absolutely torturing, is only ever chosen briefly after bitter disappointment. Equally painful are the gloomy evenings of lonely women, the dreary Sunday, suffering that goes unnoticed but is especially devastating in its length. Sexual restlessness increases this anguish, monotonous existence between four walls imposed too early on a woman still young or which fear of being left on the shelf makes particularly harrowing. Solitude is far gloomier still for the person forcibly deprived of his once familiar or appropriate environment. Solitary confinement for most prisoners means despair. The languor of loneliness even more than the deprivation of liberty causes prison psychosis. Yet even a glasshouse existence in a very foreign land, chosen by people who could be their own best company but who need the multiplication of themselves in the pier glasses of society, even this solitude causes them only homesickness. If exile comes on top of this, the result is a monk in hell. Ovid, in exile at Tomi, wrote only one important work, the Tristia, and Spring on the Black Sea inspired him only to a begging poem to Augustus. It is the affirmed splendor of the age and the society which makes solitude here on the whole black, which cancels out or at least suspends its narcissistic happiness. All these states are enough to make one sell one's soul to the devil, and thus extremely undesirable. They ought to be called abandonment, not solitude. However, it is different, crucially different, when solitude as voluntary, as an authentic wish full image, namely of freedom from disturbance, finds its introverted ground. It is precisely here that narcissism, with which Freud regards the body ego as being primarily filled, announces itself. A modeled self-examination withdraws from objects to the ego. The wish for a subdued external world may appear subjectively all the more urgent, objectively all the more valuable, the more concentration protects a lamp which burns with a more than mere inward light. Solitudo musis arnica, says a classical proverb, in its illumination another archetype is also at work, that of the nest, of incubation, of safely maturing development. Rural seclusion, winter which reinforces it, the quiet of the house and the night add to this a powerful wishful dream, and the lamplight shines in it as a literal aura around the manuscript. Writing in the country, writing at night, unite the southern and northern landscape in the same pleasant tonics of production. Horace S. Tiber, Cicero S. Tusculum, even Nietzsche S. Sils Maria, despite the worlds between them, have become allegories. Actual poetic creations of solitude do not quite belong here, as in George, with his claim that the heights are lonely, as in Rilke, with his communication that the depths are lonely. But at least from Epicurean or Stoic withdrawnness and the manifold studio around it, praise of solitude began also in more modest cases, combined with collection and again with longing for vita contemplativa. Of course, the praise of solitude depends not only on the disposition of the person who knows how to use it, but equally again on the state of the social world within which the solitary person prospers. If a subject feels attracted and summoned by the tendencies of the state, or if the state is even affirmed as such, then solitude is as closely linked to the time as an atelier to the city of Paris. If on the other hand the time is felt to be downright hostile, and seems to have no place in it for the person who thinks he is superior to it, the result is solitude as the happiness of escape, as asylum. To some extent even Tiber Tusculum, Sils Maria had this character. It became abstract and exclusive in the Robinsonades of the 18th century. Communion with plants, animals, nature, books helped the solitary individual to forget people, i.e. society as it was. No court ball could compete with this. Even the agents and proprietors of corrupt social being then fled into coquettish hermitages and solitary bowers, and non-agents all the more so. This age blossomed in more or less justified, more or less self-righteous narcissism. In 1755, Johann Zimmermann's famous work O en Solitude appeared. It was translated into almost as many European languages as W. Werther later was. And it preaches a democratic kind of withdrawnness, as Tusculum even without Cicero in it. This both long-winded and excited book devotes its 10th chapter to the especially fervent young men of the time, to their disgust with boring company, the taste and inclination for dignified aloofness, the unhurried escape into the enjoyment of deserted nature, where the soul resounds endlessly. This sensitive solipsism, a strange mixture of inactivity and enthusiasm, formed an alliance with the individualism of bourgeois society which was breaking through, with the urge to freedom of the capitalist economic individual. Bene qui latuit bene vixit *. This late Roman maxim applies to all declining societies, but in the 18th century another element was added to this isolation, the economic atom pathos, the person pathos, which both fled and cancelled out an old collective. The retreat had of course always been older, more powerful, the Christian tradition of inwardness, this feeling which pierced not so much the outer world as itself. Before and after the rebellion of the 18th century it was above all the Lutheran Christian who had his dwelling here. The solitary soul and its God, in the overall, now specifically northern and wintry solitude, form the essential location of Christian adventure and salvation. And so precisely the will of the last truly Protestant Christian, the existential recourse of Kierkegaard, is subjectively and objectively one of solitude. Indeed it is the Christian exhaustion of it. Never before had its narrowness been so desperately longed for, never before enjoyed with such meek vanity, never before had the attempt been made to provide it with such a wide arc to the existence of the human. From the perspective of solitude, all Kierkegaard's moral questions are monological. They have as their unreflected foundation the privateness of the small rentier, but their object is an enormous one, to be as an individual in necessary solitude yet at the same time to be with the Absolute. To understand oneself to be in existence, this slogan calling to subjectivity would not have come about without Protestant solitude. In Kierkegaard, however, it becomes the language of a totally paradoxical flight from the object, into the innermost mine of the most distant heaven. This became joy in sorrow, furnished the cave as an interior and placed it on high. My sorrow is my night's castle, like an eyrie it stands on a mountain top and towers high into the clouds. From this dwelling I swoop down into reality and pounce on my prey. But I do not stay down below, I bring it back up to my castle. Pictures are what I catch, these I work into a tapestry which I hang on the walls of my rooms. Thus I live like a recluse, with every experience I perform the baptism of oblivion and consecrate it to the eternity of memory, either/or. No communication is possible on this soil, except among sheer solitaries from castle to castle of their lasting solitude, thus the Christian narcissistic wishful image breaks up here. And thus it does after all become egotism, though of a sublime kind. The solitary soul and its God cannot live with complete impunity in capitalist anarchy. It attains not quite guiltlessly from here part of its desperation and its temptation, of its sorrow happiness and plausibility. From the beginning, private enterprise promoted the extreme sharpening of egotism. This was the soul of business. It prescribed the escape route for even the most determined non-business souls, into particularly extreme or particularly engrossed isolation. Solitude has even so overwhelmed the active entrepreneur in the world that he has become a hermit of his interest. Free competition capitalism has set up a profusion of negative stillites, it has set up real demon stillites of their company. Yet however much private enterprise has rewarded the private in the fullest sense, it did not invent solitude, let alone the flight into it as into collection or into an asylum, let alone the very old wishful image of corporeal concentratedness, undisturbed being with self. It has been exaggerated like the individual himself, but it is not only artificial or reified, not only clouded abstraction. Unlike the pleasure of the senses and peace of soul, solitude as the alternative to sociability will remain even in an ordered society, for the time being. Of course, with a changed function and with a wishful image which will no longer need to be one of escape, but rather one of that cell space without which not even the most happily socialized person can come to himself. If resources and recourses of this kind remained unoccupied, community would become almost as empty as solitude without community is blind. The true dream image of solitude, neither oldish nor ivory-towered but creating powerfully refreshing pauses, voluntary and not hostile to man, still has much work ahead of it. All children are born alone but always grow up together. The earliest wishful images of THB fulfilled moment. Men lived sociably, formed a group. The individual here was the outcast, and in times of utter wilderness this meant that he was condemned to death. The tribe was the mainstay of the body, the content of the scarcely developed ego. Consequently a self-centered body ego stands at the organic beginning, but at the historical beginning stands community. And at times when the community is threatened, the wishes directed towards it are just as fervent as those for solitude. Wishes for security, which then need not necessarily even conflict with solitude but include it, at least in the small warm circle of friendship. This is also the most important element in love based on permanence and habit, thus most marriages break up not from lack of love but from lack of friendship. This develops later, but here it is, as Werther says, that which bears fruit instead of withered leaves. Even the individual who rejected large social bodies celebrated and idealized the collective in his small circle. Where society had become suspect, the wishful image of friendship emerged at the same time as that of solitude, not as an escape from society but as a substitute for it, its better garden form. Towards the end of the 18th century the subtle Christian Garve wrote his double or alternating reflections on sociability and solitude, and friendship won the day over seclusion. AIR when unchanged always becomes mephitic, the temperament which is not changed by external sensations, of which those which come from people are always only the strongest and liveliest, always becomes rather sad. And although friendship at first wished to replace the collective, it clearly, unlike solitude, became associated with it, especially in times of unbroken belief in the polis. The most elaborate celebration of friendship is that of Aristotle, a philosopher who defined man as a zoon polit icon, indeed saw the ethics of friendship as definitely flowing into that of the state. Admittedly he wrote no utopia of the state, but he did write one of friendship, with an image of beauty which further elaborated friendship in its then existing form. The 8th and 9th books of the Nicomachean Ethics are devoted to this concrete idealization. Here the zoon polit icon is above all and primarily in friendship seen as a human one. For friendship, as the pillow and archive of with us, it is essential that all wish one another well and that this mutual benevolence does not remain hidden. The latter means that friendship begins where it proves itself, i.e. in most cases, where it goes to some expense, which is why Aristotle, both in the Nicomachean Ethics and even in his Politics, 2s, quotes a proverb which was later often used for monastic communism: friends hold everything in common, or friends goods, common goods. Yet this equality as an element of friendship does not leap beyond the small circle. Aristotle recommends private property for the simple reason that otherwise the virtue of generosity would disappear. The circle of friends itself, because of its completion, is in any case smaller than the smallest polis. Friendship in the perfect sense cannot be with many, any more than one can be in love with many at the same time. And friendship, as social completion, ranks higher than love. There is also love of the inanimate, of wine and gold. Friendship, however, exists only between people, it presupposes reciprocation. Finally, the ideal of the small collective even provides the bond for the large, in an astonishing manner. Friendship is also that which maintains states and which is closer to the legislator's heart than justice. For harmony is clearly related to it, and it is the main goal of rulers, whereas they endeavor most to banish discord as hostility. Nicomachean Ethics, 8:1. What justice can merely demand, friendship freely grants. It brings about that harmony in which violation of mutual rights no longer occurs, and so there is no longer any occasion even to think of justice. Again, as with the principle of inter arnicus omnia communia, Aristotelian utopia runs into the circle of friends before the state, political agreement, an undisputed good which not even slave-owning society could produce, found its place of shelter in friendship. And soon also its place of declamation, as in Cicero's Laelius de Amicitia or Castor and Pollux as a golden age for two which could be relived at any time. The three qualities which Aristotle attributed to friendship, benevolence, harmony, beneficence, made it very clearly utopian. Accordingly, friendship between more than two people mostly lasted only in groups which were themselves of utopian character or of utopian intent. It existed in alliances, sects, conventicles which attempted not merely to replace the collective but to model it on a smaller scale or to facilitate it in regional form. Hence the dream of friendship in all anarchist and federative utopias, in the breaking down of the social structure into acts of mutual help. Into small, self-governing communities where all members know one another and the fine liqueur flavor of old friendship runs peacefully through everything. A cut-price version of this longed-for brotherliness still appears in Philadelphia's of nothing but small settlements. In the neighborhood ethic of early America, the feudal world had been left behind. The struggle for existence was even more with the wilderness than with people. The collective seemed still almost tangibly to be made from the material which the Bible, on a not wholly unrelated, peasant democratic foundation, had called the neighbor. Of course, in America it soon turned out, despite a remaining community gesture, that all this could not survive in the face of the naked compulsion to pay. In Europe the mere dream image of friendship manifested itself partly as the bitterness with which the reality of friendship was measured. The familiar conversation about the absent person, even if he belongs to the circle of friends, showed the tension with the ideal, far greater than in the case of clean solitude. La Rochefoucauld's ice-cold observation also belongs here. Dans l'adversité de nos milers amis nous trouvons toujours quelque chose qui ne nous déplaît pas. And on this occasion Schopenhauer is not completely exaggerating his pessimism when he remarks of the union of souls. This is so alien to the selfishness of human nature that true friendship, like colossal sea serpents, is one of those things where we do not know whether they are fabulous or exist somewhere. Particularly in capitalism, empirical friendship became rare, because when people relate to one another mostly only through buying and selling, and exploitation fills the dominant consciousness. In his society of competitors, even friendship in a small circle becomes an anomaly. The feelings of sympathy and hopes of harmony with which private enterprise originally believed itself to be allied, as in its ideological matins with Adam Smith, changed nothing here. Not only interest but also sympathy was regarded here as the driving force in human action, and just as market trading of interest seemed to flow out into the affluence of all, so too the exchange of sympathies was supposed to produce the social balancing out of all other individual differences. But although the selfish system, like the earth, turned on its own axis, it did not at the same time revolve around the social sun. the socially extended dream image of friendship continued to gleam from afar in the capitalist system, but it was less effective here than anywhere else. Whereas Aristotle was still able to bring together in friendship the group of slave owners who constituted the ancient polis, with mutual benevolence among them as a high but by no means rare or thwarted ideal, the capitalist collective, if it can be so called, is nothing but homo homini lupus, ultimately the struggle between monopolies. This became so much hectic activity and mechanical response as well that friendship is no longer even a substitute but almost like solitude and escape. The associative federative utopias seek the birth of the new collective from among a group of friends. As noted, this is the highly substitutive element in social utopias of this kind. Marxism, though radically opposed to the wolf state, has no reason to expect salvation or even upheaval from friendship, the commune, and the small business resuscitated in it. Marxism. We still find something not displeasing even in the adversity of our best friends. Thinks in highly developed categories of production dialectically arising from capitalism, indeed even the power state must, before it dies out, be conquered, must be used against the enemies of the revolution. And yet the old hope of friendship lives on, precisely in the image of a classless society it unfolds with new wishful and life dimensions. Although by its nature confined to groups and only very figuratively applicable to a wide national or even international collective, a collective of unknown people, it nonetheless possesses in this its potentially existing groups and circles, in brief the Soviets of fraternity which is so vaguely and vainly invoked everywhere else. Like solitude, friendship in groups is by no means only reified or in this case made absolute as a substitute which disappears with the true collective. And just as solitude does not vanish from the community, on pain of social emptiness, so friendship, ultimately a counterpart and not an abstract alternative to solitude, gives the collective its warmth, indeed its in each case concentrated and tangible concretion. It remains even in classless society as the wishful and life condition of the with us of nearness, it fills broad, no longer alienated intersubjective relations with concrete we and being together. The accepted socialist triad of liberty, equality, and fraternity has this fraternity as its undoubted, though so far particularly dull and blotchy ground color. Whatever remains fresh and unsentimental about the brotherhood of mankind, this old and somewhat old-fashioned sounding social image, comes from the guiding panel of friendship, but here too its indicated path, goal or essence are yet to come. Double light of individual and collective. It is too much to expect that people will ever appear on the scene lacking in ego. No one ceases to be an individual in this, his own framework, however weakly or incidentally. The wish to stand on his own feet is closely related to the wish to walk upright. In every person there is a will, however often frustrated, which wishes to be independent and not subservient. This will lives in a room of its own, or longs for it, all the more the less it is actually there. Private enterprise, with so-called free competition, is certainly nearing its end, precisely within capitalism. But all the more intensely even here, in sport, in war, are the few areas sought where the individual man is worth something, where he can distinguish himself. And just as an ego-containing, ego-preserving entity existed even before the individualistic economy, so too it will exist, though completely changed, after it. It is even improbable that the particular sharp age which the exaggeratedly individualistic era has brought about will disappear without trace. Even when laissez-faire, laissez-aller has been unlearned except as a memory, a sound lad, a grown character will be unwilling to accept tutelage. Even when personality is no longer the greatest happiness, it will certainly not see itself as a misfortune or, a living color in the social space, be felt as such. Greatness is by no means necessary in order for a developed individual to regard himself as distinctive, as indissoluble. Around every single person there is a colorful cloud of feelings, hopes, which he feels in himself but only rarely in others, although they are also surrounded by it, and around every single person there is a quality which does not survive when added up in the group. Of course it goes without saying that it does not survive in the groups of mere capitalistic functional association. but there is no doubt that part of the very human lifelight around the individual is especially lost where a so to speak organic collective appears solely as a herd. As fascism has shown, the raging of the crowd is not always sublime. Here too it depends on the people who compose it and how much, in independently formed judgment, they know. In corpore there emerged here, from absolutely extinguished individuals deprived of responsibility, not only a fool but a beast which was in every sense namelessly terrifying. And as part of the process of bringing him to his senses, the individual himself must be shown a mirror so that he can see what he looked like then. So that he can grasp by his own efforts how his human face was destroyed at that time and how it can be reborn. In an utterly different group, one which precisely does not consist of zeros and the panic of brutes. Dubious though ego and nothing but ego is, the merely general can be equally paltry or equally terrifying. The ego being which is still mainly current today comes from the entrepreneur, but so too does the mere empty non-ego, and, as the Night of the Long Knives showed, even when raging it is useful to the entrepreneur. Thus the collective as such, independently of the individuals above whom, indeed against whom, it rises, cannot simply be played off against individuals per se. First of all, the most barren kind of generality, that of the soulless business concern, thoroughly corresponds to the ego which has degenerated into mere private enterprise. If the capitalist ego is not beautiful, the capitalist collective, which also exists, is even less so. It is futile to give this word a golden resonance because it forms a numerical and thus often illusory antithesis to private capitalist industry. It forms an antithesis to it insofar as factory labor is collective. As opposed to the private form of appropriation of its surplus value, but this does not exhaust the so to speak super-individual units in capitalism. It does not exhaust those collectivisms in late capitalism which are not at all progressive in themselves. In any case, the increasing uncertainty which the capitalist crisis has brought with it has already intensified the herd instinct. In any case, the formation of trusts has increasingly turned the former middle classes into an army of office workers, all deludedly alike, anxiously trying to be without responsibility. Just as the herd instinct in times of danger drives people together, but in panic, not revolutionary courage, so the trend towards the office worker creates a collective of mere cogs, a collective far tougher than the socialist one will ever be. And most importantly, with reference to the Night of the Long Knives, was not the wish to abandon ego and to become a collective as such precisely exploitable as the most powerful means of maintaining capitalism, i.e. in the totalitarian state? Since the fascist and national community has come into being, individuality has no longer had to face the accusation that it is purely allied with private capital. Collectivism in itself is as compatible with business as individualism is. It is as useful as the individualistic in capitalism, even in the crisis, even in the fears of life of the late capitalist era, precisely here. It is noteworthy that even countries without idolization of the state, purely capitalist democratic countries, have always had their specific collectives which balance out individualism without detriment to business. Tocqueville, himself a great Democrat, foreign minister of the French Republic of 184-9, was the first to sense and to denounce this bourgeois collective in its most despotic form, namely in America, on Democracy in America, I-83 SI 840. In the land of the most uninhibited private enterprise, Tocqueville came to the conclusion, the absence of a single despot in democratic tyranny does not compensate for the collective and anonymous despotism which is all the more repressive and stupefying because it penetrates unnoticed into every cell of the social organism. The guarantees of personal liberty which the liberal Democrat suggested building into equality are not so interesting, but they also show that in the midst of the freest competition there was a collective, one which certainly did not resemble the socialist collective. The collective becomes socialist only when it is proletarian and class-conscious and, in its highest form, classless. Here the individual, far from disappearing, himself first becomes free because he is capable of becoming human. The collective of the militant proletariat is a protest against private capitalist appropriation of its production. But this very protest, as subjective contradiction, cannot dispense with the always individual forms of existence and of operation of subjectivity. Individual and collective, both refunctioned, are therefore uniquely intertwined in revolutionary class consciousness, again not as alternatives, as vulgar Marxists claim, but as interacting elements. The being beside oneself of individuals in an enthusiastically coalescing collective, even in revolutions, was limited to a very short period. It occurred far more frequently in bogus revolutions such as the fascist one or in reactionary dervish movements. The prose of the social revolution shows and demands individual courage, visible leaders right down to the smallest groups, personal manliness in solidarity. Manliness which in the Soviet Union, for example, is so strongly stressed that there exists not only a right but a duty to criticize, and this duty, with a dialectic which has scarcely yet been grasped in the West, is precisely an element of discipline, a function of convinced, genuine and unswerving solidarity. The individual here is not a bacterium nor even a prating windbag. The collective is not indolence, stagnation, conformism, and guardians of morality. On the contrary, the class-conscious, or even classless collective again constitutes a third element, a third between or rather above previous individuals and previous collectives. Just as there have so far been no true individuals, so too there has been no true collective, but the true one lies on the trodden path of a solidarity which is rich in persons and extremely many-voiced. The inscription over the concrete utopian collective reads, as is well known and agreed, each person producing according to his abilities, consuming according to his needs. Communism is nothing but this, its collective is freedom within the framework of final order, it is not a termite hill, not the standardization of a majority of yesterday. With reference to social utopias it was noted above, the very reference of concrete order to the will content of concrete freedom maintains the legacy of natural right against every collective conceived in merely abstract and isolated terms, against a collective which is contrasted with individuals instead of springing from them, from classless individuals, Volume 2, p. 547. This legacy is entered upon in solidarity which is both individual and collective, in solidarity oriented by final consciousness, creation of the classless society and of its ramifications. Similarly, equality, the major battle cry of democracy, which since 1789 has been placed between liberty and fraternity, cannot in Marxist terms be confused with leveling down, which made Tocqueville so indignant. Engels, pointing the way, defines this as follows: the proletariat's call for equality has a twofold meaning. It is either, and this is especially the case in the early stages, for example in the Peasant War, the natural reaction to blatant social inequalities. To the contrast between rich and poor, between lords and serfs, gluttons and starvelings, as such it is simply the oppression of the revolutionary instinct, in which alone it has its justification. Or else it has arisen as a reaction against the bourgeois call for equality, draws more or less correct, more far-ranging demands from this, serves as a means of agitation to stir up workers against capitalists with the capitalists' own assertions, and in this case it stands or falls with bourgeois equality itself. In both cases the real content of the proletarian demand for equality is the demand for the abolition of classes. Any demand for equality which goes beyond this inevitably lapses into absurdity. Anti-Diering, Dietz, p. 129. And even more sharply, turning towards a coming, positively differentiated order of freedom, the axiom of equality is that there should be no privileges. It is therefore essentially negative, declaring all history up to now to be bad. Because of its lack of positive content and its out-of-hand rejection of all previous history, it is equally suited to being set up by a great revolution, as in 1789-96, as for later system devising numbskulls. But to claim equality equals justice as the highest principle and ultimate truth is absurd. Equality exists too literally as the antithesis of inequality, justice as that of injustice. Both are still tainted with the antithesis to the old history to date and therefore with the old society itself, i.e., p. 427. This clarification removes any possibility of confusion with leveling from the classless collective. Such leveling would in fact be the dictatorship of mediocrity. And leveling down to an existing proletarian world is also eliminated. Marx warns against this static perspective when he writes, "When the proletariat wins, it will by no means thereby become the absolute side of society, for it wins only when it resolves itself and its antithesis." The classless collective does of course justifiably have preponderance over its individuals because it turns their faces ip. A common direction and is the marching order in this direction. But it is the individuals who provide the weight for this preponderance, thus the ideal collective is never again one of the herd, the mass, ndcer not of the busy kes concern, it works precisely as intersubjective solidarity, a many-voiced unity of direction of wills which are filled with the same humane concrete goal content. Salvation of the individual through community. Likewise, so far neither authentic egos nor an authentic we have appeared on the scene. Neither has yet had its time of blossoming, and if it does come. 970. Then the old forms will also be changed with the new content. The ego is to be retained but not the so-called unity of person of which the bourgeois individual was so proud. Instead it turns out that precisely the person is open, just as a good gardener, precisely because he is good, does not always make up the same bouquet. No ego is already so foot xed in what it is and in what it can do that its core cannot be renewed, that it cannot surprise itself at its edges, or else it becomes its own epitaph. Likewise the collective, after achieving its socialist content, will have a fundamentally changed form. It need hardly be stressed that this will have nothing in common with functional associations, let alone with the state in bourgeois society, for in the latter generality existed only in abstract form and as a phrase. The bourgeois state, allegedly above party politics, is in reality the repressive apparatus of the ruling class, as has become clear. And because the repressive apparatus was always present, corresponding to the division of labor and the class structure, even the greater generalities which were made possible by the tied economy of the pre-capitalist era cannot provide a model for the collective. Since Navalis and, more well-foundedly, since Saint Simon it has become common to look nostalgically at life as a whole in the Middle Ages. Indeed there have even been dreams of moving towards a new Middle Ages precisely via socialism, a feudal dream, and where it was not feudal it arrived in clerico-fascistic form only as an attempt to establish a corporative state, not as collectivization. However, in the classless collective repression, an essential element in every class-based and therefore ostensible generality, will no longer have any occasion or any object. Accordingly, even from this perspective a new social generality will not exclude the new individuals, on the contrary, after classes have disappeared, individuals on their way to a commonality friendly to man will for the first time find space. There are many mansions in this house. An arc will be described between I and we, will be described when the collective mode of production has finally rebelled against the private mode of appropriation and exchange, when the individual is no longer the individual capitalist or an obstructive quibble. When instead the collective has truly become total, i.e. when it embraces new individuals in a kind of community which has never before existed. Never has the salvation of the individual been worked for more intensively than in Marx's Capital, and from the totem as it also applies to the individual person. It is only from here that the struggle begins, against the division of labor and against the stunting of human beings. In my Father's house are many mansions, John 14, 2. 971. Which it brings in its wake, not only are specific partial tasks divided among different individuals, the individual himself is divided, transformed into the automatic mechanism of a partial task. Lifelong specialization in using a partial tool becomes the lifelong specialization of serving a partial machine. Machinery is misused in order to transform the worker from childhood onwards into part of a partial machine, Das Kapital I, Diet p. 378 and 443. And after completing his analysis of the capitalist factory collective, it becomes a matter of life and death for Marx to replace the partial individual, the mere bearer of a social detailed function, by the totally developed individual for whom different social functions are modes of activity which alternate with one another, i.e., p. 513. And again this totally to be developed individual requires the totem of a society in which individual interest is not only granted by the general interest but, in its substantial goals, coincides with it. Only then will the fine phrases which class society has coined about the dignity of the individual or about the generality of true morality also become meaningful. There is the longing for independent being with self which the cynics tried to satisfy by modesty in their needs. It will no longer need a barrel. There is the birth of humane, culture-saturated individuality which occurred in the circle of the younger Scipio. It is here that the word humanitas was first used. It was repeated, mutatis mutandis, in the ideal of the person in the Renaissance, in English and German classicism. This self-esteem, existing only on an individual level, persona propria sin est tributa, says Cicero *, will no longer need an aristocracy. There is, on the side of generality in the commandments of Stoic, Christian, and Kantian morality, general both in the fact that they are equally binding on all and in their class humane goal. Kant established the most formal but also the most radical guiding panel of the moral collective in the categorical imperative, in the moral law which commands without exception. The generality of the juridical law, which bourgeois society had established, bureaucratically established, to replace the checkered class and local rights of the feudal period, was here morally enhanced. On top of this, most important of all, came the guiding image of the citoyen, as a tribute to general humanity in every person, as the collective commandment of the good or citoyen world in the empirical world. Seldom has generality spoken more sublimely, seldom has the principle of general legislation in the maxim of every will been more rigorously anticipated. Yet at the same time it has never been. Personality is attributed correctly to individuals. 972. Clearer that here in facto a passing ideology of French bourgeois society was made absolute and that, particularly in facto, there cannot be any principle whatever of concrete general moral legislation as long as class society, which is essentially ungeneral and antithetical, lasts. Which is why the moral collective only becomes meaningful in a classless collective, and the moral active will then no longer need the casuistry of its universally valid judgment. If, as Kant demands, man ought to make his own perfection and the happiness of others the purpose of his actions, this does not mean, rebus sic stantibus, the happiness of the exploiter, for which he is anyway being used as a means. Precisely the moral effectiveness of the categorical imperative presupposes a society which is no longer split into classes. Or to quote the scarcely mystical words of the mystic Sebastian Frank, if there were no selfishness the gospel would not be so hardy, there is no ethics except without property. Thus it is only the new or real collective which guarantees the dignity of every person, and in the same act the new real person guarantees a collective without repression, without empty and therefore easily abusable generality. It is the utopian content-based goal which invigorates in this way, and this goal, in being with self, and in being together, is the revealing of the human incognito, the identification of ourself and we. It is only for this that solidarity is on its way, and only because of a rehearsal on this model that solidarity cannot be many-voiced enough, that the collective cannot be rich enough. Again, as with solitude and friendship, the individual and the collective are not alternatives. The alternative, as illugio n, is confined to the abstract treified antitheses of the pleasure of the senses and the peace of the soul, and also vita activa, vita contemplativa. And classless society leaves these reified elements in progressing self-encounter behind it, fuses them. But like solitude and friendship, individual and collective also survive in classless society, as counterparts, not as crossroads. The third element which circulates dialectically in both and which preserves and enhances each, this living synthesis is itself nothing but the classless collective, as noted. but it is new, classless, and open utopian, so that partial individuals, partial collective can no longer appear in dualistically reified form, as rigid equivalents. This synthesis between individuals and collective, the resolution of these falsely reified and dualized social elements, can however itself only be the collective again, the classless collective, because it represents the triumph of community, therefore the absolute side of society, but this triumph is equally the salvation of the individual. In the classless synthesis the sought for tatum is at work, that which according to Marx liberates both the totally developed. 973. Individual and real generality. And ultimately it is a totem because it is a totem of the goal content, of the human content which is still circulating but has not yet been fixed. Within it resounds or dawns the general, that which concerns every human being and constitutes the hope of final content, identity of the we with itself and with its world, instead of alienation. 48. Sound it out. You will recover. Trust new sight of day. The wish to smash things. Goethe, Faust 2, I, Chorus. Even the child, forced to be well behaved, hardly felt at ease. An urge to destroy exists, as a small child Goethe brought it into play. It impelled the boy, one fine afternoon when all in the house was quiet, to keep throwing crockery onto the road because it uttered so delightfully. On top of this delight came a less definite impulsion towards something, which awoke quite appropriately in a secluded room. This, as I grew up, was my favorite place, not sad but full of longing. But great things took place beyond the windows, the plain, thunderstorms, the setting sun, a strange world which at the same time was pleasant and near. The child saw children playing, neighbors strolling in their gardens and tending their flowers, groups of people enjoying themselves. Goethe continues, summarizes the effect of all this. This very early aroused in me a feeling of loneliness and a longing arising from this which soon showed its influence and was to do so even later. The adolescent prowled around in dubious company, found a hidden way into and out of the house, and learned to tell lies. His breezy, cheerful, young, warm-hearted mother certainly did not force him into this, but his father, who was too strict, and a narrowly circumscribed life encouraged him not to be too serious about everything. His fine breeding did not last either, even less so the closer the longed-for student time came. Goethe left his parental home with the following feeling, the secret joy of a prisoner when he has taken 974 off his chains and has almost filed through the prison bars cannot be greater than mine was as I saw the days dwindling and October approaching. Thoroughly dissatisfied, the departing son sought a life that was more commensurate with him, equal to him. Wertherian happiness and suffering. The dangerously seeking element now set out in the strange world, against it. The one do not know what of childhood now clothes and reveals itself at the same time, it is, in everything, the beautiful girl. This appeared almost ununderstood in the childhood love of Gretchen, now the disturbing happiness roams the country in forms which have become burning. As in morning brightness you glow around me I springtime, beloved. This is purest revelation of youth. The nightingale calls lovingly from the hazy veil one follow. Where to? Ah, where to? Asterisk, this is sheer consuming cloudiness in the primal haze of youth. The lover who is still untrue to himself and restless even at rest writes to Friedrich, I am not contented, I am happy. I feel it, and yet the whole content of my joy is a surging longing for something that I do not have, for something that I do not know. The feeling of these years remains unmeasured, indeed despite its objects almost objectless. Its place is between extremes, it enthuses to the extremest limits of suffering and of joy. The real girl is easily confused with and overshone by the imagined girl. The young Schiller thus wrote Melancholia to Minna and Fantasies to Laura, to whom there was scarcely a trace of an equivalent in reality. This utopian state of feeling, containing brother death and sister lustfulness, is never alien to the young Goethe, who is so much more concrete, excess of erotic fantasy found its most precise and bitter document in Werther. The rapids of this feeling of love flow into utopian regions, they have no place in the mere tearful tricklings of sentimentalism. My only prayer is to her, no other figure but hers appears to my imagination, and everything in the world around me I see only in relation to her. And the boundless love for this girl itself appears as the boundlessness in Lottie, in the happiness of searching with her for more distant, more secret joys of the world. The extremest force of an overhauling, utopian completed but of course also idolatrous love consumes itself solitarily in its contrast to reality, grows weak and founders on it. Werther's suicide, however, is only one side, the so to speak passive manner in which the fullness of youthful dreams is paid for. The erotic poetry also had in it social prose, at least as a setting, as discussed with a very particular world, one represented by bourgeois conformists and by a frivolous, shameless aristocracy. This politically directed disgust, not only self-destruction for utopian love, is youth in Werther, thus immense bitter ness, occurring around 1770, mingles with socially aggressive Sturm und Orang. With aggression against a hostile society in which love, personality, strength, authenticity, freedom, beauty, premonition were blocked and frustrated. Goethe, for whom the erotic Werther experience was scarcely present any more when he wrote Poetry and Truth, it was only the experience described in the Marienbad elegy which evoked again the much lamented shade. Even the courtier Goethe also recalls the Werther era politically in the 13th book of Poetry and Truth. He talks of the disgust which everything regularly and compulsively recurring can cause, and sums up, in such an element and such an environment. Tortured by unsatisfied passions, certainly not spurred on to important actions from outside, with the sole prospect of having to drag on in a slow-moving, spiritless bourgeois life, we came in our uncourageous exuberance to accept the idea that we could if need be put an end to our lives at will if they did not suit us any more, and thus we managed to get through the tribulations and boredom of the days scrappily enough. This attitude was so universal that Werther had the great effect it did because it struck home everywhere and openly and lucidly presented the inmost nature of a sick, youthful delusion. The collision of the utopian feeling was thus not only one within the world of love, and the feeling itself was not only erotic. The tears which the young wept over Werther came from hearts troubled on all sides. They were wishes unsatisfied, activity inhibited, happiness prevented, suffering embittered. Suffering at their own inadequacy in the face of their own waking dreams and at the inadequacy of the world, suffering at fate, the old dumb rock as Werther himself calls it. The demand, Prometheus, or Tasso. Sharper drives now broke forth, and they did not renounce life. German youth in around 1770 was also not prepared to accept things as they were, to endure violence. Soon the emotions were completely unloaded, they left behind the timidity, the overloadedness of the merely suffering, i.e. passive kind. They vented themselves in the demanding turmoil of Sturm und Orang, in protest. Thus the fervour of youth was joined by the new and special fervour of a time of change, by bourgeois revolutionary unrest which rose up against serfdom, regulation, despotism, and nature. The Sturm und Orang writers as a whole had the good fortune to be not only subjectively but also objectively as old as their age and to feel themselves in tune with the tendencies of the finally awakening German bourgeoisie. If, in Lessing's words, physiological youth may be intoxication without wine, then in 1770 it was more than that. The external situation itself provided youth with its own urgent cause for intoxication, indeed almost too much cause, namely for intoxication which was often still without conception. A bourgeois revolution seemed to be getting underway in Germany, which did not then come after all, and with the country's low level of capitalist development, it did not use the calculating, regulating intellect. It appealed to wild vague feelings of freedom and patriotism, irrational fanaticism which came naturally to a still semi-baroque, i.e. pietistic petit bourgeoisie and also to youth. Strong emotional accents were also to be found among the politically clear-headed, long since rational Third Estate in France. Rousseau brought them precisely with decisive impetus to the masses, and they spurred particularly intensely to revolution. However, in economically backward, politically unschooled Germany, the emotions did not automatically ally themselves with the bourgeois official enlightenment, which often became stolid immediately after Thomas Suze, but turned in their expression against it. Against the barrenness of the old, of the Gauche asterisk above all of what seemed to be the same Whig, the same regulations that they saw in the despotic police state. Of course it was only the amalgam of a regimented conformist bourgeoisie and of regimenting duodecimo despotism which the Sturm und Orang opposed. In reality the Sturm and Orang in its entire content is wholly part of the Enlightenment, even though it rejected this term for the reasons given above. It is its most active part and is completely allied to it in all its themes: the education of youth, freedom, humanization of the legal system, natural right, and so on. The rejection of intellect overlooked the then progressive role of the bureaucracy and of general law as a whole, but a wild Apollo and the liberation of the bourgeoisie merged in a unique immediacy in the young Germany of the time. Hence also the richly varied ensemble which was nonetheless, under the militant heading of Unitary, felt to be uniform, the sentimental alongside the old German, the protest against the pigtail alongside archaism, the democracy of the popular song alongside Hammond's solitary storm Christianity, with strife, clouds, lightning around the red dawn. Seldom had so much Lord, make space for me in this narrow breast appeared, so much shaking at the bars in man, so much youth as would be lion God, so much anti-Philistinism per se, uncertain whether breaking out into wilderness or the bright sun, for both lay in the Sturm und Orang. This was the German, highly German turning point, mixed time of change which surrounded Goethe's youth, a bourgeois revolution, despite the lack of a bourgeoisie behind it, despite the burning unclearness. From a narrow phenomenon, confined to the avant-garde and youth, emerged this exaggerated but also comprehensible category of Sturm und Orang, as that of youth and utopian overfullness together. Hence the enterprising man lived here, before setting about a very different kind of business. The Blochish, as it was called, becomes in Lenz, utterly lost to himself, Thus he dragged out his existence, and in young Goethe, utterly and completely healthy, driving him to write, leapt from bed like a madman reeling / never before so full of soulful feeling. Something powerfully overexcited, seeking a different space, rages and complains in Klinger, I want to stretch myself across a drum to gain a new dimension. Oh, if I could exist in the space of this pistol until a hand fired into the air. Oh, vagueness! How far and how astray you lead man, Sturm und Orang, 1. Something utopian, far more humanly sore and impetuous, affirmance in a movingly genuine way in Mailer Muller, the writer from the Palatinate, with how many inclinations we come into the world. And for most of them to what purpose? Seen from afar, they lie, like the children of hope, having scarcely entered into life, they are instruments whose sound has faded, that are neither used nor understood, swords rusting in their sheaths. Why is this being with 5 senses so limitless in feeling and so restricted in his power to achieve? When the evening often bears my imagination aloft on golden clouds, there is nothing, nothing I cannot do. I am the master of all the arts, I stretch, feel high up, feel awakening in my breast all the gods who divide this world in glorious lots among themselves like booty. Painter, poet, musician, thinker, everything that Hyperion's rays kiss into more life and from which Prometheus' torch steals heat, I long to be yet cannot, in my soul I vanquish all, yet I am a mere child when I begin the physical execution, I feel the god flaming in my veins who hesitates under the muscles of the man. Why this impulse without satisfaction? Oh, they must all come forth, the gods pent up within me, come forth with 100 tongues and proclaim their existence to the world. I want to blossom out fully in all my tendrils and buds, fully, so fully. There are stirrings like a sea storm over my soul, they consume me utterly. What then? Shall I dare to reach out for it? I must get close to it. You idol in which my inmost soul is mirrored. Who cries it out? Skill, power of intellect, honor, glory, knowledge, achievement, power, riches, everything, to play the god of this world, the god. Life of Faust, monologue. Something utopian, the Eudemonsaion, wild, vague yet conjuring, a republic without cowards, exclaims itself in Schiller's Raubers, seeks partisans for revenge, freedom, nature, and oh, I can't bear to think of it. Am I to press my body into a corset and bind my will in laws? The law has slowed down to snail's pace what would have been the soaring of an eagle. The law has not yet produced a great man, but freedom hatches out colossi and extremities. Put me at the head of an army of fellows like myself and Germany shall be a republic to make Rome and Sparta look like nunneries. Certainly this is not Goethe's part, and even more certainly revolution in THIRD-WORLDISM appeared only as a kind of poetic arson with a guilty conscience. Anarchic erasio even in the later Sturm-und-Drang showed the backwardness and indeed the thwartedness of revolutionary consciousness in Germany at that time. But the revolutionary utopian emotion as such is unmistakable, its strength works its way through the braggadocio, its subjective absoluteness is clear beside the unclear goal setting. From the beginning Goethe's Teutonism had, its and Egmont, its surveyable material, which was made liberal in the former, and was national revolutionary in the latter. On top of this came symbolic understanding of the mythology of rebellion, of the long-suffering but unrefuted enemies of Zeus. Thus Prometheus, inherently already the Gotts von Berlichingen among the gods, became Goethe's god, the true demiurge of man, the all-wheeler, all-dreamer, the rebel of light who brought fire to men, who is indeed himself fire. Prometheus is the blazing element, the considerer of the future, he is raging resignation on the rock and that immortal hope to which a Hercules comes. He is the victim whose liver, the organ of prophecy, is gnawed to pieces. 979. By the vulture or eagle of Zeus, this age-old heraldic emblem of oppression. He above all others is the imprisoned god in man, as such he made the mythology of Sturm-und-Drang and filled its favorite son, Dr. Faust. Goethe, in the 15th chapter of Poetry and Truth, stresses the very late, very surprising continuing influence of this Promethean phenomenon, even in Tasso, indeed even in the world of Iphigenie. Now himself, an Olympian, Goethe, asserted the peaceful, plastic, at most long-suffering reluctance and this alone of his present sympathy, writes, but the bolder characters of that race, Tantalus, Ixion, Sisyphus, were also my saints. I pitied them, their state was recognized by the ancients as truly tragic, and if I presented them as members of an immense opposition in the background of my Iphigenie, then I certainly owe to them part of the effect which my play had the good fortune to produce. Opposition to authority can also be merely a palace revolution, and the later Goethe confined himself to the idea of palace revolution but around 1770, in the rising epoch of the bourgeoisie, the opposition contained a life that was not prepared to stop at a mere switching of facades. A life that, at least as anti-Philistinism, continued to influence Goethe's work even well into his later period of moderation, a moderation which, despite conservatism, was by no means played out, which could, as he put it, always think its way to what was right. Tasso still shows breaks which stem from the first version, revised in Italy. The Ur Tasso of 1779 wholly affirmed the rights and the superiority of its dream-filled, though also libertine hero. And Antonio, his adversary, is portrayed in the first version with all the characteristics of his hated origins in the anti-world of Sturm-und-Drang, in the Philistin even in high office and in absolutist reason of state, and even in the revised version he appears at the beginning as brusque, malicious, arrogant, and envious. Only in the third act does he come across as sympathetic and positive, a calm, level-headed man of the world, whereas at the same breakpoint Tasso only here begins to play the vain fantast, unstable and at odds with himself. And similarly the Meister, with the hero's theatrical mission, continues to influence the Lehrjahr, the curing from the mission, the realistic Erziehungsroman. Asterisk here too the first book, full of effusiveness, still presents Meister's self-created world, overcrowded with ideas, full of poetry and drama. Here too it is only the sequel which brings correction and Sophro-sign, what in Tasso was madness is here, in far lower C characters, the misery of the wandering player's life, the hollowness of aesthetic illusion. But when the hero, taught by experience, returns to active, real life, one which is truly praisable and thus praised, then, with obvious repugnance, it is not into a Philistine existence such as that of Werner, that of the practical man and man of experience who has never known the element of exuberance, whose practice is therefore spiritless and whose realism is itself the most incomplete. Admittedly in Meister only the theatrical mission contains a lingering trace of Sturmuende Orang, but it is this which keeps the hero, however average he may be alive and which keeps Philistinism, which is both unfree and unartistic, away from Wilhelm. Thus the wild Apollo lived on for a long time, even when the god, in Goethe's middle period, had partly turned into classical marble, but not during Goethe's symbolic old age. It was the many-toned category of freedom which kept exuberance alive, which destined it for Geertz, for Egmont, for Faust. And the long polar winter as which the Enlightenment and the Sturmuende Orang regarded all feudal history, the effect of the wild Apollo was like that of the sun at last beginning to rise from below the horizon. Air of heaven, freedom. Freedom. Are the last words of the dying Goths, and Egmont, the national revolutionary hero, dies with a vision which hurls the entire ocean in tyrannos, brave people. The goddess of victory leads you. And as the sea breaks through your dams, break and pull down the walls of tyranny and sweep it away in drowning waters from the ground which it usurps. Rage and hope, the were and are here the two utopian emotions of a sharper kind, and they govern all others in the consciousness which feels itself to be full of a new figure. Intention of sublimity. Faust Gothic and metamorphosis. But the whole man must sound, and at that time he was whole only when he was writing. What was fermenting in young Goethe looked out at fermentation, tried in a related manner to assure itself of it creatively. Here especially was an extremely dawning being ahead and calling across, from the across itself. An inexplicable sweet yearning drove me to wander over wood and lea. And as 1,000 tears were burning, I felt a world arise in me. Asterisk. This is not only the fermentation of youth and time of change but the new fermentation of production. This kind of forward dawning has scarcely ever been expressed in a more experienced way. With all the deep morning red that seeks to come to light, both hesitant and exuberant. The hesitant does not coincide with the immaturity of the Sturmuende Orang, nor the exuberant with its obsessive animation, for both, as already audible in the monologue of Mailer Muller, of the poet who scarcely became one, of greatness anti-ram, are part of productive incubation. Hence the torment, indeed the guilt feeling of still wordless overfullness in Werther, why so limitless in feeling and why so restricted in the power to achieve? Why this sweet enlivening of my budding ideas and its dull fading amidst the impotence of men? That I feel so high up and yet cannot say you are all that you can be, this is my torment. And the same sultriness of the new, right at the will to expression itself, before Werther Goethe can already found, has already founded his later landscape. My friend, when dusk falls around my eyes, and the world around me and the heavens rest completely in my soul like the form of a lover, then I often yearn and think, oh if only you could express that again, if you could breathe into paper that which lives so fully, so ardently in you, so that it became the mirror of your soul as your soul is the mirror of the infinite God. The desideratum is the most certain being and the only honorable quality of all men, the desideratum to give shape to that which fordawns so clearly, which questions in objects themselves and seeks its poet, with an as it were demanding gaze, is having and not having itself. Werther's not having in having therefore constitutes the entire unrest in a different, now so unfathomably broader, deeper sphere, in Faust, at his desk, beginning around midnight, just beyond an earlier world of statement which had already collapsed, a world which had not become a statement in efficacity and seed, either of inner or of external nature. But hesitation, even catastrophe, is also paralleled in production by its converse element, having in not having or the unerring power of exuberance. The power leads us into the novum towards constructio n, hence the Weimar Confession to Lavater, this ambition to point the pyramid of my existence, the foundation of which is given to me and grounded for me, as high as possible into the air. This ambition outweighs everything else and scarcely allows me to forget it for a moment. I must not fail myself, I am already advanced in years, and perhaps fate will break me in the middle of it and the Tower of Babel will remain bluntly uncompleted. I want people at least to say that it was boldly conceived and, if I live, my powers, God willing, should reach up to it. Production in this power for the unbecome already sees the end, which articulates and brings home, the morning red which saw so much new world slipping away from and arising within it already contains the built saved element and Linkus, who declares it at the end of Goethe's Livy. The sun is sinking and the final ships are sailing gaily harborwards. A heavy barge here slowly slips along the channel to the wharves. The flags are brightly fluttering from rigid masts where rigging climbs, in you the bosun counts his blessings and fortune greets you in highest time. Asterisk. The highest time is that of the fulfilled moment, and around this, around the opening up of its sign, unloading of its content, all these faces of creation were moved or positioned, around the utopia of the fully stated here and now. Every production intends an element of the seventh day of creation, as the statement of the previously unsaid, the human hearing of the previously unheard. And Wanderer's storm song, very close to the source of Goethe's production, is arresting both because the storm carries away and because it abates, around a continually creating center, around the brightly shing, warmth-giving fire of the house, around inner warmth, warmth of soul, center. Heart of the waters, marrow of the earth, in man and in nature. External images had to respond to the inner ones, otherwise neither emerged. For the young Goethe, a thin and meager environment was not suitable for this reciprocal echo. The older Goethe recalls this significantly in Book 6 of Poetry and Truth. As much however is certain, that the vague, far-reaching feelings of the young and of certain primitive peoples are alone suited for the sublime, which, when it is to be excited in us by external things, formless, or shaped into intangible forms, must surround us with a greatness which is too much for us. And with similar deviation in the 8th book of Mstr, the inclination of youth to mystery, to ceremonies, and to fine words is extraordinary and often a sign of a certain depth of character. In these years one wants to feel one's whole being moved and affected, even if only obscurely and vaguely. The youth who senses many things believes that he finds a great deal in a mystery, puts a great deal into a mystery and that he is bound to have an effect through this. This refers to the so-called Hermetic societies, to Rosicrucianism with which Goethe came into contact as a student, to the Sal Philosophicum and the world of Fraulein von Klettenberg, but it refers equally to the dash of confusion without which young productivity would find no form at all. Or only the slick form of the gallant period of the time, or the epigonally polished form of the classical age, or even the falsely, i.e. banally naturalistic style, which are all mere clichés, not forms of reality, which is much intertwined, richly edged. Sublimity and legitimate mystery, as the answering counterpart of his own sea loud trail and far radiating too much, the young Goethe discovered only in works which included clouds, forests, intensifications, fruitful darknesses, in the poems of Pindar and the plays of Shakespeare. Hence even Goethe's statement in his remarks on Diderot's Arameau, which applies to far more than Shakespeare and Calderon, unmistakably referring to the necessary barbarization in Faust, the deeply humane, not at all classicistic imperialistic sounding statement, to remain courageously at the height of these barbaric advantages, as we will probably never attain the classical advantages. This is our duty. In architecture, Goethe's harmony with the Gothic, then most definitely considered barbaric, had long since awoken at the sight of Strasbourg Cathedral, its forest world, its tremendous aspect as humanum. Few have been privileged to create a Babel idea in their souls, entire, great, and even in its smallest part necessarily beautiful, like trees of God, and fewer still have then found 1,000 willing hands to dig the rock, conjured up steep heights on it, and then, dying, said to their sons, I remain with you, in the works of my mind, complete what I have begun, build it into the clouds. On German Architecture, 1773. Subject-object immanence in all this as far as it goes out, even in those truly protoplastic elective affinities where production and earth spirit help into, indeed exchange places with, each other, and when the storm in the forest roars and creaks, the giant spruce collapses bringing down the trees around it, crushing boughs and trunks, a fall that thunders hollow from the hill, you lead me to the safety of the cave. You show me to myself, and in my heart most deep and secret wonders are revealed. Asterisk. Here the sublimity of familiarized shaping reshaping draws away into the distance, into the unexhausted sure and excess of the genius or of nature, no matter which here. This reshaping does not abate even in the cooler transition from the protoplastic to the plastic insight. It is, as metamorphosis, the formative drive towards perfection of the species which is identical with production. Stamped form which develops as it lives, certainly there is in this something pre-ordered, a statics which repels the novum. Yet at heart the power of the nobler creatures is contained in the holy circle of living formation. No god can extend these bounds, which nature honors, for only thus limited was the perfect ever possible. These lines are from the didactic poem Metamorphosis of the Animals, which sets limits, a conservative version of Aristotelian entelecheia. But even in the late Goethe stamped form is always only developing, never manifestly given, it is not a ready-made framework for shaping reshaping, but a latent goal working from a latent idea of shape. Just as much as the conservatism of the late Goethe feared all violent production, so that he did not understand Kleist and Beethoven, indeed did not want to believe in volcanism in nature, despite volcanoes, equally the primal phenomenon in every entelecheia was never without shaping reshaping, stamped form is no mummy. Goethe's theory of metamorphosis always gives the reflection of his own lifelong production, one which was unbelieving even in the face of death, which was often rounded, never closed. Existence is drawn in circles here, there is a law according to which all living things come to be, but the Goethean circles do not press phenomena, and the truly entelechetic outline, not only conserving but also developing, is always drawn in utopian dotted lines. Right at the end of his life, in the Enetebooks on Morphology, Goethe set the following dialectica_ly open sentences against the statics so easily associated with the word shape. For the complex of the existence of an actual being the German uses the word shape. In this word he abstracts from the mobile, he assumes that a common feature is established, completed and fixed. If however we consider all shapes, we find that nowhere does a constant, nowhere does a resting, nowhere does a completed entity occur, that on the contrary everything is swaying in constant movement. Hence our language, appropriately enough, tends to use the word formation, both for what has been produced and for that which is being produced. If therefore we wish to establish a morphology, we must not speak of shape, but when we use the word we should think at the most of the idea, the concept, or of something in experience fixed for a moment only. That which has been formed is immediately reformed, and if we wish to achieve anything like a living perception of nature we must remain as mobile and malleable, according to the example with which she precedes us. Accordingly even Faust in shaped heaven gives no rest, indeed there is if anything too much rather than too little drawing on our here which even in paradise still has an eternal utopia. For the young Goethe production had an elective affinity with every formation full of sap, For the older Goethe, it was the vice-regency of the objective imagination and of its significant, i.e. entelechy containing objects. And Aristotle's theorem that movement was uncompleted entelechiae would have been highly acceptable to Goethe. That a creation full of sap should well from his fingers, this was the youth's desire. That this welling, ascitis nature, should also be a forming like nature, with the inner necessity of the shaping of nature and of its products, an antique room, mysterious in the broad daylight, this was the ambition of the man. The world itself is here productivity towards its full content, or a material Faust, who changes in all his metamorphoses because the distant identity whose name is not only Gretchen moves on ahead of him. Aril and poetic imagination. The old masters led sober lives and worked as craftsmen. Poets, on the other hand, were never in a guild, even where they were not as free as the birds in the air. Sometimes they were exposed, pensioners of the powerful, sometimes poetry, unlike the craft of painting, was considered a knightly art. But the peculiarly free-floating, or so it appeared to itself, art of poetry was in fact even objectively less tied to traditions of craftsmanship. Poetic production does not require the grinding of colors and the joint efforts of masters and journeymen in the workshops. Much as poetry in every point includes handicraft in the sense of technical skill and knowledge, craft handed down, further developed by the master himself, the imagination here is far more thrusting, outgoing. For unlike the plastic arts, it has the long road of time on its side, and along it the adventure, even in the mediated sense, of a fullness of action moving onwards. It is this which is carried on by poetic ability itself, and which is both inscribed on and pre-ordered in it. The poetic rules of the 17th and 18th centuries certainly restricted the poetic imagination, but they have a very different origin from the old rules of the handicrafts. And it was Shakespeare, the star of the highest height, who produced a very light-winged symbol of poetic ability, Ariel. Prospero in The Tempest has his magic wand, but the best helper is Ariel, who loves his master. All hail, great master! Grave sir, hail! I come to answer thy best pleasure, bt to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding task Ariel and all his quality. Ariel is the pneuma and metamorphosis who can even make the world shoot beyond its respective entelechies, with thoroughly delectable raptures. Ariel, the most graceful of all the spirits of freedom, plays on Shakespeare's fairytale level, and thus he phantasmagorizes and helps to bring about a cheerful ending almost limitlessly. At Prospero's command he causes the imaginary shipwreck, changes into storm and fire, he joins the butterflies and swallows, changes into a water nymph. He creates the music which Ferdinand hears, with all the uncertain topics peculiar to the purest time art. Where should this music be? Asks Ferdinand, bemused. Ith air or th earth? It is this freedom of Ariel by which great poetic abductors have violated the laws of time and place for the sake of richer or more concentrated encounters. So that Shakespeare's Hector speaks of Aristotle, and Theseus can be connected with Oberon and Titania. So that we see Goethe's Faust and Helen married in a Gothic Sparta after Faust, as a Norman duke, has just defended Helen, newly returned from Troy, against an attack by Menelaus. Thus time and space are enchanted here, a most powerful interlocking of poetic imagination and, for all their distinctiveness, its intertwining shapes of meaning. Probably no one has yet attempted to produce an outline of all these dream worlds of the poetic imagination, with the constantly flowing relations between all its archetypes and entelechies. It would probably be most complicated, resembling a kaleidoscope more tha11 in outline. It is no coincidence that Goethe invoked Ariel when he switched from typical to allegorical symbolic representation. Ariel also stands at the gate of the second part of Faust. And he is also at work in Goethe's Pandora, unnamed, but as imagination, this particular Eros which, though it does not begin everything, completes it in lovelier images. Ariel, changing from air into a colored cloud, animates the gifts of Pandora, the content of her box, the simply beautiful magic. And merrily a starry flash came from the steam, and then another one, and others followed fiercely. Then I looked up, and on the cloud already hovered, all fluttering, a colored crowd of lovely gods. Pandora showed and named to me the hovering forms. Up there you see, she said, shines happiness of love. And next to this, she carried on, delight in jewels fast follows on the wavy train of billowing gowns. But higher climbs, with steady serious ruler's gaze, a shape of awesome power that presses ever forwards. And others too melt into one another circling, responding to the smoke, which surges back and forth, but all obliged to be the pleasure of your days. And this Ariel appears not only as a smoke-formed, desirable delusion, as the airy spirit of illusion, but behind him beauty itself, Pandora, the imaginary figure created and sent by the gods, stands and bows down. The world in itself for Goethe is a universal life in which beauty inheres, to which the joy of contemplation of art is most closely assigned. From this contemplation and certainly in it Goethe's imagination constructs its second world, not enigmatic and leaving phenomena behind it but shining through, bringing out, indeed rescuing phenomena into what is significant in them. Here an overshooting of what has already been stamped is inevitable, both in the subject and the restless characters, Tasso, Faust, even Wilhelm Meister, and especially in objectivity itself which has been thoroughly shaped in art. The Romantics were not far wide of the mark in feeling close not only to the young Goethe of the popular ballads but also to the late Goethe. His symbolism or he infinity which inheres in things, in this one entity Goethe said what they could not articulate, he achieved where they, for the most part, merely fluttered around or indeed declaimed. And the imagination itself, that of the popular ballads and of rich symbolism, retains with Ariel its naivete, without which no creation whatsoever but only labored work or flappy PG comes about. In this respect Ariel certainly resembles the divine child Krishna in Indian legend, whose mother happens to open his mouth. Inside his body she sees the immeasurable splendor of heaven and of the entire world, but the child goes on playing peacefully and seems to know nothing of it. Such is the naivete with which Goethe endowed even those of his characters who are most sentimental in the Schillerian sense, Mignon, Tasso, and even Faust. The great poet does not have the alternative of being nature or not being nature and seeking it, the antithesis which Schiller established to define the naive and the sentimental writer. But as a great poet he is nature and will at the same time seek it, namely that which is glimpsed poetically, which in actions and in characters is imminently driven beyond the incidental, the faltering and the undecided. What then comes about is not for example whimsical as in the case of T_Hose poets who have made only half of Ariel, and certainly only half of Minerva their own, as the ancients used to say, i.e. a whimsicality which does not overtake the course of things but merely veers subjectively and arbitrarily away from it. Yet exact imagination such as Shakespeare and Goethe possessed is never directed simply at something which is arbitrarily possible but at the objectively possible, in such a way that their theatre lights make characters, passions, and situations not more arbitrary but more consistent, so that Faust's magic cloak leads to adventures which mediate the world with its tendency, multiply the world in artistic pre-appearance, but do not leave it behind. The poetic imagination, leaving nothing half-shaped, thus endows each of its objects with the capacity to pursue its métier fully, its love, courage, suffering, happiness, victory, sometimes even its weakness and absurdity, and precisely for this reason T is immanent concrete. Indeed even Ariel's poetic miracles remain connected with shipwrecks, storms, fire and the happiness of love in this world and they perfect this world without fragmentation. This faithfulness to the world despite all superabundance, this superabundance held in check by faithfulness to the world are the aesthetic measure itself, and if this measure is not adhered to then imagination either degenerates, as noted above, into whimsicality by merely veering away from the real subjectively and arbitrarily, or else, and this of course is a completely different kind of veering away, with a leap out of the entire aesthetic antelicized world, imagination transcends into religio n. Into the no longer creature of the breakthrough, into the no longer world of the transcendently miraculous. But poetic imagination itself is and remains in league with Ariel, the airy spirit who moves in the easily displaceable element above the earth but never leaves it and never bursts through it even in his fire. In its colored reflection this imagination has life which is driven to its imminent perfected end. This is the nature of the free-floating but world-faithful utopia of its own kind, from whose dream of transformation poetic production comes, to whose world without disappointment it goes. The demonic, and the allegorical symbolic sealedness which expresses itself. For all this, creative power remains uncanny, both for itself and for others. Goethe said that its origin was a place where light does not burn or does not readily bum, and he called it the demonic. For him the demonic is not the dark per se but the dark which exercises power. Seductive or dominating power and a power of fascination, which causes terror and desire together, attraction through terror. The serpent has always been the symbol of this aspect of the demonic, but so too has fire. Another important thing about this darkness which exercises power is that it is sealed, i.e. that despite its undeniable and often intense influence on others it does not come out of itself, indeed at its worst extreme is reserved to the point of being gloomy kitsch. Because of this sealedness even the vitality so often associated with the demonic, for all its radiance, has a nocturnal aura about it. Typical of this dark radiance is the character of Don Juan, the archdemonic, something manic, which operates most powerfully on the outside world, is here imprisoned in itself. Thus, for all the emanations of the demonic, it is also incarcerated in unspeakable inwardness. As Kierkegaard, who ought to know, remarks narrowly, i.e. pastorally, but aptly, his is the profound element in existence, that unfreedom takes itself prisoner. Freedom is constantly communicating. Unfreedom becomes more and more sealed and does not want communication. The opposite of sealedness is manifestation, but in almost all 990 cases the demonic does not express itself but merely breaks out atavistically. And not in words. Its easiest and most frequent monstrosity-creating expression is not even, as one might expect because of its inwardness, individual, occurring only in and around the strange person, but mass delirium, although it is usually caused by such persons. This ranges from the frenzies of the Manades and the Berserks to the pogroms of the Crusades and the inverted aggression of flagellants, from the intoxication of battle to white terror. In all this the demonic does not communicate, not even when it goes to the masses or even becomes collective. On the contrary, the old sealedness remains even in its collective eruption. What appears to be communication is merely infection, and at the bottom of it all is the same loneliness as mass. The non-manifestation of the sealed is paralleled in demonic mass delirium by the fundamental absence of intellect, criticism, self-control and judgment. This is why it is also the perfect time for that quality least accessible to communication and to illumination, stupidity. But of course there is also, and this is crucial for the phenomenon stressed by Goethe, a kind of positive demonism, one which, without losing its unfathomable and powerful elements, is also adept at manifestation. Its locations are the liberating revolution and productive genius which gives shape to the new, celebrated by Goethe as early as Wanderer's Storm Sunji. Its symptom is not intoxication but enthusiasm. Intoxication only exhibits the urge to sacrifice, whereas enthusiasm possesses the courage of self-sacrifice. Intoxication loses all hold on things and on reality, whereas enthusiasm possesses consciousness, knowledge of the content of the matter, communicative loyalty to the goal. Even in art, negative demonism which remains sinister is met by no glance which it itself casts, but only by an atavistically numinous element like itself, monstrous rather than awe-inspiring, an object of fear not of awe. Whereas positive demonism, the demonism of light, on the other hand, appears wherever terror is the beginning of the beautiful instead of its end, where the numinous, like consolation at the border, is commensurate with Goethe's words, distant and heavy hangs a veil of awe. It is therefore this positive demonism which finally governs the manifold revelations of demonic human and productive experience in Goethe's work itself. This is instructive because here yet another tone is added to that of the harp. Aerial, the light, golden, wafting mode of playing which, even to itself, is uncanny, is joined by a sphinx, which does not of course always remain one. Now appears the element of what was called power, not only by the sturmuendi orang, a hoofbeat of the winged horse, and only then the source. Goethe, however, sometimes fuses the dark and the positive demonic in a value-free manner. He defines as demonic everything which erupts with the force of immediate nature, regardless of whether it is terrifyingly monstrous or prophetically divine. He even refuses at first to apply the term to himself. It is not in my nature, but I am subject to it. He does not even apply it essential y to the excellent or to the productively significant. His words here sound terrifyingly prophetic, but this demonic element is most terrifying when it emerges predominantly in one person. They are not always the finest people, either in mind or in talent, they are seldom noted for goodness of heart, but a tremendous power radiates from them, and they exercise an incredible fascination over all creatures and even over the elements. Who can say how far this influence can extend? All moral forces combined are helpless against them. The brighter part of mankind tries in vain to cast doubt on them as deceived or deceivers, the mass is still drawn to them. But if Goethe is here seeking to keep the demonic away from himself, indeed to place it at a certain cautious distance from the excellent per se, he later revoked both reservations, for he assigned both great natures and above all highest productivity, i.e. his own, to the demonic. Frederick II, Peter the Great, Napoleon, Byron, Mirabeau, Goethe called them all demonic, not only in their passion and their energy but also in their unsurpassable assurance. However, the connection with the demonic, on the side of lucid obsession, becomes complete only in the case of poetic production. There is definitely something demonic in poetry, and primarily in unconscious poetry in which all intellect and all reason fall short, and which therefore operates over and above all ideas. And absolutely emphatically to Eckermann in March 1828, in connection with the recurrence of puberty, all productivity of the highest kind, every important aperçu, every invention, every great thought which bears fruit and has consequences is in no man's power and is above all earthly power. It is related to the demonic, which overpoweringly does with it what it will, to which it unknowingly submits while believing that it is acting on its own initiative. Here, in connection with the lightning flash of inspiration which overwhelms the consciousness, Goethe recalls the myth of un hoped for gifts from above. Accordingly he describes the productive as a vessel found worthy to receive a divine influence. Goethe adds more conventional explanations to these interpretations, which, however, also seek to define positive communicative manifesting sealedness, the category of productive depth both upwards and downwards, as opposed to the demonism which remains darkly below. Significant here is his definition of the all-embracing, work-sure, fruit-barrel, assurance which is connected with positive demonism and gives direction. Direction away from the urge, the sense of mission, of an inescapably productive nature, and direction from the star which chaos seeks to bring forth and on which all the dominants of his development are trained throughout his life. And the works themselves which are so necessarily produced are assigned to the star just as they stress and perceive it as stella nova before all else. Goethe's demon finds and form _s its basic material in Faust, that of Beethoven in the Eroica and in Fidelia, that often _ in the Divine Comedy, indeed, as Goethe maintains in Primal Words. Orphic, it is even part of the law by which such natures embark on their careers that they must inescapably be true to themselves and therefore also to their time. The time in which their own basic material is ideologically available and also, in its Goethean, Beethovenian, and Dantean ramifications, latent in utopian terms. Thus the positive demonic here determines the unerringness of the productive goal and principle which are newly posited, articulated for the first time. The sealed quality which manifests itself, or the self-manifesting quality which is sealed, finally makes such works necessarily allegorical, symbolical in all their central sections. In other words, it makes them meaningful in terms of meanings which are themselves founded in the world of their objects and therefore also correspond objectively to the sealed lucid quality of demonic production. Thus a subject-object relation is founded which extends not only to the rising social contents of the time but to the advancing announcements sounding through in the object world as a whole, to that in it which Goethe, with the thus only dawning sense of nature, called mysterious in the broad daylight or even wholly public mystery. Inside and outside, inside as manifestation which is of a high order and presupposes sealedness, outside, in the objects to be uttered, as sealedness in which manifestation still expresses these objects. Both, language as well as material content of such production, contain the constant interaction between sealedness and aurora rising. Poems are painted window panes asterisk, and thus, like their objects, like the colors of the Goethean world and color theory as a whole, they lie between darkness and light. Consequently, the form of representation and the form of objectivity of this public mystery, of this lucid demonism, can be none other than the allegorical symbolic, in the early works of Goethe in the straightforward manner of simile, in the late works in an often refigured, indeed paradoxical manner. Thus meaning contents of this kind are not already written out so that an interpreter need only hold the pages up to the light for the finished writing to appear, rather the world itself has not yet brought out its meaning content in finished form, hence the world itself is in this fermenting process of figural molding, hence productive genius itself stands at the most advanced post of figural development. Productive genius for Goethe is the demonic brightened up, is the urbanization of the demonic, and for him the productivity of the world is the same, with its living, developing entelechies, for they are also many living, objectively existing allegories and symbols. This and nothing else is Goethe's realism, everywhere seeking, finding, stressing a significant object s. It is not the realism of the reproduced surface but of the real which in every one of its figures is the simile of an intensifying being. Its perfection is certainly to be found in Goethe's writing, even in his cherishing self in nature, nature in self. Here, in the pantheistic whole, the book of nature certainly is written out fully for him, as in Giordano Bruno, and especially in Spinoza. But in the on the way of the figures, of the true Goethean world, a constantly changing, interrelated and thus allegorical figure creation manifests itself, and inside it a symbolical constant star, called the eternal female. It is itself not fixed, but hovers, still hovers. Just those who know such longing, mignon. There is no experienced abroad as such, every abroad is merely far from something. The longing towards it is measured in terms of the distance and beauty of this something, multiplies with them. But a shy, quite enigmatically artful seeking also lives in it, its where to must then itself stand for something else. Goethe described this type in the remotest, most homeless of his characters, in Mignon. Kidnapped as a child by a troupe of acrobats, then snatched by Wilhelm Meister from the leader of the band who cruelly maltreats her, she remains even after her rescue the pure subject of lonely, unfulfilled longing. This longing has no feet on the ground, is therefore not female sexual, despite the appearance of puberty and of its confusions. The ethereal enigmatic creature is nowhere and never woman, otherwise she could not be so unconnected. Even her relationship to Wilhelm is questionable, he is not her lover, despite being called. 994. This in the poem, nor is he her protector and father, he is the man as homeland, with whom she first experienced warmth, and he is not even loved as a person but because in him shimmers and operates that which is longed for as Italy, or rather not even as Italy but as the solid house which is there. Her only ties, apart from the unreal ones with Wilhelm, those with Felix and the harpist, are those of a sometimes similar situation, nothing more. The lonely child among adults feels drawn to Felix, the other child, the naive to the naive. The isolated creature, marked by pain, feels drawn towards the isolated old man marked by fate, the musical being to the musician. There is no motherliness, no womanliness in these relations. Mignon remains sexless, a completely floating subject of longing, even in her outward struggle against sexual determination, for the right to wear boys' clothes. That nothing bisexual or hermaphroditic is meant here, but the sign of a departure from all sexual coloring of longing, is shown in Mignon's last song, as for those celestial figures / they do not ask if man or woman. Nor is Mignon's longing passive in contrast to the adventuring active longing of a Tasso, Faust, even Wilhelm Meister, as passive longing of this kind it could still exist alongside the female. Instead, Mignon's is a longing which even in the sphere of love is nameless as it were, which is therefore altogether disparate to the man-woman relationship. Disparate, but not ascetic, which is why Mignon can be destroyed by the failure of an erotic relationship with Wilhelm. However, she is destroyed not by and through eroticism but solely by the total free-floating of her longing, the transparency of her eroticism, the constant unendingness of her not having and having at the same time. This state never breaks out of distance, its emotion can never land on the earth, remains unreal and always merely a seeming, never a becoming towards being. Thus the doctor, shortly before Mignon's death, diagnoses her to Wilhelm as follows: the peculiar nature of the good child consists almost entirely of a deep longing, the yearning to see her country again, and the yearning for you, my friend, is, I am almost inclined to say, the only thing that is earthly about her. Both merely reach out into an endless distance, both objects lie unattainable before her unique nature. Because of its silence and its spellbinding being spellbound, this longing, like Mignon's whole character, unnatural though it is still undoubtedly demonic. Natalie recognized the obsessiveness in Mignon's scarcely developed ego and recalled it for Wilhelm, as he told him of Mignon's sickness in general, that the child was gradually being consumed by a few deep feelings, that because of her great excitability, which she concealed, she was often and dangerously 995 afflicted with spasms in her poor heart. But once these anxious spasms were over, the force of nature manifested itself again in violent pulsations and now frightened the child by excess where previously she had suffered because of deficiency. But again nothing could be falser than to constrict this kind of demonism to child women and other kinds of intermediate beings, to clingers * flower girls or the soullessly Undine-like et simply seeking a soul. On the contrary, Mignon is nothing but soul, and she roams far into the distance, far beyond the man. This longing always tends towards the unconditional, thus the subject of longing per se, of nameless longing, becomes in the delicate image of Mignon a freely rising symbol, an archetypal symbol rolling from within itself. The late explanation of Mignon's origin at her exequies by her uncle Ex Machina is no explanation at all but a break in the conception of this figure, a transition to another genus. This does not concern Mignon any longer anyway, she is dead. But the archetype of Mignon is a living one, the most delicately utopian one that has ever arisen from youth. And it surrounds, overshoots, all the seemingly fixed persons and entelechies of the Goethean world. In Wilhelm Meister it is outside Bohemia, outside society, cannot be accommodated socially, is not perceivable in the become as a whole. It is primally known in the radical experience of longing of almost every human being, first of all in youth, and there it is disparate to everything that is already shaped as known, has become known. Mignon's archetype is thus precisely appraised and experienced, therefore not at all romantically extravagant or, as inexperience claims, even a so-called irony on romanticism. What then are Mignon's songs, which are among Goethe's most typical, most beautiful? Mignon's quest does not have or does not yet have years of apprenticeship, but that does not detract from this very existing, very delicate prophetic warning which has found a place in Goethe's work, precisely in this work, speaking and as yet unknown, unbecome truly under the rose. Wilhelm Meister's certificate of apprenticeship, which ends the apprenticeship, closes with the words, "The true apprentice learns to develop the unknown from the known." Certainly this is Goethean, but Mignon as a symbol of longing and its content show a trace circulating which at least cannot be developed from, is not accommodated in what has already become known. This is also Goethean, otherwise there would not, besides Mignon, also be the incomparably more defined Tasso, not even the un-at-home of Faust. If this intended trace is called unsatisfied every moment in other places, full of breaking out and molding, is called Tasso, even Faust, then here, where it is quiet and restrained, it is justifiably called Mignon, or the here so little excelling longing par excellence. It is significant that everything in her comes out in song, and thus only in this form is not sealed. She sings her songs, she seldom speaks them, and then only with great expression, which holds back everything in it. Do not bid me speak, bid me be silent. Absolute longing is denied not just love but friendship, the dialogue in it, a single oath now keeps my lips quite sealed / and now a God alone can open them. In 3 songs Mignon sings out the eros which began everything, in which she ends. Just those who know such longing / know what I suffer, a burning and a pulling which follows the beloved into the distance, which pulls much further and is yet spellbound, powerless, in the here. Then the Song of Italy, enchantingly concrete in the opening stanza, description which is pure poetry, phenomenon which is the teaching itself. Among dark leaves the golden oranges glow, a gentle wind blows down from deep blue sky / the myrtle stands so still, the laurel high / there, / with you, my dearest love, I long to go. But it is also an Italy which does not exist, or which exists as such only in her soul. It is état d'âme, the landscape of this longing itself, its orplet asterisk. Thus not only is Italy recognized as this landscape by Mignon, but Italy itself, the object as subject, sees again and recognizes Mignon as she comes. And marble images stand and look at me, / what have they done, oh my poor child, to thee? They are compassionate marble statues, like protectors and fathers, and in them longing is a support for itself. Not the last, for in the Mignon space of Italy there is another, the all of the past in which she is buried, in which life and eternity are supposed to have blended. Mignon's last song is about this other space. So let me seem till I become, / do not take off my dress so white. The white dress is not dissimilar to Faust's ethereal garment in his final wishful landscape. Mignon's 3 songs thus sing out 3 intensifications of longing and a triply intensified reception by their own, ever more undistracted content. The content remains distant homeland. It is to this that all Wisses in Mignon, the finest, stillest, purest subject of Goethean longing, are directed, without the byways and world-ways of the great, the titanic Goethean figures of longing. And this shows that Goethe not only, as he said, always conceived the ideal in female form, but also that, as Mignon. See volume I, p. 96. 997. Or unconditional longing is after all primarily a girl. He saw the striving for the ideal in this form. Although the ideal itself, in its attraction, never appears to him as such a sexual passion as Mignon's eros appeared to him and as it appears to Mignon. In the end Goethe's celestial figures certainly do ask if mock you or woman, i.e. they do not perhaps ask about the man, but they answer him, as the sensed Gretchen, as Helen, as Pandora. In the form of woman. Mignon, the pure subject of longing, cannot for the poet become an object of longing, but the Marian in her certainly comes out even in Meister with that gracefulness which comes from grace. Not of course as Mignon, but again precisely representative of that which is signified in her, exemplified by one who understood her, namely the lovely horsewoman who comes to Wilhelm's aid when, wounded by robbers, he is lying on the ground. At that moment the vivid impression of her presence operated so strangely on his already reeling senses that it suddenly seemed to him that her head was surrounded by rays of light and that a brilliant light was gradually spreading over her entire form. He still saw the coat hanging down from her shoulders, the noblest form, surrounded by rays of light, standing before him, and his soul hastened through rocks and woods on the heels of the vanished woman. The lovely lady is met again later and revealed as Natalie, the same person who first recognized and described the all-powerful obsession in Mignon, just as rest recognizes and describes restlessness. In the vision of the rays we can already see the influence of devout, South German carving at work, the Catholicizing element for which the poet of the Faust heaven has been so naively criticized. This could already have been perceived in the long, light, white, winged angel's robe which Mignon likes to wear and has to wear before her death. Longing, as Goethe's Mignon, has attained its long look, its figure, in Mignon, the nun in the Trappist monastery of love. Wishes as presentiments of our capacities. Yet the living morning is not only full of longing but actively dawning. Here there is a becoming in seeming itself, in such a way that real powers light up. Goethe even posits this as the distinguishing feature of the male: the girl is loved for what she is, and the boy for what he promises to be. Goethe as saying that what one wishes for in youth one has in abundance in old age is explained gratefully and hopefully in the 9th book of Poetry and Truth. Our wishes are presentiments of the capacities which lie within us, harbingers of that which we will be capable of achieving. What we are capable of and wish to do presents itself to our imagination as outside us and in the future. We feel a longing for that which we already secretly possess. Thus passionate anticipation transforms the truly possible into an imaginary reality. If such a direction is a definite part of our nature, then with every step of our development part of the first wish will be fulfilled, in favorable circumstances on a straight path, in unfavorable on byways, from which we return again and again to the straight. This Goethean feeling overlooks the fact that not all blossom dreams ripen. It seeks to free itself from guilt of omission by suffering from it and recognizing it, seeks to make up for the byways of that which remained plan, which was not carried out, by the well-ordered diversity of what is harvested. To make up for it all the more satisfyingly because Goethe's old age, marked by recurrent puberties, at least never dissociated itself from his youth, despite renunciation. The young Goethe wrote to Salzmann in 1771, "My nisus forwards is so strong that I can seldom force myself to draw breath and look backwards." And in 182.3, the old man told Chancellor von Müller, "Here is no past which we ought to long to have back, there is only an eternally new which is formed from the expanded elements of what is past, and true longing must always be productive, must create a new better. Ts the same as that attitude and presence of productivity which did not diminish in the old age of any brilliantly talented individual. The exceptions, for example Klopstock, Schopenhauer, are few. The rule, with such astonishing prodigalities as Verdi, is one of masterly youthful force. Outstanding talent in its autumn both puts forth blossoms and bears fruit. Even the plans and projects of his youth, which Goethe increasingly, with more interruptions than any other, left for his later years, were not only revised, not only mediated with the world breadth of his middle years and with the depth of his old age, but they were transformed, ultimately by sources which first murmured in his youth, fertilized to become an allegory symbolism in which only especially classicistic professors of literature have failed to find sensuous freshness. No poem from Goethe's early period can equal blissful longing. The Marienbad Elegy, P. Andera, the Helen and Heaven scenes in Faust. Everywhere here the young Goethe is at work in the old, in a far more lively way than in his middle period. The seeing poet is joined by the visionary, the freshness of emotional expression by the transparency of the knowing Expresszion. Gretchen is not less essential, but she is certainly no more essential than Helen, the landlady of the Lion in H. Erman and Dorothea, the Demeter-like woman, is, unless the reader can understand only the Homeric in great writing, no more formed than even mockery, the Uranian woman in the Wandering Years. The style of old age is itself a novum, as with Rembrandt, Beethoven, Plato, so with Goethe. It marks a now quite unexpected venturing beyond, a utopian element quite paradoxical for old age, which precisely because of this circulates in particularly remote, strange, and certainly not rounded off figures. In Werther the attitude and defiance of productivity was, why does the river of genius break out so seldom, so seldom roar in with high waves and shake your astonished souls? Dear friends, there are calm gentlemen living on both sides of the river whose summer houses, tulip beds, and vegetable gardens would be destroyed, who therefore know how to dam and drain the land in good time to ward off the impending danger. The mature Goethe heard and fructified this river by no means only at its mouth, despite his own summer house, despite his fear of the July Revolution and his aversion to volcanism, minus his own nature, Napoleon, and Byron. Precisely Goethe's late works disturbed those living by the river throughout the last century and beyond, those who wanted to read into Goethe a refined bourgeois idol or a kind of animalist cosmic, if possible vapid classicism, a so-called ball of force. Not only this Georgian asterisk classicism but also the completely petit bourgeois classicism of the last, not yet entirely dead century, is wrecked by the real, i.e. the deep Goethe. The old Goethe in particular, with his powerful allegory symbolism, has nothing in common with this kind of great simplicity, quiet smallness, beauty in retirement, and eternal rest for him is only in the Lord God. But Goethe says of the evening of his life, I and the composed mind thoughts arise, hitherto unthinkable, they are like blessed demons which settle brilliantly on th. peak of the past. And settle not only in the past, because as every past which has been great has peaks, it too, with them, like all that rises up and is mountain-like, stands in the future, and all mountains constantly get on well with early light, new day. Just as the downward and the upward path, when it is a matter of brightening, of its real carpe diem, are one and the same. And nowhere was this present, again precisely this, more intensely experienced than by Goethe. Because he did not devalue it for the sake of a future which was moving away from it, as early as W. Werther, the G-Reet dawning hole was for him a path to every structure of nearness, inscribed in this nearness. Guiding figures of venturing 49. Beyond the limits. Faust and the wager of the fulfilled moment. When Karl performed for him tragic storm clouds from Shakespeare, Goethe, Klinger, Schiller, and gazed at life colossally in the poetic magnifying mirror, then all the sleeping giants of his inner life rose up, his father appeared and his future, even his friends stood new before him as if lifted out of that brilliant, fantastic childhood period when he had dreamt of him playing these parts, and even the cloud floating in the sky and the troop of sentries marching across the marketplace were included in this inner procession of heroes. Jean-Paul, Titan, 54th cycle. Such natures can be regarded as intellectual winged men who with their vehement utterances hint at that which is certainly inscribed in every human heart, though often only in faint and indecipherable characters. Goethe, appendix to Benvenuto Cellini. No wet straw. Yet there is the fear of not being there. And in it the nagging feeling that what has become of us is not right either. This can manifest itself as pushiness, but also as strength which makes space for itself. It rises with a leap out of the monotony which cannot even be well retained. A quite different color, undispersed, colored with its own wish, now begins and buds. This is what is already meant in the tale of the little tree that wanted different leaves. They did not take, the foliage was still not right. It is a matter of the right greening, now, at last. This requires the strength to get out into the open. In life this is not so easy, but on patient paper people, characters in fiction, are more easily impatient. Andersen, in the tale of the Tinderbox, tells of a soldier, 1, 2, 1, 2, he comes marching along the country road. Thanks to venturing beyond the limits IOOI, a which he becomes rich, he keeps for himself the rare tinderbox which he fetched for her, which he only needs to touch, and 3 huge dogs fulfill his every wish. The people on the march of whom we are about to speak all act as if they had, indeed as if they were, the tinderbox. There are poor devils and great men among them, but they all venture beyond what is apportioned to them, flare up high like SRE. They pursue, in foolish fashion or in one which concerns us all, the intention which they are and which they have also set for themselves. The little tree that wanted different leaves is frequent enough among people, but only a few keep this up so insatiably through life. In most cases this kind of thing appears more as fictional painting itself in a colorful light on the wall. But in such a way that, boldly venturing beyond, it very easily steps out of the book to the reader, also always without a tame ending. Attempters of living life to the full, living to the end have their place here, attempting in the sense of mere tempting but above all of departure, of the nevertheless against the because of the habitual and the merely conditioning as habitual. Figures of this kind travel, remain true to unrest, as long as what could still it remains unfound. And because this very thing is not there, such unrestrained characters do not turn back. Play the lute and drain the glasses. What is first shown here is being on the alert as such. With a picturesque rejection of the bourgeois conformist which ranges from the merely gypsy-like to that with an individual, sometimes all too individual face. Even the vague word life could provide the watchword here, and it did so around the turn of the century. A rift opened up within the bourgeoisie between the parental home and its interesting sons or daughters. The Art Nouveau period marks the heyday of these human paintings, strutting about in sex-Zionist fashion or reclining among cheap anemones one moment and expensive orchids the next. But the demand for an individual face and a life commensurate with it could also have very little to do with the arts and crafts. As in the look and negative backward look which Pontoppidan's many-layered, all-losing, strangely winning hero takes in Lucky Jack. Trapped in a fusty world, asa youth he makes up lost ground through free thinking, and truly he had never yet felt as clearly as at this moment that he did not belong down there in the dim, oppressive room where his father and his brothers and sisters were now sitting singing hymns. 1002. And saying timid prayers amidst the fairy splendor of winter, a species of subterranean beings, blind to the brilliance of light, full of dread at life and its glory. Thus he felt thousands of miles away from them, in an utterly different clime, in league with the sun and the stars and the sailing clouds. Here speaks a type in which the personal, all too personal desire to escape seeks to be one of power, height, great status, even of sensuality and money, and all this genuinely, not decoratively. Lucky Jack is a very upright piece of existence against the ghouls, and one which, as the sequel shows, is too good and too deep not to go astray in the capitalist world, unfortunately every world. It is quite different with the polished figures of living life to the full at that time, especially where a by no means still fresh venturing beyond but the incipient imperialist one was reflected in the personal sphere. As in several wildly stretched or draped images of artists at the turn of the century, the great actress, the great writer, below these nothing counts. D'Annunzio's novel The Fire thus depicts the Art Nouveau hero quite exaggeratedly, in an opaline but bombastic surge. All that trembles, weeps, hopes, and yearningly strives, says the writer Stelio to the actress Foscarina, raves in the vastness of life. Even in the vague phrase in which the word cosmic extends the word modern, the peculiar, the emptily overfilled gong tone of secession is at work. All willing to be nervous, a gesture of living life to the full at any cost, as if it could be bought like this. What the late bourgeois sought once again had, in the early bourgeoisie, been truly fresh. Leading on its own life in an unrestrictedly new way, this was then almost always progressive. The entrepreneur running his business individually announced himself here, the previously existent became a burden. Subject, which certainly does not wish to sow its wild oats, appeared and was varyingly praised in the Sturmuendrang and then in the period of so-called Titanic world weariness. In Tyrannos, certainly, but there was also in this, with a simultaneous, often dangerously unclear substitution, the cry, against the Philistines. And so on up to early anarchistic supermen, but also to the new revolutionary revulsion at the bourgeois just milieu, especially when it posed as the so to speak normal human. The Swiss psychiatrist Bleuler, as we know, defined the model Philistine thus: if we had had to create Adam, we would have formed him syntonic, with a very slight manic complaint, which would have stamped him as a sunny nature. How far the dolled up, let alone the genuine frontier figures of the still revolutionary, even romantic bourgeoisie are from this, how much more like a proper human being even their excesses appear. Unrestrained demanders and bitter originals found space and, even more so, no space at the frontier. Hoffman's conductor Chrysler, Jean-Paul's scope and Volt belong here. Grab's plays, without exception, bring together artists of exaggeration and, characteristically, those who are utterly guiltless. It is always only external causes, the dull resistance of the world, through which they are overthrown. These Gothlands, Sullas, Hannibals, even Don Juan and Faust must be eccentric in Grab's plays, precisely because they rotate so completely around themselves. This is the time when the life picture of interestingness arises, venturing beyond the temperate zone, the lonelier the more decorative, the more tropical the more it seems subject. But real breaking out occurs where the writer himself appears on the scene as if he were fictional, where he comes into the play not just from the back, with a lantern, like Grab in joke, satire, irony, and deeper meaning. Where also, far from the reflected man of letters, the subject cannot cast a comic shadow, but moves us powerfully, causing us to regret all that is sedentary. The true subject genius of this period, Byron, casts his uninhibited figures not only in literature, he is so much those figures himself that it is almost only the verse which distinguishes Childe Harold, even Manfred, from their astonishing lord. The same melancholy, the same rich despair, the same solitary boredom moves formlessly among these forms, and the same genius of enthusiasm is flung against the mist. A man formed from disdain, pleasure, and the drive to be abroad comes to meet himself from his figures in the mirror, in a world completely freed of rabble. Byron's Venetian harem and even more so his death in Missalunghi could be sung. Almost every figure is repeated, yet none is typical, all have the ardent individuality which can stand itself until the end. Eternal spirit of the chainless mind. His hymn to freedom exclaims, although of course the chainless mind is always in league with solitude, as is its Manfred with the high mountains. Individual effulness of life of this kind inevitably creates the stranger. From my youth upwards, Manfred confesses, my spirit walked not with the souls of men, nor looked upon the earth with human eyes. The thirst of their ambition was not mine. The aim of their existence was not mine. My joys, my griefs, my passions and my powers made me a stranger. 1004. And only a storm-laden sky can accommodate such despair. Of course the defiantly solitary, too, the further away they moved from their clear social adversary, inevitably turned out ambiguous. Admittedly they had not yet become the barbaric elegant, live life to the full figures of the fin de siècle, paving the way for a refined fascio. But this continuingly individual kind of venturing beyond could become simply antisocial, as far as the criminal with the nerve, the sternity, and the Nietzsche to pose as a destroyer. Even before this, Lermontov's Pechorin and then Dostoevsky's Raskolnikov and Dolgoruki had superbly epitomized these characters. They too derive from an after-image of the Byronic, combined with the cult of Napoleon. Yet the seduction of that which was meant by the Byronic did not cease here, any more than the brilliance of a radical personal specific being. With the system of individual enterprise, bourgeois society first produced the taste for adventurous and gigantic subject stimuli, and at the same time these appeared to it to be un bourgeois when measured against the real citizen, the bourgeois. And a Manfredia tone, both gloomy and splendid, carried over even to the last figure of this kind, Thomas Mann's composer Adrian Leverkin. It is now time to turn to the originals of venturing beyond, Don Giovanni and above all Faust. Don Giovanni, all women, and the wedding. The fear of not being there certainly does not remain within itself. For who appears here as music, hunts and shines? A man, impetuous, faithless, wields his sword like no other, enjoys only to abandon this pleasure immediately afterwards, for in the next girl an untried pleasure beckons. Don Giovanni is hunted to this by a wish and drive which seems entirely his own. It is carried to the uttermost extreme in him and pierces whatever comes his way. Every pretty woman is all right by him because none is yet the right one, at every one the seducer casts his line, in every one the line is cast for a fish which does not get away but does not satisfy either. Yet all girls and women took particularly great pleasure in his company. Sex shows, with the highest attainable cultivation, in all its byways, what it can do, nothing else can compare with it. Even the so soulful glances are part of its pleasure, must, as it is an absolutely mutual pleasure. Serve it for the best. Time and again the cavalier tackles another lady, hurts, amuses, forgets. The audience itself is plunged abruptly into the action, right into the middle. Here we have no hero slowly planning deeds, entangling himself in them only gradually. Instead Mozart opens with Don Giovanni in his prime, in the prime of his sins. Hence the first scene, Leporello dashing to and fro, dismal night, uproar in the house, Don Giovanni storms down the stairs, is seized, flings the woman aside, the escapade has gone wrong. Donna Anna has not succumbed to him, or not yet, the abduction fails, the commendatore throws himself between them, a grey-haired old man, still daring. Screams, a duel, murder, escape, grief at the father's death in tones almost plucked from madness, a vow of revenge, what suspense! Like a surge of blood the music rises, violation, death and guilt remain along the way. And at the same time as the cavalier's advance the retrograde movement also starts up, one which is no longer diverted and for which, in the graveyard, at the highly disturbed banquet, no century is a match. Against the quest and the enjoyment of the now the past gathers, against the sword the stone now arises, absolutely antithetically. Their tone figures were already in the overture, their first tones are the past or the guest of stone as the deep majestic voice which rings out at the beginning, there follows, contrasted as lightly and frivolously as possible, brilliantly rapid pleasure in the form of the flashing violin run which here moves away from the stone. In other respects too the Don Giovanni tone figures and those of the other side are sharply differentiated in rhythm and melody, they relate to each other in general as do movement and memory, action and becomeness. What goes with the stone is music of faith, of a past which Don Giovanni never enters, which thus comes towards him from outside and buries him. But after the first escape the cavalier is fresh again, fresh for many things. He entices Zerlina with the sweetest song that has ever tempted a girl. Ah, lasciate me and Darvia, the girl pleads. No, no resta, Joha mia, sings the seducer or unconditional dissipation. Life itself is thrusting at Zerlina, and its castle is not far from here, it is Cythera. A demon of pleasure glows in the champagne aria, in the solitary presto which is exactly appropriate to him. The cavalier becomes forgetful to the point of callousness in the disguise scene with Elvira, and unrepentant, matter of fact to the point of sublimity as he pays the bill before the commendatore's statue. But all this carpe diem takes place in a space no longer free, Don Giovanni's path darkens with the suffering of others which now no longer remains behind him. More and more clearly the tension between the sword, penis, and the stone becomes the basic structure, thus it stratifies itself. The line of this antithesis now runs through all the manifold complications, intermezzi and fight scenes, buffooneries and serenades, indeed it orders the complex interweaving of opera buffa and tragic opera which makes Mozart's work, in this respect, the musical equivalent of a Shakespearean work. At the end of the first act the counter blow comes, the banquet scene presents it for the listener, with an incomparable counterpoint between the joy of life and blood revenge. The music is in C major, but not all rhythms and chords are consonant with it, not the stiff trio of the conspirators, not their rock-like homophony. Don Giovanni himself is not affected until the chorale which resounds into the graveyard from the commendatore's statue, and in the encounter when the guest of stone appears, the clash between the two tone figures finally occurs. The structure of the overture is thus reversed in the action of the opera, the majestic andante of the first theme now stands at the end, comes from the end towards the cavalier. Don Giovanni, al cinetico eminvitasti e son venuto, *, the guest of stone calls out, and finds Don Giovanni undaunted. There is no music dramatically more effective than this, none with such precise antiphons. As we have seen, the Champagne aria, its almost spaceless presto of pure intensity, is the most appropriate figure for Don Giovanni. But now the starry space of the Commendator's song looms, in Mozart's broad intervals, and with an accompanying world law which crushes the individual. Against the demonic force of nature, erupting here as boundless hetaerism in an individual, another, later demonism arises, that of law with crime and punishment. Because the force of nature no longer appears nameless but manifests itself in an individual, because law measures it by the standards of the order which has become and not for example by its strength or its beauty, the sexual force of nature itself appears as hubris, though of course in its precise sense as Dionysian. Don Juan becomes the most brilliant wishful image, the guiding image of seduction, the most unquestionable erotic power person. And as such, though a man in his potency and precisely because of this, he belongs with the women's god Dionysus, who has rebelled against marriage and order. The sword and the stone met on equal terms in the no and the yes of the final scene, and the no to restricting morality does not capitulate. Its unconditionalness does not repent, does not mend its ways, chooses rather destruction than this, no longer to be. Don Giovanni. Unbroken sexuality, with the absolutum of its love drive, has no Ash Wednesday, does not buy it, certainly does not seek the highest moment in heaven. Don Giovanni shows himself to be at all times in command of the moment, i.e. in command of that moment in which the man is, in which he is as man. Precisely in his downfall, Don Giovanni's presto becomes completely metallic and therefore just as indestructible, just as eternal, as the Commendator's stone. It is this kind of dynamism which at one point, in one person, perturbs even the opposing side, and, with Donna Anna, perturbs the music of piety, to her father and her bridegroom. Duma Anna, the only character on a par with Don Giovanni, seduces herself through the cavalier, she loves him and is in conflict. This is not only the posthumous interpretation of E.T.A. Hoffmann, in his famous novella, already 100 years previously Goldoni, in his play Don Giovanni, had hit upon the truth. Donna Anna is engaged to Ottavio without any particular affection for him and is captivated by the great lover. In Mozart's music, too, Ottavio quite clearly does not come across as a worthy object of the love in Donna Anna's song, of the conflict-laden vehemence of its excess. Nor does her mourning for her father conceal the unhappiness of a different allegiance. This mourning is all the more revealing precisely because its music is formed more from the fiery material of the Don Giovanni world than from the world of piety. In Donna Anna's last great aria, Lo Cruel. 0 no, mio caro, * mourning for her father quite clearly merges into pain of longing, into a flaming of coloratura which leaves nothing at a 1L of Ottavio, and behind which Don Giovanni looms gigantically. Don Giovanni in his sudden flaring contains an element of depth which Donna Anna well understood, which ultimately could not be completely rejected even by the Mostoso of the Commendator, which is one of becomeness and of its law. Turmoil from an as yet unilluminated natural force here takes on moderately elucidated history. Morality has proscribed or at best halved eros, but it has not incorporated it or blasted it apart. And so it announces itself subversively. Don Giovanni himself, not just the Commendator, thus gives a prophetic warning. The Commendator gives his warning from the heaven of the existing moral law and he makes it come true. But Don Giovanni gives his warning from an abyss which he not only races over but makes manifest by a demonic eruptio. It is the abyss of the classical Dionysus. But can clearly evaluating words be used, moving all, for this kind of unrest? This is the question, especially when we consider the time in which the cavalier appeared as life itself. Don Giovanni, or rather the perception of him, has undergone many a transformation, similar to that of Faust though not so fundamental. The Don Juan legend goes back to the 14th century. It formed, probably in Seville, around the historically substantiated person of a wild beau and seducer. The motif of the guest of stone is older. It possibly derives from fear of the pagan gods excavated from time to time, which were believed to be only apparently dead or only apparently of marble. Yet the guest of stone, transformed into the statue of a good man, was included in the action from the beginning. The Lecher displayed his bold courage against it. The first dramatic treatment, Molina's El Burlador de Sevilla, the Mocker of Seville, 163-0, heightens the medieval antithesis between the flesh and the spirit to authentically Baroque contrasts, on the one hand the most voluptuous enjoyment of life, and on the other God's judgment, damnation, the jaws of hell. Don Juan, apart from his sensuality, appears as a mocker, but at the end he begs, in vain repentance, for a confessor. Nonetheless he is still a powerful piece of nature. His delight in mockery itself comes from force, not from intellect, and naturally believes the other world, against which it measures itself, to be real. But the cavalier comes across quite differently in Molière's slightly later version, Don Juan or the Feast of Stone, 1645, its hero is unlovable and nothing else. The play is a bitter bourgeois satire, not one on the lust of the flesh in general but on French court society. In Molière's hands the seducer becomes the type of the beau of the time, fearless but a cold rationalist, full only of egotism, without passion. He conquers also by the extraordinary sword of love, by domineering or witty charm, but even more by the social power which he can bring to bear and bring into play, and, with ladies of rank, by his promises of fidelity and marriage. Moreover, Don Juan, in line here with the incipient bourgeois enlightenment, is an atheist, no longer a blasphemer. Thus his final challenge loses its background, and his courage, against supernatural forces in which he does not believe, becomes more a provocation of the religious than strong thinking. Molière's play had little influence compared with his great plays. The antithetical material was more closely preserved throughout the 18th century in puppet plays and folk plays, with Casper's merry pranks, which replaces Leporello, with the seducer who rightly, but also uprightly, goes to hell. And Da Ponte, Mozart's librettist, regained for this ambiguous, brilliant character all the dimensions which Mozart's music needed in order to depict the villainous as well as the utopian moving element. The villainous as well as the utopian moving element, we said, an antithesis therefore, and here the far from clear aspect of this kind of venturing beyond and unrest. Here Mozart's Don Giovanni problem arises, as that of a strangely speckled Ticklenism. Is Don Giovanni as Mozart portrays him a wolf or a human face among nothing but masks? Does he belong entirely to the society of the Ancien Regime, as its most immoral representative, or is there a trace in him, in his ernitically explosive turmoil, of an element of return to nature? Does Don Giovanni, if he is recognized as an explosive phenomenon, epitomize mere blighted nature which breaks forth, itself corrupt, from collapsing feudalism, or does he provide unadulterated, in itself musical and thus certainly not corrupt nature for Mozart's music? Is Mozart's Don Giovanni therefore simply Ancien Regime and Rococo, or does this turn against itself, not only in his downfall, in the final act and the threats which prepare for it, but in a kind of pre-Byronic manner of the hero, who cannot bind his will in stunting laws? But again Don Giovanni's frivolity contradicts this, even more so the exploitation of feudal monopolies for the love register, monopolies not connected with priapus and sturmuendi orang but with velvet, silk, castle, bow, as in the case of Zerlina when the gracious master steals her away from the peasant Macedo. Doubts enough for a single character and about it, especially for the most brilliant guiding image of orgiastic and hence of Dionysian venturing beyond the limits. Since time began, pleasure has after all only been for the gentleman, who does not work. An adventure leads the rich man to a bar, it lands the poor man in prison. And before 1789 Carmens, girls from the common people, were always possible, as were a few adventurers, but Don Juan, who is brilliant in every way, had to be presentable at court precisely for this reason. And this side of the seducer, that of the aristocratic lecher, unquestionably appears in Mozart too, although it again is very crossed. The abandoned Elvira speaks for all the disinured and deceived when she calls on the gods of revenge and the burning flash of lightning, although it is Don Giovanni himself who, without revenge, within desire, storms most powerfully. At first the libretto and music in Mozart are against the seducer, still contain much of Molière's interpretation, which saw Don Juan as a roué only. Consequently the familiar revolutionary accents are heard only from the peasant Masetto, his antagonist, and perhaps also in Leporello's surly grousing, according to which his master would be sure to end up on the guillotine. In the case of this libertine it seems hopeless. 1010. And futile to talk of revolt, against tradition, against bigotry, for the natural right of passion. The French Revolution, the bourgeois moral revolution, was clearly meant for Masetto, not for a privilege or natural right primi noctis. The beau is not repressed, he has only his utterly unrepressed lasciviousness behind him, the people are behind him only to avenge their ravished daughters. So this is one aspect of Don Giovanni, deriving from Molière and partially preserved in Mozart's work. Yet against this stands the other Don Giovanni, the forceful nature, very much after the hearts of the bourgeois Sturmer und Dranger. Mozart certainly celebrates him, in the Champagne aria and above all in the final scene, and was not the French Revolution, apart from its often resentful bourgeois morality, also versed in Burgundy and free love? Did it not have beside its Robespierre its Danton, a veritable lion of pleasure and a highly popular one too? Has not this worldly pleasure, so popularly at home in France anyway, been an ancestral part of materialism since Epicurus and Lucretius? In fact the image of Don Juan changed precisely through the French Revolution. The aristocratic lecher now completely joined the ranks of the free or of the versacrum against the mumbling priests, as with a democrat such as Lenat, an anarchistic rebel such as Grab, and the kindred genius of Byron. Instead of the cold egotist, the bringer of joy or the absolutist of a single boundless feeling now appears, Byron's Don Juan, certainly intended as a satire against cant, reaction, and bigotry. Precisely for this reason, To Sail in the Wind Si, can identify the Titan of joy. There's not a meteor in the polar sky / of such transcendent and more fleeting flight. With the romantic transformation his affinity with all other types of device now also emerged, i.e. not merely of insistence on individual specific being but on an unconditional drive aiming at the unconditional. Don Juan's affinity with Faust emerged, the radical love drive in the Formeter, the radical drive for knowledge and experience in the latter. Indeed the two passions did not even remain separated from each other and thus confined to their respective types. Faust is co-mpl-y or ganicle connected with the Gretchen material, and Don Juan, at least in Lenat's deep version, displays a drive for knowledge. What he is simply seeking here is the one, the idea of woman, and his empirical unfaithfulness is the highest faithfulness to love, i.e. against the being with whom he could stay. Lenat depicts Don Juan as being as universal in his way and as in need of landing as Faust. The mind which seeks to grasp all things must feel imprisoned and forlorn in each detail, this is what makes me thirst eternally and drags me from woman to woman fatally. And so this other Don Juan rushes through the magic circle, so imminently. Venturing beyond the limits wide, of lovely women, all the charms they hide, just as Faust journeys through his world circles, both in pursuit of the moment which does not come to disgust or boredom once it is entered. Though, of course, Don Juan's stops on this quest are both more numerous and more incomplete, indeed more incompletable. In Spain alone he makes 1003 such stops. Kierkegaard very acutely points out that this is an uneven number, and as for the end, it comes through Don Juan's death alone, not through a presentiment of a highest happiness, as we know. Nevertheless, Lenat's Don Juan, in his magic circle of women, provides, though in a far narrower field, the unmistakable counterpart, one which has since been clearly worked out, to Faust's drive for fulfillment. The eccentric Grab even coupled Don Juan and Faust in a single play, dividing the two souls in Faust's breast among two unconditional absolutists. Grab's Don Juan became Faust I and the region OFT south of life, Grab's Faust is Don Juan I and the cold zone. The memory of Molière's courtly villain has thus vanished altogether, tropic land of hottest powers of love / magic wilds where deepest passions move. This is not the court of the ancien regime or the joys of vice seen through the eyes of bourgeois morality. A curious shifting indeed, a shifting of the bow to become a titanic bohemian, ambiguously titanizing against the reduction which has come about and is known as the bourgeois. It was precisely against the latter that the new image of Don Juan rose up, above all e.t. A. Hoffman's, ASSTO joy, NOTOM bourgeoisement and TO all the statues of an extinguished past. This is the most prominent motif of this figure, one which even combines carpe diem with impietus towards the dead, father, ancestors. The living to the full of the now, the standing stream of happiness are sought, not abdication of the most natural of all excesses in the face of tradition, habit, becomeness, and alienation. Don Juan and Faust seek instead, in boundless setting forth, the moment when at last wedding could be, at last high time. The lightning flash in which Don Giovanni appears and remains is certainly not t light for the incommensurate in man, but it is the most dazzling. Faust, macro cosm, stay a while you are so fair. The urge to the here and now is never confined to its own, inner place. It is only felt first here, and released here, but in such a way that everything outside is to be well and truly collected and prepared in this nearness. This unites the figures of unrest as soon as they make and have space around them. En route to fullness they are equally world-experiencing, churning women and everything else up in search of what can still their longing. Most visibly the maestro of unrest, who now appears at the peak above and in the midst of all others, Dr. Faust, or unconditionalness which is both intensive and extensive. He is the venturer beyond the limits par excellence, yet always enriched by his experience when he has ventured beyond it, and finally saved in his striving. He thus represents the highest example of utopian man, his name remains the best, the most instructive. This hero had certainly not seemed destined for such a role, on the contrary. The first Faust book condemned the arch-sorcerer who tried to grow eagle's wings to explore the secrets of heaven and earth. The later puppet plays were no exception either, they performed the execution of his sentence to hell in a manner which, though moving, was also forbidding. And the Faust of his 87 was not the later Sturmer und Dranger, the free, questing, unconditional man, he was caricatured as a Catholic scholastic. The presentation, though not the hero, of the first Faust book was Protestant, in the dark Lutheran sense. Lutheran had taught the complete unfreedom of the will and he hated foolish reason, both were meant to appear as forbidding as possible in the sorcerer Faust. Faust, with his haughtiness and his scholastic diabolical knowledge, was even meant to serve as the exact black foil to Luther, the plain, God-fearing man of faith, and this in the same town, Wittenberg. Obviously it is a long way from here to the Faust image of later Protestantism, to the affirmed excess of the thirst of will and the thirst for knowledge. An ideological scene shift took place, corresponding to the emerging individualistic economy, which was delayed in Germany. In England, where no more feudal barriers stood in the way of entrepreneurial activity, the reinterpretation of the sorcerer was easier. Marlowe's Faustus of I-604, though the jaws of hell also await him, already appears not as a sinner but as a kind of complex martyr. The martyr of his intellectual excessiveness, his denial of God, his will to the unattainable, in short, the conquistador in Faust found sympathy. But Lessing was the first to conceive the plan of transforming the in aeternum damnatus into a salvation, indeed into a triumph, also the motif of the wager by which the alliance with the devil is kept hanging in the balance, so to speak, this Momentous motif is first found here. Lessing's Faust fragment opens up the new standpoint, in keeping with the 18th century's individualistic drive to perfection. Faust's soul is still consigned to hell, but only in a vision. A voice from on high calls out to the hoodwinked devils, "You shall not triumph." God has not given man the noblest of drives in order to make him eternally unhappy. Thus the path to the salvation of Faust's soul was clear, as in heaven so on earth, at least in literature, the widely decried sorcerer becomes canonical. In Goethe's hands, his individual case becomes universal, a representative of that subjectivity which despite its finiteness seeks to grasp the infinite. In appearance and not yet appearance, before it the day, behind it the night, beneath it the waves. To venture out into the world I dare. The woes of earth, the joys of earth to bear, to fight with storms without a care and in the grinding shipwreck not despair. A representative of the exodus to powerful surprise. The will of an intention not confinable to its bourgeois shape remains glorious as on the first day, the intention to experience subject mediation in the world and through it, with the problem of fulfilled moment at bottom. This moment, of full being there and its intentional absolute, is experimented with throughout the entire work, from our back cellar to Free People on Free Ground L and beyond. It works on in the Faustian question and in the respectively answering, respectively retranscended counterparts of the world. The theme of the here and now or of the self-presenting moment was already given in Werther. How can you say, this is? When everything passes. When everything rolls past with the speed of clouds, the whole power of its existence so seldom lasts, alas, is swept into the torrent, submerged and smashed against the rock. The theme of the fuel-filled moment, i.e. the moment which is made to stay, the emptied out, attained moment, constitutes Faust's wager. Certainly not in the sense of an abstract idea and its thin thread, which Goethe ridiculed, foreseeing schematists and intellectualists ignorant of art. The life poem Faust, on the contrary, moves towards a very concrete idea, one so concrete that it is no longer an idea at all but an experiment, though one with a goal, directed at the fuel filling. This is sought by a man among men, beginning in Auerbach's cellar and on to Free People on Free Ground and beyond, but, to remove all doubts about its equally totally outside world character, the striving and resolve for the highest existence is kept in line with that of nature. Above all with its morning, its significant morning, you, earth, were also constant on this night and at my feet refreshed you breathe anew, now you begin with pleasure to surround me, a strong resolve is moved and stirred by you to strive for highest existence constantly. Thus for Faust there is no longer any subjectivism in self-fulfillment but an eye-opening of the world he has thoroughly experienced, hence the complete outward look in the inward look, indeed indwelling of the Faust subject. The incognito of the driving content in the spacious gallery of states and attempted final states which Faust strides through just as it moves through him, this existing incognito is here extended from the person to the world and at the same time circumscribed with world figures. Faust in the magic cloak which carries him through the air lives and ventures beyond everything which has been granted to him out of the most concentrated and extensive will for the moment, the same will which determines the wager. The Faustian center goes through world and heaven, both work in progressive mediation as symbols around it, but of course in the end neither the world nor its heaven yet enclose this eccentric center. So this ego is everywhere on its way, does not remove its cloak till the very end. Faust tests himself, learns en route, a route constantly animated with objects. He extends his self both to the existence which is apportioned, could be apportioned to all men, and to comradeship with wood, meadow, storm, fire, star. He who ventures in all directions attains the infinite, thus the subject enters ever new world circles and leaves them both enriched and unsatisfied. The action of Faust is that of a dialectical journey in which every pleasure attained is deleted by a separate new desire which awakens within it. And every attained arrival is refuted by a new movement opposing it, for something is missing, the FIR moment is yet to come. From his experience in Auerbach's cellar, Faust realizes that pleasure debases, in the Gretchen tragedy love gives rise to guilt, and war erupts into the Helen of Troy scene. Nothing unconditional is at its goal. The final scene on earth is prophetically capitalistic, describing the foundation Efland mingled whittle robbery and murder, M.Y. Faust, Part 2, 4681s. Venturing beyond the limits Lois. Most prized possession is not pure. Faust's dialectical world tour, with its continual corrections, has only one parallel, Hegel's phenomenology of mind. Faust changes with his world, the world changes with its Faust, a test and an essentiation in ever new layers until ego and other could harmonize purely. In Hegel this is the ascending mutual determination of subject by object, of object by subject until the subject is no longer tainted with the object as with something alien. It is from this will to the fulfilled now and being for itself that the agent of the wager stems, as it carries the self and world movement of the poem Usque ad Finem. Goethe gave the wager a precise legal formulation and the profoundest utopian formulation, the stay a while, you are so fair, spoken to the moment, describes the utopia of being there par excellence. Everywhere the rest-giving moment, being there which stays to objectify itself, is still absent, in the creation of a par ad isia lland the stay a while itself appears as land. In its presentiment the real Ithaca, the Ithaca congruent with our longing, the identity of the impulse of human intention with its content, is touched on. Such presence has nothing in common, not even at its edges, with the transience which lives from day to day or from moment to moment. Grasping of self, power over being, is not carpe diem, otherwise Faust would have been finished as early as Auerbach's cellar. And it has also become clear that even the consummate and penetrating desire, the lust embodied in Don Giovanni, a figure so closely related to Faust, even la nut etle moment still remain in the forecourt of the real moment. Faust, at least in the arms of Gretchen, of Helen, even in the presence of classical beauty, did not utter the presentiment which causes him to lose the wager and gain bliss. The motive for the enjoyment of the highest moment is added, though merely vicariously, only at the end, as an act of reclaiming land, but in fact paradisial land, its foundation from what was once swamp, is intertwined with it. A ship is signaled that is at last slowly slipping to the wharves, a masterpiece of the human mind is supposed to be signified, a portion of the seventh day of creation. If Don Juan diffuses a Dionysian aura, then Prometheus is alive in Faust, not merely the Titan but the one devoted to man. Faust's final action is undertaken wholly in the spirit of this devotion, i.e. human nearness. Indeed it is this, the macrocosm becomes free people on free ground, a purely human drama. And in it the macrocosm or Faust's cosmological extension curves towards the one thing that is needful, morality. Everything that is really unconditional lands in morality and has in it its graspable practice, gathering up the entire world to a final point. The unconditional aspect of striving. 1016. Is not the infinite, neither the bad infinite, as eternal, empty, formal continuance, as flight over the restricted, which, as Hegel says, does not gather itself within itself and cannot bring the negative back to the positive, nor is the unconditional aspect of striving a content-based infinite which, when called God, is supposed to be located somewhere in a strange transcendence. The purely human drama which Faust finally stages and in which he experiences a presentiment of the highest moment is, on the contrary, morality of the end, for all end, if there is anything substantial going on in it, is morality. That which is conceived as God or highest good, for Faust too, as in every genuine intention of the unconditional, tends towards the regnum hominis. It is this unconditional aspect and its reconnection with human nearness which emerges at the end of Faust, and which leads Kant to say, God and the other world are the only goal of all philosophical investigation but also leads him to conclude, and if God and the other world were not connected with morality they would be of no use. It is because the Faustian moment lacks a supernatural background that the utopian humane character of nearness emerges so unmistakably. Regardless of the heavenly sequel or the higher spheres or the higher unrest, for even in the transcendental high mountains of the Faustian heaven, Gretchen carries the moment with her. Goethe, in The Eternally Female, describes both the eros which began everything and the loveliest humanum in which the element of unrest of the all-beginning symbolizes a landing. In the goal content of Faust's wager, Goethe thus identified the human worldly final problem per esse, the adequation of the most deeply intending, intensifying, realizing, into the here and now, the fulfilled moment, of its content. The moment is that enigma of being which itself is hidden in every moment as this moment and which finally wishes to urge itself onto its what solution or content solution. Stay a while, you are so fair, spoken to the moment. Here is the metaphysical guiding panel for full existence and without hinterworld. To shudder is the best part of mankind, i.e. when the figures of unrest harmonize with the cantus firmus of hic nunc in the world, in this intended, nunc stands. Faust, Hegel's phenomenology, and the event. The hunger for a fulfilled life did not wait until it had been described. But the rising bourgeois movement made it particularly varied, resounding in broad youth. It is no coincidence that from Marlowe to Lenoir the Faust theme itself was tackled restlessly. It is no coincidence that as the Sturmuendi orang ego began to learn from experience, the Faust theme established contact with the emerging Erziehungsroman. Goethe's dramatic poem lives from both, from storm against the world and from restorative education by the world. During its genesis it grew of itself from one into the other. Apart from its subject matter it has little in common with Marlowe's power-hungry Faustus, and only the final tone coincides with that of Calderon's drama of grace, in which striving endeavor is crowned. On the other hand, Goethe's Faust was illuminated by the good, by the best of what, chronologically and factually, lay so close to him, regardless of whether Goethe knew it, by the idea which the path from Sturmuendi orang to the Erziehungsroman arrived at. As we have stressed in the previous section, the dynamic of Faust is closest to that in Hegel's phenomenology of mind. The movement of the restless consciousness through the spacious gallery of the world, the inadequate as becoming the event, this stormy history of work and affirmation between subject and object connects Faust with the phenomenology. Most visibly in the characteristic style of immanent mediation which occurs on ever higher levels between the way of man and the way of the world. Underlying it is the journeying forth or setting forth of the bourgeois subject from the narrow conditions granted to it into the wide world. At least Sturmuendi orang offers opposition in Germany, and so Goetz, Karl Moore, delight in letting off steam, the infinite prerogative of the heart, and self-commitment come into their own. But a counterforce to this is increasing grown-upness in the bourgeois world, together with the growth of this world itself. The course of the world works against the immediate, ill-mannered character. This reaction is expressed in the Erziehungsroman, with the subject as receptivity and progression through years of apprenticeship. Wilhelm Meister thus in parts became anti-Werther and anti-Goetz, to the same extent as existing society acquired a good, even a commanding, conscience, or even as the Feudal rallied against the Jacobin. The historical social object rallied against the subject, though in such a way that the subject remained present in it. With the departure from self which it had acquired, with the index of journeying forth and thorough experiencing which it had brought into play, with the ratio now becoming concrete to which the become worldly had to show its credentials. The structure of Faust and the phenomenology is now incessantly opined from setting forth and the way of the world. Faust paces out the whole circle of creation on the narrow stage. Hegel's mind partakes in remembering of all world figures. It reconstitutes for the world mind the adventure of necessity, or the patience to pass through all these forms in the long extension of time and to take over the enormous labor of world history, in which it has fashioned its entire content. Werke, 1832, 2, p. 24. Hegel in the Phenomenology goes on the philosophical grand tou to the courts of the world, and though he lacks Faust's magic cloak, he does have the even league boots of the idea. In Faust, as in the mind of the phenomenology, the desire is again and again aroused to perceive oneself as the question, the world as the answer, but also the world as the question and oneself as the answer. Again and again the subject travels through the object as to an answering object to the respective kind of subject. Again and again, by means of the object itself, in its thorough experiencing, a new level of subject is attained. It is not the same Faust who starts off in Auerbach's cellar or in the Emperor's palace. When therefore the mind, thus ends Hegel's phenomenology, appear a page to depart solely from itself, starts its creation again from the beginning, it is on a higher level that it starts. The realm of minds which has thus formed in existence constitutes a succession in which one replaced the other and each one took over the realm of the world from its predecessor. Its goal is the revelation of depth, and this is the absolute idea. This revelation is thus the cancellation of its depth or its extension, the negativity of this ego being within itself, which is its disposal or substance, and its time, that this disposal disposes itself on itself, and thus in its extension as well as its depth is to the cell LC, P6N. It is a powerfully related intention which runs through the action of Faust, which tends Faust's self to become that of mankind. And this subject seeks to be related to every traveling force in things, related even to the earth spirit. The agent of the entire world is Faust, and Faust develops in all forms of this world agent. The journey is out of the inadequate, which is eternally thirsting, to the event, which ends disposal. The ego, freshly and fittingly, always starts out here anew, its I changes. The man stands as another before the mug from which he drinks, and again as another before the woman, the job, and everything that is meant to satisfy him. This adaptation, whether Faust is entering Auerbach's cellar or other places, has its prehistory, which is that of the gradually comprehending subject. The gradation of the ego in relation to the respective non-egos mediating with it is reflected world conduct. Goethe's dramatic poem implicitly contains this gradation, the phenomenology contains it explicitly, in its ordered structure. And its prehistory clearly begins in medieval mysticism, in its travel books, Itineraria, to God. The traveler himself here changes his equipment and preparation according to the terrain and the object he has to cope with. The first Faustian and knowledge-seeking soul to emerge clearly was Augustine, and the Augustinian hue of Saint Victor was the first to map out the succession of stages through which a religious Faust approaches his religious Iritis sicut Deus. These are cogitatio, meditatio, contemplatio, the three eyes through which we know. The objects corresponding to them are matter, soul, God. Nicholas of CUSA, on the same journey, writes of 4 stages for the subject of cognition: sensus, ratio, intellectus, visio. The objects corresponding to them are individual things, the distinct genera, the dialectical world of numbers, and the mystical union of all opposites, including subject and object. And it is again an itinerarium, this time without theology, which graduates the various starting points in the Faust poem. As rejuvenation, as renewal stressed again and again, in the meadow of flowers after Gretchen, in the high mountains after Helen, as blindness before the active vision, as the heavenly chrysalis state. And it is the itinerarium of the idea which in the phenomenology connects starting points of scientific form to one another, together with sheer world terraces, sensory certainty or the this, perception or the thing, self-consciousness, reason, mind, absolute knowledge. Indeed, it is instructive that the above-mentioned gradual itinerarium which makes Faust and the phenomenology methodologically similar has at the same time 2 smaller parallels or even counterparts. One in a poem of Schiller's, strung together on the progress of a walk, the other in a treatise by Schelling where academic study forms the main thread of the development. Faust's magic cloak appears in milder form in Schiller's The Walk of 1795, Hegel's 7 League Boots of the Idea, stamping right across the land of knowledge, appear in miniature form. In Schelling's Lectures on the Method of Academic Study of 1803. The wanderer in Schiller's poem enters, in seemingly haphazard order, places which come after one another in history. The subject is so to speak decked out with the elements of the meadow, the wood, the blue mountains, the fields and villages, the town with its various occupations, the river and the distant treasures which it brings with it. The chamber of the wise man is glimpsed, and again, high above, the pure altar of nature. All this is linked with rich associations, starting from and again returning to the wanderer, a didactic poem of history emerging, in a sequence of perspectives. Schelling's Vademecum, on the other hand, moves entirely in the town itself, indeed in the shades of the lecture hall. But in such a way that he gives the shades blood to drink, and now, as if they were departed souls, they give an abbreviated account of the remembered world. The sole location is the Universitas Literarum, the main theme is the sequence of lectures, which journeys into the process of the world like the Universitas into the universe. From self-knowledge, the primal knowledge of the universe is supposed to be developed, the world of numbers opens up, the world, fuller in ideas, of the philosophical idea, the various branches of knowledge appear with their world, theology, law, physics, medicine, and finally the study of the fine arts. The entire progress takes place within the framework of study, or more precisely of the construction of a primal knowledge which on its way through the faculties is supposed to remember and unfold itself. The sequence of the faculties is so disposed as if it recapitulated an idea sequence of the world itself. The subjects of scholarship become the same as opened writings, indeed mountains in which essential being sparkles. But to return to Faust, his line is not only that of the paced-out world but of the wager which strikes into the moment. The perfect moment remains the fundamental problem of the Faust subject, the powerful moment which no longer pulls him into alienation. But here the newness of the Goethe version also appears. It appears precisely in what the form of Faust has in common with the phenomenology in so many ways. In what it also has in common with Schiller's wandering poem with Schelling's transparent pedagogy, and at all points with the merging or succession of Sturmuendrang and the Erziehungsroman. The stay a while, spoken to the moment, is as original as origin and its end itself. It remains the unique, so long uncomprehended metaphysics of the Faust poem. So that light is shed on previous philosophy only from the content of the wager, no longer vice versa. Even meanings striking powerfully to the exister are illuminated more by Faust than Faust by them. Here the wager has a monopoly. The journey to the spheres itself, in which Faust transforms and identifies himself, is related to the phenomenology, and the Faust poem has in this a philosophy of its action, but in the philosophy of its core the relation is reversed. Hegel's being for itself is illuminated and made important solely by the backgrounds of the wager. The form of action in Faust is legitimated in Hegelian terms, i.e. by the constant dialectical relation of consciousness to its object, by which both continually determine each other more precisely until an identity between subject and object is developed. But the core dialectic of the phenomenology is legitimate only by Faust's self-fulfilling intensity and morality of the intended moment. It is only here, strikingly, that what Hegel posits as the superior knowledge of being for itself proves itself. It is only the wager which makes being for itself cancelled reflection or involved reality. It is only on the path to the moment that phenomenology really becomes that which Hegel celebrates. Progress to this goal is therefore inexorable, and at no earlier stage is satisfaction to be found. Phenomenology, outside mere mirror consciousness, becomes an appearing, namely of the absolute in self and world. It becomes in reality the path of the soul, which passes through the series of its fashionings, as stages staked out by its nature, so that it may refine itself into mind, attaining by the complete experiencing of itself the knowledge of what it is in itself. LC, p. 63. For Faust the act, most emphatically the act of pursued identity, is not only at the beginning but also at the end. Kierkegaard, and before him Schelling, criticized Hegel for his merely conceptual processing out of self from immediateness, an exaggerated criticism, for within the cadre of the idea Hegel never talks of anything but the fact that mind becomes for itself, comes to itself, unites with itself. It is not Kierkegaard but the central key phrase "stay a while you are so fair" which cancels out the eternally distant thought of consciousness. It not only interprets but ignites, which is what the phenomenology ultimately wants of the course of consciousness. By driving itself onto its true existence it will reach a point where it casts off its appearance, a being burdened with the extraneous, which is only for it and as something different, or where appearance becomes identical with essence, LC, p. 72. The Faust plan, in its constantly recurring sequence, topical now, historically ramified sphere of figures, informed yet unsatisfied existence, this subject-object-subject plan is the basic model of the dialectical utopian system of material truth. And the event asterisk of the moment, of the all-driving, all-containing moment, remains the conscience of this plan, the attainment asterisk of the that or of the striving itself. Goethe's poem described its content together with the speculation of the time, and above it, it describes the stages in the world tour to the fulfilled moment, i.e. to a world-like being for itself. Equally it is in the content of the Faust wager and only in it that the precisely striking metaphysics of nearness at which venturings beyond a limit aim is described. A metaphysics which is no longer duped by so many distant hinterworlds or superworlds, the further then seemingly the better, the higher then seemingly the more sublime. Genuine utopian metaphysics is latent precisely in Faust's immanent key phrase, a metaphysics which is versed not only in what the poodle contains asterisk but also in what heaven contains. It leads from the other world into the deepest, i.e. most this worldly this world, just as it also uses the entire long tubus of unrest, world width, and world utopia to glimpse what is really nearest, the moment. In order, in the moment, to make sure of the real world not and therefore also of the great joy which possibly seals its loosening. And another point, almost the most important, Goethe's Faust certainly does not, as is finally the case in Hegel's phenomenology, sense and touch the being for itself of the fulfilled moment, as loss of objectivity itself, as resolution of all objectiveness, therefore not only of alienated objectiveness, into the subject, one which has finally become worldless. On the contrary, precisely Faust's contact with the fulfilled moment is such because at the same time it has around it the sphere, no longer alienated from this moment, of an at last adequately contacted object-basedness, reclamation of land, eternal realms. The moment of this being for itself is therefore certainly no withdrawnness, although of course it settles in the border condition and the border ideal of a life and world situation which no longer has any situation. Faust as one of the extremist guiding figures of venturing beyond the limits intends purely in the human moment and its world against the status of mere situationalities towards the cry, land. Stay a while, spoken to the moment, thus becomes a symbol of true, utterly imminent homecoming, of the real Ithaca. Only a symbol, because the poem and the philosophy succeed only in shaping as existent the utopian intention, not the utopian content. Rejoice. It is achieved, one or science shows itself to be a circle coiled within itself, this is not the high point of Faust or of the phenomenology. The high point of Faust is the unerring presentiment of the highest moment, in the right place, with carpe diem nostrum in mundo nostro in it. That this striving endeavor could not yet end in any figure of venturing beyond makes it great. Not only has it not lain down on a bed of ease, but even the Faustian heaven knows only movement and as yet no finite rest symbol of landing. Odysseus did not die in Ithaca, he journeyed to the unpeopled world. Oh, reach out further, further, storm. And take upon your wings so vast. The highest star, the lowest worm. To be bring us all back home at last. Lena, Faust. For the hungry man it is more than right to long for food. The man who is freezing wants to get to the stove, the lost man to his house, the traveler looks forward to seeing wife and child. But when the wandering father of the house is called Odysseus or something similar, the return does not become so clear, nor that everything is finished now he is in his own bed again. The lost man was not only the long sufferer, he was also the voyager who had seen the cities and lands of many peoples, Calypso and Nausicaa as well. Silly interpretations have seen the moral of this story in the fact that an honest father despite all dangers always strives to return to house and home. But Daumier depicted this Odysseus wearing a nightcap, sitting beside his pointed, no sed with his helmet and sword hung up as decorations on the wall, et habet bonum pacem, qui sedet post fornicem star. Homecoming is certainly a 11 important category, all the greater, though, are its perils and corruptions, similar to those of rest. If Ithaca were not a symbol, it would be a problem, and Homer brings down the curtain on it, once the master of the house has reasserted his rights. But the legend did not remain silent, it worked on in a kind of Flying Dutchman motif about Odysseus, a late, wild, unknown Odysseus. According to this legend, Odysseus does not even return safely to Ithaca but sails out further, into the uncharted. He makes his previous fate into the métier of his character. This astonishing twist appears in the Divine Comedy, INFXXVI, LL 79-142, the reluctant low ng, s of error thus attains a far from reluctant derring, indeed he becomes a sea Faust. Virgil asks the figure enveloped in flames about the end of his earthly life. Odysseus replies that he found no rest after he left Circe, neither affection for his son, nor filial piety towards his old father, nor the love of Penelope had overcome him. And the man who sits behind the stove has found peace. 1024. Nor did they douse the restless flame to see the world and fathom all that man possesses there of worth and blame. And so Odysseus and a company of sailors took to their ships again, with sails braced foursquare, they sailed with a glorious breeze behind them out to the open sea, to the African coast, to Spain, to the Pillars of Hercules, the old limits of the ancient world. There, though now old and heavy, he called his sailors to the boldest voyage of all, to an Ithaca of trial and fullness. 0 brothers, I said, you have reached the west through dangers 100,000-fold, with this brief vigil you are blessed before your senses lose their hold, do not that new experience forego that tracks the sun to the unpeopled world. De retro al sol, del mondo senza gente. Consider how your seed must grow, you were not made to live as chewing brutes, but made to follow virtue and to know. Considerate la vostra semenza, fati non fosta vivere cum brudi ma perseguire virtute e conoscenza. The Giorni took them out into the Atlantic, due west, then south, and after 5 months Odysseus saw land, a high mountain in the distance, in th_e mondo senza gente, on the other side of the world. But a whirlwind rises up from the mountain, for this is Mount Purgatory, which no living man enters and the pagan Odysseus not even as a dead man. The human venturing beyond the limits comes to an end, the purgatory land of the other world, with the earthly paradise at its peak, remains glimpsed but unentered. Thus far the astonishing version, from the perspective of adventure a quite different, a Gothic Odysseus appears. A Sinbad for whom the perils of the sea and marvels had become a natural element was also inherent in the long-sufferer of antiquity, but he was not acknowledged. And the defiance towards Poseidon, who had plotted against him, was missing, together with the huge distant horizon alien to antiquity. The Flying Dutchman of Baroque legend wanted to sail round Cape Horn. V. Enduring beyond the limits 102.5. Despite heavenly headwinds, so he was condemned to sail the seas till the end of time. Odysseus, the captain of hubris, dies, but in Dante he is the first titanic man, derived from the night, not the long-sufferer. He is the first to emerge from the monomania, above all from the unconditionalness which later appears in Don Juan and Faust, which casts its comic shadow in Don Quixote. This voyager is strange, indeed he not only has his own gnarl in him. For together with Faust a real person is also foreseen here, Columbus. Neither the Homeric Odysseus nor its later Hellenistic and Roman interpretation gave rise to either of these. The Homeric voyager was of course extended. M. Terentius Varro wrote an Odysseus and a half who went on wandering for a further 5 years. Lucian made the fantast Odysseus vouch for the authenticity of the Vera Historia, his travel satire about fabulous western lands. But this was all satire, not admiration. The literary after-ripening of the long Sufi rare was that of a Munchausen, not of an extravagant courage. In Homer, too, Odysseus again set off on a journey, this time certainly not voluntary, to fulfill the task which the seer Tiresias had given him in Hades, Od. 11, ngff, to set out once again with an oar on his shoulder and to keep wandering until someone asked him what was the strange corn shovel he was carrying, and then to make a sacrifice to Poseidon. But what he tells Penelope, reminiscing, and announces as yet another parting, Od. XXIII, p. 2.67 ff, although it also means a journey into the very distant, the unknown, does not refer at all to seafaring, let alone the desire to track the sun, as in Dante. Instead, the journey is to a country so alien to seafaring that its people take an oar for a calm shovel, and above all there is no hubris whatever at work. On the contrary, a powerful god is to be appeased, perhaps even his cult is to be spread. That is the main motif of this conformist expedition. Cf. Domzev, Odysseus let Saint Ferrite, Hermes, 1937, p. 3 Sif. There is therefore no connection whatever between the rural passage in Homer and the purely maritime, highly billowing passage in Dante, unless, as Philolaethes supposes, it is the formal one. Geodolic Commodi, German translation, X 868, p. 199, no 2.2, that Dante darkly blended Odysseus' descent into hell with the later journey Tiresias prophesied he would make. This so-called blending, however, brought the above-mentioned novum of a sea Faust, to see the world and fathom all, even as far as the mountain which no living man may enter. Whereas Homer's Odysseus returns from his mere Poseidon wandering to old Ithaca again, and death comes to him, in accordance with Tiresias' prophecy, as a wealthy ruler and father in the midst of 1026. His people, Od. XXIII, 281 ff. The Odyssey itself was almost unknown in detail in Dante's time. In Dante the new picture of an Atlantic explorer leapt into the general picture of the seafarer. Non plus ultra was written on the Pillars of Hercules. Dante's Odysseus passes beyond them and thus, highly astonishingly, he is an anticipation of Columbus' voyage. That this Odysseus, discovered America, so to speak, is clear from his course, though not yet from the term mondo senza gente, which in medieval geography was applied to the entire supposedly unpeopled world south of the equator. Thus also, of course, to deeper Africa. In 1291 an expedition led by Vivaldi of Genoa sailed beyond Ceuta to circumnavigate Africa, and was lost. Dante may perhaps have attributed this contemporary heroic exploit to his Odysseus. But quite apart from the westerly direction, de retro al sol, the stressed boldness of the dream voyage, the 5 months of solitude and the failure to sight land all conflict with the Africa theory. Finally, the fact that Dante located Mount Purgatory on an island contradicts this theory. The giant continent of Africa, which even then was believed to be one mass offland even in its southern part, could not possibly rise up like a mountain from the sea. The land of Purgatory lies on the other side of the globe, only this distance is appropriate to the boldness and venturing beyond the limits with which Dante endowed the later Odysseus. No news of the discovery of America by the Greenlander Leif Erikson 300 years before could have reached Florence. Even in Greenland it was soon forgotten. Yet there was in classical Rome a striking attempt to reach beyond the known world, in a passage of Seneca, often cited by Columbus, cf. Volume 2, p. 773. The passage from the chorus in Seneca's Medea was demonstrably known in Dante's time. Venient anasecula series / quibus oceanus vincula rerum / laxet et in gens peta tella / thetis novos ditagat orb / nec sid terris ultima thule. The future centuries which Seneca mentions are assigned to Dante's Odysseus, in which the ocean breaks its chains and the earth opens up, when the sea goddess Thetis reveals new lands and Thule will no longer be the outermost limit of the earth. Odysseus himself broke the chains which would have made him a king in an obscure corner, a retired sea captain so to speak. He not only has this impatience to see the world, he is this impatience, it contains his own definitive being here. Life here too becomes the same as sustained venturing beyond the limits, perseguire virtute e conoscenza. Thus in the midst of the medieval world Dante gives the early bourgeois catchphrase, trepasser del segno. Furthermore, Odysseus was understood as a kind of knight of an unknown Arthurian circle, or rather with this circle on his ship. He does not set forth as a Christian, so he is all the more unprotected on his wondrous journey beyond the known world. His courage is even greater than Gawain's or Roland's. And he casts no comic shadow like many of the rigid sublime Arthurian heroes even in their original versions, let alone the last great dreamer of knight-errantry, Don Quixote. For the goal of the Dantean Odyssey is, to know oneself in action, towards the unknown earth, cannot, like a chivalric ideal, become obsolete. In mondo senza gente, in a world which is not yet man's, among men who do not yet have a world adequate to them, the goal has yet to be reached, despite and because of the hazardous straits. Hamlet, sealed wool, prospero, groundless joy. But thus the fear always lives anew of not being able to be there at all. External deprivation is more than sufficient here, more refined cares about survival strike it as mockery. But not more profound cares, these remain grounded in shadowy life itself and for a long time. People of this kind, although sharply distinct and peculiar, never emerge from the shadow of the not here. Their unrest does not set out, it is dispersed, actionless. Hamlet is the fictional example of this. He is, although definitely will, the inward counter-phenomenon of all setters out. The will to hold one's own, to hold on es now, remains sealed here, conscience drives him to action, lonely brooding prevents it. He is so much his own prisoner that even his mission of revenge, in so far as it is linked to a deed, does not break through this existence at distance. Hamlet is surfeited with consciousness in the sense of a distance, of a medium which does not allow him to come to himself or to things. He is a concave, dispersing character, in contrast to all Shakespeare's other characters, who are collected. His distance from being here makes him the friend of the actors, and he himself is capable of acting madness. His world remains gloom, melancholy, Saturnian being locked within oneself. It is this kind of shutting off in potency, i.e. the graveyard, only here does Hamlet, who is everywhere slowed down, become lively, cheerful and clear. He too is, on the whole, a dreamer of the great, utopianizing kind, but the subject of this dream is not fired by anticipation of the goal. Indeed he is not even paralyzed by too much anticipation, substitute for action, of the goal. His indecisiveness stems rather from a particular exaggeration of the distance of consciousness, that which is here called the pale cast of thought. Of course. 1028. With this so famous and so general diagnosis the question must be asked, what is the specific nature of the thought which pales here, and above all in what period does its paralyzing quality emerge? It is a time which is out of joint, i.e. the difficult time of contemporary transition with its uneasy mixture of the bourgeois and the neo-feudal. Man was beginning more than ever to be a wolf to man, and perspicacity taught men to trust court circles as much as they trusted rattlesnakes. The pale cast of thought quoted above is certainly not that of the fresh bourgeois ratio at the same time, not that of Renaissance ideas such as those of Bruno or the highly unparalyzed Bacon. Hamlet's philosophy does however largely correspond to the moods of night, indeed of nothingness, which typified mannerism, the disjointed style of life and art after the Renaissance, in the midst of the Baroque. The consciousness of death as being very close to life was part of mannerism. These allegories of memento mori lit by the pale cast of this thought belong here. One of them, a head portrayed as divided, the left half a living face, the right half a skull, accurately reflects Hamlet's world picture, the same that again philosophically justifies the melancholy man's being locked within himself. For against the death background of life there can be no permanently meaningful setting out, no action, the place of fulfillment which at the same time devalues everything is then none other than the graveyard. Here at the same time the medieval element in mannerism manifests itself in Hamlet's attitude, i.e. no liberation by the materialism germinating in the bourgeois ratio but on the contrary a religious horror at its own irreligion. In other words, the extinguished other world sends only its coldness across to the poorly demystified, it increases its distance now even cosmically from the real, the meaningfully realizable. Thus the reaction to the unclerical approach which Shakespeare's prince learned at his universities is nothing but a double memento mori, totally devaluing life and action. Hence the sole final prospect is how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar or, imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay / might stop a hole to keep the wind away. World matter here certainly does not smile at man with sensory freshness, as in Bacon, indeed in Bruno, on the contrary, it is what Bruno bitterly rejected, a cesspit of chemical substances. This belief, which has now become entirely negative, utterly paralyzes any surfacing into being here, zero cursed spite, that ever I was home to set it right. And not only the private revenge for his father but also the existing plans to reform the world come to a standstill, world weariness even prevents any possible approach to the achieved here and now, to presence in being here. This venturing beyond the limits 1029 is what constitutes Hamlet's contemplative nature, at the same time showing all the features of what was manneristically known as a weeping contemplation. This, together with the nihilistic content, means that Hamlet speaks daggers but uses none, an Orestes monk, indeed a reformer monk. Hamlet, by means of weeping contemplation, finally heightens even his own distance of consciousness to distance of the idea from the world, to a hopeless distance. Thus the will becomes doubly paralysed and sealed, its unconditional aspect, amid general appearance, becomes doubly melancholic. What is a vice of kings, a cut purse of the empire and the rule, what does the private revenge with which the ghost charges him mean, against revenge and correction of the whole world? But of a world where all men are villains, all women whores, where appearance is a lie and the rest is silence. Hamlet thus becomes the paradox of a great dreamer who does not believe in his hopes and goals, of a venturer beyond the limits who believes that beyond the become limits is nothingness, which is finally disparate to all plans and actions. The goal pursued with utter commitment, because it never steps out of the shadows itself, is at the same time the goal avoided with utter commitment. Thus the saving deed, when it occurs in spite of everything, comes almost incidentally and accidentally, it occurs as an uncourageous stab in his death throes. The dying prince, when he has nothing more to lose, not even his melancholy, stabs the guilty king. Hamlet's sealed heightened distance is thus the opposite of the Faustian pull towards the arrested moment, the moment plucked from indecisiveness. Fortinbras, who asserts that the prince was likely to have proved most royally, bids the soldiers shoot. The proving, nowhere is this clearer, still face the test of being here, and nowhere else is it more negatively clear what this kind of pent-up setting out is and what it is about. Beside the fear of not being here, there is the form of not affirming it. This happens in the dream, which moves with itself, in renouncingly beautiful, groundlessly fiery colors. Hamlet avoided the here and now, but Prospero in the Tempest wants it to blossom all around precisely in the dream, in the poetic dream. The figures of unrest which truly break out lie between the two, narrow, sharp, unconditional, utopian. Shakespeare's time certainly knew them, both as adventurers and as immoderate characters, fantasts, men obsessed. Tirso de Molina wrote Don Juan, Marlowe wrote Faustus, Cervantes created Don Quixote, but no figures from this lineage occur in Shakespeare. Such figures would have been too abstract in the space of the great pen creator's world, but also 1030. Too pointed, too tearing. They have nothing unless they have everything, and this is something different from the universe, indeed it is not even necessarily contained in it, abundance is not unconditionalness. The everything towards which the venturers beyond the limits push is not the universe of pen to which Shakespeare's profusion belongs, with repletion everywhere. However true Schlegel's assertion that the lost earth could be reconstructed from Shakespeare's works, the adventurers of the unconditional, precisely because of this pan-like quality, are not to be found in this hugely animated space. But the marginal figures of the unconditional are all the more intensively depicted, Hamlet and Prospera, sealed will in the former, boundlessly sparkling delight in beauty in the latter, and both before the night, i.e. before the silence which Shakespeare saw for Hamlet and for Prospera around the world stage, now darkening the venturing beyond the limits, now surrounding it with the most colorful dreams, indeed amusements. But the insatiable is missing. Prospero means the favored, prosperous, he is no wrestler. True, Prospera in particular has often been compared with Faust, the magic wand, wisdom, the founded community of happiness and worth lent themselves to this comparison. But Prospera's Faustland appears entirely without questions and temptations, no devil sticks his nose into Faust's solitude, no bliss is wagered for the sake of the darling Veritas, existence comes as a gift after an escape and remains in fairyland, never emerging from it. Here no Richmond is need either to right wrongs, no Fortinbras to establish reality, Shakespeare no longer assigns them this function. His three last plays tum to romanche, i.e. to the fairy tale solution, as if all were well, to aesthetic grace. Cymbeline, the winter's tale, the tempest, in constant dream appearance, provide magic means of making the impossible possible. Th.is magical element T, in T tempis T, is precisely fictional being here, appearing here become as it were spotless, dwelling easily beside each other. Prospera and his daughter Miranda flee their homeland, where wicked men have usurped power, they escape to a solitude where virtue as existent can preserve and also prove itself. The chosen place is a distant island, in keeping with the old utopian tradition, but not of course to praise and imitate the original goodness of the inhabitants. This Shakespeare had undertaken even in Cymbeline, indeed there the drama as a whole was constructed on the contrast between corrupt civilization and unspoiled nature. But not even in Cymbeline, let alone in the Tempest, is unspoiled nature equated with the common people. Caliban, the savage, is also the ingredient of the mob, differing from an animal only in his wickedness. Precisely. The land of beauty, in its stressed lightness, knows the common people only as ugly, just as in A Midsummer Night's Dream, where the antics of ghosts and spirits are similar, it serves only for the boorish scenes and the artisans are not even enchanted on Midsummer's Eve. Admittedly, Prospera's former minister Gonzalo praises a natural state, free of property, civilization, and letters, but Prospera's brother and of course also the usurper of his throne observes that the state would produce only idlers, whores, and knaves. Prospera himself regards Calibans as born to drudgery, for him the ideal state in which the blossoms of culture are preserved and its diseases purged can only be built on total inequality. But even this reactionary, scarcely tolerable attitude, stemming from Shakespeare's courtliness, is ultimately sustained by aesthetic dream appearance, by the realm of flora which in T Tempest both conceals and blossoms all around the real here and now. Goethe, in the Helen of Troy scenes, with similar aesthetic autarky, posits very similar injustice, against the chorus. Prospero has his books with him, the finest creations of noble minds, and only beings with such minds are invited to partake in the new alliance. People who are themselves like works of art form their exodus to another drawing out, to the extract, art at its goal. This noble ideal includes the common people only if they recognize the moral law, which is pleasantly binding, for the good is also part of the beautiful, of Kalakagathia * in the land of romance. The marriage of Miranda and Ferdinand adds to this prospect the high pair, art and moral strength marry. And Prospera's art as such always comes at the end, as a stage of glowing appearing there, in a resounding world. Thus drama and music are at work again and again in this intended blossoming all around of high and highest moments. Dream appearance emerges hovering, and in it, though not enterable in corporeal form, a beautiful land of elapsed lightness, served by the airy spirit aerial. Art at its goal, not as appearing pre-appearance, is at work here, for as in Hamlet all appearance is a lie and the rest is silence, even here. But appearance, precisely in its aesthetic perfection, provides this groundlessly sparkling joy in beauty, which is here all the more rare and precious as it occurs against the background of utter silence, sleep, night. Artistic fullness is here nothing but a trump card against nihilism. Its silence here is not at all devaluing, indeed no longer nihilism but incognito. Yet of such a kind that every step from the unconditionalness of artistic fullness leads from the floor realm of its here and now to something which is unmediatedly non-human. Thus venturing beyond the limits comes to its end here, the unconditional, which is attainable by men, rises up as an aesthetic magic island in the ocean of incognito. Hence Prospero's final words of wisdom. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Dreams everywhere, nothing but gulls, as even Falstaff says, and even the noble circle, precisely this, is rounded with a sleep. Is then this powerful, glittering dark world picture a legacy from Hamlet's hopeless total dream, from his hopeless hope, his utopia suspended within itself? Yes and no. Yes, because no breakthrough occurs, no, because the above-mentioned lack of meaning still does not devalue the magically airy goal appearance. Hamlet's graveyard melancholy does not come up to or close to the rapid, flashing evanescences on the magic island. Prospero is so far from being melancholic that even his renunciation effervesces. Spirits stage this performance, the baseless fabric of this vision, and then dissolve again into air. Indeed, the paradise which they cause to appear has no foundation or permanence. Nevertheless, the aerial world in which Prospero and his followers live can be called a stay a while, a staying in a land of appearance which, though fleeting, rests in its beauty. This is no victorious foothold such as Faust sought, far beyond the related spirits of the fields and the air in the Helen of Troy scenes. The Nike of existence has no absolute FOOT on Prospero's island. Nonetheless, even Prospero's renunciation would not be so indifferent to the transient, and his wisdom would not be so cheering in the face of the cheerless, if the dream appearance which emerges here did not likewise have its potency. Indeed, it finally becomes clear that the enigmatic lightness even in Prospero's renunciation is certainly not attended on only by airy spirits and theatrical larks. It is ultimately jar from mere dream and magical sphere. Even the melancholy of the farewell when Prospero lays down his wand does not enter into the sleep with which he says that our little life as well as great art is rounded. On the contrary, in the seriousness of renunciation the seriousness of amusement remains. Venturing beyond the limits 1033. This is precisely described as the landing which has no ground, it is described as the groundless joy of humor. With it Prospero does not after all ultimately remain in aesthetic autarkia, in fireworks before the night sky. Humor does not remain the goal in art or even in illusion. Humor is different from aesthetic grace, and if its seriousness does not take even nothingness seriously, there is ultimately a pre-appearance even here, not of art but of smiling. This goes along with enigmatically remote, never guaranteed landing. With utterly unpossessed landing in his possession, Prospero can lay down his magic wand, the airy spirit aerial can be freed. Yet no despair remains, lightness comes, staying happens, not merely in a being beautiful which is not refuted by nothingness, but also in a faith whose scepticism makes even nothingness wrong. At Prospero's entrance and exit stands groundless, unguaranteed joy. Only Mozart could have written the music for it. There is an entrance in this exit in which there are no longer any appearances, and the non-appearing, in its great refinement, dispenses with the thunder and lightning of Fool Fent. But all figures of venturing beyond the limits, the fire of youth, Odysseus, Faust, and also Prospera's deep aiming humor want to escape from the other world of the wish into its this world. Into power over the moment, where more is plucked than the given day, into the powerfulness of a conquered being here. Of a gradual emergence from appearance, as the older Goethe said, into true, existent appearance which has become powerfully light. Where the fine, deep contacts which humor in particular maintains with this powerfulness do not seem conquering at all, or even loud any more. On the contrary, they seem fleetingly fine, like Ariel in this thick world, they work with unpathetic grace. 1034. Guiding panels of abstract and so. Mediated venturing beyond the limits. Illustrated by the cases of Don Quixote and Faust. What distant spheres a ship, suspended between heaven and earth, evokes. The flapping sails, the ship constantly rocking, the roaring waves, the scudding clouds, the distant, unending horizon. On earth one is pinned to a dead point and locked in the narrow circle of a situation. Herder, Travelogue 1769. Now in practice in life it is far more important that the whole should be uniformly good than that an individual part should be accidentally divine, and thus if the idealist is a more skillful exponent of awakening a broad idea of mankind's capability and inculcating respect for its destiny, only the realist can carry this out consistently in experience. Schiller, on naive and sentimental poetry. Spanish humanism is not content with the motto, nihil humani mihi alienum. From the requirement that nothing human should remain strange, it goes on to the realization that everything strange, weird, and wonderful affects us as human beings. V.O. Filer, Introduction to Spanish Poetry. The fermenting wool. The weak kind merely dreams, stays within itself. The brave acts, its strength goes outwards. But if the brave man is not merely lashing out, he also has his dreams. He shifts wishes and goals, which to begin with are only in his head, outwards. But this is often an empty gesture, because no one is alone, because life has already begun long before him. Because youth does not possess the benefit of old age, i.e. has neither experienced what is, nor what can and wishes to become outside itself. Thus the deed is often loneliest where it would like to be most universal. A juice which is fermenting cannot immediately be clear. And so too a will not yet mediated with the outside, still fermenting with itself, remains clouded. And the more unconditionally so it is, the more it is at first trapped in caprice. Precisely where the beginning is unmediated, particularly in the impetuous, indeed quixotic outbreaks of later years. When a man wants Don Quixote and Faust IOJS to make up for what he has missed, where an entire life, till then tepid, is to be exchanged. Where a love appears which makes everything new again, but also a goal which can be approached not only unmediatedly but also undistractedly. And it is already evident here that because such unmediatedness can also present itself at times as if it were undistractedness, the matter is not simple, there is more to it than caprice. Action which is merely unmediated is abstract and nothing else, and its downfall mostly seems ridiculous. But if it also partakes of undistract action, then it presents itself as abstract moral and its downfall mostly appears moving. But of course mediated balanced action is capable of also being objective moral and thus truly venturing beyond the limits, not into what is empty or expired. It is less heroic in its stance but more manly in its thrust, it has less blossom, but more fruit. Nonetheless, unmediated dreams, precisely in so far as they are undistract, constantly lure us on. For they act not only as a warning but also as a reminder, never to take things as they are. Although, at the risk of a failure which is avoidable and therefore ridiculous, things certainly must be taken as they are, i.e. with experience, acting with worldly wisdom, concretely. The unmediated, the headlong rush at obstacles, has its disadvantages, its honor and its youth; the mediated, with circumspection and mastered experience, has its advantages, its dignity and its maturity. Whereas the latter leads, the former misleads, but also shows undaunted courage and a fiery conscience. At this point we may therefore cast a very penetrating glance at Don Quixote. Of all unconditional dreamers, he was the most inflexible, thus his actions are as laughable as they are great. He is at once a warning and a heartening reminder. Unworldly, old, and utopian, he pursues an image that has partly passed away, partly never been. Don Quixote's rueful countenance and golden illusion, the man meant well and never stopped doing so. But wherever he lays his helping hand he knocks something over. He even looks like badly damaged goods himself, offers maidens his sympathetic protection, this Don Quixote who himself arouses sympathy most of all, a lone life OOL. Long, gaunt, sallow, with cheeks which seem to touch in CD, wasted with delusions. Thus he has left house and home, his foolish niece, his limited life, to be what he has dreamt, to do what he has read. At an age when others are reaching the bottom of the barrel, he becomes a new man, a textbook knight-errant. Delusory though these dreams are, he carries them out, body and soul, an unconditional man of action. But he got only thrashings for his pains, as we. 1036. No, the man who could never see the joke became the joke for others wherever he went. The noble dream fitted him badly, and the world, unlovely as it was, never even tried the dream on. Everything about the foolish hero is half-baked but, within these limitations, decisive. As he appears to himself more than he is and can do, he is restlessly overdoing himself, he stretches himself taller than he actually is. He immediately awards himself 3 counts titles, one on top of the other. Don Quixote is not troubled by the slightest doubt about his vocation. But this vocation was taken only from books, they first gave voice to his inexpressible longing and its contrast to the express banality around him. When the spark of folly started to burn in Don Quixote's brain, it was caused by a spontaneous combustion of accumulated reading matter. With the result that even after his fantastic departure the emotions became literary, indeed sometimes consist of nothing but over-subtle emulation of scenes he has read. Thus Don Quixote, when presented, in a pause between deeds, with a good opportunity to mortify himself for the sake of his beloved, deliberated whether it would be better to follow the example of Amatus in his melancholy or Roland in his frenzy, finally opting for Amatus and his elegiac solitude after all. Thus the junker was brought even further back into the past, to the belief that chivalric gestures, images of combat, images of love, images of loyalty, social forms, were still valid in his own very changed period. The caballero on principle always sets off without money, not just because he has none but, as he tells Sancho Panza, because he had never read in any story of a knight-errant ever paying. The principle of cash payment is thus everywhere opposed by a great heart of yesteryear and taken from the anatomy of chivalric romances. It is his misfortune to believe knight-errantry and its ideal to be compatible with every economic form of society. But the old spear in the domestic umbrella stand or even the lance holder could no longer serve for the best, even if wielded with the greatest vigor. What in the 13th century was the spirit of the age became in the 16th century a spectre, a harmless phenomenon reduced to a mere game. If Don Quixote had been just the vigor and not also the ghost of the old era, Jensen would have been right in his novel The Wheel, where he interprets the hidalgo precisely the other way round, as an American left behipped in Europe. Thus he is out of place, he says, not because he wears armor but because the old world no longer knows what to do with energy and adventure. The Goths have moved on, are clearing forests in Connecticut and Rhode Island, only Don Quixote, their brother, still lives in Europe, and so he becomes strange. Don Quixote and Faust 1037. But the so-called Goths in Connecticut became capitalists, whereas Don Quixote, even in scarcely capitalistic Spain, stood out as a revenant, as a chivalric apparition in everyday life. Part and parcel of the revenant is his unbroken faith in sorcerers and fairies, a faith which his age largely shared but which it applied to witch trials, not to doing and dealing in broad daylight. By taking an otherworld from his antiquarian reading even in everyday life, Don Quixote went around as a ghost on 2 counts, and a ghost of flesh and blood seems crazy. The knight himself is crazy in comparison with his age, crazed by the uncomprehended change of ideology, the uncomprehended absence of God. Where the knights of legend appeared to succeed, Don Quixote could succeed no longer. His legend lacked the helping miracle, the magic stones from the Arthurian world which would have served to complete the crumbling arch of hallucinatory perfection. The belief in this highest superstructure of the Middle Ages also belongs in Don Quixote's case to Romanticism, to one which is all the more perfect because the knight understood this darkened other world even less than vanished feudalism. The knight's remote home did the rest, the desolate plateau of La Mancha, of the dry earth, Manca, as the Arabs called the South Castilian desert. Here this unworldliness and fantasy flourished, Don Quixote's tropical utopian flower of chivalry. For no Gothic hero, especially when he was acting, was the world more vividly animated with spirits. Thick pandemonium all around, and the star of knight-errantry apparently shines from the motionless old heavens. But it is also true that this delusion was not sustained by reading and books alone. It also met with incomparable hope. This helped to animate the barren field of the age with foaming images. Faith in the unconditional makes the stalest reading, which nurtures it, into another faith, an antiquarian utopian one. Such active hope resulted in Don Quixote, the reader of 1,000 chivalric romances, himself becoming the staunchest of the genre's heroes. Thus the reader of Amadis became the hero of a new chivalric romance, the most curious of all, one whose richness puts Amadis in the shade. Don Quixote, by becoming the doer of what he had read, the faithful hero of his reading matter, now really, as Cervantes says, plunges his hands up to his elbows in adventures, into a book of adventures in which no fewer than 600 characters appear, and the leading figure in this strictly action-based entity is always Utopia, equestrian Utopia. Confronted with the onset of this Utopia, the real, in so far as it was commonplace or even banal, could not survive, could not even be perceived. Sheep become soldiers, clouds castles, windmill sails. 1038. Giants, half a barber's basin glinting in the sun becomes Mambrino's helmet. The chivalric wishful dream is crammed full of winged horses and winged lions, of burning lakes, floating islands, and palaces of crystal. This ventures beyond mere social anachronism, it is also archaic utopian, permanently connected with the anachronism of a future world, one which is thus more noble and more colorful. Existing facts as such, even when they are not completely altered by the fantast, simply weigh nothing compared with the magic utopian entity that solely constitutes truth here. Thus Don Quixote remains incurable even by experience, all the more so because it often confronts him in exaggerated, even coordinated negative fashion, in the shape of endless thrashings, dupings, swindles, and disappointments. This wretched reality is no match for the dream layer, the only enlightening one, which lies buried and waiting. For you must know, friend Sancho, that heaven put me on earth to reawaken the golden age in our Iron Age. 1, Chap 20. On one occasion experience gave the knight such a severe battering that his whole body had to be covered with plasters and he could hardly move with back pains. But in the attic of the miserable inn he had crawled into there now appeared a cowgirl, sneaking to a mule driver to indulge in her usual nocturnal pastime with him, and Don Quixote stretched out his hands to receive the consoling maiden. He immediately caught hold of her shift, which, although it was of sackcloth, seemed to him like the finest and softest batiste. The glass beads she wore on her arm shone for him with the brilliance of finest opal pearls. Her hair, only slightly inferior to a horse's mane, to him was like strands of finest Arabian gold, the brilliance of which eclipsed the sun, and her breath, which smelled of the stale salad of the previous night, brought the scent of spices and fragrant aromas to his nose. In short, his imagination depicted her to him as that princess in his books who, overwhelmed by love, came to visit her wounded knight in just such jewelry and finery. Chap 16. As Don Quixote is at his most perceptive when he is most unrealistic, his imagination still does not swerve from the hallucinatory golden image even when another dreadful and interminable thrashing brings home his mistake. But instead of recognizing the mule driver who had come in and struck the love-smitten knight such a fierce blow on the chin that his mouth filled with blood, he invents the figure of an enchanted Moor under whose protection the cowgirl princess stood, and the inn itself, which the day before he had taken for a castle, with 4 towers and silver-gleaming battlements, which did not lack the drawbridge and the deep moats and all the accessories with which such strongholds are always depicted, becomes Don Quixote and Faust 1039. An enchanted fort. Such transformations of reality are Don Quixote's staple diet. Indeed, when the knight wakes up for once and is assailed by skepticism about what is going on, the damaged delusion is not replaced, for example, by empirical reality. On the contrary, it is repaired by a new, far greater delusion. On one occasion the knight almost drowned when he attempted to take a mill by storm on an enchanted punt and fell between the mill wheels. But the dousing did not bring him to his senses. Instead, to go along with the first spirit who provided the enchanted punt, he invents a second who smashes the punt and prevents the heroic deed. Another state of skepticism broke through when the knight, between 2 deeds, on a hot country road, reflected on the wondrous account of how Amadis killed 10,000 enemies in a single hour. The knight pulls up his steed and Sancho Panza behind him his mule. Critical awakening in empirical terms begins with the reflection that Amadis, even endowed with the greatest strength, would have taken a week instead of an hour to kill 10,000 enemies with blows of his sword. Thus doubt about the shrine of Don Quixote's credulity, the chivalric books themselves, sets in, and the junker seems to be on the way to coming to his senses, to an understanding of the empirical world. But at the very moment when this threatens, Don Quixote hits on the following solution to his problem: the 10,000 enemies of Amadis were not of flesh and blood but spirits, enchanted spirits, therefore of gelatinous substance. That is precisely why Amadis' sword blows could go through several bodies, many bodies at once, and the incredible heroic deed was done. Thus idolatry, precisely when reason intervenes, entangles Don Quixote in far greater delusion. The physical nature of spirits, spirit statistics, come to the aid of this faith in heroes, and empirical reality, both in the case of the thrashing and in subsequent disillusionment, has no truth. The same phenomenon appears in even stranger form in another disillusionment, by not becoming one at all, for if abstract utopia, world-blind hope, has no limit, nor does it have any means of correcting its fantastic notions. Precisely when Don Quixote takes sheep for soldiers, a flock of sheep for a foreign army, and even discerns coats of arms and colors, with martial music, mottos, and devices at their head, precisely here there is no lack of hypotheses to enchant a boring world, indeed to present an already disenchanted world as itself illusion again, indeed an illusion particularly easy to see through. For when Sancho instead of martial music hears only the bleating of ewes and rams, his master declares this to be a delusion of fear. This, he says, is a drug which numbs the senses and never allows things to appear as they really 1040 are. And when the knight, soon afterwards, struck by stones from shepherd slings, is lying on the ground in a most pitiful condition and might now be convinced of the reality of the sheep and the shepherds which Sancho saw, he is not convinced at all. On the contrary, again and again he introduces a sorcerer as a Nuji. The sorcerer is envious, has turned what were squadrons into flocks of sheep, but he can do nothing to stop them resuming their former shape a little further off. Their true, real, human shape, the only army worthy of engaging with chivalric utopia. Indeed, the hope in which Don Quixote travels has no petty objects at all, it does not perceive them, or else it suffuses them with gigantically transforming hallucination. Medieval land of legend on all sides, a fixed world of a traditional and rigid kind, with utopian spirit 110 Nethelis casting around in it. The junker becomes utterly effusive in the case of the woman he has imagined for himself. This too is partly read, acquired through reading, but only in its general outline and the role the beloved plays for him. Dulcinea's role is to be the perfect maid, at the same time protect res and voyeurs through whom the knight can look at his deeds. It is part of the all-encompassing dream, and also of the fear of awakening, that Don Quixote never seriously wishes to see Dulcinea. In courtly love in general sexual vigor had waned, as it has in this epigone. In courtly love no woman was considered perfect except the one who had never been possessed. This hoping at the gate, enjoyment without empirical reality, becomes grotesque in Don Quixote's case, for he has intercourse only with Dulcinea's image. What he praises about the knights errant is precisely their idolatry of love, in which the fair lady remains unattainable. Love is as essentially natural and proper to them as the stars to heaven. Chap 13. With stars there is no hasty rencontre, which means that everywhere else Don Quixote feels close to the reality of deeds, albeit to his own conception of it. A predominantly contemplative exception appears only in the case of Dulcinea. He even avoids the lady when she is supposedly nearby, on the pretext that she has banished him and he is not yet worthy of her beauty. He is so far from being keen on the being there of his dream that he can completely disregard the hideous side of the real Dulcinea in Toboso. He even remains remarkably cool when a supposed Dulcinea, veiled and in torchlight, is played before him in all her radiance at the Duke's palace. His dream beloved is so beautiful that even the features of a theatre princess are nowhere near good enough, pearl eyes are inadequate, orally those of an idol will do, Dulcinea's eyes must be like green emeralds, finely slit, with two rainbows for brows. Chap 2. Here everything inhabits the interior of a reflexive though overpowering utopia, a fantasizing which spurs, carries away, consumes and replaces the thirst for action. And when we hear the words Tyche puts in the mouth of the troubadour Geoffroy, then we hear Don Quixote's confession, that he has never seen his beloved, but when he does see her then the reality must surpass his premonition, as with all beauty when it one day appears unveiled to our disembodied eye. Except that in Don Quixote's case the premonition itself already uses a disembodied eye and thus has no organ for perceiving reality where Dulcinea is concerned, nor indeed can any merely real woman anywhere be classed with the dream star Dulcinea. In fact, ultimately we see that on the whole Don Quixote has his existence proved in the waking dream. His vigor, too, occurs only within that dream, and also the energetic desire to be present in the significant moment occurs exclusively in the ideal, seen as existent. Don Quixote's hope world is for him already, so to speak, the real world, namely that of chivalric legend and its lady S. It is only in and on this world that Don Quixote can impose his presence, a presence which, with this limitation, is certainly extraordinary. Thus in reality even Dulcinea, la femme introuvable, is not after all so much the contemplative exception she appears to be, but rather Dulcinea is also presence in the dream, if only in the untouchable dream of the star. It is just that the fear of awakening at this point, that of the fantasized highest fool fent, is also the most active, so that wicked sorcerers at this point must serve as an explanation and a device to keep the land of legend intact. A land of legend which the knight-errant never leaves, which seems to him the natural, the already natural state of things. The moment in Faust's sense, as the landing of something unconditional and its intention in the present unconditional, for Don Quixote, during his utopian period, does not exist at all as an object of intention but always as supposedly real in the paradise of his fantasies which hallucinate the intended as already fulfilled. It is touched on only once, though in a deeply moving manner, right at the end of the dream journey, paradoxically right in the middle of the catastrophe of awakening, on his deathbed. Thus, when an empirical self-identification finally breaks through in place of that which was permanently suffused in an antiquarian utopian way, the dying knight says, "I have been a fool but now I have come to my senses, I was Don Quixote de la Mancha, but now I am Alonso Quixano the Good." Alonso el Bueno, it is the quietest, most heart-rending name, not just a delusion, also an incognito in him is cleared up in this death scene. Till then the present 1042 had been everywhere and nowhere, i.e. the illusory present of a buried existing, transcendent existing heaven in the dream. Its reality, legend utopia as being and being already as legend utopia had, as noted above, for the junker only been temporarily suspended from view by abnormal incursions of enemies and demons. Even Dulcinea, la femme introuvable, does not need to be sought, let alone wooed, she does not even need to be discovered, only the obstacle must be removed that has come between the loveliest here and now and its night. The perfectly achieved is available, in the waking dream and the antiquarian utopian world that has come down to it and is suffused by it. Don Quixote thus re-established for himself a relation which had become utterly untenable, the relation between anticipation and past, between an unparalleled power of hope and the now deaf heaven of a now dead class world. The heroic effet of goodness, the gigantic dream of a future world, was layered into the superstructure of the Middle Ages, into a ftxed, simply prevented, other world. The result was a caricature of utopia, a pathos to itself, a comedy to others, in practice a history of the thrashing suffered by the abstractly unconditional. Quixotry is a bearing which learns nothing and acknowledges nothing changed, which is never mediated, which fails to see that medieval times have shifted, even in Spain and especially in its healthy people who are so fond of laughter and alive to irony, and therefore because of its abstract idealism it is the caricature of a phantasma bene fundatum and of its constitutive content. That content is goodness, indeed a golden age, as Don Quixote himself says, but the road to it is paved with the craziest and most battered abstractions the world has ever known. It is this collision, which constitutes Don Quixote's madness, from this stems his tragicomic fate. He is the greatest utopian in fiction but at the same time the travesty of a utopian, and Cervantes' FTRST, foremost and ostensibly has subjected him to nothing but mockery. But this mockery certainly does not have the last word. Don Quixote remains a too moving example of utopian active conscience for that, one of the initiators of utopia, with huge cloud castles over the plain, but the mockery makes clear what a merely abstract dream triggers off and releases. Self-exaggeration, antiquarian reading and its imitation, hope with its head in legends, vigor in permanent abstractions, all this in the FTRST place combines to form a warning against the utopian night of the lions. Every dream which skips over things and keeps itself vague belongs to him. Thus every will to a life which ventures beyond and a full existence can see in the example of Don Quixote its danger zone, the perspective of a crazy downfall. It is not the overhauling which constitutes the delusion, but this, that the overhauling goes into the vacantly exaggerated, disregarding the obstacles, unallied with the driving forces of the age before it. Monuments to Don Quixote could stand in all Bohemian quarters, he is the patron of inadequate, of self-deluding greatness. But this Don Quixote, transformed from the harmless into the reactionary and then into the reactionary terrible, also lives on in the dizzy, politically fraudulent masquerades of modern times, in political romanticism as a whole. In historical costume and the knight's armor which no longer comes to the aid only of the distressed, on the contrary. Here the feudal magic charms, loyalty, honor, leader, allegiance, are not compatible with the socio-economic tendency, but rather with tinsel and deception. Even Sancho Panza, at least the earlier, easily misled Sancho if not the later Governor Sancho with so much sound common sense, even Sancho Panza, as the believer as well as the object of the deception, has his place here, transformed to suit the times. It is no accident that the homespun crafty petit bourgeois became the squire of the maddest man, it is precisely his utopia. He always has a vision of a purse of doubloons before him and he wishes to get at it in the quickest, shortest way, which makes him the hegemon of delusive romanticism. A homespun character alone is no safeguard against folly, indeed because of its short-sightedness and gullibility, which stems partly from lack of education and partly from unrectified deficiencies, it is especially likely to fall for false prophets. In the original of Cervantes, Sancho Panza falls for a false prophet who is himself without guile, a seducer with a pure soul. In reality, many a decent fellow has fallen prey to impostors and political mystification. The Return of Don Quixote is the title of a remarkable masquerade and prophetic novel by Chesterton. His return aided and abetted fascism, political romanticism became draped exploitation, indeed chloroform. And yet from a quite different angle, from the angle of abstract purity, Don Quixote is clearly the patron saint of honest abstract social idealists. In so far as they drag the high, usually the all too high, down into the lower regions, to remedy morally or indeed to overthrow what can only be tackled economically, in the homogeneous dirt of the matter. The seven-armed candlestick is not designed to be taken into the privies of this world, i.e. social ideals cannot be preached among profiteers. Even if the revolutionary work must always bear in mind the whole and the highest ideal of its goal in order to be more than reform, the better society does not come about through fanaticism or ideal propaganda from above. Not through a pure soul without habitation in the movements of the world and without knowledge of the less pure interests which move. 1044. The world. Thus almost all idealistic social utopians were and are of Don Quixote's breed, above all those who recalled lost ideals to the conscience of the powerful. In fiction, Marquis Poe belongs here, so too, absolutely, does Gregor's whirl in Ibsen's Wild Duck, a Don Quixote figure under other stars, calling in ideal debts with no IFO are the insolvent, indeed vanished debtors. In history even such great utopians as Fourier and Owen come close to the world of Don Quixote in terms of their abstractness. As organizers of a better, though not an antiquarian better, world to be installed immediately, with an abstract plan of construction, in the old. Marx took exception to Don Quixote precisely because of this kind of utopia. He interpreted the Caballero as a complete worldview and as its fate. In the sense, as Marx says, that Don Quixote himself paid for the error of believing knight-errantry to be equally compatible with all economic forms of society. For which reason Marx also represents Don Quixote as an incarnation of false consciousness, of the interpretation of the world by abstract principles. And it is abstractness which finally makes the resourceful junker unique even as poetic unconditionality, in instructive contrast to the other dream figure of setting forth, Faust. Faust, too, was restless, world-weary and full of uncertain premonition, but he attempts to come to terms with the regions through which he travels, he strengthens and instructs his subjectivity by means of them. His magic cloak ride through the world proves to be a progressive concretion, the magic cloak becomes the vehicle of finding and leaving, of thorough objective experience. Nonetheless, Faust's will to full existence does not yield, it does not capitulate, the great moment is never confused with its footprints in the dirt, not even with its legend or its cathedral. Quixotry, on the other hand, almost everywhere remains in the pre-world, whether of Bohemia, of political romanticism, or of idealistic utopia. The dream does not land here, or only for a short time, when abused or legendary. It is true that in the dream of the unconditional, especially with Don Quixote, there lives the complete religious conviction that the G-Ivan cannot be the illuminatingly true, that above the logic of facts as they stand a lost and buried evidence is valid in which alone the hope truth, as world for us, dwells. But in Quixotry as method even the passion of purity which seeks to bring out a world in keeping with itself sinks back into the harmless or overblown, the inessential and the extravagant. The purpose here is not to practice pedantry on the comic antics of the resourceful unker, except for that which Cervantes himself practices in his countless humorous. In Schiller's play Don Carlos. Don Quixote and Faust 1045. Exegesis. Everywhere it is the haze of an inappropriate dream content which causes a magnificent man and a golden intention to lapse into comedy. Into comedy there and then, into political romanticism later, when monopoly capitalism puts on armor and captains of industry pretend to be knights of heaven. Much about the junker looks melancholy and yet we can laugh about it. All the more so, the greater his aspiration and the more he overreaches himself in all his pretensions and intentions. The grand entrance, the significant background, are crucial for every comic impression. Without a significant goal and a correspondingly miserable failure to reach it there would be no comic effect. Hence apples, because they are what they are, cannot be comically caricatured, whereas even animals can, because they lie along the same line towards human beings or can at least be regarded as such, and this is all the more true of semi-heroic people, knights of the rueful countenance. The bourgeois conformist, gloating and maliciously reveling in the misfortune and downfall of a problematically significant type, is not the only one to laugh here. Also laughing here is a different kind of self-assurance, a worthy streak in man, one which takes the goal itself too seriously to take Don Quixote seriously as its warriors, in short which does not and must not tolerate even honorable shadow boxers. What Don Quixote himself intended was done better by the real knights, and so it is superfluous. What Don Quixote intended with the background of his dreams, the realm of justice, has never been furthered but often discredited by abstract heart-thumping for the good of humanity, for ignorant magnanimity is no stalwart fighter in this realm. Thus not even Don Quixote's moving death can make us forget the comedy he has performed. Even he now knows that he was a comic hero, but by this he ceases of course to be one, for only the tragic hero knows and can bear the knowledge that he is tragic, the comic hero never knows, or if he does realize it, the comedy ceases for the spectator too. Yet the entire comedy of his previous performances remains, the falling away of folly from the dying Don Quixote as described by Cervantes, with a seriousness which brings on tears, does not in itself put Don Quixote onto the tragic plane. It does, of course, put him onto the level of the tragic play, compassion, weeping contemplation, painful sympathy now become available for him with this ending. For Alonso Quixano the Good, as the dying man now calls himself, for the nobly defenseless victim of such endless torment, nastiness and disappointment in this world, Don Quixote can nonetheless be understood in individual comic terms, in the full callous pleasure of measuring the distance between desire and ability, the direction and the goal. Seen as a whole, an individual conducting himself gloriously, heroically, goes under in his exaggerated and foolish antics, a doer without deeds, a quester without an answer. Because the helpful junker carries on like this, because Don Quixote mas ers nothing, is crushed by the merest bagatelles and yet ultimately finds that his exaggerated ego goes under in the naked truth of his emptiness, as his messianic dream does in conjuring the ghosts of history, this same retarded character, rejected by earth and by heaven, can do nothing but perform a harmless act, which represents no one, is comic and therefore humiliatingly indulged, before unmoved nothingness, before the unblinking lion of fate. Almost everything sublime here turned to folly and chimera, even though it is the folly of a full existence and the chimera of a messianic ideal. And yet the last, most telling word about the convoluted man has not yet been spoken. No figure seems so much of a piece, but none becomes more ambiguous when contemplated for a long time. The laughter is joined by the radiance which emanates from Don Quixote, and it is not simply refuted by the laughter, by the warning. The junker is a half-wise fool, a very perforated fool, with patches of light in his head. He acts within his delusion circumspectly, indeed he sometimes astonishes with his sober judgments, almost as if the delusion was only feigned. Don Quixote says on his deathbed, when urged by Sancho Panza to return to further chivalric nonsense, with the people around him indulgently playing along, "Steady on, gentlemen, it's no good looking for birds in last year's nests." 2, chap 74. In this sentence he anticipated the entire later socio-economic refutation of chivalry. Granted, he spoke this sentence only after he had come to his senses, but had not Don Quixote known even beforehand that several of his birds of paradise were not in the nest at all? He took them from the past, but only because the past seemed more human, more fit for human beings than a present stripped of all chivalrousness. Don Quixote did not extract from the feudal age the holy tithe and its ideology as political romanticism did. He saw the knight-errantry of yore as none the less a nobler guiding image than the budding bourgeoisie. The later bourgeoisie, in its still revolutionary stance against the dark Middle Ages, certainly transformed Cervantes into a liberal, and his ironic ostensible intention, to hold up to ridicule the fabulous and senseless stories in the books of chivalry throughout the world, was made absolute. It is set tamely a. Don Quixote and Faust 1047. Different matter altogether, as Marx suggests, to condemn Don Quixote from a belief in concrete utopia itself, both on account of his antiquarium and above all of his abstract a priori. But then not because the knight-errant was no Hegelian or as though the utopian space itself is abandoned. On the contrary, the humorous critique, if it is any good, is always directed against and ends with the phenomenon of utopian will and unconditionalness, as, ambiguously or cryptically, with the great composer of dreams Cervantes himself. This merging of great amusement and great melancholy, indeed of both warning and obligation, has repeatedly made itself evident in the ways later centuries have been affected by Don Quixote. When a Spanish king looked out of the window of his castle and saw a man reading convulsed with laughter, he said, "The man is either insane or he is reading Don Quixote." But Dostoevsky, from a different window and with a different view, remarks of Don Quixote, "When the Last Judgment comes, men will not forget to take this saddest of all books with them." Both reactions are right, and on top of these, as the last or penultimate one, comes the melancholy frenetic response expressed by André Suarez, king of the noble-hearted, lord of the distressed, crowned with the golden helmet of illusion, "None has been able to defeat you, for the shield on your arm is all imagination and your lowered lance is all magnanimity." A man like Kant, who can hardly be accused of the least inclination to chivalric romanticism, most certainly did feel affected by the unconditional aspect of Don Quixote, so much so that, in this respect no perfect reader, he even reproached the author for his humor. As in this remarkable sentence from Kant's posthumously published writings, Cervantes would have done better if, instead of ridiculing the fantastic and romantic passion, he had directed it better. Werke, Hartenstein, 8, p. 612. Clearly comic is the effect on all impartial readers of the endless thrashings which the junker, like a clown in the circus, receives throughout the first part of the novel. But in the second part, where the thrashing scenes characteristically disappear, even in the reader the amusement which these scenes rightly caused is reversed. For the thrashings, with a powerfully revealing switch from quantity to quality, 2, chap 68, are now replaced by a herd of swine which tramples over Don Quixote. This occurs after the renunciation of chivalry, shortly before his death, when his resege folly no longer provided a protective layer. Is this bristly adventure, as Cervantes calls it, now also a reaction, an amused acceptable reaction of the world, especially of the world background, to the inadequate reformer? Or is the trampling herd of swine on the contrary a synonym for the usual way of the world and, for Alonso Quixano, the good's defenselessness in every region? An uncanny affinity threatens to be recalled here, one which has been latent throughout the whole account and which now appears, an affinity between this other Don Quixote and Jesus, both in terms of the mockery they are subjected to and the abruptly introduced ideal. Don Quixote experiences only a harmless and distorted miniature of this, and yet the mocking faces around Christ on the way of the cross and the herd of swine, Pilate's amused query, "Are you the king of the Jews?" and the Duke who uses Don Quixote as a court jester, all these faces are not so very different. There is an ecce homo in the knight's derided purity, a kind of reflection of Christ even in this debased caricature. Dostoevsky certainly understood Don Quixote thus, and Turgenev, in his somber essay on Don Quixote and Hamlet, openly interprets the bristly adventure as the final tribute all Don Quixotes must pay to indifferent and impudent misjudgment. In such manifold ways Quixotry is able to break out of the comic as if it were no more its essential part than the tomfoolery of enchantments and spirits. The half-wise fool, the dreamer who is trampled by swine, the uncanny reminder of Jesus, the aura of magnanimity and of fantasy surrounding the knight of the rueful countenance and his golden illusion, these are so many iridescences of this comic hero which bring out from the warning the hearty reminder, something not to be forgotten. The comedy remains and the implicit rejection within it, but at its end comes an evening red which sheds a very serious light on Don Quixote. Indeed, a morning red, cancelling everything agreed to be antiquarian, and within it there is the quintessential basic utopian shape, with all the dangers, all the legacies of overhauling unconditionalness. Concrete utopia does after all delineate itself against the abstract kind, just as sharply as it honors its frontier life and the power of its waking dream. So it is not simply a matter of how mad we consider the junker to be, but of how correct we consider the facts in which and against which he rides. He is fighting for a lost cause, certainly, but is the laughter which engulfs him really a triumphant cry of life? The emerging bourgeois world which Don Quixote combated with lance couched is not so glorious as to make even a feudal struggle incomprehensible. The age of chivalry was somewhat nobler, less alienated, and what is more, in the second part of the novel, at the Duke's court, Don Quixote does not even appear entirely as a revenant from this age or the romanticism about this age. For though at the Duke's court and in Spain itself he was still caught up in unexpired conserved feudalism, corrupt feudalism, the knight shines here if anything, even more strangely than among innkeepers and policemen. As against the courtiers, as against the vulgar frivolity of the ducal couple, Don Quixote comes across not just as a fool, a court jester, a court buffoon. In fact his dream does not end feudal romantically at all. The flower and essence of all knight-errantry, as the Duke styles Don Quixote with a grin, has another very different essence, even within himself. For in the final analysis this dreamer does not only wish to restore the authentic chivalry of old, although this in itself would be a criticism of its corrupt remnants. In his chivalric dream, the dream of a golden age keeps coming back. There were so many wrongs for him to put a stop to, so many injustices to be redressed, so many abuses to be remedied, crimes to be avenged, duties to be fulfilled. 1. Chap 2. However lopsidedly and inappropriately this dream was launched, however easily it could be defeated by the world in all its abstract romantic positions, martyrs for such a cause are never utterly refuted. Even mere utopian land of legend, even the caricature of a phantasma bene fundatum need not feel embarrassed by the vulgarity which now constituted feudal pleasure. How empty is even the illusion or art with which bored vacuity fills its time, along with the traces of too lengthy a service beneath the banner of love, compared to the illusion with which Don Quixote now envelopes himself and the world. Schelling says at one point in his Philosophy of Art that the Duchess has everything in common with Circe except her beauty. In fact everything here is a world of masquerade. Don Quixote is the only one who is not turned into a swine. In fact the theatrical performance at the court is utterly cynical, a bathing in froth and fraud. Don Quixote, on the other hand, who does not need this kind of theatre at all, sees even here nothing but the embodiment of the wishful dreams in which he believes. Here the wonderful is and remains reality for him. Veils and sparkling diamonds in the theatre of fulfillment which the Duke puts on for him point in this direction, and his vision outdoes both. In it dwells Dulcinea, and Don Quixote surrounds this imago with an adoration no real girl has ever experienced more intensely. It is true that this is hallucinatory thinking of terrifying unreality but also of the most faithful ideality. Dulcinea is incomparably more beautiful than the most beautiful women who have ever appeared in life or even in literature. With this fantasy love, Cervantes, establishing pure ens perfectissimum, causes even the ideal to split into an as it were empirical and a utopian layer, and Dulcinea dwells completely on the utopian super-utopian side. It is only the latter's formlessness which prevents even the Trojan Helen from being reduced to the mundane level. IOSO. Of the Egyptian Helen in comparison with Dulcinea. Thus Dulcinea is la fe madame introuvable even in the existing wish and fantasy layer, not just in existing reality. But of course Don Quixote builds himself a bridge between existing reality and fulfillment, precisely the mythical bridge afforded by legend. The world is enchained by black magic, precisely in its hardest places it is spellbound, and not for a moment does the frenzied optimist doubt that the great moment can come and the crust will crack. This is what he was seeking when he rode out on his fantastic expedition, and still seeking in his rueful homecoming, fulfillment must come. On his deathbed, the great moment was morality. During the dream it hovered ahead, the bright glade of the world, from behind every turning the wonderful can come forth like a silver gleaming nymph. In the transportable dream cell he lives in, Don Quixote sees no really existing world, yet he is also far from a belief in fate, a belief in a naturally given or divinely imposed necessity. Quixotry, when combined with worldly wisdom, certainly can make the lion of fate blink very hard indeed, just as surely as this lion remains unmoved by the deluded élan of a merely unworldly Don Quixote. Realpolitik with a dash of this redefined Quixotry, this enthusiastic dash of unconditionalness in the shrewdness of the conditional does not make the impossible possible, but nor either does it weaken in the face of what is difficult to achieve, of objective possibility. Indeed, as long as the historical world consists of objective possibility and the subjective factor, then the subjective factor, if it is to avoid being defeatist, will always possess an element of correctly understood Quixotry. With that knowledge of time and the world so utterly lacking in Don Quixote the Fool, with that belief in obstructed magnificence of which Don Quixote the Dreamer possesses too much. The expedition on the nag, with an inadequate personality, grotesque delusions, and an outdated ideology, is and remains comic. But the will with which the subject sets out, by his strong arm to drive away injustice from the world is as great as the world's reaction is coarse and despicable, and the goal, an order without galley slaves and dullness, is serious. All guiding figures of unrest have a path with them which in the course of time does not simply remain crooked, and the venturing beyond the temperate zones also ventures beyond antiquarian ideals, in the present case the chivalric ideal. Even the wistful yearning hunger for the unattainable has music of the absolute moment within it. The unattainable here is undoubtedly intended as an event, in the most present sense. Figures of the unconditional risk their plus ultra here, as living utopians they follow their dream of the perfect life. Mediated. Don Quixote and Faust 1051. Venturing beyond in the manner of Faust or of actually occurring experience, this realism is the correct one, but the other Don Quixote, who can also be interpreted positively, reminds us, after Faust in the world has become cleverer than the cleverest man, to act even against this cleverness, that is, without making peace with the merely existing world which parades as complete. A related question, the wrongs and rights of Tasso versus Antonio. All this fits into the old struggle between enthusing and maturing. In a disparaging sense one can be described as the inwardly blustering fool and the other as the withered, earthbound bourgeois conformist. Enthusiasm and maturity of this kind coincide by committing their error only in the opposite directions. The enthuser raises even dogs to infinity, with the bourgeois conformist even the infinite goes to the dogs. But both the overstating enthuser and the understating Philistin are mere caricatures of a serious state, an alternating phenomenon. One state reflects easily coexisting wishes, occasionally also thoughts, the other reflects restricting, sometimes seemingly completed matters, accomplished matters of fact which bump hard against one another in space. Schiller stressed this alternation of the subjective or of the objective factor in the bourgeois person poetically, in his distinction between sentimental and naive poetry. Here again two veritable fields of vision are in competition, that of the ideally suffusing character and that of the character with experience of the real. One can best arrive, says Schiller, at a true idea of this contrast by isolating from the naive and the sentimental character what is poetic in each. Nothing then remains of the former, as regards the theoretical, but a sober spirit of observation and a firm allegiance to the uniform testimony of the senses, as regards the practical, a resigned submission to the necessity, but not the blind compulsion, of nature, a surrender therefore to what is and must be. Of the sentimental character nothing remains, in the theoretical sphere, but a restless spirit of speculation which stresses the unconditional element in all knowledge, in the practical sphere a moral rigor which insists on the unconditional element in acts of the will. Thus the idealist and the realist are delineated against each other here or, to keep within our FRM work, a large element of Don Quixote, unconditionalness of feeling, Marquis Posa, and an equally large element of coming to terms with the world, Erziehungsroman, Mephisto's constant cooling down of Faust, the ios 2. Nature of experience in Faust. The antagonism between the idealist and the realist, using both terms in the moral sense, appears in almost Schillerian form in Goethe's Tasso, expressed in the simile of the wave and the rock. Tasso is completely unruly, bursting with the urge from within, blindly overflowing, he calls himself a wave, but Antonio, the man of the world, he finally calls the firm, silent rock. Tasso rants out solely his own inner images, images both passionate and high-spirited, and can the beaker's rim contain a wine / that frothing wells and foaming overflows? Act V, Sc 4. Tasso remains the unmediated. He walks in his own magic circle, and whatever reality breaks into it is understood, misunderstood not as a lesson but only as persecution, conspiracy. Beside him, with his feet firmly on the ground, stands Antonio, beside the absolute poet, the soundly reasoning Secretary of State, experienced, cautious, cool, not without malice, wise in the ways of the world. And Tasso, when his vision proves bankrupt, capitulates to the enemy who in the end is not an enemy at all, finds mediation through Antonio, so in the end the shipwrecked sailor clings / to just that rock on which he should have foundered, Act V, SCV. Here is the transition from fervor to insight, from unmediatedness to mediation, from spontaneity to action in and with the world. But yet again, at the risk of a compromise, thus ambivalence arises again, the choice between two guiding panels, in this case between the radicalism of the unconditional and the ordinariness, but also the lessons, of manly prose, the objectivity of the way of the world. In contrast to the joy of the senses and the peace of the soul, Schiller of course did not set up a simple choice between his moral poetic idealist and his realist, he expressed no normative preference for the one to the exclusion of the other. A remark towards the end of Naive and Sentimental Poetry expounds this: it is precisely this exclusion which occurs in experience that I am combating, and the result of the present reflections will be the proof that only the completely equal inclusion of both can satisfy mankind's concept of reason. And in fact the dialectical wholeness which the Tasso-Antonia problem takes up is rather one of permeation, of the prophetic plus process realism, as will become clear in what follows. But the unconditional retains its primacy here, as long as it has only entered into process mediation, into concrete instruction and armamenty. This primacy of the unconditional prevents precisely the compromise in mediation, indeed it makes even temporary compromise into the method that leads the way to the victory of what is right. Permeating mediation is indispensable for such ultimately Undi's tract essence, its political form, against every kind. Don Quixote and Die Faust 1053. Of Putschism and abstract monomania, is Marxist. The enthusiasts, however, with the isolated, infinite Tasso, who is allowed to do as he pleases, are impatient in their merely abstract immediacy, and empty freedom without tectonic virtue crumbles anarchistically into destruction as petrified desire. Immediacy which skips over society, over the pages of history and the world, to achieve its goal more rapidly thus becomes abstract utopia in the highest abstraction. It is haste and omission which for this very reason is bound to revert to the air emptiness of immediacy, in contrast to concrete utopia, with its path, compass, order. This is why in this respect Faust rises so far above Don Quixote, a subject of mediation and its phenomenology, without abstract fantasizing. This is why mediation, with analysis of the situation and constant time dialectic, constant subject object dialectic, is so unquestionably superior to pure spontaneity. The guiding panel of mediatedness is higher than that of immediacy, but it is only higher in that it has put on the radical conscience of immediacy, as mindfulness in every mediation. On this condition, precisely in such permeation and in it alone, Tasso retains the last word with Don Quixote against Antonio and becomes true. Cervantes gave his hero this epitaph: once as a bogeyman he entered the fray / by his strong arm to drive away / Ixiastis from the world. There is no doubt that he is a bogeyman, but there is even less doubt, beyond the ridiculous means he uses, about their sublime goal. No doubt about the greatness of the intention, the melody of salvation which runs unerringly here through mockery and through defeats which are not always discrediting. There is even less doubt about the determining goal itself, about the dictate, to free the world of injustice, of its alienation, of suffocating triviality. This kind of unconditionalness is not true when action consists of rushing headlong at a wall, but it is true when it is the most energetic refusal to recognize that a wall has to be there. The Luciferian Promethean and the layer of sound. The way to what is better is primarily a human path, and this means here a bold path. It leads out of our inborn circumstances and out of those which stand around our lives. Even though they may fit our lives, they are not permanently attuned or only when the head is no longer held up high but nods at every step like a horse. Animals with all their actions and sensations are locked within their fixed generic nature and its environment. Man can raise himself beyond high S. Animals and their organization. iOS 4. Are completed at a very early age, and almost as complete is the arena assigned to them, indeed the FATE assigned to them, within the group-like framework of which, for all their mobility, they behave as if spellbound. Man, on the other hand, seen from the animal's perspective, is a helpless premature birth with long-lasting malleability, long obstructed inaturation and rigidity, and just as open as his organization remains his environment, remain the limits of mankind. The animal is complete when it can maintain the species. With man the decisive development only begins with puberty. The animal is actually as if pressed into its surroundings, and the surroundings in turn, with a correspondence bordering on mimicry, are entered onto the animal's own design. The human being changes his environment through work. It is only through it that he becomes a human being, i.e. a subject of the changing of the world. He can thus lose his connection with the primeval human subject, and even more so with the primeval natural arena to which animals, each after its fashion, are attuned in such an amazing and multiply protected way, whereas the human imprint on history is so old and so powerful that the primeval human subject and the primeval environment from which Homo sapiens started out and has since drifted away are now scarcely known. The metamorphosis of man, through socio-economic causes, is the same as the real, irreversible history of mankind itself. And the most highly bred or front types are not the most decadent as in the animal kingdom, but those with the healthiest capacity for becoming, human becoming, entering into the novum. These are the venturers beyond the limits or pioneers, often allied to the best that men want at a given time or at all times, and its emissaries. They are therefore utopian types, and in this character they are also united as fictional, as ideally presented types. The quixotic and the Faustian is united in a previously drawn firing line, despite the differences, clear as in any didactic play, between abstractness in the former and the workings of the world in the latter. Only man has the freedom of this transition, one into the seventh day where otherwise everything rests except him. This is why animals can be demonic or venturers beyond the limits in the manner of the dinosaurs of the Jurassic period, venturers beyond the limits into the monstrous tropical, but they cannot be Luciferian, i.e. makers of consciousness, creators of light, changers of the world. This involves remaining for a time at the transition, at the bridge of the transition and of human aurora. This new day beckons to new shores, consequently a day unlike any other that has yet shone forth upon the world. Man in society thus forms around him an environment different from what was. Don Quixote and Faust IOSS. Biologically assigned to him, he brings with his work a contribution and modification into the existing or towards it. But, with this contribution, if it is not to remain subjective abstract and therefore to be no contribution at all, a contact with the world will always be made. Not with the world of becomeness, which surrounds like a ring and, in the animal as well as the human being poor in subject, is as fixed as the physiognomy of his body. But a contact is made with the world as the workings of the world and with its tendency-filled physiognomy, that which is truly light-bringing never remains in itself or alone. In his essay on Winckelmann, Goethe speaks of the people of antiquity and describes their essence as an unfragmented nature which works as a whole, knows it is one with the world and therefore does not experience the objective external world as something alien which is added to man's inner world, but recognizes in it the counterparts responding to its own sensations. This is especially true of the tendency figures of history, of process mediation which gives sustenance to the will of inner freedom and strength against abstraction to the will of the unconditional. The light-bringing, Luciferian element is in Greek terms the Promethean, and it always forms even the most distant regnum humanum from the clay of this world. But what if a still invisible kind of material is easier to will and to believe than material far more visible? If the will to it, as in Faust's style, infects itself in the workings of the world but equally, as will to the moment, lies beyond attained visibility. Manifestations of this kind, manifestations of a quixotry of the highest order, with Dulcinea as its hallmark, certainly are not lacking in Faust, otherwise he would not be the one who abandons everything again, the urge based on utopian loyalty. Hence the lines from the beginning. Who teaches me? What should I shun? Should I obey that sudden urge? Not just our sufferings, what we ourselves have done hold back our own lives onward surge. Asterisk. And immediately the turning away from all that is stagnant in the world of things. The finest things the spirit could receive, by strange and stranger matter are besieged. All those fine feelings which once gave us life grow rigid in the earthly, jostling strife. Asterisk. Then in the invocation of the mothers, of shaping, reshaping in the limitless. No rigid salvation do I seek to find. To shudder is the best part of mankind. Although the world may price his feelings dear, he feels the monstrous depths, still gripped with fear. Gripping emotion and the limitless are correspondences in such hidden overhauling of the world, indeed only in that which Mephisto calls empirically nothing, but in which Faust hopes to find his all, is there the counterpart responding to this feeling which has not been priced dear. Thus visible world no longer stands before invading overhauling intention of this kind, let alone the fine, agreeable habit of existing and operating in it. The realist, on the contrary, now becomes a driver out of the highest order. This must be conceded, even Mephisto here speaks, with regard to the here responding counterparts, of desolation and loneliness, of the untrodden, unwished for, of flight from what has arisen, of unleashed spaces, but of course equally of shaping, reshaping, of the eternal entertainment of the eternal sense. Therefore even in this highest reaching breakthrough intention the Promethean does not remain in itself or alone. But its still invisible element appears again in a material and in its still utterly distinct appearance. And we should not fail to see, still less fail to hear, this material of the Promethean, all that has been denoted by venturing beyond, Don Giovanni, Don Quixote, Faust, now approaches in its further developed form, though still thoroughly within the world of art, in musical light. Thus the next formation of poetic venturing beyond the limits which contradicts available existence occurs in the layer of sound and its shaping, reshaping, in the tonal figures which it nevertheless foreshadows of a world figure, however distant. Hence the still undetermined element in the layer of sound, but hence also the remarkably near and festive atmosphere when Faust brings back what he has grasped from his marvelous experience. Faust, Part I, 634-9. T. Faust, Part II, 6271-4. From airy tones there streams a know not how, and as they drift, all seems melodious flow. The columns sound, the fluted triglyph rings, I even think the very temple sings. Asterisk. 1057. It sings as unrestrained exodus and as extract. Music is the supreme art of utopian venturing beyond, whether it drifts or builds. The layer of sound is certainly not always unrestrained, otherwise no triglyph could ring, but more than anywhere else all figures of venturing beyond the limits are accommodated, indeed even arrive in it. The world of sound, even in the unrestrained, is certainly not demonic, or only with exceptions, as can be found in Berlioz and Wagner. It is no dinosaur excess in the field of the arts, but like no other art it incorporates the Luciferian, the Promethean. All venturers beyond the limits to the absolute moment are also tonal characters. The Luciferian guiding panel is inscribed with the name of Beethoven. Venturers beyond the limits all belong to Beethoven's realm. In Beethoven all music becomes a Prometheus overture, far beyond the early, pioneering work which bears this name. The venturers beyond the limits cross into the sphere from their moral sphere, provided that the tonal layer has not become a linguistic and depictive space sui generis, part of a different creation of environment. This is especially true in the approach to the fulfilled moment in itself, with a head which outgrows the war-jd which has arisen, with the identity of the we and its world, to which the Don Quixote and the Faust longing ultimately intends, instead of alienation. Venturing beyond 51. And most intense world of man. In music. If I could wish for something, I would wish for neither wealth nor power, but the passion of possibility. I would wish only for an eye which, eternally young, eternally burns with the longing to see possibility. Kierkegaard, The Moment. The tone goes with us and is we, not only as the graphic arts merely go with us to the grave, though they previously seemed to point so far beyond us into the severe, the objective, the cosmic, but as good works also go with us beyond the grave, and this is precisely because the new, no longer pedagogical but real symbol in music seems so very low, seems so much only a fiery outburst in our atmosphere, although it is in fact a light in the most distant, but the innermost heaven of fixed stars. Ernst Bloch, The Spirit of Utopia. There is something overhauling and unconcluded in music which no poetry can satisfy, unless it be the poetry which possibly develops music from itself. At the same time the openness of this art shows in a particularly striking way that even in the content relation of other arts it is not yet the evening to end all days. Ernst Bloch, Subject-Object, Commentaries on Hegel. Happiness of the blind. To know itself, for this the mere I must go to others. In itself it is sunk in itself, the inside lacks someone opposite it. But in this other person, in whom an otherwise opaque interior grasps itself, it can easily go into the alien again, away from itself. Only sounding, that which expresses itself in sounds, is at all events also related back to an I or we. The eyes roll back in this, it becomes significantly dark, so that the external at first sinks and only a fountain appears to speak. It is very often the same one which wells up and froths in attempted being self. This restlessness now hears itself. As a shape longing and driving in itself, as a song which runs on solitarily or entwines itself with others and always represents invisible human features. Happiness of the blind begins with this, beneath and above the things which exist. At the same time the tone expresses what in man himself is still dumb. The nymph Syrinx. It is not possible to avoid hearing a call in singing. This call began as a cry, which expresses a drive and calms it at the same time. The human cry was originally accompanied only by noise, by whirring, drumming, rattling. This deafens and remains dull, an opposition of high and deep arises, but nowhere a first move towards fixed pitch, let alone the creation of a scale. This, i.e. music, began modestly, it came about only with the invention of the shepherd's pipe or panpipe. This handy instrument, which could be carried anywhere, comes from a different social class than the noise-producing, frighteningly cultic musical instruments. Used mostly by shepherds, the panpipe served for closer, more human feelings and their expression. It does not have to deafen or perform magic like the twirling stick, cymbals, or the magically painted, itself magically worshipped drum. On the contrary, it remains, apart from pure entertainment, on the level of love longing and, where traces of magic remained, of love enchantment. The sound of the shepherd's pipe, the panpipe, or of the syrinx as the Greeks called it, it means the same in all these cases, is supposed to reach the distant beloved. Thus music begins longingly and already definitely as a call to that which is missing. Among the Indians of the Rocky Mountains this belief is still widespread today. The young Indian goes out onto the plain and laments his love on the panpipe, at which the girl is supposed to weep, however far away she is. The panpipe has since come a long way, it is the primeval ancestor of the organ, but far more than this, it is the birthplace of music as a human expression, a sounding wishful dream. To this not only an Indian belief bears witness but, precisely in its place, one of the loveliest tales of antiquity. The origin and content of music are charmingly and elegically indicated in this tale. It was told by Ovid, who relates the following of the Arcadian pipe and its content: Metam. I. 689-712 Pan was disp ording with nymphs and chased after one of them, the tree nymph Syrinx. She flees from him, she sees her way blocked by a river, she implores the waves, her liquidous roars, to transform her. Pan grabs for her and finds nothing but reeds in his hands. During Pan's lamentations for his lost beloved, the breeze produces sounds in the reeds, and their harmony moves the god. Pan breaks the reeds, longer, then shorter ones, sticks the finely grated pipes together with wax and plays the first tones, like the breeze, but with living breath and as a lament. Thus the panpipe came into being. Playing gives Pan the consolation of a union with the nymph, hoc me icon liqueum tecum main bit asterisk, who has vanished and yet not vanished, who remained in his hands as the sound of the flute. Thus far Ovid, memory of primeval times, of the primeval history of music, as a pathos offlament for the absent, is intended in this tale, makes it unsentimental and, along with true allegories, matter of fact. Quite apart from Pan, even geographically the panpipe did not originate in Greece but in Eastern Asia in the 3rd millennium B.C. It rapidly spread across the whole earth, especially among pastoral tribes. But gracefully and deeply though the need for music is indicated in this tale, it describes just as truly the small, momentous invention of music as human expressio n. Precisely in the contrast of the syrinx with cult instruments and sound instruments, with noises of the dull, screaming, howling, rattling kind. Into this cultic world of sound the instrument now enters, which causes a well-ordered tone series to be heard, and with the unity of syrinx and nymph Ovid described the goal towards which the tone series moves, which has always been a drawing of lines in the invisible. It is a contradictory utopian goal. This pipe playing is the presence of the vanished, that which has passed beyond the limit is caught up again by this lament, captured in this consolation. The vanished nymph has remained behind as sound, she adorns and prepares herself within it, plays to need. The sound comes from a hollow space, is produced by the fecundating breeze and still remains in the hollow space which it causes to resound. The nymph became the reeds, the instrument, like her, is called syrinx. Only even today it is still not rightly known what music itself is called and who it is. Bizai hero and nymph, symphony yantastique. Something is lacking, the sound at least clearly expresses this lack. There is something dark and thirsty about the sound itself, it wafts, does not stick in one place like paint. This wafting and gliding can also be bad, so that longing, as music, melts away, becomes marrowless. But if the tone does not sit precisely in space, it can be set all the more sharply in time, in the bar, in the well-aimed song. Precisely the sharp figures of restlessness are unmistakably tuned in music, the familiar figures, the venturers beyond the limits. Hoffmann's conductor Chrysler plays the music of that which, in all trees, wanted golden leaves, that which circulates in all the starvellayings of the unconditional. Most recognizably, i.e. erotically, this unrestrained desire recurs in Berlioz, in his youthful Symphonie Fantastique. It may therefore stand at the beginning, with its own nymph, its bizarre nymph. The figures of venturing beyond all have an especially strong utopian affirmament, in Berlioz it is musically erotically isolated. Again the nymph syrinx appears, as the maiden theme she ns through the 5 movements of the Symphonie Fantastique. This youthful work as a whole is certainly not the best music, but it is very significant in its point of longing. It is music which, in a sensational way, has utopian idée F9e in its head and carries it out in a bizarre hero, in a strange Helen. The program outlines the intention of the composer and the outermost, as it were still extra-musical, doors of the work. A young artist sees the girl who embodies in her person all his dreams. The beloved image never appears to him except accompanied by a musical idea, a theme passionate but noble and shy in character. This melody forms the idée fixe, one both pursuing and pursued. The counter-subject to the main theme comes in the central movement. This second theme does not appear, as is usually the case, in softness, but as blurredness, sleep, stand still. Out of the shrill, often spasmodic developments the idea of the FTRST theme returns, at FTRST darkened, sinking into ever deeper notes, then with great magnificence, but always the magnificence of a mere image Auflösung, which has become sharp and significant vanishing. The return of the theme in C major at the end of the first movement is happiness, but happiness unattained. It is the star, but like the star in the distance. And Stella leaves the FTRST movement, entitled Dreams, Sufferings, goes through the scherzo, a ball, through an adagio, Scene in the Fields, which is certainly unique, through the march finale, and the way to the place of execution, through the fugue finale, Dream on a Sabbath Night. The scherzo brings the theme into dance rhythms, the adagio transforms it into solitary recitatives, into dialogue in audible fdelds, a voice alone, the other no longer answers, complete stillness, there is distant thunder below the horizon. There is a tremendous plain between the melos of the theme and the distant, sealed, disparate thunder. In this adagio Berlioz produced a pastorale which is equalled only in the mysticism of Chinese landscape paintings. The march of the fourth and the bacchanal of the FTFTH movement, with a double fugue consisting of Dies Irae and Witches' Sabbath, cut to pieces and play havoc with the theme. Finally the beloved melody appears once again, rattled off on the clarinet, limp, dirty and common. But always, even in the final movement, Stella remains both absent and musically present. She sounds even among the grimaces, the bacchanalian death knells, the parroted Dies Irae with which the Symphonie Fantastique ends. It is the unenjoyed which fills this great colportage of music. The not yet, indeed even the never, likewise has its most characteristic existence from the air roots of sound. The pneumatic mesh of sound forms the location of the idée fixe or the jungle through which the hunt towards it goes. Voices, which to others are silent, Merlin hears gliding past. Berlioz, also one of the magicians among composers, makes them loud. The above-mentioned drawing of lines in the invisible in Berlioz becomes shrill, and the lament for Syrinx. 062. Demonic. Here that which is absent, indeed unconditional, dwells not in the finale, which is the most dubious part of every symphony anyway. It is in the faint thunder of the scene in the fields, in the answer which is no answer but which contains the unfound answer in the context which the significant pause before the thunder produces in this coda. And this with fine adagio and its evening-like, long drawn-out, distantly defamiliarized heath of sound, with the rest which is not silence. Human expression as inseparable from music. The tone is not there to be sentimental or merely to be fiddled. Its purpose is not to flood the listener, melting, womanish. When a violin sobs like a human breast, this is not only a bad image but the violin is playing badly or playing bad music. A sequence of tones whose expression fades in clear, sober performance has never had any expression but a fraudulent one. But as for the merely fiddled, the aversion to the languorous, to a sentimental swamp of sound, must not deny the psychically charged nature of the entire machinery of music. The mental as the volitional is so composed with tone sequence that the latter even in its primal forward _LLS sets a striving or a pull. There is a clear fall from the keynote after the fifth, the seventh wants to be led downwards, the third to be led upwards, there is an inclination of chords to combine with one another. Our sensitivity does not do all the work here because there is already also an objective factor in the relation of tones which invariably determines the sensitivity in one way or another. Already the relation of the vibrating strings is heard emotionally, this itself determines the first attraction as well as the first pleasant consonance of tones. That which began so physically is carried further by independent playing and by the even more independent social art, otherwise the tone life would not get beyond the fall of the FLFTH. The tension of sound passes from being physical to being psychical, and the most characteristic feature of melody, that in each one of its tones the next one is latently audible, lies in the anticipating person, therefore in the expression, which is here above all a humanized expression. There would perhaps be music even if there were no airs, but there certainly would be none if there were no musicians who first composed the movement of sound and its psychical energy, Faust energy. They make music not only their own expression but that of the time and the society in which it arises, and thus an expression which is not only romantic or even ostensibly arbitrarily subjective. Innumerable human tensions come on top of the tension of the fifth and now make a more complicated cadence, i.e. history of music. Social tendencies themselves have been reflected and have been uttered in sound material, far beyond the unchanging facts of nature and far beyond the merely romantic expressive. No art is as socially conditioned as the supposedly spontaneous, indeed mechanically self-righteous art of music. It teems with historical materialism, precisely with the historical kind. To incipient free enterprise corresponds the dominance of the melody leading treble and the mobility of the other voices, just as cantus firmus in the middle and graded polyphony corresponded to society divided into estates. No Haydn and Mozart, no Handel and Bach, no Beethoven and Brahms, without their respective precisely varied social mandate. It extends from the form of the performance right to the characteristic style of the tonal material and its composition, to the expression, the meaning of the content. Handel's oratorios in their festive pride reflect rising imperialist England, its aptness to be the chosen people. No Brahms without the bourgeois concert society and even no music of new objectivity, asterisk of supposed expressionlessness, without the gigantic rise of alienation, objectification and reification in late capitalism. It is the consumer class and its mandate, it is the emotional and goal world of the respective ruling class, which in each case becomes expressive in music. And at the same time music, by virtue of its so immediately human capacity of expression, has more than other arts the quality of incorporating the numerous sufferings, the wishes and the spots of light of the oppressed class. And again no art has so much surplus over the respective time and ideology in which it exists, a surplus which of course certainly does not abandon the human layer. It is the surplus of hope material, even in the resounding suffering occasioned by time, society, world, even in death, the strike, O longed for hour, strike of the Bach cantate goes through the darkness and, as sound, by the fact that it can be there, gives an incomprehensible consolation. Expression of a human content is therefore clearly not confined to the romantic, as if this were everything and everything else mere tone machine. As if only Beethoven, in some of his slower movements, and then most exorbitantly Wagner, had added this element to music, so that expression in Wagner in places turns into a true sale, a selling off of soul. Instead it turns out, as will now have to be shown, that pre-romantic music intended, in connection with social content, an expression which confesses itself far more naively than the modern. For the Greeks regarded even the panpipe as exciting, the lyre as idyllic, the Dorian key was regarded as powerful and well-disposed, the Lydian as female, as that of passive feelings. Then the vocalises asterisk and jubilations of medieval music, they were not only flourishes and melismatic sweeps, they overhauled precisely the word for the sake of an utterly exalted expression. Hence Augustine says of the jubilus of the Hallelujah, when man is moved in the exaltation of joy, after a few sounds which are not part of language and have no real meaning, he breaks into a rejoicing without words, so that it appears that he is moved in such a song of joy but cannot put into words what moves him. Even the recitatives of Peri and Monteverdi, in the first operas around I 600, took up medieval vocalises and tropes, precisely as expressive. And the earlier, so much more complicated art, the contrapuntal mesh of movement of the Dutch, certainly did not preclude an expression sui generis, namely the late Gothic Christian one. That which is criticized in the work of the Dutch contrapuntalists as artificiality or even as housecore, that which has been called the formalism of decadent late Gothic, may be partly so only because its reanimation, in purely technical terms, has not yet been achieved. Josquin wrote a motet for 24 voices, containing a six-fold strict canon in every one of the four parts, and nonetheless his contemporary Luther, in other respects an enemy of scholasticism, says, Josquin is the master of notes, they had to do what he wanted, other composers have to do what the notes want to do. This sentence can only refer to the rule of will and of expression which permeated Josquin's gigantic fougue or many-tiered gigantic construction. In the work of Palestrina and of Orlando di Lasso, as the harmonic style begins to emerge, the unity of anima Christiana and its tonal structure, Raphaelite in the F-Ormeter, early Baroque in the latter, is quite evident. Indeed Bach, the most learned and at the same time the most deeply soulful music, makes the antithesis between pression and canon meaningless. Utterly wrong though the romanticizing which occurred in Mendelssohn's rendering of Bach is, equally an understanding of Bach cannot be achieved by mere dead dismissal of romanticism, as if nothing remained after it but reified form. Bach certainly cannot be used by interested enemies of all meaning as lattice as such, let alone as a model of the apparatization which late capitalism has certainly achieved. Here this new objectivity in relation to Bach reproduces with a supposedly positive significance the judgment which was common half a century after Bach's death and which in fact submerged him as the greatest musician. The judgment that Bach is mere music of the intellect and unnature, is Extans music without a spiritual tone and a mere bewigged arithmetical sum, a judgment incidentally which has many similarities with that which is still passed on the great Dutch contrapuntalists. This is now supposedly positively celebrated in Bach as absolute music, and always with a polemical antithesis to the merely romantic espressivo which is quite unimportant for the nature of Bach's work and its specific espressivo. The same antithesis had already filled and misguided Spitta's Bach monograph in the 1870s, the same unfruitful appeal of all affective lines, expressive lines, although almost all Bach's music consists of these. And poorly overcome romanticism took revenge by again introducing expressive interpretation all the same, but now not even in the Mendelssohnian style but in the style of the sentimental Bauer, of the supposedly pure form with Bauer. As in the case of the Symphonia at the beginning of the second part of the Christmas Oratorio, according to Spitta, who is otherwise so absolute musical, the loveliness of the Oriental IDU and the solemnity of the starlit northern winter night form the atmospheric background to the Symphonia, which, given the rough and lively flute and violin music in this piece, is untenable even associatively, not only technically. And it is instructive that Albert Schweitzer's later analysis of Bach, based completely on the practice of playing Bach, substantiated the specific espressivo of this music down to the finest detail. Schweitzer demonstrates, right down to the visual pattern of the notes, down to the overheard gesture of action and of emotion, what Bach's espressivo is about, in cantatas, in chorales, in instrumental music. An inventory of documented expression appears and precisely in it the melodic rhythmic figures now grow and develop, figures of emotion and also of its external movement. Such as the figures of weariness, of pain, both agonizing and proud, of joy, both lively and transfigured, of fear, of jubilation. An unparalleled scale of expression in Bach's work ranges from fear of death, longing for death to consolation, confidence, peace, victory. No form, however closed, can stop it, no continuo here can prevent the leap between extremes which, except in love, appear and contrast only in the realm of religious emotion. It is the contrast of zero Golgotha, unhappy Golgotha, and the hero from Judah conquers with power in which this expressive Baroque moves, Baroque in the abrupt peripeteia, Baroque above all in the turbulent Christian content of feeling. Not least the dialogue cantatas between Jesus and the soul belong here, or those between consolation and despair, in resounding allegory. Indeed, so powerful is the prevalence of Bachian expression that the following diagnosis by Schweitzer of the choral movements in Bach's cantatas and Passions may not even appear extravagant. From the viewpoint of pure music, Bach's harmonizations are completely mysterious, because he does not set out in search of a sequence of tones which forms an aesthetic whole in itself, but allows himself to be led by the poetry and the verbal expression. How far he dares to depart in this endeavor from the natural principles of the pure movement can be seen in the harmonization of Should It Ever Be That Punishment and Paean in the cantata Who Will Redeem Such a Wretched Man as Me, number 48, which as pure music seems almost unbearable because Bach is trying to express the entire wild pain of sin in the words. Rather than resigning himself simply to writing beautiful music for the text, he attempts the possible and the impossible in order to discover a feeling in the words which, multiplied by a certain heightening emotion, becomes portrayable in music. A. Schweitzer, JSBACH, I9SI, pages 403, 408. Although this is written still too powerfully under the spell of any seromantic expression, Schweitzer is completely right in terms of the center, in that of the ruling musical precept of language. Indeed, on top of the expressive power of the individual tone sketches which Schweitzer quotes in especially large number comes not least that of true tone paintings, particularly in terms of legendary diffusions of emotion. Modulations of key frequently occur purely for the sake of reflecting mythical processes of jubilation, most clearly in the theme of the Resurrectio N. As in the music to the Et Expecto Resurrectionem Mortuorum * in the Mass in B minor, the expecto appears hesitant, doubting, the bass sings 6 notes down the scale, then comes a stop, and now follows the transformation which confirms the expectation. The keys run through their modulations from G minor to a major to D minor to the D major of a vivace allegro in which the trumpets come in, Bach's invariable tone color of victory. And the primacy of expression merely operates more covertly in Bach's purely instrumental music, which is not open to emotion by any text world. Certainly the fugue contains no lyrical emotional, but instead dynamic tension of expression. It is compressed in the theme. The exposition raises the theme contrapuntally up to 8 voices and resolves it victoriously. So here too there can be no question of observance of laws for their own sake, or even of a formalistic isolation from the humanum which at that time carried a heavy burden but protested all the more hotly in the heights. Equally expressive in its nature, although in its FML expression still unconquered, is the crystal music in the organ fugues. With all their crystal, it is here least autarchical of all. And the more worldly works from Bach's Cothan period, above all the Brandenburg concertos, their magnificent and elegant stroke, their variations, and their thematic intensification of fullness, display a highly sociable dynamic expression. It does not blossom out of arithmetical SWNS. Thus expression is also part of pre-romantic music, is immanent to good musical form and pinned only on bad musical form. It is not blown into good musical form by expressive performance, rather the rendering, however much it has to make the spirit of the lines and forms sound, finds it in the lines and forms themselves, and of course only in these. In the forms not as reification and an end in themselves but as means towards a word surfacing or wordless statement, ultimately always towards the shaping of a call. When people go into the meadows of Biedermeier *, the sentimental voice often breaks in. It exaggerates or overheats greatly, emits soul free of charge, is effect without cause. It is found in romantic music, only in this, but significantly never in its well-worked passages. And it is not desire for expressionness but for genuine musically founded expression which objects to an addition which makes the Nymph-Syrinx greasy and the ancestral desideratum in music cheap. Yet better origins of this false feeling are certainly not lacking. They are probably connected with a warm popular tone as the popular ballad began to disappear. The damage begins as early as the intonation of the count in the last act of The Marriage of Figaro, Zero Angel, Forgive Me. It continues in Florestan's in the spring days of life. It culminates, among other things, in the prize song of the otherwise so robustly powerful Meistersinger, it makes itself deeply felt in the Reiter der Jesu Piety of Verdi's otherwise so thoroughly authentic Requiem. Finally it presents itself with all the heat of the cello, if not cynically, in the heartfelt tone of the dire, "You are entrusted to my care," in Strauss' Woman Without a Shadow. All these are mere side examples, but in pre-romantic music their pastiso would have had no place at all, and in romantic music it is a danger. In Wagner, for example, in many passages, particularly in The Ring, shrill or with Wotan mellifluousness, for all the genius. The unique expressive advance, the sleep motif, Erde motif in The Ring, the madness and Midsummer Day motif in the Meistersinger, and so many treasures, deep insights, the unrest homesickness power of this music and of its articulations were too often paid for by long indulgence in autarchical sing-song rhetoric. Among great poets only Schiller was dogged by the spell of a lopsided underscore. Expressiveness, one which by no means coincides with pathos, not even with false pathos. The alien element is manifold, it lies in the meaningless languor of the romantic violin tone, in the bombastic, threatening songs of Wagner heroines, it is everywhere effect from affects or effect from effects. Undoubtedly the music of high romanticism was particularly at risk here, and undoubtedly there were causes for this which in more progressive regions have at least been seen through and are no longer affirmed. The social cause was the broad bourgeoisie of the large towns with its need for amorphous nerve stimulation, and on top of this above all the petty bourgeoisie with its cut-price consumption of feeling. Technically, the psychical, all too psychical alien element was promoted by middle parts used in pictorial rather than plastic fashion, by heavy instrumentation, rhythm which was languorous or overheated on principle. Tchaikovsky is frequently an entire monument to this kind of espressivo, not forgetting the first act of the Valkyrie. But of course such extravagance is neither the real expression of romantic music nor even in this music is its real expression divorced from great technical structure or pinned to it. Expression is and remains so much the terminus a quo and the terminus ad quem of music that good music shapes it as necessarily as bad music trumps it up and makes the espressivo into its opposite, meaninglessness. All unformed, illegal expression in Romanticism, which discredited it, is not under discussion, the mere body heat, stable heat, cow heat of music, as Thomas Mann says, which lacks strict regulation and delight in laws. This is the refuse of Romanticism, not the classicism which Romanticism represents precisely in music. The quartet in Fidelio, the quintet in the Meistersinger, contain canonical romantic expressive music, both, for this very reason, are also the best constructed. It is just as impossible not to hear their voice control because of their spiritualization as it is conversely impossible not to hear the pathos immanent for example in the Crucis of Bach's Mass in B minor because of its magnificent contrapuntal miraculous construction. It is true that romantic music has sometimes also given its expression literary signposts which are superfluous, Beethoven's Pastoral Symphonies title, or which in fact do not lead to the best, elaborate program symphonies from Berlioz to Strauss. But even here an intra-musical business was still being run, music was to be educated through the already given imaginary sequence to ever greater expressive definiteness. It was of course again a danger that music, contrary to its latent expressive power which goes far beyond all known words, was interpreted as the mere illustration of literary aids to imagination. However, even here, and all the more so in all higher settings of texts to music, the textual expressive stimulus serves only the most characteristic aspiration of music, to be, to find, to become, language sui generis. Indeed, because the expressive power of music lies beyond all known names, in the end expression in music is no longer under discussion at all but music itself as expressio n. This means the entirety of its intending, signifying, depicting, and of that which it depicts in such a clouded but, in both senses of the word, moving way. And music, in its polyphonic form such a young art, goes towards this alone, towards the hour of its own language, of its poesis se which is preformed in powerful expression and nonetheless still unknown. This language of course comes exclusively from absolute music, not from any fixed text superimposed on it. To use a comparison of Wagner's, all literature set to great music bears the same relation to the nameless expressive power of music as a commentary by Gervinus to a play by Shakespeare. Musical expression as a whole is thus ultimately a vice-regent or an articulation which goes much further than anything so jar no n. This has already occurred, with varying reference, in all great music, but even in this it is only fully audible when the hour of language has come in a music which breaks through into language. Brangäne still takes for the sounding of horns what Isolde in the silence of the night hears as a spring, that is to say that every form of music so far will, if by virtue of achieved musical poesis such keenness of hearing was to be achieved, later cause to be heard and publish expressive content quite different from all expressive content it has so jar produced. In contrast, the expression of music heard so far might appear like the babbling of a child, like a language of a final kind seeking to form itself but which has only approximately formed itself in a few highest places. No one can yet understand it, although it can happen that people sense what it means. But no one has yet heard Mozart, Beethoven, Bach as they truly call, name, teach. This will happen only much later, in the fullest after ripening of these and of all great works. Hence without the veil over the ears and throughout music at its own time and place, the veil which is there because the tone does not yet have or allow to be heard the full speaking light of its understanding. Among the arts, music has a very special juice, suitable for the invocation of that still wordless something which is added instrumentally to the song and in the sung word may also penetrate to its undertone and surplus. The utopian art of music, in its polyphonic form still so young, is thus itself moving towards its own utopian career, of thoroughly developed exprimatio, in the end instead of the sentimental or even descriptive espressivo. The utopicum of this expression is the hour of language in music, understood as keenly hearing, is a poesis with passwords allowing entry into the material tone nature of all that wells up while, indeed after, it has become to a greater or lesser extent adequate appearance. This adequateness to our own core and to all other cores has not yet come out, its effectively, but not only effectively, beating conscience, its rhythmic melodic calling which occurs in the works of great masters, this means at this end music. If we could name ourselves, our true head would appear, and music is one great subjective theurgy. Ernst Bloch, Geist der Utopie, 1918, p. 234, in other words a theurgy which proposes to sing, to invoke, that which is essential and most like proper human beings. This song and its expression are subjective, far more so than in other arts apart from lyric poetry. To this extent experience of music provides the best access to the hermeneutics of the emotions, especially the expectant emotions. But music is also subjective in a significantly different sense in that its expression not only mirrors the affective mirror which in the emotions referred to mirrors society in each case and world as it is happening, but in that it comes close to the subject-based hearth and agent of that which is happening, to a subject-based outside. This agent is still fermenting beneath everything that is already determined, and that has not yet come out in pronounced, objective form, therefore the expression of music is also still fermenting, has not yet come out in complete, definable form. This objective undetermined element in the expressed, depicted content of music is the provisional shadow of its virtue. Thus music is that art of pre-appearance which relates most intensively to the welling core of existence, moment, of that which is and relates most expansively to its horizo n, cantus essentium fo entis vocet. Asterisk. Music as canon and world of laws, harmony of the spheres, more humane lodestars. It was all the more necessary to work very soberly and drilly with the wafting element in the tone. Craft continued to be highly honored here, even when among painters it declined or was completely forgotten. Even playing the recorder has to be learnt, the waltzy, jazz, have rules which must be known, every mistake is audible. Nonetheless musical craft, which is so far removed and sentimental spectres, never existed independently or in abstract form. It has, from its very beginnings with syrinx, human needs, socially changing mandates behind it. It is clear how greatly the very means and techniques of such a sociable art are determined by the respective socia conditions, how deeply society extends even into sound material, material which is certainly not spontaneous or naturally given. The equally suspended temperament which is confined within octaves is so clearly historically produced that it is only a few centuries old. The Dollar-Opata form, with the conflict of two subjects, with keynote, development, recapitulation, presupposes capitalist dynamics. The stratified, completely undramatic fugue presupposes class, static society. So-called atonal music would not be possible in any other periods than those of late bourgeois decline. It responded to this as bold helplessness. The 12-tone technique, which leaves the dynamic relation between dissonance and consonance, modulation and cadence behind it to form still, severe sequences, would have been unthinkable in the age of free competition. Indeed, it was only from 1600 onwards, in fact only and 1750 to 1900, that the history of music was a history of dissonance and cadence. Even the musical forms, not only their expression, are therefore dependent on the respective relation of men to men, are its reflection. Often a reified reflection, of course, one strangely detached and the heard expression, even the humanum of music. Precisely because of this the illusion could arise that there were two kinds of music, that of the fully sung-out feeling of the soul and that of the pure, almost mechanically autarchical form. Thus the controversy between the two appears not only in the musical work but also in various apparently incompatible interpretations of the meaning of the word music. Sometimes it has to designate the utterly inchoate, the mere mood, and the eeriness of the tone is appropriate to this, whereas at other times it conversely designates combinatory schooled mastery, in the control of voice, not of mood. Sometimes the musical is regarded as diffuse vagueness, along the lines of Schiller's self-observation, a certain musical state of mind comes first, and with me it is only then that the poetic idea follows. The Hegelian Christian Weib expressed this in his Aesthetics by assigning music the lowest place among the arts, so that the spirit of the ideal in the world of sound still weaves, formless, within itself, and it is only in the plastic arts that it unfolds, only in poetry that it expresses itself in concentrated form. Cf. Lotze, Geschichte der Ästhetik, 1868, p. 455f. Whereas at other times the musical is regarded as the highest structuredness, indeed as a piece of mathematical ratio that almost by a kind of misunderstanding 1072 has entered into the unsound machinery of art, like Saul among the prophets. The subject status of music in the quadrivium of medieval university courses remains influential here. Music, together with arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy, constituted a science. It was the Pythagorean, mathematical astronomical theory of music which gave this art its place in the quadrivium, which indeed exalted it into a very superior, cosmically regulated science. According to this view, music was anything but a shapeless roaring or warm foggy full 6 ent. On the contrary, Kepler connected it to the heavenly bodies, to the realm of purest revolutions, to the most objective realm in the world. Here it does not surge from feeling but pours down from the planets, primarily onto the earth and only then onto men. The work and the destiny of the earth soul is to stimulate the perspiration of the earth, so that rain may be produced and the earth moistened for our benefit. To this work it is driven by the stimulus of the aspects, as it were a heavenly music. It does not do a stroke unless heaven calls the tune. But the reason for the comparison of the astronomical aspects with music is that the circle divided according to aspects and the monochord divided according to harmonies have the same divisions. Hans Kepler in Seinen Briefen, 1930, I, p. 2.89f. Thus while music in the sense of mood is lodged entirely in vagueness, music in the sense of proportion, the art of composition, has from the earliest times been mathematicized. While music as mood is supposed to cease to be music once it has been arranged comprehensibly, and therefore passed over into plastic art, into poetry, music as form, as proportion, is supposed to become all the more itself the more it expresses itself in accordance with laws and is cosmographic. While music as mood remains in the shaft of the soul, indeed seems the most chthonic of all arts, so-called musica mathematica becomes completely Uranian, lands in heaven. These are therefore utterly different controversies than those between expression and form, although they are related to them, on a higher theoretical level. And the effect is that the great sophistication of musical craft particularly easily becomes reified at times when expressive contents are rare. It has been said that the composer combines in his person the shaman and the engineer, but only the engineer, now that romantic exuberance is discredited, seems more modern. Thus precisely the craft of music is denied its expressive mandate, it is utterly allied with the physics of sound, though this is highly developed. Not only melos without expression arises as a problem here but, from the perspective of the ideal and the image of perfection of the autarchical canon, melos without ego at all, music based on laws. Again and again the Pythagorean, indeed the 1073 Keplerian background darkly announces itself, music appears as a structure of voices which follow or circle in extra-human order. This order may itself be the most matter-of-fact, indeed a law about mere contingency. Scarlatti's cat fugue is most often cited here because it was given its theme from the keys pressed down by a cat running across a piano. In particular the order may be extra-human in a more sublime way, then the delight in laws is so great that even the appearance of these laws in expressive music is not disdained, as for example in the Adagio of Bruckner's Sixth Symphony, where a scale passes itself the golden pales asterisk slowly through 3 octaves, a popular example of music existence. Even Beethoven does something similar in the finale of the Pastoral Symphony, from well-tempered physics of sound and ostensibly nothing else. In general, through a supposedly extra-human order music as expression is not so much rejected as surpassed, or at least replaced. Instead of being psychical expression, it now appears as cosmic impression, as the depiction of cosmic conditions, approximately as architecture believed it was becoming greatest, most perfect, when it was imitating the structure of the world. Though formalistic music may lack the structure of the world as its model, it does not lack the belief in subjectless order, in music as law instead of music as existence. From this perspective harmonic theory and counterpoint seem to be as autarchical as they are transparent, and always transparent to the mathematical physical. Since numbers and formulae cannot be heard, at least forces are supposed to be discerned in music which can also be found in mechanical processes, in dynamics and statics, such as gradient, discharge, balance, and the like. However, there is less talk of the dialectic of nature here, despite the division in the topic and structure of the sonata. Even nature as a human cipher, heard through music, is left out of consideration by an external series which has become one-sided, for in such merely re-fled law theory only mechanics then appears on the horizon, a mere reflection of apparatization in a secularized former Keplerian nature. Thus, with clear relation to the base, the extra-human in the late bourgeois anti-expression theory of music and of its form reification can very easily become anti-human. Objectivity then interprets itself exclusively as accordance with alien law. If music be the food of love, says Shakespeare, but from the hypostatized cat fugue there is no path to the nymph syrinx and none to venturing beyond self, to the utopian wellspring and existence sound. However, this distinction is also artificial, just as artificial and abstract as that between expression and good form, which in reality are one and gladly stand by each other. Likewise, music as a harmonic contrapuntal world of laws only conflicts with music as a utopian existence sound when the world of laws, i.e. the specific perfection of its means, has been reified and made absolute, when the goal image, best music is lost in music without an epithet, in the mere self-guarantee of melodic contrapuntal consequence, when the counterpoint has become a kind of auditory ephemeral fetish. But the moment this making of doloraliet is avoided and neither music in which nothing expressive can be felt occurs nor the science corresponding to it is rampant in which nothing revealing can be thought of, then the so deep and far-aiming intention of music blossoms out and sets out on its way precisely in its theory of form. Against the merely wafting, against the unlocalized want of tone, the craft then mediates definitely a world of laws, not an automatic one but that of the Mozartian, Bachian, and Beethovenian humanities which have not yet become the canon but have become canonical. And here even the last transparency of a craft made absolute, the cosmos reference of music, i.e. the Hanani of the spheres secured again and again, ultimately no longer causes damage, indeed has to serve for the best. For the best and the predepictive, which precisely also causes nature to sound as a, pastorally, in a humanely significant way. Thus the tone now goes out a long way, and it has armed itself for the journey. The form tone has precise rule and firm understanding, for which painters have always envied it. The musical craft was of all GU/LD trades the earliest to be rationalized. It consisted not only of empirically tested tricks of the trade and P1, affectional secrets of the masters. The art of measurement and the rule of true proportion with which Leonardo and Dürer expent had already, mutatis muta and dis, long existed in the musical canon. One main reason for this salutary rationalization was the classical tradition which introduced music as a science. Thus music became one of the 7 arts liberals of the medieval university and was included in the quadrivium. Certainly a high price was paid for this tradition, through the exaggeration of numerical proportion, and it was almost without connection to musical practice. Indeed, Pythagorean speculations were a hindrance to this practice. Nonetheless, the traditional rationalization was a blessing for the polyphony which began in the 11th century. It was not Pythagoras but rather the closeness to the scholastic mode of thinking and teaching which made possible the miracles of subtlety constructed by the Burgundian Flemish contrapuntalists. Painters made their empirical way through the workshops, stonemasons had their lodge, with an often mysterious interweaving of the art of measurement and gnosis passed on through oral tradition, but at the same time as richer polyphony its rational books of theory are already found, a Speculum Musici by Jean de Muris, by Jacob of Liege in 1330, as well as an Ars Nova and Ars Contrapuncti by Philip of Vitry. And a connection appeared which so far has not been pursued at all and yet maintains the proud rationality of counterpoint even today, the connection with scholastic logic, or more precisely with its forms of combination. It is significant that Boethius, the same writer who in his Ars Musica handed down the Greek science of music, translated and commented on Aristotle's logic for the same world and in many cases for the same people. Abelard praised Boethius as the epitome of all insight in matters of music, and although this judgment changed in the contrapuntal centuries after Abelard, it was supported by the authority of the various conversions and contrapositions of a proposition in logic which Boethius had likewise been the first to mediate. The difference between rules of art in counterpoint and rules of truth in logic did not stand in the way of this cross-connection. For apart from the status of music in the quadrivium as one of the 7 arts liberals, scholastic logic had long since ceased to be epistemologically targeted, as Aristotelian logic had been. On the contrary, it had largely developed into a formal theory of consequence, especially in the conversions of judgments, for example in textbooks from Petrus Hispanus onwards. Counterpoint is the variation of the theme in several voices, ex una voce plures faciens, by inversion, imitation, reversion, and so on. Scholastic logic taught variations and combinations of formal elements of judgment, ex uno judicio plures faciens, through conversion, contraposition, subalternation, modal consequence and so on. On top of these deductions come modes of conclusion or those modi of the conclusive figures which are based on the various combinatory possibilities of premises. The theory of combination itself had been borrowed from mathematics even in Alexandria. Of course it is not possible to compare the arithmetical sum of the fugue, it was also known as conscanza in 14th century Italy, and the jigsaw puzzle of scholastic logic more closely, the material is too different for this. But the spirit, which even in logic from Petrus Hispanus onwards was essentially one of formal correct exposition, is strikingly similar in both fields. It is the rationalism unfolding and subsumption, in contrast to the newer rationalism of development and production. This inheritance gives musical form, apart from the danger mentioned above, a significant dignity, especially when this is linked with the articulated expression for the embodiment of which it exclusively serves. And now again we come to the most famous support of the entire musical delight in laws, the harmony of the spheres and its daughter, the cosmic theory of music. For there is in its mythical utopian archetype yet another essence besides that which the half-Pythagoras, namely the ostensible correlate of mere laws of music as such, has become. And the task is now to break open this other essence in a humane way, in a connection, itself broken, with the cosmic theory of music. This theory ruled for all too long, but it taught the work of music to think very highly of itself. With the Pythagorean prohibition of the third and the sixth it hindered the development of music, but it provided the music which arose in spite of this wj.th ambition towards a tremendous correlate. It is incurable astral myth, but it gave the dream of musical perfection a counterpart to what the supposed canon of the world structure had been in architecture for so long, cf. Volume 2, p. 714 ff. Indeed, whereas this latter canon, right up to Solomon's temple, often operated only poetically or in secret schools, the music of the spheres, precisely in scholastic ratio itself, from its beginnings until far beyond it, was assigned to earthly learned music as its ideal model. Early medieval musical theory was as faithful a follower of the music of the spheres as the Pythagorean school itself. Thus the proposition of the Church Fathers that church music came from God and had its model in the singing of the heavenly hosts found as it were philosophical support. Abert, Die Musikanschauung des Mitterders, 1905. p. 154. The Solomon's Temple of Music was called the Song of the Planets, from Augustine onwards the Song of Angels. The intervals, which the Pythagoreans had equated with the distances between the planets, now corresponded to the ordens angelorum. Although even in Christianity the connection with the planets never broke, Ambrosius, who founded Christian church music, taught precisely the mysterious music of the universe as the prototype and model of earthly music. He said that King David had introduced the art of psalmody, the heavens sing the glory of the eternal God, in imitation of the music of the planets. The Carolingian scholar of music Aurelian of Riom, one of the most influential renewers of Greek keys, certainly established a connection between the 8 keys and the planetary movements, but at the same time his musical discipline taught, in hoc, sc cantandi officio, angelorum choros imitamus. Thus the framework of music became a cosmic as well as a holy one, with gradations in which Ptolemy and mystical emanation met. Boethius had already taught the following order, going from above to below: musica mundana, the movement of the universe attuned according to proportion and number; musica humana, the ensemble playing of body and soul; musica instrumentalis as the lowest, audible emanation. The heavenly heptachord was assigned to the intervals and keys, the chorus of angels to early Christian antiphonal and responsorial music, but even the novum, the polyphonic canon, did not grow up without the glowing image of the music of the spheres. From Arabian musical theory, Al-Farabi, had come the simile of the blossoming tree, whose branches by virtue of their numbers are in beautiful proportion, whose blossoms are the various consonances, whose fruits the sweet harmonies, cf. Abert, i.e., p. 175. The simile of the world tree is an age-old oriental one, probably far older than that of the planetary spheres, but it was now able to combine with the incipient Gothic lattice work of music. When of all people the mensuralist Marchettis of Padua uses it around 1300, then not without connection to the art of singing several differently mensurated tones in descant against one, i.e. the emerging art of counterpoint. If music thus itself becomes a richly subdivided structure and a many-branched tree, this polyphony and its entwinement does not depart from the astral order. Choirs of angels are also in the polyrhythmic, polyphonic continuo. This in spite of the completely new musical form, even in spite of the scepticism towards the harmony of the spheres which begins towards the close of the Middle Ages. A deliberate imitation of musica mundana, as the best, is found in the motets of Philip of Sixtri, the contrapuntalist mentioned above. Although it appeared as ars nova, i.e. as a bourgeois, free, imaginative art, its melodies proceed in strict uniformity and periodically, without change of rhythm, a conscious imitation of the revolutions of the planets. This kind of thing was theoretically substantiated in the above-mentioned, contemporaneous, Speculum Musicae of Jacob of Liege, a complete summary of the graded world picture in tones. The universality of music is defended and scholastically ordered. It now ranges from the residential transcendentals et divini, through stars, people, animals, plants, stones, down through the entire cathedral of the world. And when the hierarchical world picture reflected in heaven was shattered, the harmonies of the spheres did not cease to resound in art. Not the touches of sweet harmony which, as Lorenzo explains and shows to Shylock's daughter, are the stars, not these sublime sound figures of memory. The sun resounds with its old song / competing with its brother spheres. And natural science, which removed such gods from the world, was in its early stages still deeply embedded in Pythagoreanism. Kepler himself, one of the shatterers of the old world picture, clung to the music of the spheres, even described it according to the counterpoint of his age. In Kepler, the lyra Apollinis vel solis has become a Baroque orchestra. In full polyphony, the planetary motions are therefore nothing but a continuing harmony. All in a six-voiced movement as it were, with the six planets as individual voices, organizing and interrupting the infinity of time with these notes. And thus moreover it is not remarkable that man, the imitator of his creator, has arrived at the understanding of this polyphonic music which was sealed to the ancients, so that in the brief fraction of an hour he depicts the constant flow of world history with an elaborate polyphonic structure of sound and thus enjoys, in the sweetest feeling of bliss, something like the creative joy of God in his work, a feeling which music, imitating God, imparts to him. Harmonics Mundi v. Chapter 7. Finally, as might be expected, the romantic philosophy of nature made a further contribution to the old magic of heaven. Most audibly in Schelling, his philosophy of art seeks to fix the highest meaning of rhythm, harmony, and melody. Astronol / once again. Here, rhythm and one-voice melody such as the classical world possessed are assigned to the world of the planets, whereas harmony and counterpoint, as supposedly intricate movement, are assigned to the comets. But otherwise the entire astronomical theory of music is renewed again here, though of course it was already as alien to contemporary music as it was cosmically constructed. On the wings of harmony and of rhythm the heavenly bodies hover. What has been called centripetal and centrifugal force is nothing but rhythm in the latter, harmony in the former. Borne up by the same wings, music hovers in space, in order to weave an audible universe from the transparent body of sound and tone. Werke v. p. 503. Therefore, the history of the harmony of the spheres remains the history of the canonical structure of the world in music, and then of the Solomon's temple in music, hence of the most highly intended form utopia. Of course this form utopia is utopian only as one remote in space. Its wishful dream is regarded as already existing in another place. Wishful time, and consequently real utopia, enters into these variations on the Havelbach/Oni of the spheres, into the supposed harmonic completeness of Faust, Prologue, 243-4. 1079. Creation, only in so far as its wishful space is not thought of as being filled with the music of angels per se but with the music of a future Jerusalem. This occurs in older accounts of a happy death, where the departing soul, passing away in a state of grace, believes he can hear the joy to come singing from the beyond. This lives on in the various references to musical miracles until well into the Baroque, one which stands for many others being in the book on the three secules, R66-0, by the Joachite and Rosicrucian Sperber, when in 1596 a chapel without a door was unexpectedly found in Jerusalem. A lovely harmony was heard within, like an angelic or heavenly musica. Thus there was no doubt that the new saeculum and the joyful time would then begin in a few years, when with eternal joy of heart we will hear the entire heavenly musicam of which the earthly is only the beginning. And in connection with this we recall, in a region which is certainly not heretical, the above-mentioned exclamation of Pius IV on hearing Palestrina's Marcellus Mass, "Here a John in the earthly Jerusalem" gives us a sensation of that song heard by John the Apostle in the heavenly Jerusalem, prophetically enraptured. Cf. Volume 2, p. 833. An epigonic echo of this kind is to be found in Fitzner Palestrina, at the end of the first act, where the creation of the Marcellus Mass is portrayed, one angel's voice, then several, then dizzying depths of angelic choirs sing the movement to the AI-inspired composer. A truly still believed background of heavenly enthronement is intended in Bruckner's majestic triads. A reverberation of cherub voices seems to be reflected in the octave leap, divided into fifths, which runs through his Te Deum. And now, the hypostatized mythic element in the astral as well as the Christian astral wishful orientation is clear beyond all discussion, although even theoretically it still has not died out to this day. Nevertheless, the positive aspect in this incurable astral myth of music should not be denied, the positive element which denotes its breaking down, humane utopian breaking open, and this only. The positive element of a very greatly conceived form correlate of true music should be correctly estimated, but with concrete utopian refunctioning into macranthropo. There certainly are stars in music, but they are stars which have formed only as human names. There certainly are sublime orders in harmonic theory and counterpoint, but they are called Mozart or Bach or Beethoven, and their substance is the exister expressed through these categories, in the close medium of sound. There certainly is a transparent relation, if not of harmony then of rhythm and of counterpoint, but it does not operate from some detached structure of these forms itself, let alone from the so long believed in music. 1080. Of the universe, but from the great composers and their all, which has objectified itself in these forms. After such objectification has occurred, a counterpoint can certainly be applied, not to a kingdom of higher laws but to the sounding utopian subject-object content as it is articulated by Mozart or Bach or Beethoven. By virtue of this inward force a universe also sounds. And the supposed world temple which resounds as music? It was useful because it prevented the seemingly so subject-bound art from becoming sounding privateness. Precisely this is the best for which the harmony of the spheres did serve and could serve, it wrested music from the mere inner light, especially from mere psychology. But if even architecture according to cosmic proportions never let people forget that it was primarily and ultimately oriented to social needs and human proportions, then this was even more true of music which, like no other art, is related to the latent subject and to the object which entirely corresponds to it. The language sought and intended in music therefore lies much further beyond existing designations and even beyond the becomnesses designated in them than any other art. It overhauls the settled known facts of the contents of feeling and every already clear, fixed becomness of scenery. It does so even where music, in the song, the oratorio, and the opera, seems merely to provide an accompaniment to a text. Music reflects reality in the aura appearances of its naturing which have not yet been controlled or grasped in pictorial or even often in poetic terms. What skilled music thus conveys, in utterance as emotional as it is illuminating, is intensive root, signaled social tendency, or, in the varied pastorale, a newly deified world of nature overheard as a sound figure. Thus music, even as the delight in laws of composition and precisely as such, talks the premonitory language of that which fills the human and the humanly related bosom of all existence, therefore belongs largely to the thrusting unrest and dawning possibility in realitate. Here music is undoubtedly just as much threatened by mere animal blood warmth with regard to its intensiveness as by all too great openness, by a still general lack of clarity with regard to its gigantic horizons, but both precisely are the provisional, dark side of its expressive virtue which ventures forward so deeply and so far. And above all, from the Gregorian chant onwards, music is applied to the tendency to moral order and to a harmony which sounds up, even without the myth of the spheres and the stars. Music therefore, historically and objectively, proves itself to be essentially Christian art. Its harmony of the spheres breaks down and at the same time reveals itself, towards the wellspring sound of as yet unachieved self-shaping in the world. Tone painting, work of nature once again, the intensity and morality of mu.sic. 1081. It is not self-evident that the tone should be able to indicate anything external and be related to it. For it dwells precisely where the eyes have no say anymore, where a different round dance begins. Nonetheless, the sound does not only remain within, on the contrary its interior has a subterranean relation to that outwardness which is more than mere outwardness. This is true of all tone painting, in so far as it is not confined to mere silly copying of a few existing noises or voices, such as trickling, thunder, the nightingale. Good music in its tone painting always reproduces something other than surface, rather it draws out a sounding and showing which remains over beside the thing which has become. And this kind of tone painting is as old as good music, nor is it an embarrassment in such music. Tone painting also has the lowest forms, certainly, and the thinner the instrument and the more trivial the music and the more vulgar the listener, the more certain was its popularity. It is recounted of the Greek cithara virtuoso Timotheus that he reproduced the sounds of battles, for which, rightly, he was expelled even from Sparta. English spinet virtuosi of the 16th century were already copying the songs of birds, lightning, and thunder, but of course also bright weather, which always required more than mere aping. But at a very early stage music other than virtuoso music entered into the tone side of the outside world, with a different wish from that for a little joke, for effects, for wax figure. Jonaquin, a pupil of Josquin, even made tone painting, which even the powerful Josquin had not disdained, into a genre in its own right. He wrote hunt, bird, and battle pieces with copy and counterpoint. In IS 29 he wrote the once famous See Rise of Paris, in which the noises of the street and the cries of the street vendors appear in music. In 1910 Eric Satie wrote an equally legitimate work entitled People Dining on the Terrace of the Hall at the Spa. In Pacific 231 Honegger used a locomotive as a musici persona. And if a kind of exception still clings to such creations, even a mere enlivening of music by noises rather than by new tones, then this exception immediately becomes the rule when it appears throughout the work of the greatest composer. Bach not only practices tone painting, he literally produces tone graphics, i.e. he sets the sound figure to that described in the text, to that which has become in the visible world, and he makes this become speak again in sound, turns it into the uncongealed flow of 1082. Language of its content. Hence the musical images of striding, collapsing, descending, ascending, and so on in the cantatas and passions, a constant bringing before the ears of the scene, in flux \l nascendi of course. Cantata 39 can serve as an example for many, with its setting of the text, misfortune surrounds me on all sides with its heavy chains, a helping hand, the light of consolation approach from nearness, from the distance. Bach's music now uses three descriptive figures. There is not only the soaring figure of the rescuing, upward helping hand, not only the flickering figure of a light typical in his work, but also being surrounded with a heavy chain is symbolized by a characteristic figure of movement of wrapping around. Such tone graphics could easily seem comical in lesser music. In Bach it is part of the deriving tone movement. Thus the sound image was made audible, one which corresponds to the visible or congealed image as still flowing, still only forming. This did not break off in the new, even more mobile form, although this form appeared to withdraw somewhat from description. But it was as a game after Bachian seriousness that tone painting continued, almost incessantly, in Haydn's creation. And now there follows from the notion of mood the new musical nature style, from the characteristic genre picture to the characteristic fresco. This style now causes entire coherent emotional processes to be musically related to its occasions and consequently also to its objects. The needle aria in Figaro belongs here, as does, in highly provoked form, Beethoven's burlesque, Rage over a lost penny, and even Rocco's aria in Fidelio, in which even without words gold jingles in the orchestra and drives men about. Here above all, with an utterly manly style, belongs the awakening of cheerful feelings on arriving in the country, as this holiday country itself, his scene by the stream, belongs here, and especially the description of the storm in the same pastoral symphony, heard by the elective affinity of its own nature. The sulphur-yellow signal tone in the sultriness, which warns and interrupts the dance of the country people, the double crashing of the lightning, not of the thunder, these are electricity such as only music, the art which is itself agent-like, can sound out, meet with artistically, beneath the appearance. A world of sound awoken thus has never been attained since, beside unimportant detail and instead of it, charming and violent nature is reproduced in it from the fluidity of its sound. But thereby at the same time, several layers deeper, even in the chthonic sense, the cue was given for the romantic tone painting which now began. For the sometimes dubious, sometimes powerfully befogging, upward dawning invocation by dark registers, by night sides of nature. Which via the Wolf's Glen * music this ghostliness and magic culminated in Wagner, now hardly in curves of movement at all but in effeminate thunder, phosphorus, glow, and urge. Hence the no longer graphic but birth-giving or adjacently floating foggy and spring music, the heavily rumbling storm at the beginning of the Valkyrie, the rough decorative ride of the Valkyries, the fire magic. But hence also the primal beginning like the E-flat major triad of the streaming depths of the Rhine from which the music of the Nibelungen rises, or the glittering murmuring, confused jagged music of the Erde scene, which is one of the most powerful audibilities of the subterranean. All these are vaguely illuminated places, imitations of nature from something surging and towards something dreamt of and mythical, despite the naturalism with which Hans Sachs taps on Beckmesser's shoes and Alberich's dwarves on their anvils. In Wagner, tone painting remains essentially chthonic, the light in which it takes place is the glow of fire from the depths, and this remains more powerful even when it overflows into the popular jubilation of spring or into the spring light of the meadows. In contrast again to late romantic nature tones or tone natures, which are located far more on the surface or in the light. As in Strauss, the master of the surface, for example in the strange sounds of his Don Quixote, which represent the bleating of the flock of sheep. As in Mahler, the master of cosmic Christmas, even in spring, when he allows the voices of nature to break in, always with the ray of hope or the light of a savior. Uniquely non-Wagnerian, despite all the romantic affinities, are the high Alps here in the first movement of Mahler's Sixth Symphony, which is otherwise so highly tragic, over an underlying bass keyless chords, third inversions of the seventh chord which alternate with triads, interspersed with cowbells, flutes, drums, a tone image of the solitude of nature high above. Wagner's relation to nature is nowhere attuned to these Aeolian harps, but neither to a signal of liberation which breaks the spell of nature. For almost all the characters in Wagner belong after all to the volcanic world of the Drive S, to the Schopenhauerian will, they act and they speak from this dream of nature. Not only the magnetic Senta and Elsa, also the rutting poetry of most of the Ring characters, even Eva and Walter, belong to the glowworm which finds or does not find its female, in the words of Sachs himself, at this price the converse of music of the spheres was achieved here, namely music from the belly of nature. Men here are of the same lineage as unilluminated nature, which acts and sounds through them, sounds in unheard of surging or undulating flames. Thus in harmony with the painting of the elements through music, Wagner's musical characters all too often become dancing ships, unresistingly taking part in the suffering, the struggle, the love, the yearning for redemption of their subhuman sea, and over which, at every decisive moment, instead of encounter with one another and instead of the depth of their own fate, only the world surge of the Schopenhauerian will passes. Geist der Utopie, 1923, p. At this price, then, there occurred in romantic music the lastingly curious phenomenon of an imitation of nature as excavation of nature, namely as tone painting only of its night side. Bach had made the sound figure of visible or congealed nature audible, In Flugs nascendi, as noted, Romanticism painted natura naturans not as diagram, but as phosphorus. At any rate the subreal as pre-real was also in Bach. It is well described in Goethe's famous words on Bach: I expressed it to myself as if eternal harmony were conversing with itself, as may have happy I, J.ed in God's bosom shortly before the creation of the world. So it also moved within me, and it seemed as if I neither had nor needed ears, least of all eyes or aijy other senses. But precisely this latter regressio or excavation is far from being chthonic. Its ear is not Schopenhauer, by whom significantly Bach is not mentioned at all, but rather Hegel, who significantly praises in Bach precisely his robust genius. The excavation of nature in Romantic music, in Wagner oriented even theoretically towards Schopenhauer and his ground of will, operates quite differently. What is painted and reproduced here is the wild marrow of things pure and simple, and what drive dollar up from this is then, however, only the inhuman world again, the Norn world, the fate world, from which this music knows no way out. When Siegfried, himself a child of nature, breaks the spell, even here he is only a CCT, accomplishing a predetermined fate. If Parsifal stands out against the rest, then it is again and again the general world will which is changing, with that voluptuous sound of harps and bells, with the sweet theatre of bliss which, even beyond kitsch, still belongs entirely to the world libido. Natura naturans in Romantic music thus becomes natura naturata once again, endowed with the better splendor which herdness gives, with the archaizing utopia which is characteristic of regressio in the dreamt of myth. This rebirth of existing world also occurred in accordance with Schopenhauer's philosophy of music, or more precisely with the world correlate with which he provided music. Music here admittedly grasps the root which is sprouting in dark seclusion, but it ends in the portrayal of the unilluminated world tree. 1085. It is finally oriented to the mere obj activations of the will. Even the orchestra here, in strikingly cosmomorphic fashion, is related to realms of nature, with a stony ground bass below, voices of wind instruments in the organic middle, and above this the melodic treble. Although Schopenhauer's analogy is based essentially only on the opera style in the Italian taste, it does teach over and above this, precisely the all too nocturnal rooting in will of music, such as Schopenhauer carried out, remained in natura naturata. It is always only the existing world of the will which appears here, not a new birth, except through the immateriality of the sounding. For Schopenhauer not even Beethoven's symphonies break out of the old will and the known coastal trip. Despite all division, it is rerum concordia discourse, a true and complete depiction of the world, which rolls onward in the confused tangle of countless forms and by constant destruction preserves itself. Werke 2, p. 528. However, it was not to be prevented that the welling desire or stressed fermentation of Romantic music, although it seldom left behind nature myth or myth nature, did after all come to a differently bubbling world, in the midst of the sounding archaism of its nature. Natura naturans or the subject of nature, when it is intended in music, always makes the tone painting derived from it transparent. Not in the sense of a way out or of freedom, this is nowhere found in Wagner, not even in his Christian theatrical parts, perhaps least of all here, but rather in the sense of a constant boiling over into the archaic utopian, into unbecome meanings of mythical encapsulated nature. Though the authentic, namely the human will is completely missing in this work of nature, if we discount Sax and the rebellious dying Siegmund. Drowning, sinking oblivious down, highest bliss is found. This underworld relation is, despite all the utopia encapsulated in it, the counter-move to Beethoven or to the manly world of will. But where music is related to man as the core of nature, it also inevitably becomes relation to a cracked open nature, a nature illuminable into regnum hominis. And it is fitting that Wagner, because of his nearness to wellspring sound, has this not only in drowning form but in important places also as a kind of supernaturing nearness in the midst of nature itself. That is, as the transparency of a characteristic reverberation which is only found here, thrown far into the horizon and beyond it, a reverberating pastorale which has in it not so much Schopenhauer will as that which circles to a homeland. As in Brunhilde's finale, with the far beyond of its hugely sweeping, returning arcs at the end. But even this nature in Wagner still remains indefinitely captivating unless one hears in its echoing a reverberation, something Beethovenian, true. 1086. To man, for which a sounding wellspring space, in huge format, cracks open. Instead of deadening effect ethical effect, then appears, and depiction through music, instead of the powerful tone painting of a primevally nocturnal dream of nature morality of music appears. The man among men also wanted to be painted, and how could this be done in a closer, better, more bettered way than in music? Thus the sound returns again from its expeditions, puts its own house in order and warms the house. Tone painting and what is more deeply connected with it has its counterpart in the self-portrait through music, in an exemplary cooperation. Such a moral effect of music has been hoped for since the earliest times, just as if wild animals were to be tamed or the dull to be enlivened even in man. Such hope ranges from Orpheus to the magic flute, the ladies of the Queen of the Night sing of it, with this you can almighty things perform / the passions of all men transform. This hope ranges, less magically, from Plato throughout the entire Middle Ages and kept the ancient, controversial classification of the beautiful with the good with significantly greater style than was possible in literature, especially in the musty creations of moralistic literature. Essentially the art of an age always looked better than its mere sermonizing, and if it lent itself to sermonizing all that emerged was Gottsched or a cast iron broom. But art did not look better than the respective unphilistine energy of humanity, and if it lent itself to this, then Schiller emerged and Beethoven, the morality of music par excellence. Indeed even mere sermonizing was forced onto a higher plane by the capacity of music to be morality. There is a difference between the Philistine demand for fig leaves and the Platonic struggle of the Church Fathers against sensuous music, the struggle of Pope Marcellus against over-ornate music. Plato was the first who seriously began to take music seriously, in accordance with his scarcely liberal state utopia, for he regards the enervating effect of music as a stumbling block, not a foolishness. Republic, BK 3. The plaintive and soft tones are eliminated, he tones of the powerful and the right-minded, who can best imitate the voices of the unhappy and the happy, of the circumspect and the brave are praised. All this is based on a respect which at least corresponds more closely to the object of music than does the harmony of the spheres, or rather which makes right its human part, the harmony between body and soul. From the perspective of this wishful image, Plato says that musical education is of the highest importance, because rhythm and harmony descend right into the depths of the soul, grasp it with all their power, they already bring beautiful form with them and impart beauty to the soul, if it has received the right education. The Church Fathers adopted this strict ethos of music, now reoriented from the goal image of a discus-blind polis into that of a salvation-bringing civitas Dei. Here music was always regarded as dangerous and hence requiring supervision. There are songs of the devil, they are described as if they were a Tannhauser bacchanal. There is Tiru music, namely healing, purifying, preludicum vitae edami, as Augustine extols it. The image of David, who cured Saul of madness by his playing of the lyre, runs through the entire patristic and medieval ethics of music. True music supposedly organizes the rapport with the salvation of the world in Christ-like reproduction and imitation. Pseudo-Justinus lays down the following guidelines for moral, somatic music. Music awakens fervent longings, connected with pleasant sensations, soothes evil emotions aroused by the flesh, banishes bad thoughts inspired by invisible enemies, irrigates the soul so that the divine goods bear rich fruit, makes the pioneers of piety fit to hold out in dangers, and for the holy becomes a cure for the distress of earthly life. The supreme purpose of the singing of the Psalms became the compunctio cordis, the repentant remorse of the sinner, but also conformity with the music of angels. Thus Tiru music seemed to implant the greatly longed for in the turbulent soul. Likewise the tone relation, with ethical change and effect, guides entirely towards human grounds. the self-portrait is put forward as one which pulls upward into the realm of essential being, as one which draws out our essence. And no great composer proved himself closer to this than Beethoven. His music is pervaded by moral passion, by that will which is a will to becoming brighty, not to mindless life. Hence Beethoven's Confessions, few people realize what a throne of passion every single movement in music is, and few know that passion itself is the throne of music, or, few attain this, for just as thousands marry for the sake of love and love in these thousands does not even reveal itself, so thousands have dealings with music and yet do not have its revelation. As with every art, high signs of morality underlie music, too. All genuine invention is a moral advance. And thus this art which is closest to men, beside the chaotic, the darkly burrowing element in which its form of inwardness is certainly not lacking, and which houses itself in myth nature, definitely shows the human face which rises up above the spell. Music shows it precisely also in the great moments of the romantic spellbound relation to nature, and despite itself. The world root which sprouts on in music is ultimately the human root of a world being adequate to it, a human root which is certainly utopian tending, not archaic fixed. And the creative. 1088. Darkness in which it is still shud is not the gloom of the Scapenharian wool, but the incognito of the now which drives through everything, is hidden in the world itself. Music in its unsurpassable nearness to existence is the most closely related and most public voice of this incognito, that of the welling exister which in concentric prelude seeks to be clarified here. \_nd the world or outwardness to which the moralitas musici has its subterranean relation, the relation of a constant understream or of a tone flow of the anti-ram. This world is not that which has already become but that which circulates within it, which, as the regnum hominis, is imminent only in future, anxiety, hope. The relation to this world makes music, particularly in social terms, seismographic. It reflects cracks under the social surface, expresses wishes for change, bids us to hope. The music of angels certainly does not rise up here, not even compunctio cordis, as the Church Fathers hoped in their great time of change, but always a self-encounter with disorder under the surface or with diagrams of a different order in which consciousness is no longer burdened with any object as with something alien. This is the position of music in the world and the position of the world in music, even during the relation of music to nature. There is no water and fire music, no music of the romantic wilderness which does not necessarily contain in it, through the tone material itself, the fifth element man. Music posits nature with the elusive, sought for, home-like syrinx in it, with the lamp of Hero over the waters of the Hellespont. Indeed even the brightest music of the morning sets its nature against evening, when the world goes out and music itself passes over as if into the pre-appearance of its future homeliness. Where the wellspring character of the subject ground and of the searching world ground work together, in a pre-appearance which, unlike that of the other arts, constantly has apocalyptic momentum in it. Painting, even literature, with their appearance-sated language which is already or still to a large extent localized, can avoid this momentum. Music, with its open flow, full of the beginnings of something still insinuable, necessarily posits something extraterritorial at the same time. No relation to nature is a match for this, unless one with the realism of humane ciphers and real symbols in nature, at the limits of visible knownness. Thus it is only towards these that the counterpoint named after and containing Mozart, Bach, Beethoven moves. And only in a layer where material existing nowhere else, and most certainly fully formed nowhere else, passes over into another cosmos, are the categories of Mozart, Bach, Beethoven at home. These are the 5 years of venturing beyond the limits in tone spheres. They are articulations of human existing in a VENTL, ring beyond in music. Developing language of intensity which, in a world which has come to itself, seeks to gain its entire essence by hearing its way keenly and expanding. In this way therefore music contains the morality and universality of a central point, a pervading and pervaded intensive central point. Melody works this out lyrically, fugue epically, sonata dialectically, and dramatically, but the experiment of the hearing in existence of itself and of the world remains common to all forms of music, especially the severe forms. A still fermenting utopian figuring out in font hominum et rerum is depicted, in a space of antiquity which is open only to music in this way. The hollow space, subject of the sonata and fugue. The tone started out as a roaming and exciting one, but does it want to remain this in the long run? Certainly it wants to, and it will, only the question is whether it will do so on the old path, which has become both easy and difficult. Does the chordal tension and relaxation which for so long has seemed inscribed in the tone wish to remain? In the familiar fashion, dissonant consonant, from the dominant via the subdominant back to the tonic. But precisely this fashion has expired, as is well known, it ran out of social and consequently out of technical breath. The competitive, conflict-laden society which expressed itself in classical romantic tonality has expired. It was replaced, ahead at the front, first by so-called atonal music, with the keynote removed. Then, with newly elaborated sound material, came music which no longer produced cadence, Schoenberg's 12-tone technique. 12-tone technique has no relation to the keynote either, and consequently it does not have the harmonic tension relaxation which results from this and which was essential in the sonata. Dissonance and consonance have become meaningless, the dynamic relation between modulation and cadence has given way to a more gliding, muted, and strict sequence connection. The tempered scale remains, in principle all 12 tones in the traditional octave space are drawn on, therefore no quavers or crotchets, but with the consciousness of key eliminated. Thus a limited, well-ordered diversity of basic sequences is produced, and in each case one of these takes musical precedence, with continued, uninterrupted, always repeated sequence. Monotony as a result of this repetition is not ultimately inevitable for the simple reason that all 12 tones of the scale are available for transposition. Nor is it by any means only the monotony about which the unprepared listener complains, on the contrary, he reacts with a shock. 1090. Monotony would be more likely to induce sleep, and even the famous expressionlessness which has been talked into new music by the above-mentioned new objectivity would not produce a shock. This shock is more of a response to the absolutely abandoned than to the approach of an uncomprehended future, not explorable by any habit. Schoenberg's theory of harmony from the period before 12-tone technique already reflected this as follows: melody closes with new, infinite or unfulfilled, harmony ceases to communicate land of departure, but also the goal of the journey. Even the achieved 12-tone technique, by acknowledging the equality of all tones and making every chord possible, no longer knows a tonal point of reference and therefore knows no tonic homeland in which, as in the sonata, cadence and theme have already been located. No theme, as the background of a recognizability, can be placed at the beginning, as in the sonata and especially in the fugue. Music becomes a kind of existence which forms itself only as it happens. Ernst, Krennic rightly observes, Über neue Musik, 1937, p. 89, Ernst the design of the new music has something fragmentary about it, with all the consequences of sadness and unsatisfiedness of the impression which the fragmentary leaves behind. But hence also the hard existence of an infinite in this unfulfilled, 12-tone music, in its most authentic technical nature, represents both. Schoenberg's music thus definitely remains expression, in particular it remains the expression of the subject state of this transitional age, a state which is unclear but is not denied or repressed. If the atonal era has not removed this espressivo, an example of this is Schoenberg's monodrama Expectation, then neither has 12-tone technique, however rational its principles of construction. It too is weather music, not machine music such as that which, along with rigid neoclassicism, is intended by Stravinsky. Schoenberg's art is emphatically not the familiar machinism of this age, masked with equally familiar neoclassicism. On the contrary, it reflects the hollow space of this age and the atmosphere brewing in it, noiseless dynamite, long anticipations, suspended arrival. Schoenberg's music is thus certainly not uplifting, indeed it has been criticized for lacking the capacity to express the sublime as well as for its obvious incapacity to express the officially approved, run-of-the-mill stuff of aesthetic enjoyment. It has even been said that the only keynote which remains in this music is that of despair, indeed of that merely temporary and ephemeral despair which reflects the hopelessness of the bourgeoisie and ultimately its interest in sapping all will for change among its victims. But all this is itself incurable exaggeration. The only truth in it is that 1091. This music, which by its boldness and ratio alone differs from total nihilism, is full of the scars of a hard, far from paradisial period of transition, but is equally full of the undefined or still undefined spark figure of its face. If this face had come out socially, then Schönberg's art would also immediately be more intoxicated with beauty and simpler. However, for this, music must form an alliance with moralities which are muscular in a very different way. Rebus sic fluentibus, there is in this work a completely honest and productive, a time-legitimate light, the only light through which the germinatingly substantial element in new music can thrive at all, in the hollow space with sparks. The new music, even before it was conscious of itself, shows mastery in the expanse of motif-based relations, in the unhoused power of roving chords. Its expressive character was one of complete openness. Already in Schönberg's first string quartet and in his first chamber symphony the music develops in such a way that it detaches itself from its point of departure. Motif-based relations become the vehicles of the context, the theme material arises freely from the germ cell of a single idea. In the three piano pieces, especially in the third, even the motif-based connection ceases, no theme is repeated, new themes are constantly coming in. In the monodrama Expectation, thematics is altogether abundant. Here begins the fundamentally athematic style which Alois Habe and his school have since developed further on the basis of a retention of atonality. But the 12-tone technique, even with sequential structures as in the Second Chamber Symphony and its unhappy mysticism, does not lose complete openness forwards. The retrogression of sequences is quite different from thematic recapitulation. Sonata form with this recapitulation is sealed off to 12-tone technique, and the attempt from the Wind Quintet onwards, which also appeared as a veritable sonata for violin and piano, to renew the sonata form remains superficial compared with Schönberg's orchestral variations. Of the old forms only variation and suite correspond to the straight line, without circle, towards the new, infinite, unfulfilled. And it is only from here, from the fragmentary infinite, that the opposite of the shock now also occurs, namely a reunion with the newborn old, newly heard and used into openness. Here there is no variation technique and not only the deliberate radical release of a purely contrapuntal polyphony, but music, which is only forming, from its expressive content even has a form relation to the last classical romantic artistic aspiration and the law according to which it did not begin, but ends. In so far as this artistic aspiration, that of the sonata, as one of set thematic exposition and of its confirming recapitulation, is the most alien. 1092. To the sequential form, but as a final aspiration flows just as increasingly out into openness. The Beethovenian theme, in contrast to that of Mozart, or in particular to the theme of fugue, is, from the Eroica onwards, itself not developed. Instead it experiences itself only in the development, and only in this does it fully dialecticize itself. Mahler, as the last, often already transparent composer of the old tonality, did not compose anything at all with the development of a theme from a set beginning. Precisely for this reason his espressivo is not one from something but one towards something. The familiarity of the expression of tension and of feeling disappears. Recapitulation and the usually very broad coda, Seventh Symphony, live on a new field, on remote fields. Long, suggestive introductory movements often precede the theme group. From airy tones there streams a know not how. The development section is rich in evasions, motif-based new formations. The first movement of the third, the last movement of the Seventh Symphony, the coda is Christmas, but also Adventi. A self-approaching is thus there. It is Mahler's music itself, mingled with the calls of the watch, roll calls, corteges, signals, with a kind of melismatic dispatch from a distant headquarter. Its last word, the song of the earth, moves with an unresolved suspension into an immense eternal, despite the retained and finally omitted keynote. The new music no longer contains the dynamism of the romantic, it appears so to speak as the paradox of a highly extroverted adagio, but JT intends just as much unattained as the dynamic, if not more. And now that which was handed down historically as the old tone also sounds up in a new way. Precisely because no work can be done with it except by insignificant imitators, it becomes lovelier from day to day. Here is a tremendous inheritance, one that, because it attains after ripening, does not take a rest and become dulled. The wandering and the weather-like element do not expire, struggle and discord certainly do not expire, even when they are no longer carried out entrepreneurially. When they are no longer called free competition but on the contrary revolutionary work, which tackles this discord. Thus the tone form of essence which is rich in conflict, the sonata, is also heard anew, not heated up for enjoyment, but explosive. Crucially its style, its bourgeois revolutionary style, was already indicated, even revealed, by an absolutely changed form of the recital, of the orchestral style. When Stamitz, in around 1750, taught his Mannheim orchestra to perform brightening, shifting, darkening. Together with the art of the diminuendo and crescendo, the path to the sonata style became free. Instead of terraced dynamism, which was based on the sequence of a contrasting but in itself immobile forte and piano, came curved dynamism, and with it the atmospheric essence. But then, very much later, in Beethoven, the objective principle of construction of the sonata, the double thematics and its conflict, was brought to maturity, one can also say to consciousness. Thus the sonata of Ovo already detached itself from its forebears, the orchestral suite and the Bacchian concerto, especially from its opposite, the fugue, by virtue of its weather-like quality, by its performance in dynamic curves. The weather-light by itself alone would of course have become chaotic or, as the language of Sturmuendrang is missing in the music contemporaneous with it, with the exception of an astonishingly early musical prefiguring in Stamitz, it would have become merely the medium of musically composed hysteria. On the other hand, the incipient social antagonism was sublimated to the conflict of the two souls in one breast, a conflict which was certainly contemporaneous with music, and, it became dialectical in the sonata. As we know, in the latter the main theme in the fundamental key is followed by a softer, melodious, contrasting secondary theme. In dull symphonic composers like Schumann this is often merely a kind of oil stain. The development is the product of a thematic discord, of aberrations, of highly charged excesses. The recapitulation, with the principal key now restored, leads back to the first theme as to a victory. In the Eroica the two principles of the thematics are thoroughly set to work. The antagonism supplied by society is here at the same time one of the very blasting away of the barriers which first led to the conflict, or of the French Revolution. The Eroica thus for the same reason became the first conscious and the most perfect sonata symphony. Its first movement in particular is the Lucifer world of the Beethovenian sonata, and hence not the will of the entrepreneur, which sets free its subject at variance with others, but the highest overshooting beyond this, and from a much older layer, the Promethean will. The after-ripening of Beethoven, which more than with any other composer enables us to apperceive explosion, music of revolution, has its ground in this legitimate Titanism. It was only later that the subject of the sonata could pass over into an élan which had become clever and ambiguous, like that of Siegfried in the Aring of the Nibelungen, until in Strauss Don Juan and especially in Ein Heldenleben only the zest of the entrepreneur came to light and disposed of all Promethean overshooting. But the genuine subject of the sonata, in musical technical terms this means the power factor. 1094. Of developing and shaping all the possibilities thematically implied in it. Subject of the sonata, in terms of musical content this means the category of Beethoven as the venturing beyond which expresses itself particularly precisely and canonically in this power factor. In the medium of sound it is of the lineage of Faust, a hugely charged, hugely forward-pressing essence, and as it were not in civilian clothes like Faust but completely rhythmized throughout and strategic. This also gives the sonata form that forward-pressing quality with which it not only, as goes without saying, surpasses post-romantic music, this unpolar affirmation of sequences and parallel translation, but also that great work in the monothematic style, the fugue. For the sonata, apart from the variously competing heated élan in it, was full of revolutionary tension, set by the contrasting double themes and the antithesis of their harmonic zones. This kind of tension, however, as noted, no longer exists in the new music. It is therefore imperatively necessary for music in this age of struggle to achieve a new kind of tension, and as the external adoption of the sonata form is not sufficient, other means must be found. Precisely in order to hold its own against the revolutionary élan of the genuine sonata, though at the expense of such refined values as elegance or faultless compactness. Atonal music sought to preserve tension in the form of sheer catastrophes. More legitimately, the necessary force of tendency is available through an element which certainly did not disappear with the decline of the old tonality, through rhythm. This is not disturbed when composition is ametrical, with the bar line erased. It works in polyrhythmics as adopted from primitive music, independently of abandoned harmonic polyrhythmics and outside it. There is even a characteristic, very deep-seated, still scarcely discovered rhythmic tonic relation. If it were discovered, not only would the huge, tense expeditionary essence of the sonata be attained again, but also its other, definitely non-fragmentary essence, that which is designated by the victory of the theme. The new music no longer has a recapitulation, with a principal key restored, in which victory can be recognized. Its greatness and its future lies in the fact that it no longer has a theme which is placed at the beginning and as it were decided, but is music which is only forming itself, which takes seriously the new and the infinite of the end. But the recapitulation in the sonata signified not only return but also arrival, i.e. precisely that element without which the revolutionary tension would remain meaningless. In the recapitulation was the high time of the sonata, particularly only rhythmic tonic relation can help to gain this without the memory aid of the recapitulation. But the sonata remains for tension as well as relaxation, on a new level. 1095. The model, thus it circulates not only in the after-ripening of listening but also in the continuing production as living inheritance. And the other model, now with respect to being here, to granting of music, is and remains the linear polyphony of the old counterpoint before the sonata style, especially therefore the fugue. As we know, this is monodic, a single theme, dux with comes, a roaming of one theme through the voices in which it undividedly and without struggle reveals itself. Even in double and triple fugues, with 2 and 3 themes, these themes are never set antithetically, and the dynamic exposition remains seamless, without impatience. Certainly, the lower tension and the more intense composure reflect an order of society divided into estates which as such is past and far from canonical. Certainly therefore the fugue form, by overcoming dynamism without having known it, ranks lower than the sonata as reality, and the sonata, with its erupted dialectic, surpasses it, as noted. But it is equally striking that the fugue, precisely within the sonata form, was able to break away from its old ground and that it then contains no pacified continuo whatever. The fugato, which only approximates to the fugue form, produces or can produce a restless rigid effect, most uncannily in the fugued chorale of the armored men in the magic flute. A new expression is formed here, it continues in the fugato of the funeral march in the Eroica, which would scarcely have been written without Mozart's example and, now absolutely a dynamic cortege, is not quietus in fuga. It is even more curious that the fugue form proper, when used in a symphonic context, also develops a powerful element of impatience, namely feud, as in the fighting fugue in the Meistersinger and the veritable bickering fugue in Strauss' Sinfonia Domestica. Both fugues, moreover, are especially learned and complicated. Or within new music itself, Berg S. Wozzeck, This extremely atmospheric dramatic work has inventions and passacalias built into it, and precisely the singing voice which is heightened to the highest dramatic expression is dynamically involved, without any stylistic incongruity at all, in the exposition of a double fugue. The fact that this is possible indicates how much the after-ripening of the fugue form brings out an element in the fugue which is not confined to composed, revealed structure, with ducts and nothing but comes in the voices. And the old fugue itself, the art of the fugue masters, not of the fugue schoolmasters, the organ fugue of NCH, filled with sussum corda? Its final expression, as stated above, Volume 3, p. 1069, is still unconquered, and if it contains composure, then it is the paradox of a heaven-storming composure, one without drama but with the building of a tower. Therefore even if the fugue has no impatience in its monoically appointed continuo, it does have a goal, indeed it is a goal, more precisely it is its corrective anti-ram. The inheritance of the sonata style will never disappear again, will be entered into in new form, without any romantic debts whatever in this inheritance, but the granting or being here of music, as represented by architectonic counterpoint, remains and has primacy. Remains a corrective primacy of space over time, of the kingdom-like over the situational, here too. Remains a primacy of that distant being simultaneous which within music and in harmonic linear terms is epitomized in Palestrina, as a corrective of seraphic balance. For even in art the order of freedom ranks higher than the freedom which has not yet created the space for itself, beyond change. Change, the atmospheric as a whole, belong to time, not to being achieved, only discord is real in time, in musical time as in historical time, but only the kingdom-like aspect of revealed monoe is real as result. In future music everything depends on the ability to allow the theme of this monoe to form in orbitings. This however is, in ever new experiments and fragments, the main theme which now finally speaks, the core of human intensity. It is the subject of the fugue striving to become situationless, indicated by the category of Bach and its after-ripening, as the building of a tower into the order of kingdom. The two traditional musical forms of sonata and fugue therefore point towards struggle against fate and towards ultimately intended situationlessness, and therefore towards jatelessness. Indeed even in the struggle of the sonata at least the quiet movement rests, the andante and adagio rest from conflict. They already show the slowly flying arrow of beauty and, as in Schubert, musical substance which simply cannot cease to remain and to give. Indeed they contain in their most powerful appearances something which is still sealed to the main movement of the sonata and also to the fugue, sojourn in the unheard. The adagio of the Hammerklavier sonata, that of recuperation in the A minor quartet, the adagio with variations in the Ninth Symphony, this is a hearkening of the subject in a place which neither the triumph recapitulation of the theme nor even any finale achieved until now can reach. The great adagio is thus the true finale of the symphony, is a farewell celebration which leads towards music, not away from it. The adagio does not boom towards a prearranged final point, on the contrary, it draws the aerial perspective of the finale, even before it comes, together into the best, into a kind of highest good IP music. It is legitimate for great adagio movements to cross the region of a figured chorale or to contain it within themselves behind their slight, non-violent cessuras. As regards spirit the adagio in the symphony is the chorale of its intensity. The slow 1097. Miracles of music with regard to their object are also the deepest, they roam and aim beyond time, therefore also beyond passing away. And it becomes clear in the true finale, yet again, music excavates its treasure on that gold ground of a most distantly immediate mindfulness which strikes into the most closely intensive and to which literature and painting are only applied, the treasure of intensive essence. Funeral march, requiem, cortege behind death. Here the tone itself kindles the light which it needs. It does not need an outer lighty, it can stand the darkness, indeed it seeks its silence. Silently, in the nighty, treasures are raised, music does not disturb the silence, it is well versed in the vault, as the light in the vault. Hence its nearness not only to the happiness of the blind but to death, or rather, to the depths of the wishes which attempt to see, light on death. If death, conceived as the acts of nothingness, is the harshest non-utopia, then music measures itself against it as the most utopian of all arts. It measures itself against it in a way which is all the more odd because the unland of death is filled with that night which, as birth-giving night, seems so deeply familiar to music within this world. However decidedly the night of death may be different from all others, music, rightly or wrongly, feels itself to be the Greek fire which still burns even in the Styx. And if Orpheus plucks the harp against death, and does so victoriously, he plucks it so victoriously only in death, namely in Hades. It may be a legend that the Diqg, in their sinking state, hear music. Or perhaps more a figurative expression, like the opposite, significantly more matter-of-fact one according to which a person in pain hears the angels whistling in heaven. An expression which, like so much in the world, slaps the harmony of the spheres right in the face, just as conversely the legendary Aeolian harp heard by the dying often takes this old myth too conventionally again. But if it still remains to be seen whether the dying hear music, the living, with great elective affinity, certainly do be are dying in music. Death space borders mediatedly on music. It borders on its frequent introvertedness, it borders above all on its clouded material, on its constant tendency to designate a universe without externality in the invisible in which it begins and towards which it continues to aim. This kind of thing may be merely sentimental and is then in itself alone little more than negation or general outwards or upwards which surges uncontrolled, if not itself destined for death. But unsentimentally. 098. With position, music really does go to face death, intends, in accordance with the content of the biblical saying, to have swallowed it in victory. The love song, which first expressed longing for union despite all obstacles or gave consolation in hope, hope in consolation, goes as productive death music into the future night, lights the lamps of something nevertheless not prevented. Rain, storm, clouds, lightning, even collapse become for this homeland a mysterious path or a mysterious concordant environment. How much deep music has its darkness, indeed its light from this ingredient, the night of death, and from its black there burns a brightness different from that which otherwise already exists. That which withholds itself from almost every attempt to picture it is so far from withholding itself from music that a reticent cortege, the most serious mode of the slow tempo, is placed even before the sostenuto assai of its highest happiness. And now the many unreticent modes of lament, of the obsession with death with the conquest of death within it, of the funeral march, of the turning magic of fear, of the suddenly changing dialectic of terror in the requiem. Strike, O longed for hour, strike, in this Bach cantata man, with homesickness, goes through the final fear. Beethoven's funeral march in the Eroica dares something absolutely overhauling, and it returns to some extent in the funeral march of the Gotterdam Marung. Beethoven dares Heraclitus' wishful dream paradox that the path up and the path down are one and the same. The dully closed C minor of the beginning, the C major of the central movement, with its bright oboe theme, the dance of the triplets, the decision to return to the funeral theme, the timid, oscillating, unrepeated happiness melisma of the violin shortly before the end, this exposedness and this azure behave as two appearances of the same content. And not for example as if the dark appearance were cancelled out by the bright one, i.e. cheaply apotheosized by an otherworldly transfiguration. For the bright appearance withdraws again after the great forte to a single violin part sounding in the pianissimo, into the darkness of the funeral march as one which is collapsing. The succession is in fact meandering or a continuation of the same in death as horror and as friend. The Baroque sequence, Lamento e Triunfo, is cancelled out in the funeral march which the Eroica sets as its adagio. Both are presenti, both, the usual element of the lamento and the truly external element of a triunfo, kept strictly apart from each other, have become invalid in the light of death and the unprearranged remoteness on which it shines, Allegretto of the Seventh Symphony. The interweaving of the concept of depth also proves effective in the grave T of music, cf. Isaiah 25:8. Bloch is using the word here in the musical, Italian sense. 1099. Precisely in this, as de profundis and as that depth as which ether was conceived, as depth of the heights. Dying has itself developed dark bright images, which set a puzzle for the tone. They are not sealed in themselves and this worldly like the death of a hero and the funeral march or even the Nina asterisk which accompanies it. Rather the Church presented elaborated images of death, and it is against these, as images which have become cryptic, apocalyptic, that the Requiem measures itself. The Church text presents contrasts before which the meandering element of a death foe, death friend relationship is dispersed. Whereby the music of the Requiem does, however, appear to preserve a religious conviction which no longer exists in this form and which in any event has nothing in common with the bemused profundity of the above-mentioned meandering. In fact, most people have no longer believed the Church text about death and damnation for the past 100, almost 200 years, nevertheless it lives in music. Nevertheless, Mozart, Cherubini, Berlioz and Verdi wrote their Requiem masses in the grand style, and they were penetratingly genuine works. There is no trace of decorative illusion in these great works, not even in Verdi, in whom a sense of theatre would first be appropriate. This is, however, a problem, and it is not solved by bringing in the so-called illusory nature of art, which allows us to enjoy at a reduced price what was formerly believed at the full price, with fear and trembling. So that a curious thing seems to happen, namely that the same conquilation which once overgrew the Church text and because of this was forbidden by the Church as a distraction, now rescues the Church text and makes it palatable. But this is not the true reason for the late blossoming of the Requiem, for Cherubini, the strict, Berlioz, the bold and expressively precise, did not produce illusion. The music of the great Requiems does not provide aesthetic pleasure but awe and deep emotion, and the Church text, arising from the early period of chiliastic fear and longing, surrenders to music its great archetypes, independently of their transitory patristic forms. Thus music itself brings forth again the symbols of expectation which are at work in the Requiem, these are inscribed in music. And the reason why the Last Judgment for music is no mere mythological subject and no mere motif of upward movement as in Rubens, the reason for this morality lies in the death, contra-death, utopia problem which is constantly present for music. Consequently apocalypse arises even where, precisely where, there is anything but Church text. Beethoven gave the example and the proof of this. Beethoven, who wrote no Requiem, did write one in Fidelia, a completely unequivocal Nina, an ancient Roman lament for the dead. 1100. Requiem, with dies irae for Piso, with tuba mirum spargensanum asterisk for Florestan. This world of spirits is not sealed to music, as the world of spirits in Revolution, the archetype of apocalypse is not sealed to music. Even the thunderclap in Cherubini's Requiem which indicates the bursting of the universe is not externality for music, music is well versed in the end. Mystical brutality is not missing either in Berlioz or in Verdi. In Berlioz it rises in the trumpets of the apocalyptic horsemen which come crashing down on the audience from the four corners of the earth, in Verdi in the explosive drum beats, the fathomlessly plunging screams of the dies irae. But now the contrasting set in Verdi, in the offertory of his Requiem, the said before Significa Sanctus Michael, sustained for 7 bars, and also the heavenly melody playing around it without triumph, with hope hovering upwards. Thus music, with the final Baroque, works out despairs and salvations. They are not tied to the Baroque, nor to the judge theology of the Church text. But they are tied to a death consciousness and to a wishful consciousness of anti-death, which here stretches more genuinely than anywhere else into music. As such, now free of the traditional Church text, it last appeared in Brahms, in the German Requiem. If one seeks musical initiations into the truth of utopia, the first, all-containing light is Fidelio, the second, with veiled illusion, at an appropriate distance, is the German Requiem, which sings for here have we no continuing city, but we seek one to come t, and below the chorus of faltering of searching step s, a path line into the unknown, into awakening. Behold, I shew you a mystery, we shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump L. The mysterious music of these words of St. Paul in Brahms' Requiem brings from within itself the sound of the last trumpet into a hearing keenly, into a metaphysical counterpoint of hell and victory, of hell swallowed in victory. Not without the restraint and, which comes to the same thing in Brahms, not without the precious depth which as such avoids apotheosis. Which does not permit even Jubal's harp or Miriam's tone and sound to make the light easy for themselves or even merely to present it as consonant. The second movement of the German Requiem takes for its text, therefore the redeemed of the Lord shall return, and come with singing unto Zion, and everlasting joy shall be upon their head, but the music to the eternal joy goes in the fortissimo towards G minor and therefore certainly not towards sheer radiant consonance. This is because the way Brahms deals with joy is even more complicated than the way Kant deals with pathos, and for the same uncatholic reasons, because heaven here has the salt within it which does not make it conventional or foolish. These are certainly not pale joys, Nietzsche misunderstood Brahms here, nor are they October light over all joys, they are, in the midst of the doubtful darkness, far too burning for this. The happiness which becomes a mystery does of course appear dissonantly cloaked, indeed in itself dissonance may be its more powerful expression than a triad from the familiar world. Music here indicates that there is one shoot, no more, but also no less, which could blossom into eternal joy and which continues to exist in darkness, which indeed binds darkness within it. This does not mean anything certain with regard to the harshest non-utopia, had a capacity to deny it on its own ground. Doubtless with nothing but still drifting sound formations, but these contain livelinesses of an end which would not be possible if in the end nothing else were possible but transience and death. A freedom from pressure, death, and fate is expressed in the still nowhere medium of the tone, a freedom which has not expressed itself and cannot yet express itself in definite visibility. Precisely for this reason all music of annihilation points towards a robust core which, because it has not yet blossomed, cannot pass away either, it points to a non omnis confundar. In the darkness of this music gleam the treasures which will not be corrupted by moth and rust, the lasting treasures in which will and goal, hope and its content, virtue and happiness could be united as in a world without frustration, as in the highest good, the Requiem circles the secret landscape of the highest good. Marseillaise and the moment in Fidelio. There is a work in which the tone quite remarkably charges and aims at the same time. It is Fidelia, the task is to make a call audible within it, towards it every bar is tensed. Even in the light, open-air prelude between Marceline and Jacquinot there is unrest, a knocking not only from outside. Everything is geared to future, then we will rest from our troubles, every tone represents. Do you think I cannot see into your heart? Rocco asks Leonora, and now the scene draws in, four voices construct pure inside. How wondrous the emotion, my heart feels confined, the quartet begins. 1102. Andante sostenuto of a song which sings out nothing but its wondrous, applied to sheer darkness. Marceline sings it for Leonora, hope illuminates the goal, in great danger. A rainbow, resting brightly on dark clouds, shines on, and guides my way, in this light Leonora speaks herself, in the truest aria of hope, up and down over gloomy movements of sound, turned towards the star of the weary. The star was already at world in the TIMI 9 wondrous with which the quartet began, it is at work in Leonora's aria, in the prisoner's chorus, when not only Leonora and Florestan, when all the damned of this earth look up to the light of tomorrow. But the star stands dazzling and high in Florestan's feverish ecstasy, as Leonora herself, to it belongs the visionary exclamation to freedom, into the heavenly kingdom, rising up with superhuman cadences, shattering, fading in powerlessness. Until then the subterranean monodrama begins, the wildest scene of tension altogether. Pizarro before Florestan, a murderer stands before me. Leonora covers Florestan with her body, thus she reveals herself, a renewed onslaught of murder, the pistol held to Pizarro, any more step and you are deity. If nothing else happened, from the spirit and the action space of this music, then the shot would be the symbol and the act of salvation, its tonic would be the answer to what is called and the call from the beginning. But this tonic, because of the necessarily apocalyptic spirit and action space of this music, finds a symbol from the Requiem, more than this, from the secret Easter in the Dies Irae, it is the trumpet signal. This signal, if it is interpreted superficially, in terms of Pizarro's earlier instructions to blow it from the battlements as a warning to him, literally announces only the arrival of the minister on the road from Seville, but as tuba mirum spargens sonum in Beethoven it announces the arrival of the Messiah. Thus it resounds down into the dungeon, into the torches and lights which accompany the governor upwards. Into the nameless joy in which Beethoven's music no longer uses a suspension, into the hallowed be the day, hallowed be the hour, in the transformed courtyard of the fortress. It was an inspired idea on Mahler's part to play the third Leonora overture between the dungeon and the final act of freedom, the overture which in reality is a utopian memory, a legend of fulfilled hope, concentric around the trumpet signal. The signal now sounds, without the scene. After the scene, the music replies with a melody of rest which cannot be played slowly enough. The signal now sounds a second time, and the same melody replies, mysteriously modulated, in a distant key from an already changed world. And now back to the Freedom Act, to the Marseillaise on the fallen Bastille. The 1103. Great moment is there, the sta of fulfilled hope in the now and here. Leonora releases Florestan from his chains. Zero God, what a moment, precisely through these words, raised by Beethoven into metaphysics, a music arises which, in any case staying itself, would be worthy never to put an end to its arrival. An abruptly transporting change of key at the beginning, an oboe melody which expresses fulfillment, the sostenuto assai of time which is standing still, which has risen to the moment. Every future storming of the Bastille is intended in Fidelio, an incipient matter of human identity fills the space in the sostenuto assai, the presto of the final chorus merely adds the reflection, the jubilation about Leonora Maria Militans. Beethoven's music is chiastic, and the form of the opera of salvation, which was not uncommon at the time, merely provided the external material for the morality of this music. Does not the musical figure of Pizarro bear all the features of Pharaoh, Herod, Gessler, the winter demon, indeed of the Gnostic Satan himself, who brought man into the world dungeon and keeps him prisoner in it? But more than anywhere else music here becomes mourning red, militant religious, whose day becomes as audible as if it were already more than mere hope. It shines as pure work of man, as one which had not yet appeared in the entire environment of Beethoven independent of man. Thus music as a whole stands at the frontiers of mankind, but at those where mankind, with new language and the call aura around captured intensity, attained world, is still only forming. And precisely the order in musical expression intends a house, indeed a crystal, but from future freedom, a star, but as a new earth. Self-engraved lamp 52. Or images of hope against the power of the strongest non utopia, death. The last coat has no pockets. Proverb. Every person confronted with the possibility of an accident immediately thinks of the iron ration which he carries with him. This iron ration for one man may be his idea, for another his faith, a third thinks only of his family. Anna Seghers, The Seventh Cross. 204. I feel like one who has done work for the day to retire a while. I receive now again of my many translations, from my avatars ascending, while others doubtless await me, an unknown sphere more real than I dreamed, more direct, darts awakening rays about me, so long. Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. Anyone who could remain indifferent to these questions must as it were have divested himself of his humanity. To what goal is all history moving? What final last state is destined for the entire race, or is there even here only the sad, ever-recurring circle of appearances? The view of the mysteries has therefore certainly been extremely restricted because no one hit on the idea that they also contained as it were a revelation about the future of the human race. Dionysus in his highest potency was the goal, the ultimate meaning of the entire teaching of the mysteries. Schelling, Philosophy of Revelation. And then the Spirit brings hope, hope in the strictest Christian sense, hope which is hoping against hope. For an immediate hope exists in every person, it may be more powerfully alive in one person than in another, but in death every hope of this kind dies and turns into hopelessness. Into this night of hopelessness, it is death that we are describing, comes the life-giving Spirit and brings hope, the hope of eternity. It is against hope, for there was no longer any hope for that merely natural hope, this hope is therefore a hope contrary to hope. Kierkegaard, For Self-Examination. Jem share on grand put dash, tre. Asterisk. Last words of the dying Rabelais. I. Introduction. No talk of dying. How do we shake off the final fear? Today many no longer find this as difficult as in unenlightened days. The clock strikes, it is another hour nearer to the grave. But our view of it is diverted or else made artificially short-sighted. As things stand at the moment, fear of old age has become more tormenting than the thought of death. Death must not be remembered. I am going out in search of a great perhaps. 205. Cheap images push it out of mind. One of these says that man is snuffed out like a candle. This can be the case, of course, but not because man resembles a candle. He does not resemble one before his extinction, is noti, for example, headless, and so the comparison is not compelling afterwards either. Men have never been anxious to count their ever-dwindling years, yet what is bourgeois and merely lives from one day to the next is encouraged, among other things, not to look to the end at all. So everything is piled back onto a rosy-cheeked beginning, and when this is no longer there false youth is painted on. Dying is pushed away, not because we enjoy life so much nor because somewhere we would gladly see or cause others to see into something coming, not even at this personal closing point. Thus we live from one day to the next and into the night, no thought must ever be given to the worst end which is yet to come. The wish is simply to hear and to see nothing of it, even when the end is here. Thus fear at least shrinks, becomes flat, like so much else. Utopias of the night with no morning any more in this world. But nothing is as strange and grim as the blow which fells everyone. Life is not right either, but at least we are at home in it and present, it can be improved. But no one has yet been seen as present behind death, unless as a corpse. Horror is not the only feeling the corpse inspires, however, not the only feeling appropriate to this strange departure of ourself. But even grinning enters into it, like that of the death's head itself, that long scheming man should die like cattle is also, as it were, comical. And there was even more place for that highest seriousness of all, which causes despair and which in the face of death lies even closer to youth than it does to old age, because youth is more final. This means, not only the corpse is pale but our striving sees itself bled white and devalued for bad and all by its end. The grave, darkness, decay and worms had and still have, whenever they are not pushed out of mind, a kind of retrospectively devaluing force. Even the businessman returning from a friend's funeral takes up his correspondence with somewhat subdued elan and does not merely think of the insurance for his wife and child. On top of this comes the increasing disparity that has arisen between the movement and length of our ranks of purpose and the unchanging brevity of life. This disparity was not always so great, the long pre-capitalist era did not know it, or only vaguely, history seemed more static to that era, more cyclical, as it? No 6. Were more seasonal than today. Marcus Aurelius even observes in his Meditations that a 40-year-old man with his eyes open and in a sufficiently high position has seen everything that happened before his time and all that will happen afterwards, because it is the same as what he himself has experienced. Today the train of events is so very much longer than our life. The march of history towards the new is both geometrically and dynamically so different from the naturally declining curve of our life that no worthy man can still die sated with life in the historical sense. The grave destroys the witness who has become more curious, and in his short life he has seen too little of the outcome, let alone the victory, of events that are already in motion. Like the youth in Wedekind's spring awakening who dies without experiencing the joys of love and who shouts with such scornful significance, "Been in Egypt and never saw the pyramids, it could appear, mutatis mutandis and at least partially, to many dying in exciting times that they had perceived and achieved nothing but historical patchwork." This feeling seems only completely overcome whereby sacrificing on his own life for the future cause the subject-based experiencing of it is deliberately and consciously eliminated from the outset, first and foremost in the martyr. But even what this most moral person of all rejects for himself does not deprive others of the right to complain that they will not be present at the victory, that they will not know themselves to be unbroken subjects of victory. The fact that the name of the martyr is enshrined in the heart of the working class does not restore to this name its eyes, its corporeally present existence. It too lies, a corpse, far from the intended goal. How far too this suffered martyrdom is from the later day of justice which, if it occurs at all, will be experienced by completely different people. The world is full of slaughtered goodness and of successful criminals enjoying a long and peaceful old age. Martyrs do not experience their resurrection. The criminals of white terror are seldom brought to judgment. In both cases death makes everything irreparable. And even where something has got into order, the final axe falls on happiness, which was always only temporary. Even the utopian reflected happiness of fairytale characters lasts only until the destroyer of all joys and the sunderer of all fellowship came to the end, as death is called and must be called in the Arabian Nights, despite Islam and submission. The last fiasco does not remain a frame or dark ground against which the brief sunny day stands out all the more consciously. Memento mori is bankruptcy in consciousness itself. Even the hectic joy of living, as in times of plague, is inverted despair or gallows humor, contains no answer to nothingness, no overcoming. 1107. Desire seeks rather for eternity. What does even the highest moment mean? The stay a while, you are so fair intended in the most central utopia, when death, without itself being affected, cancels from the capacity for experience with the greatest command of existence its existence. So no enemy seemed more central, none was so inescapably positioned. No certainty in this thoroughly uncertain life and its formations of purpose is even remotely comparable with that of death. Nothing stands as finalistically as death does at the end, and nothing shatters the work of the subjects of historical purpose setting so anti-finalistically into fragments. The jaws of death grind everything and the maw of corruption devours every teleology. Death is the great forwarding agent of the organic world, but to its catastrophe. Thus no disappointment can compare with its negative outlook, no treachery shortly before the goal seems to equal that of exitus letalis. But all the more powerful is the necessity to set wishful evidence against this so little illuminating certainty, against a mere factual truth in the world unmediated with man. Thus guiding images of the afterlife correspond to guiding images of life, figure formations against the peace of the graveyard to the guiding figures of unrest, and an older, religious death magic to the deep death magic of music. The following section deals with the varying utopias of death in the great world religions. These are followed by the no longer so religious image of death. Namely that which was secularized or rationally modified from the former manifold beliefs in the 18th and 19th centuries. In the manifold images of the afterlife, mankind has brought to light and into the night not only its egotism and ignorance, but also the undeniable dignity in refusing to accept the cadaver. Thus in the chapter on death the inventory of human wishful dreams also contains certain pictorial, poetic, and musical wishful landscapes of the paradisial, but under a different aspect, related to be or not to be, as utopian anti-death. To speak only of wishes, there certainly was and still is here much sticky shabby desire to cling to the little ego. Shaw rightly compared this with miserliness. The obscurantist interest of the ruling classes and their spouting clergy in transcendental fraud was and is most definitely at work here, intimidating the people with otherworldly images of terror, consoling them with empty promises, otherworldly images of heaven. The realm of shades is anyway, as Kant says, the paradise of visionaries, and it is not just Holy Rome which has lucrative provinces there. Yet it should also not be overlooked that beside Rome, in which precisely the worst effusions of transcendental fantasy proved highly experienced and worldly wise, there were, to speak only, 1108. Of wishes again, also different, rebelliously different motifs, not least a religious motif of pride, transformation, and breaking out, which in Paul's case shakes the bars of this death. Whether such overreaching, this means of course also of the humblest, not only of the masters, into the post-mortal sphere, and indeed that which changes into all recognition was the opium of the people, or rather a strengthening of the sense of the infinite value of their own souls, and thus a strengthening of the will not to be treated like cattle here and now. This depends on the men among whom and the circumstances in which sermons on heaven were preached. Thomas Munzer's sermons, for example, though often referring to evenly servant s, was no opium of the people. Whether every shining of the dream lantern into the realm of shades is sheer fantasy and as such appears indiscriminate depends again on the conceptual definition and demarcation of the real which has been arrived at. Even a definition which does not stop at so-called factuality, which instead of this recognizes unreified processes and open spaces, will not allow these spaces to be occupied by more or less fatuous pieties. At any rate, such a definition will not reject as wholly unreal or incapable of reality contents of which we know nothing, simply because, next to miracles, immortality is the dearest child of faith, and because, instead of this, human metamorphosis into nothingness is regarded as a certainty not only by existentialists. But it is for this reason alone that the more humane wishful images of the en omnes confundar have not yet been abolished in the fundamental problem of their dignity, i.e. they have not forfeited this problem and its world in every, not necessarily fontetic, form. For Kant, the real coincided with the objects of Newtonian physics, everything beyond it was either a bad thing or a mere reflexive postulate. For dialectical materialist cognition, which does not recognize such dualism, which comprehends a postulation, an unclosed tendency, in the real itself, and in postulation a possible reality, the world does not end with Newtonian mechanics. The world as no beyond, materialism is remains the comprehending of the world in its own terms, but it also has no barrier in this life, or rather none but that which is posited in the direction of dialectical process. Dialectical materialism thus no more knows a naturally ordained order and closedness than mechanical materialism knew or recognized one which was divinely ordained. Everything particular and fixed among the death-defying wishes and rituals, the Greek, Egyptian and Christian death hopes, is sheer fantasy, but the sphere of this specific hope itself, which is recalled in the following section, is more than legitimate, for no man yet knows whether the life process does not contain 1109. Or admit of transformation, however obscure. The bald no, however empirical it may have been to date, does not settle the question. It is the no of mere blind necessity, not of necessity understood, therefore controlled, therefore mediated with the human realm of purpose. The only reason why this no does not have a completely paralyzing effect on the purpose will is that this, as we will ultimately have to show, still borrows from post-mortal symbols, even when they are no longer believed and their substance has disappeared. Death today can still, nobody knows how much longer, be hidden behind life because new life was once hidden behind, i.e. dreamt into death. These dreams also belong to utopia, though to one which is primarily rooted in mythology, and they continue the dots where ranks of purpose have been broken off, as if the grave and the inorganic universe to which the corpse also belongs could be humanely illuminated. These dreams of illumination have not resigned themselves to fate in its grimmest form, this constitutes, this founds their glory. And, with an overwhelming paradox of non-renunciation, they have connected precisely to the most extreme annihilation, alongside a terrible afterlife, the joyful image of an awakening, of a heavenly identity. This is the case in Islam and in Christianity. Where this heightening did not occur, something postulated as incorruptible did descend into the realm of shades, but never into the grave together with the body. The wishes for immortality aspired to give the self the grave lamp, one free of sepsis, still shining into the strangest night. They have often overlaid death with lies, but they have also overshone it. Two religious counterpoints from death and victory. Only good of the dead. Fear of dying oppressed us early and so remains primal. The corpse shows to feeling and to thought what awaits everyone. Dread of the corpse is the oldest dread of all. Yet the first wish was not so much to live on outside the corpse. This was taken for granted. Death was regarded anyway only as a departure by all primitive peoples, as it still is today by children. They wished simply to protect themselves from the dead by 1110. Giving them a safe or comfortable home on the other side. This of course was to everyone's benefit, as everyone was ultimately gathered to the corpses. Service to the corpse, the embellishment of its night, were an invitation to all to protect themselves against the threat to themselves. The dead man himself had moved into the unearthly darkness from which all evil and little good came. He was in the night, in the land without fire and light, outside the round huts, longing to return. But to bar his return was the purpose of all death rites, including the ancestor cult. The corpse is carried feet first out of the village so that it cannot find its way back, or else, as in the case of the Bushman, its nails are cut, hands and feet bound, even its eyes put out. Sometimes the dead man's hut is also burned to the ground. The place he is attached to, where he feels good, so to speak, must be the grave. Even in German areas tramps were for a long time bound and buried, to stop them coming back. Though there is no evidence to date of graves in the early Stone Age, those from the late Stone Age are all the more numerous, above and below ground. And the custom of putting food and drink into the grave for the corpse also dates from this period, so that the dead who long to return or suck blood are supposed to be replaced by the placated dead, indeed, as is still discernible in Maui fairy tales, the Grateful Dead. This food and drink was not of course intended for the grave, any more than the women and slaves offered up with the nobles, i.e. slaughtered at their graveside. But all these offerings were intended for consumption and use in another place, so that the soul of the dead man did not roam unhonored about the grave and the village, and so that the grave really bound the corpse. Its soul, that is here its last breath, lived on peacefully in the other place, as soon as the body was given the honor of burial or cremation. It lived on no longer as a ghost but as a shade which independently went on living the life to which the body had been accustomed. Among hunting peoples the other world too is still the same for all, but among tillers of the soil and raisers of cattle not even death makes all equal. The distinctions between rich and poor persisted, with no leveling whatever. Even in the other world, the best places are reserved for the nobles, the bad and worst places for the common people. In Tonga, only the chief goes to the blessed land Bolotu, the common folk stand in the dark, as on earth. A similar distinction is made in Hawaii between a heaven for princes and nobles and an underworld for the lower classes. Thus even in the afterlife Elysian and infernal fields correspond to class divisions, with which they certainly first arose. Punishment for high-ranking wrongdoers and reward for the poor, though. 1111. Only for those who were also well behaved in the ruling class sense, this wished for leveling is, so to speak, forced through only later. It is first found in the feuding, divided clan, where the chief is no longer regarded as an undisputed head ape who remains such in the other world regardless of whether he was good or bad. Every dead man was honored by his family as an ancestor in any case as soon as he was buried. Shades and Greek Twilight. Man lived on, even where his afterlife seemed quite pale. The Greeks more than all other peoples saw the corpse as aging, turning into a shade. But the shade itself survives. Even the Enlightenment seldom teaches annihilation here, or only in the sense that the familiar ego ceases to be. Thus a semi-void appears behind death, namely the opposite of what is in store for men under the sun. An epitaph in Pompeii reads, "After death there is nothing, man is only what you see." Another says, "Why, O you who read this, my friend, lead a good life, for after death there is no laughter, joking or joy." So much for the rather dull melancholy of these sayings, which was probably not even confined to the later Roman period and the country towns. Yet despite all this, man was certainly not extinguished, nor had he fallen into an inconceivable state of utter nothingness. He retained the curious existence of his shade, which was after all freed from suffering, agitation, and frailty, and he entered a milky night which was on the edge of life, but not utterly deathly. Night occurs in life, too. In ebbing life, impeded or spellbound people experience it, who linger in the Hades of their selves anyway. Utter desolation and purposelessness fills them, so powerful and at the same time so hollow that the Greek Hades seems unequivocally mild, as it were healthy in comparison, though it sometimes borders on this state. In Homer, death is after all the brother, even the twin brother, of sleep. In Hesiod, death and sleep dwell together in a palace at the entrance to the underworld. Below, Lethe awaits. Those who wanted to drink oblivion had already drunk and no longer needed Lethe. The Styx separates for good, Charon, with grey hair and dirty cloak, but eyes of fire, ferries the dead across. And it was not as if the grey of Hades excluded differences and distinctions between its inhabitants, as if there were no kind of hell in it or Elysian fields. The other world of the Greeks, like the Egyptian and later the Christian one, has a judgment of the dead at its entrance. Wishful images of retaliation and levelling are certainly at work here. Likewise they extend from Hades, from its highly structured twilight, to influence life on earth, hence the moral thoughtfulness of the final hour, noticeable even among the Greeks. When Pericles was dying, he gathered his friends around him, asked each one for forgiveness for the wrongs he might have done them, and would hear nothing of his deeds except that he had never given a citizen cause for grief. The Greek hell, however, darkens the realm of shades most curiously towards the bottom, predominantly to feudal monotony, to the torment of feudal repetition of the same task, as with Sisyphus, Tantalus, and the Danaids. The Elysian fields quietly improve the grey of Hades towards the top, into the congenial quality of pleasant twilged, the twilged of an etern spring evening. Things certainly do not go with a swing in this Elysium. The atmosphere is not golden as at life's feasts, but silver, i.e. without passions and without boredom. The Greek heaven was originally intended only for the favorites of the gods, not for all good people as such. It was not until Elysium was transferred from the Western Ocean to the underworld in the post-feudal, post-Homeric era that it seemed suitable for good people too, as was neighboring Tartarus for the wicked. Life in this other world, however pale, nonetheless seems highly wishful. The dead are thought of as living in a dream world full of silhouettes, the wicked in the unchanged, inescapable world of the nightmare, the good in the powerless but also effortless sweetness of picture life. And something else, most important of all, makes the other world of the Greeks meaningful on a different level. For beside the popular image of Hades, another image persisted from the Pelasgian Orphic era, that of the mysteries. Its image is the wheel. Man rises to life with the ascending spokes and sinks to death as they descend, but above all it is not only the same wheel but also the same man who rises, descends, and rises again along with the wheel. The transmigration of souls is taught here. And purification is also taught, drawing the best out of revolving death so that man comes through death with his essential substance intact and returns on a higher level. This happens in the Eleusinian mysteries, and, with Dionysian accent, in the Orphic mysteries. Both sought exclusively to initiate into death, not for its nothingness, but for its overcoming. Affirmation of recurrence, Orphic wheel. The grave was now to be spoken with, even to be moved. It was regarded as seed beneath the ground, the fruit therefore comes back above ground. 3. The aim was to step from Hades into life again, the same person as before, though now more fully conscious of himself. The Eleusinian writes, the mysteries of Persephone served to keep alive this consciousness and this certainty. The legend on which they were based contained, from the first, as much growth magic as death magic. Corresponding to the unity in which matrilineal times had revered the earth both as the field for calm and for the dead, and Eleusis served Demeter, the matrilineal goddess. When her daughter Persephone revolves between the realm of the dead and the upper world, in winter below, in summer above, this was seen as more than a symbol of vegetable growth. It very soon came to be seen as the wishful image of resurrection. The corn Persephone was also the human soul stolen from Hades. These correlations, preserved in the Eleusinian mysteries, are age-old. Demeter herself once held the office of Pluto. She did not dwell on Olympus as in the later Greek era. She was the goddess of matriline, and the grave, which devours all births, was as much a part of the womb and its world as birth. The Earth Mother as the ruler of the dead was a fearsome and wrathful power, yet this grave goddess was also the goddess of the cradle of life, a kindly, fruit-giving mother. Thus the functions of birth and death were still closely intertwined in pre-Homeric, Pelasgian myth. Gaia Demeter dominated religious belief. The gods of Homer, the new gods, are the first to belong to the patrilineal era. They do not preside over birth or over death, and they themselves are remote from death. But precisely in the Eleusinian mysteries Demeter was invoked in her old dual function, and her daughter Persephone was the dying human being, bound to the chthonic cycle. The best now had to be made of this. The art of death writes, the art of happy rebirth as the morality of Persephone. Thus the mists, in the simile of the seed, were reconciled with death. Destruction bears 1,000-fold fruit, it is necessary for a richer recurrence. A comforting alternation of life and death now begins. Persephone escapes again and again from Hades, though she returns there again and again. Eleusis taught the transmigration of souls, a life-affirming transmigration which moves upwards from ever-renewed immersions in Hades, and which brings with it not just womb and grave but also grave and birth. According to the belief of the mysts, bodily well-being is the reward which the mysteries bestow for the duration of life, but the higher reward is the hope they give of a better rebirth in the time after death. Instead of drinking from Lethe, they drink from the well of memory of earlier births. This is to pave the way to a new, improved birth. The transmigration of souls is thus interpreted highly optimistically. 1114. As a medium to ascent, the will of recurrence is affirmed. And the dead man, by the very fact of being buried, seemed to be well cocooned. The grave does not contain, it ripens. The shadow in the cave is to be reborn from the cave. In the Eleusinian formula, age-old and matrilineal, the crouched burial of the Stone Age survives, in which the corpse, doubled up into an embryo, awaits its new birth. Yet the Eleusinian hope also includes man in the image of spring, in which the earth itself emerges again from its corpse-like form. Demeter Gaia is thus joined by Dionysus, who bears the dialectical name P.Eqavux Teqtv, nocturnal day, light in the earth and from it. This holy earth-revering, consolatory and dual character survives, inherited from the Etruscans, even in extremely patrilineal Rome. The Roman Floralia were both a commemoration of the dead and a celebration of spring. Bacchus is the lord of the dead souls who rise up in swarms from the earth at the beginning of spring. In the same breath he makes the earth blossom. This is why the walls of Etruscan burial chambers are full of lewd scenes. The demon of death in Etruscan funeral games appears in the form of a satyr. Likewise bacchanalian scenes survive on Roman sarcophagi, with the phallus as a grave ornamentee. Far from fading, the dialectical memory of Demeter Dionysus, indeed Pluto Dionysus, grew ever more powerful. Even in Apollonian Greece, the Eleusinian mysteries themselves, from the 9th century and emphatically from the 6th century onwards, joined forces with Dionysus and his rebirth-giving, orphically purifying fire. The statue of Dionysus was carried from Athens to the temple of Demeter in Eleusis. He was regarded as her son, he outshone her daughter Persephone, he was regarded, in the emphatic sense, as his mother's son, as the lord of the moist, fecundating life of nature. This was how he appeared to the Maenades, he appeared to those love-crazed butchers as a bull god, and, dying and rising from the dead, he was torn to pieces, to the Maenades, as familiar with death and the lament for the transitoriness of life as with orgasm and lust, he represented the unity of life and death. Dionysus is the path from Demeter to the male life of nature, from the female cave to the phallus, and it is in him, not only in the unity of grave and cradle, that the hope of immortality and rebirth now seeks its emblem. Bachofen was the first to recall these associations. Man is in the unlamented lower creation, but final victory belongs to the phallic natural power and its revealed symbol. In the magic of lavish paradisial pleasures all demands on life and all hope of the other world are satisfied, the nature lament of the ancient world falls silent. Dionysus, ousting grim Pluto, is as it were solar, he is, as Macrobius describes him, ms. the son of the earth's lower hemisphere, sol in inferno hemisphereo, i.e. the solar principle of the dark earth which, far removed from its distant home, illuminates the sealed depths of matter. Bachofen, Die Unsterblichkeitslehre der Orphischen Theologie, 1867, p. 2.6. As this chthonic hellos, Dionysus now brings the souls out of Hades, without compulsion to return, but, and this is the second novum compared with Demeter Persephone, also without the necessity of being reborn. The compelling will of recurrence was affirmed in Eleusis before or outside the Orphic reformation, within Orphism, it is denied. An extended wishful image now appears, one directed not only against Hades but against Hades and equally against birth. An ascetic wishful image, though one which is no longer compatible with Dionysus as the god of spring, the original fertility god. In fact Orphism, when it did break in, followed the tradition of a second Dionysus, a Dionysus himself reborn. This is Dionysus Zagreus, who was torn limb from limb by the Titans and who, after Zeus has eaten his heart which remained intact, comes to life again in the second Dionysus. This resurrected god has lost nothing of the ardour and joy which he embodies, to which he leads. In the mysteries he was proclaimed as Dionysiacus, i.e. the jubilant one. But he no longer lives in his old body, indeed no longer at all in the body of death and of birth which alternates with it, xv aus feifcjews, the cycle of birth, as Orphism calls it with a truly Indian express Zion, is broken together with death. The second Dionysus therefore does not in any way become transcendental or even Olympian, he remains the highest fullness of life, but now it is fullness of a second nature, free of the cycle. And finally the Orphic mists followed him, the wish becomes exodus from the afijp.cx-aijp.cx, from the body grave altogether, to expins neither death nor corporeal rebirth, but this exodus never goes into what is hostile to life, into spirit. Though asceticism was clearly present here, in connection with the decline of the Greek ekop.omi and polis, it is only hostile to life in so far as it removes the joys of the body from this susceptible, unsteady being, and transfers them to the soul. It is wrong to see Orphic hostility to the body as renunciation, or how could Dionysus be their god? The body as the prison of the soul, this means here that it hinders the butterfly psyche, this upward effervescence. Not the practice of civic virtues, not discipline, nor moral reformation of the character were required in Orphism, but solely dedication to the orgiastic god. Orphic asceticism certainly did not involve mortification of the body, on the contrary it rescued as it were the joys of the body from their transitory revolving setting. Though there are unmistakable Indian echoes in the m6 hatred of the birth wheel, the second Dionysus nonetheless remains of this world. Wine and love bring on ecstasy, which derives its essence from the body itself and is inspired from this essence. In Eleusinian terms, the alternation between birth and death, assumed to be constant, appeared to be bearable, the possible transition from death to a better birth appeared to be consoling. In Orphic terms, an attempt is made to draw an entire final salvation and its salutary wholeness into the soul, which has now escaped from all transmigration, both from that towards death and that towards birth, and which already seeks to fill with blood on earth that which in the conception of Hades was mere shade. Elixirs of the soul and the Gnostic journey to heaven. To be freed from the body of this death, this was longed for in ever wilder and stranger ways. Disintegrating late classical society fostered in all its circles a fear which had scarcely ever been felt as intensely till then. It was focused most heavily, in almost concentrated form, on death, even though this seemed to put an end to sad life. Yet death was in no way felt to be an end, least of all an escape. On the contrary, it seemed to be a perpetual slaughterhouse. The age of Stoic, composed suicide and its consolation, however grim, was now past. Death appeared as the most sinister part of all that was corruptible. All in all, Eleusis had still been a feast, and most of the initiates had prayed for earthly rather than otherworldly bliss. But in the late classical period this fast turned into a cry for help, fear of life and dread of death then came together into the world, deliverance from both was sought. It was only then that the Greek mysteries, augmented by an almost wholesale import of Oriental mysteries, came to form a huge escape and evasion route. Never had there been such despair, such remarkable longing, throughout all classes, for a remedy against death, never such a powerful longing for immortality, the passport out of the slaughterhouse. From Hadrian onwards, the wishful image of the mysteries, the certainty of resurrection, went hand in hand with all kinds of superstition, amulets, spirit seals, all the fishhooks of invocation were tried out to grasp immortality. What seemed great or worthy of emulation about the gods was not that they are powerful, wise, or even happy, but that they are immortal. This was their desirable ambrosial quality. It was to acquire this that the initiations, rites, liturgies and procedures of late classical mystery religion most predominantly served. Moral purification 3:7 was certainly also sought here, in the form of strength, seclusion, brotherly love, but such things were not considered crucial. More important than the cleansing from sin was the tincturing with that magic substance by means of which the initiate could be baptized and freed from the mortal body. Even in the Orphic mysteries, the sacrificial bull representing Dionysus and torn to pieces and eaten by the Mænades was regarded as the dying, year god who would awake to new life. Dionysus takes those who are drunk with his blood with him into immortality. Clearly connected with this were the later Taurobalia. The mist stood in a pit above which a bull was slaughtered, let the gushing blood stream over him and he thus attained baptism, indeed a kind of pagan communion of hope for immortality. Those who were thus baptized subsequently wore their blood-stiff clothes in the streets and in the shops, partly objects of mockery, partly of awe. Paul, Icor 10, I8ff, pointed, not without reason, to the analogy between pagan sacrifice and communion, when he calls the pagan sacrifice, to which the Taurobalia also belonged, Tehi table, Tehi cup, the fellowship of devils. This antithesis confirms precisely their correspondence and affinity in the history of religion. Even Jesus triumphed in competition with the mysteries not as the Messiah of those who labor and are heavy laden but as the Phirst among the deity, and his character was Tehi resurrection and the life. Baptism at that time was on the whole a magical sacrament. The waters of baptism were regarded as the water of life. Christ redeemed mankind from death. The Christ of Gnosticism in particular was primarily the antidote to death, nor were all the faithful by any means regarded as redeemed unless they had first received the baptism of the dead. There was a Gnostic baptism of the dead, a major sacrament. In the cults of Saint Mark the dead man's head was anointed with water and oil, in order, according to Irenaeus, to make him invisible to the archons and powers. It was just as ardently hoped that Jesus, too, would provide such a magic cap against evil after death. Even among the Christians of Corinth in Paul's time a baptism of the dead was still common. Icoris 29, which showed why they thought the God of life had come. In Gnostic terms, the baptismal elixirs were complemented by elixirs of knowledge, not accessible to everyone and so all the more eagerly sought in the future eon. The Gnostic Christ was a learned Redeemer. He eliminated ignorance, revealing himself fully only to the pneumatics, i.e. intellectual aristocrats, or we might almost say that he abolished death only for doctors of the ascension. Of course the Gnostic and even the philosophical knowledge of this time was certainly not divorced from will, emotions and also the agitated, gloomy. M8. Folklore of the age. Proclus, one of the most perceptive thinkers of this time, collected folk tales wherever he could find them and, as if the two went together, had himself initiated into all the mysteries, thus combining, in a manner that certainly was not intellectually aristocratic, the popular and the hermetic, both equally inviting, with the distinction of the concept. Gnosticism, whether pagan or Christian, certainly was not a religion of the withered classical mind. On the contrary, it was the first and last great incursion of wishful mythology into the mind, as is proved above all by one of its strangest yet also one of its most magnificent phantasmagoria, the doctrine of the soul's heavenly journey. It followed the baptism of blood, in order to make itself invisible against dying. Yet it clearly also provided the passport which enabled the traveler to come unscathed through a journey beyond death which was fully mapped out in good and evil. The story of this ascent or heavenly journey and the necessity to be prepared for it is as follows: between heaven and earth lie the 7 planetary circles, ruled by evil spirits, the lords of this world. These are the archons or demons of fate, and in Gnostic terms they were depicted as demons with animal heads: lion, bull, dragon, eagle, bear, dog, ass. They enslave man and set up a blockade between him and heaven. This is why the archons in this negatively evaluated astrology are described as toll men, as guardians of the sorrowful road. The circle of planets itself appears as the fence of wickedness s. Thus the classical confidence in the world, so powerful and optimistic right up to the Middle Stoics, was now bedeviled. Nero and Caracalla appeared to be ideologically embedded in star demons, the defenselessness of the individual, the engulfed whirlpool of declining late Rome were projected onto the universe. Not only life itself but even more so its pre-existence and post-existence, the state of the soul before birth and after death, were now drawn into the powerful sinister locality of the archon system. For when the soul descended from heaven to earth, the moon was regarded as the gate for descent. It passed the 7 spheres, each of which gave it a part of the spell, for its earthly destiny. After death, the soul in its ascent to heaven has to pass the same archons. The sun was regarded as the gate for ascent, and at every stage the old archon, he god of destruction and second death, steps forward, barring its way. Not only the planets but also the 12 zodiacal signs of the sphere of fixed stars and the 12 constellations of the zodiac were included among the demons of destruction. The entire firmament was a set of Devi's fangs, the whole universe a tyranny. Sun, moon, and stars are together the fatal sphere, the sphere of destiny. 3-9. The sphere of the Harmony, the world regent is the devil. This was the point at which Gnosis deployed its myth of the heavenly journey, in the technical sense so to speak, as the breaking of the astral blockade. The myths was taught the password which enabled him to pass the 7 archons and deprived the fence of wickedness of its power. Some passwords, consisting of utterly incomprehensible howling sounds, imitated the names of the respective archons. Knowledge of a name, according to ancient belief, is identical with power over the person named. The specific doctrine of the password also goes back a long way. In the I2sth chapter of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the god guarding each gate of Hades requires the dead man to know his name before he lets him pass. Perhaps this Egyptian tradition is still at work when in the Coptic writings of Gnosticism passwords are especially classified, in the first rank the solemn revelation of the demons' names, then the symbols and signs to be shown, then the formulae and magic words to be spoken to ward off the archons. and the imagined successful outcome was that the soul casts off the ugly veils and blemishes it once received on its journey through the planetary circles. In the later Persian Gnostic system of Mani, the soul even casts off all the determinants of the lower world, not just its definite vices. To the moon it returns its vital and nourishing power, to Mercury greed, to Venus lust, to the sun intellect, to Mars courage, to Jupiter ambition, to Saturn lethargy. Here, too, every archon is watched over by an angel of the Persian light god Ormuzd, who does the rest to ensure that the soul, free of ballast, FMDs its way home to the primal light. And at the entrance to this the just Ma'an's own soul comes towards him, in the form of a virgin, who receives him and leads him into the uppermost heaven. Thus in Mani no one else springs from behind the last planet, but in fact, later recalled in Dante's Beatrice, the form of a virgin, as a pure human form and heavenly guide. Probably the Persian Roman Mitra's mysteries not only already furthered the cult of the soul in Vitus but also the help he gave to the dead. The seven-step staircase, which in the cave of these mysteries, in complete harmony with the heavenly journey, was built of 7 metals representing the planetary sign S, symbolized not only the cosmos but the password journey through the 7 planetary circles, up to Mitras the Liffey giver. But the perspective always remains most turbulent of all in Judeo-Christian Gnosis, in keeping with its total intertwining of wishful myth against death with world and the Son of Man who is better than the world. Among the Paratyans, the transition is expressed in images from the Old Testament. The passage in Hippolytos reads, "Death seizes the Egyptians in the Red Sea, together with their chariots, all people without gnosis are Egyptians." And this is the meaning of the exodus from Egypt, namely exodus from the body, which is a little Egypt. The crossing of the Red Sea, however, means the crossing of the water of transience, which is Saturn, and the other side of the Red Sea is the desert, where all the gods of destruction are together with the God of redemption. But the gods of destruction are the stars, which impose on creatures the necessity of changeful birth. Hippolytos, Elanchos 16. In Pistis Sophia, till recently the only extant Gnostic book, a kind of pneumatic novel, Jesus himself deprives the archons of a third of their power, turning their heads and their course towards half the year, so that they cannot look upon men, and God alone determines fate as well as ascent. Truly, says Jesus, if I had not turned their course a multitude of souls would have been destroyed, and they would have languished for a long time if the archons of the eons and the archons of the Hamarmeni and of the Sphera and all their places and all their heavens and all their eons had not been destroyed, and the souls would have languished for a long time outside here, and the completion of the number of perfect souls would have been delayed who are reckoned among the inheritors of the heights through the mysteries and who will be in the treasury of light. Pistis Sophia, ch. 23. Here the password is joined by the Gnostic Savior himself, and he makes this password superfluous, not as a teacher but already as a pantocrator, as Lord against the archons. Against the same archons who are believed to be cosmocrators even in the New Testament, at least in the Epistle to the Ephesians, though Paul's authorship is not certain. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. F6, NF. Thus Jesus redeems not only from sin but also from astrally imposed fate, which subsequently survived in the notion of Saturn as the wicked fairy in fairy tales and as the unlucky 7 in astrology. He supplants the rule of the stars, or as Augustine, in the true spirit of the heavenly journey, stresses, see Christianity is superior to pagan philosophy because it exorcises the evil spirits beneath the heavens and frees the soul from them, cf. de Civdei, x. So high and pervasive was the influence of this utopian pedantic image of a journey, the first image that did not lead downwards into Hades but upwards into the light. The first to elaborate the fantasy of death not as a sinking but as a flight, protected and sealed too, with a timetable and highly vivid extravagance. A memory of the Gnostic ascension seems to linger on even into Dante's Mount Purgatory, without demons of course but with a graduated ascent through 7 gates. In Gnosis, they open onto the primal light, in Dante onto the Garden of Eden and the wondrous tree. In Gnosis they are the evil planetary spheres, in Dante they have long been purified and incorporated, they themselves constitute the guiding topology. But the soul's 7-step journey through purgatory certainly survives, closest to Mani's version, even though the planetary spheres in Dante's Paradiso did not remain those of the Gnostic heavenly journey. And as in Mani, at the end of the journey through purgatory a beautiful virgin appears, the woman who leads the soul to heaven, Beatrice in Dante, Gretchen in Faust. If the late classical period had produced a great writer, the substance of the heavenly journey would have been more brilliantly apparent than is the case in the accounts of its opponents or even the muddled Pistis Sophia. Or even in several, partly still extant hymns and liturgical writings, which were collected in the hymn book of the Manichaean Church. Yet even as it is, this journey myth contains one of the most wide-ranging, though also one of the wildest, images of adventure against death and one of the strangest liberation myths against the idea, projected into star emperors, of fate. Egyptian heaven in the tomb. There was a time when the final FEAR could be dissuaded more quietly, indeed more intimately. Namely where the whole of life was already transformed into a pre-death. This was the case with the tribes who from the earliest times lived on the lower Nile, they were the first to envy the peaceful tomb. Even before the ancient empire, they had curiously pallid, macabre signs and idols. In the Delta, for instance, a tree stripped of its leaves was worshipped, as was the sloughed skin of a snake. No other race has since been so incessantly obsessed with death as the Egyptians, or has so absurdly wishfully accepted it as the true life. None lavished so much preparation on the art of dying, none paid so much attention. 222. To provision for the dead in the other world. None had so much time and expense to spare on building tombs, none mapped out the beyond with such meticulous love and care. The Egyptians were also the first to associate moral ideas with those of a good death. As early as the 5th dynasty, a nobleman emphasizes on his tomb, "I built this tomb, as my rightful property, I have never taken what belonged to another, I have never done violence to anyone." There were of course indulgences that could be purchased from priests, magic formulae on the inside of the coffin or on the sacred scarab which was carved in stone and placed under the mummy's breastband. Yet even the magic formulae began with the telling sentence, "My heart, do not rise up as a witness against me." For the first time in history, 1,000 years before the Greeks and more elaborately than in Israel, the wishful thought appears that the fate of the dead should not be merely a continuation of their earthly well-being but should depend on their moral conduct. Judges consign the dead to the good place or the bad, the divine scribe Thoth records the judgment once the dead man's heart has been weighed, Osiris himself presides. What was lasting in man, however, was not only his soul, this inconstant and so to speak still immature being. It was pictured as a bird with a man's head, fluttering about at night, a very long way from blessed peace. What is lasting is the primal image of the bodily person himself, the Ka. This solid entleche went with the person through life and entered the other world after death. It was only for mediation with the Ka that corpses were mummified, and in a higher form of mummification they were immortalized in sculpted form. The art of sculpture was regarded by the rich and powerful as an aid on the path to their immortalization in the other world. The sculpted portrait contained the Ka and was erected in the burial chamber. Thus Diodorus writes, Reader, care is devoted to the dwellings of the dead than to those of the living. The Egyptians regard the tombs alone as their true and lasting domicile for all time. Their aspiration is thus not only to prolong earthly existence into eternity, but eternal existence itself appears as life in death, indeed fundamentally so. It was to this end that life itself seemed, without decrescendo, to mature or rather to become heavy, acquire dignity, for the child dies shallowly and is barely immersed, whereas the old man sin ksdeep, finds death life, schooled by age itself in the consciousness of death. A culture of death was thus completely sounded out in Egypt, by deep immersion in death, far below the superficial lifeline and sunline, down to the perfection of that which man only incompletely is on earth, down to the living corpse and the depth of age, of the kingdom. 1123. Of the dead. With the Ka, a utopianized rigidity extends just as much into life as life is meant to extend into a situationless form. The Ka, which is gathered to Osiris, was already on earth the chiseled person, the person of peace, gravity, and closedness, who underlies the entire hieratic sculpture of Egypt. As a dry mummy, stitched up for eternity, the person attains his first external form, as geometrical rigidity in stone he attains his TME form. The desire to become like stone is, as we have seen, the wish fuel landscape of Egyptian art in general, and precisely this crystal of death as foreseen perfection, cf. Volume 2, p. 723, derives from the desire to become like the dead person himself, has an inorganic goal form. Not only the tombs themselves, the pyramids and mastabas, are a crystal in which a dead man dwells, as Hegel puts it. Hieratic sculpture also conceives the Ka as crystalline, in the Bloch unity alien to movement T, absolutely concordant with the stone. The sense of history, memory, tradition, unprecedented faithfulness to habit fits in with this very well. Egypt as a whole is the wishful land of a space without time, of a sacred geometry. The land to which the dead person now traveled was pleasant but as it were only rigidly animated. Yet it certainly did not seem lightless or, as secluded and as mere underworld, averted from the sun itself. This would have conflicted both with permanently visible calm and with the reverence which was shown to the sun, the setting, not the disappearing sun. The kingdom of the dead was bordered by the subterranean waterway in which the sun bark, after plunging into the sea, sailed from west to east beneath the earth's disk. For the heaven above the earth's disk was also imagined as a land with water, with islands, canals, and a sea on which the sun, moon and stars sailed in barks. To this Egypt of the day heaven cor responded the Egypt of the night shine of the sun, but of course it corresponded with gravity, with grave. The continual, cheerfully depicted labors in which the common people are engaged in the other world should not blind us to the living corpses. And the colorful scenes on the inside of feudal coffin walls or the details in the Egyptian Book of the Dead about plowing, harvesting, sailing, and other activities of an otherworldly plebs, no longer misera but contribuens, cannot conceal the immortality in the immobile aging style of death more highly suited to people desired to be statuesque. Certainly the king receives from his divine father the sign of life. The phrase gifted with life was from the earliest days one of the pharaoh's titles. The hieroglyph of life, not of ordinary earthly life. This is grave in the musical sense here. 1124. But of higher divine life, is the ansate cross which innumerable pictures show the god presenting to the king, often bringing it close to the king's face so that he can inhale through his nose the aura which emanates from the symbol. Thereby the gods transmit their unique pneuma, the divine breath of life, to the kings, their beloved sons. Cf. Norton, Die Geburt des Kindes, 1924, p. 119. But the life thus stressed is by no means comparable with earthly life, which is mobile and expresses itself in movement, nor does such life suit the pharaoh as such, who has so to speak died even before his death, i.e. has statuesquely become space instead of time. This is why, alongside the life hieroglyph which the god hands the pharaoh, another hieroglyph is always set signifying the idea of permanence, permanence such as Osiris, the god who is himself dead, holds ready for Sesostris III on the stele in Abydos, or such as to, god of mummies and sculptors alike, grants Ramses II. And what is highly peculiar to the pharaoh is peculiar to every Egyptian who is capable of understanding gravity and its grave, peculiar as office and goal, as death office and dignified official death. In order that his life does not flow out into a dying which is still subject to change but into sacred rigidity, by the Nile of immortalization. Osiris himself is motionless, he was merely awoken to consciousness of death by Isis. It was precisely as the most perfect corpse that he was worshipped along with the sun. This king of the underworld was probably a grave god even in the oldest form in which he was revered. Later he also came to be associated with the subterranean course of the sun, as the ruling statue in its kingdom of tombs, its kingdom of the west. So from time immemorial images of Osiris were always macabre. Indeed the above-mentioned prehistoric fetish of the tree stripped of its leaves was applied to Osiris, as his hieroglyph. The official art of the ancient empire always depicts this god as a corpse swathed in mummy-s bands. Indeed the Middle Empire and particularly the late period even enshrined to the highest god. He too was finally depicted as a grave figure, as the mummy of a bald priest. Thus the creator of the world, became the tutelary god of the royal tombs, finally merging with Osiris. Osiris himself was and remained the first of those in the West. The powerful magic formulae of his wife Isis freed him from the paralysis of physical death, but only for him to represent living death, resurrection into happy death. From the Middle Empire onwards, the dead person is simply referred to as Osiris N. As if he were the god himself. Cf. Map, Egyptian. Und Legiptisches Leben im Altertum, 1923, p. 347, so unquestionably did the wishful image of perfection lie for the Egyptians in the wishful land of a divine corpse existence. No speech, no song reached this far. Osiris was the silent god Parxlijce, it was forbidden to make music in his temple at Abydos. The image of the peace of death came into the world via Egypt, and significantly this peace consisted neither in extinction nor conversely in a kind of higher, intensified life. The peace of Osiris was rather that of a changeless, permanent state, of death without paralysis, yet also without the drama of hell and heaven. In short, the Egyptian wishful death was petrification in undisturbed doing and being. It was for this that the dead Osiris and the son of the underworld shone. The myths of repetition which for the Greeks signified damnation, with an added element of futility, Tantalus, Sisyphus, the Danaides, here signify everlasting bliss. The definite element T, which is hence eternally the same, is the same in the Egyptian death wish as actions of the Ka, as the joys of the finally perfected statue. Biblical resurrection and apocalypse. It is surprising that for a very long time among the Jews the final FEAR was not considered or dreamt over. This race was as this worldly as the Greeks, but its life was directed incomparably more towards future things, towards goals. Nonetheless, the wish for and images of the afterlife emerged only slowly, although they were then cheerful about it, vengeful about it. Until then long life and well-being on earth put off and pushed down the end, down into Sheol, the distant underworld. There was in ancient Israel an ancestor cult and a cult of the dead, which presupposes belief in an afterlife, but this still belonged to the magical practices adopted by the Canaanites, not to the true faith. When Saul invokes the dead spirit of Samuel through the witch of Endor, he commits a sin. Moreover, the ascending spirit is described not as a man but as Elohim, 1 Samuel 28:13, therefore as a supernatural being, not a soul. The same applies to a remarkable and evidently very early passage on Enoch, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him, Genesis s. 24. These, like the translation of Elijah, are great exceptions and are distinguished as such. But above all, it is Elohim, not men, who are behind these immortal names. It is even possible that Enoch, who was 365 years old, was the name of an earlier sun god. Elijah, too, rode in a chariot of fire. Sheol, the 1126. Underworld of the grave, remained instead for a long time Ma'an's lot, as in the book of Job, around 400 BC, though here with a note of Promethean revolt. If I wait, the grave is mine house, I have made my bed in the darkness. I have said to corruption, thou art my father, to the worm, thou art my mother and my sister. Job 17, IJF. The breakthrough of immortality in Judaism came only with the prophet Daniel, around 160 BC, and the impetus behind it did not come from the old wish for long living, for well-being on earth, now transcendentally prolonged. On the contrary, it came from Job and the prophets, from a thirst for justice, thus the wish became a postulate, the post-mortal scene became an out-and-out tribunal. Belief in the afterlife here became one of the means of allaying doubts about God's justice on earth. Above all, the hope of resurrection itself became a legal moral hope. As we have seen, there had already been a much more elaborate judgment of the dead in Egypt, but a crucial new element, designed to shake the composure of the rich and of the masters, was introduced in late Israel. For the basic motif of the demanded resurrection now becomes threatening, it is to make up for the absence of an earthly judgment, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that shall be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that come many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Dan 12, 2ff. This is the moral incursion of the hope of resurrection into the true faith, independent of the cult of the dead, magic rites, gods made men, and it is the first incursion. The ostensibly earlier revelation in some psalms, notably in Psalm 49, 15, but God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me, and the verse in Isaiah 26, 19, dead men shall live, together with my dead body shall they arise, in fact dates from a period as late as Daniel, is interpolated like the complex of Isaiah chapters 24 to 27. Yet even according to Daniel not all, only many will awaken, i.e. only the godly Jewish martyrs and only the worst bloodhounds among the wicked. Even the latter will not yet awaken to hellfire but to shame and everlasting contempt, so that they witness the triumph of the just. Universal resurrection itself, that of all mankind, is first pronounced in the picture speeches of the Ethiopian Book of Enoch, towards the end of the 1st century B.C. Some of the color of the Egyptian judgment of the dead and the Persian teaching of the world conflagration rubbed off here. The Book of Enoch not only the word translated as grave in the authorized version is Sheol in the German. IL 27. Made Daniel's promise universal, it also introduced into it, for the first time, the extravagantly depicted scene of hell, heaven, and the last judgment. And the Apocalypse of Ezra in the 1st century AD turns this last judgment into a last revelation, or after death, shall the judgment come, when we shall live again, and then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared, 2 Ezra 14, 35. The age-old Egyptian idea of the Book of Life in which the weight of human deeds is recorded made its influence felt here. The scribe God Thoth who held this office at the Egyptian judgment of the dead returns as the angel of Yahweh, indeed as Yahweh himself. The record is opened every year on the Jewish New Year's Day and closed on the Day of Atonement, the highest and most solemn Jewish holy day. It is a post-mortally cussed day of repentance for which, significantly, there is no textual evidence whatever in pre-exile Judaism. It is not mentioned in the so-called Book of the Covenant in the section in which the order of feasts is laid down, Exodus 23. The Book of Judgment myth itself was, after all, interpolated into an old text, as in Exodus 32, 32f. The first Isaiah also mentions it, and it shall come to pass, that he that is left in Zion, and he that remaineth in Jerusalem, shall be called holy, even every one that is written among the living in Jerusalem, Isaiah 4, j. This has survived in Luke 10, 20, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. It continues to resound in the church requiem, liber scriptus proferitur in quo tutum continitur. With the wishful and dream prospect of the justice of at least a day of judgment or last judgment and its aftermath gaining strength, the time of course now came for a reinterpretation of supposedly earlier accounts. In particular the Genesis account of the antediluvian patriarch Enoch and his translation now aroused great interest. In late Jewish literature he was regarded as the first of those who had escaped Sheol, indeed escaped death itself. A book of Enoch a book of mysteries of Enoch was now written in which the mysteries of the next world, which the patriarch had seen, were extensively fantasized. The Epistle of Jude in the New Testament celebrates Enoch, the seventh from Adam, as the prophet of the Last Judgment, EP Jude 14f. The utopia of resurrection thus finally became orthodox, despite evident resistance, probably from Epicurean Sadducee circles, which deny that there is any resurrection, Luke 20:27. In Christ's time a Sanhedrin decree was published, nobody has any part in the future world who says that the revival of the dead cannot be prayed from the Torah. Hence from the Pentateuch, where there is definitely no such article of faith to be found, unless in the above-mentioned ancestor cult which, apart from its magical rites, scarcely went beyond the scale of a localized grave culty. Soon very silly images of the end were puffing themselves up, and some even found their way into the Talmud, as for example a future Leviathan. This is the fish monster whose flesh the elect will eat after the twilight of the world, and from whose skin a tent will be made beneath which the just of all races will dwell in bliss. The sea beast thus became a kind of otherworldly manna. One that does not diminish with eating, which shows that even the awesome giant Leviathan Gob 41, 2-26, will one day serve the blessed for the best. With renewed dogmatic force, Maimonides, in the 13 articles of his credo, ordained the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body. In his Orpheus, Salomon Renock observes, not quite correctly, that these articles are as far removed from biblical Judaism as the Catholicism of the Council of Trent from the Gospels. As for TLTE resurrection in Maimonides, there had been emotional preparation for it in post-exile Judaism and, from the time of Daniel onwards, legal moral preparation. Above the fear of physical death loomed the terror of a second death, the damnation which awaited the wicked. Jesus himself shared this belief, which had become deeply rooted among the popular classes, and he spoke from within it, as a threatener as well as a savior. He referred to the resurrection as a self-evident act, one which would be dangerous for most. Matt. 2:24, Luke 12. In Jesus' sect, belief in the resurrection and judgment was part of the doctrine of the beginning of Christian life in general. Hebrews 6, if the heavens therefore had to shine all the more radiantly, all the more powerful, over and above the political promise of the Lord's anointed, was the influence of the promise of eternal life. As victory over the second death, beyond the first, beyond merely physical annihilation, which leaves the soul to heaven or to hell. Thus from Daniel onwards, finally also under Iranian influences, immortality was introduced into a drama of the most enormous power, a not only individual future but cosmic future drama, into world conflagration with sheer night, sheer light behind it. All men are present during this is the new meaning of the Day of Judgment. It does not take place in front of a random last generation and an unpeopled nature. Indeed, the world of the apocalypse in which late Judaism arrives would have seemed futile and subjectless to the faithful if it had not concerned and rewarded a resurrected gathering of all mankind since Adam. All the more burning the will to get on the right, the victorious side. 112.9. Jesus first appeared as a healer, and it was as a healer, not yet politically or even as a deliverer from sins, that he attracted followers. He fights against the first death and the sickness unto it. He first cures the lame, the blind, the bleeding. He raises a man from the dead. The early, utterly source-rouse accounts of miracles are filled with such things, not yet with repentance. This came only later, in sermons, as the heritage of John the Baptist, and then again in connection with raising from the second death. Thus these not at all inward but magical material words are uttered, whether is easier, to say, thy sins be forgiven thee, or to say, rise up and walk. Luke 2.3. According to the already pneumatic interpretation of Luke, it was to show people that the Son of Man had the power to forgive sins that the Jesus of this passage healed, but he was influential as the bread of life, not only as the forgiver of sins. And he triumphed, after the baptism into his death, most emphatically as the resurrection and the life. As first among those believed to have risen from the dead, the bringer of the second or heavenly life against the second death or hell. Redemption from deadly sin was the root or the stem, but redemption from death was the eagerly sought fruit of Judeo and even more so of pagan Christianity at that time. Hence the word of an as it were sacred Torah Beliam, whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood, hath eternal life, and for I will raise him up at the last day, John 6:4, hence in particular the definition which, in the least factual and most pneumatic of the Gospels, summarizes all the ins and miracles, I am the resurrection, and the life, he that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live, John 2:5. What a difference from the classical gods, who are strangers to death but also to resurrection. They may indeed appear at the last hour. In Euripides for instance Artemis comes to Hippolytus' deathbed, yet she certainly does not promise him immortality but a temple and fame after death, and then the goddess, who has herself never tasted death, leaves him to die. I into thy hands I commend my spirit, no Greek could say this to one of his gods. Yahweh of course had till then scarcely been associated with immortality, and with Jesus we even find the following outbidding, your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness, and are dead. I am the living bread which came down from heaven, if any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever, John 6:49 and 51. Nonetheless, the substance of eternal life itself, the substance hitherto posited as unknown, is now claimed and posited in the Father too, having been made known by Jesus, but is now made manifest by the appearing of our Saviour Jesus Christ, who hath abolished death, and hath brought life and immortality to light through the gospel, 2 Tim 1:10. Jesus leads a second exodus from Egypt, away from the spirit of Osiris, for he is not a God of the dead, but of the living, for all live unto him, Luke 20:38. And the miracle of Easter is believed in, even without the Pauline idea of Christ's sacrus, in the incipient communion with the substance, as the Father hath life in himself, so hath he given to the Son to have life in himself, John 26. Precisely those baptized into Christ's death are now also to be baptized into his resurrection, into the real Enoch or the real first among those who have risen from the deity. And it is from here that the impulse or Easter utopia of Christian art communicates itself, especially, as we have seen, of organic, meta-organic and Gothic art. It is not the desire to become like stone, on the contrary, the tree of life as for seen perfection, reproduced in a Christ-like way, cf. Volume 2, p. 726, this becomes the final wishful landscape of Gothic art. Life has supposedly escaped from death, although always only for those justified through Christ, never in the second death for the damned, never in hell. The latter was in fact made just as inevitable as heaven. Hell and heaven together constitute the locale of exodus, now completely universalized. Nothing remains of the whole of creation except the duality of punishment and reward, of shrieking and singing, of hell and heaven. As for the moment of entry into one or the other, two ideas, impatient and patient, stand side by side, although excluding one another. For as soon as the second of death coincided with the end of the world, man could be consigned to hell or heaven immediately, not just till the day of judgment. Hell in particular was thought of as the near future, already standing behind the sinner's deathbed, with claws open, hungry eyes and gaping maw. Moreover, in the later Christian era the savage punishments meted out by courts incorporated and anticipated pure hell, breaking on the wheel, impaling, quartering, the burning of witches did not have to wait for the devil. In other ways, too, the Christian other world, as damnation, obtruded into life on all sides. Attics and crossroads, ravines and the largely uncleared forests were full of ghostly spirits which could find no peace, of an already immediate post-mortal dreadfulness. Dogma puts purgatory immediately after the end of life, but in Dante heaven and hell are decisions that have already been taken. A last judgment can no longer alter these iron conditions. The tombs in the inferno have simply not been closed. The rectangular sarcophagi in that silent, dismally burning hall, filled with people and torments, are simply waiting to be sealed for 113i. Eternity on the Day of Judgment. Otherwise the end of the world scarcely adds anything to Dante's brimstone caves or circles of light. The book of life already seems to be opened. True, Jesus himself loads all terror, all deliverance, essentially onto a future day only, though one which is close at hand. All the same, there are anticipations of paradise. For the good thief on the cross, for Lazarus, who is carried by angels straight to the bosom of Abraham, without grave or resurrection, Luke 6:22. The only unanimous point here is that our condition in the future world depends on our behavior and our permeation by Christ in this world. After death the sowing is over, only the harvest follows. And it is absolutely dualistic, inconceivable torment, inconceivable joy crowned short life, in a contrast which no expectations of the other world, not even those of Egypt, had previously known. It is the Manichaean antithesis between night and light, which, as one between two independent superpowers, was rejected by the Church everywhere else, but makes itself absolute in its other world. The antithesis had not been so permanent from the beginning. In I Corinthians 2:29 Paul denied the eternity of hell. In Romans 6:23 he affirmed it. Origen, founder of the doctrine of purgatory, said that all spirits, even demons, would one day return purified to God. But the Church, in one of the harshest of its dogmas, ruled that the punishments of hell were eternal, precisely the new God of love concealed in this place a far deeper quagmire of cruelty than even Ahriman. The state of punishment for sin, avertio deo, was of course always regarded by dogma only as a reverse image of transfiguration. If heaven is the transformation of nature into light, then hell is transformation into the blaze of a world conflagration, so that negatively transfigured nature constantly feels on the verge of annihilation. Indeed, in Catholic revenge utopia, hell is attributed to the different side of the same God. The damned also apperceive divine love, but, because they have rejected it, only as loss and wrath. Cf. Skiban, Die Mysterien de Christentums, I9 I2, p. 587. Paradise appears all the more sublime, as vita aeterna above the contrasting dungeons of mors aeterna. Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. Icor 2:9. Literal becoming God is inscribed and the supreme wishful image against death, not only in heretical mysticism but in the most correct place of all, so to speak, in the Catechismus Romanus, ch 13, qu 6. Those who enjoy the sight of God, although they retain their own substance, put on a single and almost divine form, so that they seem more like gods than men. Tamen quandam et prope divinum formam induant, ut di podius. 1132. Quam homines vidiantur. It was through such great images of hope that the future apocalypse gained victory over the first individual postmortal one, which allowed the soul to be in paradise this day, without the end of the world. The dead are now, apart from purgatory, no nearer the mysteries of transposed, mythologized revenge and triumph utopia than the living. On the contrary, their bodies sleep against them. The period of Advent, for the living and the dead, ends only with Christ's second coming, even though the records of the dead have already been logged and the opened book at the end of the world merely reveals their contents. Doubt in divine justice, which had been placated in so many ways, now found its final and at least no longer empirically refutable placation, retribution on the day of judgment. The Church of course simply used the apocalypse as an instrument of control, i.e. as the future image of the Ecclesia Triumphans, and not as the victory of the strangled over the great Babylon which it had itself become. Nonetheless, retribution for all the living after death, for all the dead after the last trumpet, retained a wishful revolutionary meaning for those that labor and are heavy laden, who could not help themselves in reality or were defeated in the struggle. Postponed ad calendas apocalypticas, the day of judgment was still expected at any hour, and later it came to be expected soonest in revolutionary times, during the Albigensian Wars and during the German Peasants' War. Here Christ's Daniel-like sermon sounded different than in the churches, and so too did the Dies Irae, Dies Ilia, Solvet Seclum in Favela, T the Iudex ergo cum sed bit, quid latet, apper bit, nil in ultum remanebit. T nothing will remain unavenged. Here Daniel's postulate of immortality is at work, as a legal moral and not as a comfortably persevering one, and it became great. The crucified Jesus himself not only rises from the dead but returns as a judge at the end of time, with the same archetype that has accompanied so many defeated revolutions. With the cry, "We shall return," with the meaning, as avenger and complete victory the or martyrdom will return. This is an arch-utopian archetype, even though the apocalypse which contains it, with its fixed duality of hell and heaven, also reproduced and perpetuated the duality of the old class society. Here the returning Jesus is definitely no longer depicted as gentle and long-suffering, nor are his disciples, and I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire and on his head were many crowns, and he had a name written that no man knew, but he himself. Revelation 19, uf. Death, the old enemy, is nowhere to be found in the New Jerusalem, not even as a memory, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. Revelation 21, 4. In Egypt the absence of suffering and tears coincided with death, the stony bliss of Osiris. In Christianity the kingdom is preached not to the dead but the living, and children could be raised up even from stones, Matt 3, 9. In place of the sticks, Hades, Osiris, the angel of the apocalypse shows the purely organic, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. Revelation 22, if. Permeated though it is with Babylonian astral myths, and thus with inorganic images, the Apocalypse nonetheless contains the most emphatic equation of basic New Testament categories: phos, zoe, light, life. Beside the hideous quagmire of hell, later to prove so useful to the Church, stood the highest of all castles in the air, the pure light castle of paradise. Christ's ascension was considered the highway to it. In Christianity, this Easter myth became absolute, that of the end. Mohammedan heaven, strength of the flesh, magic garden. For a long time it was considered noble to die at the hands of the enemy. Such a death ostensibly seems more light-hearted than the so-called straw death in bed. Many aggressive drives released in battle aim not only at the opponent, they also drag in the combatant's own body. An often indiscriminate mixture thus results, a raging in general death, becoming faceless as it were. This is the frenzy of battle. Once it erupts, nothing is more alien to it than the cold sweat of fear. The brave soldier who dies at the hands of the enemy immediately enters, among all warlike races, a happy other world, further painted as orgiastic, where the use of arms continues as a game, and the other joys, such as carousing, booty, women, fill the warrior's convalescence. Islam, since the time Mohammed drew his sword against Mecca, has brought at least the glow of war into peace. 1134. Into the warrior's convalescence and the enjoyment of peace which this other world represents. Before the Battle of Badres, Mohammed told his troops that none would die without entering paradise immediately. Between heaven and us is nothing but the enemy. As for this heaven itself, all forms of war, all the eternal hunting grounds and all the battles of Valhalla are absent from it, yet a heaven of the victorious battle remains, and it gleams fanatically. Precisely its pleasure, its often invoked sensuality, are as insatiable as the frenzy of war, and its repose is that which follows a hot day. 7 hells open to engulf traitors and the unjust, 7 heavens await the steadfast and the faithful. The wishful quality of these heavens is only hinted at in the Quran, but legend and commentators later elaborated it all the more richly, partly in accordance with Talmudic legends. But as the missionary wars waned and the enjoyment of Arab merchant and princely capital increased, the paradise of the green flags began to wane. It changed more and more into a peace which no longer needs victory, and into a seraglio. Yet precisely for this reason bliss and ardor remain, as emotions which still clearly come from battle. They ensure that the blessed ride with fanaticism, not with weakness, into woman and into peace. Heavenly maidens who never tire receive them. They are born like thoughts on sweet winds, and they appear, a sublime motif, in the form of those favorite women most loved in life. Behind the 7 planets are the gates of the 7 paradises, and when they open we find that the highest wishful dream is the harem. But it is now one of lasting virginity, of ecstasy with evening coolness and purity. On embroidered cushions the blessed rest, attended by youths with cups, bowls, and dishes of the clear liquid which does not intoxicate and does not make gloomy, with all the fruits that they desire and all the flesh of birds that they wish for. Attended by houris, with big eyes like pearls in the shell, as a reward for good deeds. The blessed there hear no idle words nor sin, only peace, peace, peace. Quran, Surah S6. The religious folklore of Islam was tireless in producing further, more detailed wishful images from those of the Quran. The moment of pleasure is prolonged for 1,000 years, paradise lies in the lap of the lovely ones, in an embrace in which earthly love merges into heavenly. Even sleep is enlivened by the singing of angels and by the harmonies of trees from which hang bells stirred by a wind sent from the throne of Allah. The music of the spheres is recognizable here, and the world tree of ancient oriental myth from which the stars hang as fruit or bells. But towering above all other trees is the tree of happiness, whose trunk stands in the palace of the Prophet, whose boughs extend into the dwellings of 2-3s. The blessed, everything the heart could wish for grows on its branches. This is the garden of Allah. Clearly it borders closest on ideas of the earthly paradise formulated throughout the Middle Ages. The Arab paradise also became the model for every Cythera, and it is Armida's magic garden in Tasso. It is the Isle of Venus on which the brave Portuguese land in Camões's Lusíads, an Elysium which masquerades as Greek, but is thoroughly Oriental. How far all this is from Christ's cool sentence about the blessed, for in the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven, Matt 22:30. Consequently the Arab paradise lingers on as a counterpart to the castle of the Grail in Klingsur's magic garden. The flower maidens in Parsifal are the houris before the cross withers them. Indeed, even real mysticism was never repelled by such so-called crudely sensual depictions of the other world, not even by paradise in the lap of a houri. Because almost more than the Mohammedan, the Christian and Jewish love of God incorporated voluptuous images, without wishful maidens but with Allah himself. The Kabbalah heightened the mysticism of the Song of Songs even to the pious blasphemy of a divine harem. And the most mysterious and exalted place in heaven towers a castle of love. There deep miracles take place, there the souls most loved by the heavenly King are gathered, there lives the heavenly King and unites with the holy souls in the kisses of love. So says the Book of Sahar in the Kabbalah, which nevertheless handsomely outdoes the so-called crudely material happiness of the Mohammedan paradise. Matter, according to the Arab notion, is uncreated, therefore everlasting. Allah is uncreated, therefore everlasting, both thus fill paradise. Alongside this, however, stood pure doctrines of the soul, immortalities without resurrection of the body, as in Avicenna. Averroes moreover denied the survival of the individual soul, allowing only the immortality of a general intellect common to all men. But these doctrines, half materialisms, half spiritualizations, did not penetrate into the Mohammedan Church, let alone into popular belief. It was precisely because of its rejection of corporeal paradise that this enlightenment could be discredited. Its writings were destroyed, its doctrines were regarded as emanations of the shaitan, i.e. the destroyer and death-bringer himself. Allah is he who never sleeps, and similar enjoyment is had by his disciples, whom he has chosen to enjoy consciousness of an utterly pure and present happiness. These images of happiness in the other world retain their characteristic sensual supersensual tone. They corresponded to the powerful nature of their founder. Indeed, despite all their transcendence, they contained more than enough water. 1136. Of life, in that wishful image of love's awakening, eternal spring of love, which resounds in Goethe's Westostlicher Divan. He who sent down water from the heavens in the measure with which we awaken the fields, the dead fields, even thus shall you come out of your graves. Quran, Surah 43. Everything becomes oasis, including the bones of the body, and the dry, hot desert, also inconceivably intensified, goes to hell. Earthly and spiritual paradise coincide in this kind of other world. After death the weakness of the flesh is removed from the brave and the just, the strength of the spirit is dreamt and led into a Sabbath of pure garden and woman. Sheer repose seeks deliverance even from heaven, the wish full image of nirvana. But what if life is feared more than dying? If death itself appears only as a part of restless and unloved life? Then it is taken for granted that beyond death this restless existence immediately continues, as being reborn or also as resurrection. Yet this survival does not seem a consolation, for it is precisely changeful existence that is feared, and dying, most of all, is part of it. Birth and death, death and birth or resurrection then appear as alternating forms in the same being. Fear of death is then replaced by fear of life, or more precisely by fear of being, of which life and death are only parts. This man wishes away death only because he wishes away the rebirth which he fears beyond death. We have already encountered something similar in the Orphic hatred of the cycle of births, although here there was also the will to attain unconsciousness and non-being drunkenly, enthusiastically. The uniform life-death hatred works quite differently, where the very thirst of being itself has to be overcome, where an exit pure and simple is wished for. Despite great differences in detail, the entire religious instruction of India, from the Vedas to Buddha, promotes this. Virtues are also included as means to this end, but by no means fundamentally and definitively. For even virtuous craving still binds a person to life. Even the passion for the good belongs for the most part to the world of clinging, of the will. It would be too much to claim that no private morality was taught in India. There too there are certainly religious, even sanctified virtues. They are grouped around mildness, patience, compassion. Indeed the Bhagavad Gita, long before Buddha, contains the most moving guiding image of mildness. Krishna says, fearlessness and purity, the will to freedom, fullness of love for all that. 1137. Live endurance, the spirit of self-sacrifice, seclusion and self-control, renunciation, innocence, love of truth, goodness, generosity, mercifulness, patience, modesty and serenity, inner repose, constancy, a joyful temperament, wrathlessness, chastity and strength, clearness of understanding and a peaceful heart. These are the qualities of all beings who are destined for a heavenly birth. Yet sin is not the power which is ultimately hostile to redemption, and virtue alone does not redeem. On the contrary, asceticism and passive contemplation are decisive here. This world-fleeing and thus thoroughly spiritual instruction was in the long run only slightly affected by the existing irreligious, materialistic thinkers in India. For better than anything else it kept the people long suffering, for the benefit of a very long-lived, despotic, slave-owning society, and equally quietism, into which even the fabulous willpower technique of yoga finally flowed, distracted the intelligentsia from any desire for social change. This is already so in the Upanishads and even more so in the instructions of Buddha, alien to every act and worldly. Morality here does improve the karma, i.e. the causality of retribution and reward which exists between the deeds of a previous incarnation and the state, indeed the rank, of a later incarnation. However, morality does not yet end the cycle of rebirths itself. Only illumination will end this, so that with the will in general the evil will also ceases, indeed becomes indifferent, so that with overall indifference to the world moral indifference also arises. The holy man may do wrong, for he can do no wrong. He has escaped from the ethical retribution mechanics of the karma, and therefore from ethical requirement, to the holy man no deed clings. Of course this is combined, in Buddhism though not in Hindu teaching, with an even more sublime indifference, apathy towards gods. The holy man leaves the gods behind him too. With regard to the heavenly world too, a cosmism proves itself even more radically. For the heavenly world is still world, and thus the wishful image of nirvana set up against death as well as life becomes, in its way, atheistic. And it becomes atheistic because it is a cosmic, because to the holy man world and world beyond are both illusions. When Buddha stood up from the tree under which he received illumination, the gods bowed down before him. Indeed, a pupil of the Exalted One later instructed the King of Gods about the laws of transitoriness, to which even the heavenly ones are subject. The Indian holy man certainly did not achieve his status by grace and ranks not only, like the Christian saint, above angels, rather he is the Tathagata, he who redeems himself, whereas even the King of Heaven and all the gods right down to the swarm of local and functional deities belong to samsara. 1138. The illusory world, which lies at the holy man's feet, which indeed for him has already passed away. Even paradise, which, according to Hindu teaching, receives the almost perfect ones, is finite, along with the 500-voiced heavenly music, and it passes away along with the ignorance to which samsara owes its existence. Hell, however, is, samsara itself, changeful existence, the infinite realm of rebirths, the depiction of which in Indian art certainly represents the inferno. Shiva, the demon in the Hindu trinity, as well as wearing the necklace of skulls, also holds the lingam as the symbol of procreation, and Krishna, in the 11th song of the Bhagavad Gita, shows to Arjuna the river Oflavi as a horrific mixture of the slaughterhouse and the maternity home, as the jaws of hell which devour their children, give birth to their food. And it is this pessimism, now more anti-cosmic than a cosmic, WHJCH gives rise to the difference between the Indian doctrine of the transmigration of souls and its European revivals, especially in the Kabbalah, with its affirmation of recurrence. What to the Indians appears as hell, he repeated transposition of souls, the Kabbalah conversely calls a mercy of God over Israel. A mercy in that man, through the transmigration of souls, is given more than one life for the active perfection of his talents. However, this moral instrumental evaluation of the birth will is completely alien to Buddhism, which of course does not recognize any God capable of showing mercy to one following the path of perfection. Nirvana ends once and for all life and death, history and rebirth, earthly morality and heavenly reward. True immortality is the extinguishing of mortality and immortality at the root, which is seen as identical for both, the THIRD, or the URGE. Only Hinduism knows a number of wishful goals outside nirvana, within world and world beyond. So that here too the wishes are finally directed towards repose. Indeed, the rewards for the holy are graduated according to the measure of repose. Hindu teaching promises, at the bottom of the scale, rebirth in a happier position than the present, higher up, rebirth in a creative paradise, but for a limited time, and so that later a birth occurs on earth again, higher still, absorption with no time limit into the blissful presence of a heavenly God, Vishnu, i.e. immortality of the individual existence in the one or in nirvana, though the latter wishful goal is not wholly orthodox within Hinduism. Buddhism, on the other hand, confines inner worldly and outer worldly goods to devout laymen. It sees the goal itself as simply detached from this. Precisely as that radical abstraction which levels that which is and theistic logique, as if they were both the same, into the appearance of a noise, leaving only the omission itself as truth. 1139. Nirvana remains nothing but destruction of existence in both forms, extinction of earth and heaven. How does this state, if it is already reached before death, differ from mere deep sleep? The Indian control, even turning off, of the will has various stages, but only the last leads out of the THIRD. The yogis exercise astonishing power over respiration and circulation, they know outer rigidity and inner stillness of the body. Yet all this is striven for only to give the yogi extraordinary power, especially that of telepathy, real or faked, it does not matter here. All this remains in the world of the will, one which is especially intensified, and moreover it remains connected with the ego, though of course not in the European sense of the word. Real meditation, as taught by Buddhism, means something utterly different, the emptying of consciousness to create space for the Atma, i.e. for the self which is superior to the individual soul and which is always essentially identical and one. Buddhism knows no ego in the fixed European sense, even the being that is incarnated in new births is not the former human person. It cannot be, if only for the reason that the Buddhist doctrine of the transmigration of souls also envisages a fall into the animal world for great sinners, right down to the lowest incarnation, the worm in a dog's anus, where such violent changes are to occur. The human ego cannot be or remain a carrier. That which carries and underlies all is merely the THIRD for existence, and it is this alone which, as soon as an individual disintegrates in death, causes a new one to come together, burdened with the karma of its predecessor. The ego itself is also a hallucination, just as the experiences of the supposed ego after death are described as hallucinations, regardless of the fact that it is certainly part of the priestly function to record them. Precisely the pictured hallucination is used in Buddhism as a signpost through hallucinations. An example of this is the practice of Kundalini Yoga, initiation into the events of dying, so that the lethal man can rapidly rise above its illusory images. Particularly instructive here is the recently edited Tibetan Book of the Dead, a late manual or communication not exactly filled with the spirit of the illuminated one, but nonetheless an astonishing document of Indian faith in the welfare of the soul beyond death, on the basis of the doctrine of hallucination. The Book of the Dead, Bardo the Dal, dates from the 8th century AD. Was written by the founder of Lamaism, the Buddhist priest Padmasambhava, and it intends nothing less than a guided tour of the corpse ego through THIRD 9 days between death and rebirth. The guided tour consists of the priest continually whispering to the dead man a kind of travel information on the terrors and temptations which recur daily in this interim state, with the priest interpreting these experiences to him as pure hallucinations. Thus the dead person is freed from his post-mortal nightmares, thus he is above all to be protected and the temptations of a bad rebirth, which clothes itself in luring appearances all the more false, voluptuous and dangerous the closer the soul, in the arc of reincarnation, again approaches earthly samsara. Classical Buddhism knew nothing of the practices of such a Book of the Dead, but the hallucination doctrine of the ego and of samsara, which paints delusions for the ego even in death, is nonetheless classical in origin. And with Buddha the hallucination of personality disintegrates not with death but with the end of wanting, complete and utter dissolution, repulsion, driving out, cancellation, extermination of this very thirst. Brother Visakho, this is the dissolution of personality, the Exalted One said, Die Reden Gotamo Buddhas, German translation by Newman, p. 692. And that which follows this dissolution, nirvana, certainly cannot be equated with, or even interpreted in terms of, states of bodily existence, i.e. of the complex of individuation. Nirvana is not deep sleep, least of all death, for death comes to men anyway, and exclusively and the will to life. Buddha is not called the one who has fallen asleep but he completely awoken one, and nirvana promises man no other world either, no divine heaven, has nothing more in common with the earthly aspect unto death and after death. It is the wishful image of wishes forgotten, eliminated at their roots, it is the prize of the man who has turned away, who without self-torment, without tormenting others, has already burnt out in his lifetime, become extinguished, cool, who feels well, has become holy in heart. Reden 2, p. 160. Deep sleep can he enjoyed by the Hindu gods who are part of the world, and whenever it appears here it comes across as primitive and comic, not elapsed. What a contrast of values between the unworldly absorbed Buddha and the Hindu god who has also been slumbering for eons, but in a slumber of worldly indolence, his head, his body, his feet repose in the lap of his women, a lake of milk and sugar flows unceasingly into this god. It is as if deep sleep is held up in this godly grotesque as a contrast to nirvana, which does not recover for anything or in anything. Precisely because of its acosmism and the incomparability which is founded on it, nirvana is left so completely vague. In constantly repeated negations which again cancel one another out, it is described merely as dispersal or extinction or dissolving of illusions or drying up of thirst. At the very most, Buddha causes a reflection and an empty water surface or ether to fall into this repose. Thus nirvana is also called inner calm of the sea or blissful serenity in the unity of the mind. Yet this last definition is simply confined to the way to nirvana, it therefore applies to mystical psychology in general, which is everywhere related, and as unity of mind may remind us of Eckhart S. Parks or C. Astle in the depths of the soul, but it certainly does not apply to Buddha's mystical content. Buddha, despite his teaching that the illusion of not knowing was the worst of all, rejected all thoughtfulness in the mystical sphere as detrimental to salvation. The study of nirvana in particular was regarded almost as heresy by correct Buddhism. It cannot ultimately even be thought of in terms of mysticism anymore, beyond its mere mystical psychology. In terms which are familiar from the mysticism of all regions, and which in Europe were formulated above all by Plotinus, it is called the simple, the uncompounded, above all the inexpressible. But nirvana is different from the inexpressible of mysticism if only because, in Plotinus, the Sufis and Meister Eckhart, rapture at s here nothingness is ecstatic, whereas nirvana is coolness itself. Thus as an anti-wishful image the most remote wishful image is meant to console here, which men have set up against death or rather against that changeful existence which includes death as its other side. The apparent reference to the mere conquest of death is also meant in just the same way, when Buddha, pedagogically revealing coolness, i.e. without coolness, shouts to the monks to whom he first brings his teaching, "Lend me your ears, you monks, immortality is found," or when unmistakable jubilation gives the password, "Let the drum of immortality boom out in the dark world," Reading 2, PS 8 IFF. However, this kind of awakening has nothing at all in common with conquest of death and immortality as a resurrection, let alone as a life. Here instead is that immortality without mortality and immortality, which Buddha claims to be the first to have found, as a repose novum above death and life and heaven. Dried up is birth, ended is asceticism, the work is done, this world is no more, that is, as immortality in absolute nothingness, wishful overcoming of the worthless nothingness which life is for Buddha and the fraudulent nothingness which death represents for Buddha. 3. Enlightened and romantic. Euthanasias. The freethinker as strong thinker. Everyone has often already stood up from the table and gone to rest. To the enlightened mind it seemed wise to become accustomed to this when dying too. It seemed not only wise, but pleasant, for if life is snuffed out like a candle in a room and one becomes a sleeper over whom no one has power, then uneasiness about what may be to come also falls away. So gentle shallow is the relief which the enlightened mind began to feel and which sweetened the end of his self. It seemed senseless to believe that a man, who only a short time before had arisen from nothingness, should be immortal. It seemed particularly intolerable to believe that finite deeds are requited by infinite punishments or even rewards. If the prospect of being compensated after death for his good behavior disappeared, so too did the far greater and more widespread fear of the wages of sin. Freethinkers were thus freed from a fear which had furthermore broken into the ordinary fear of death and far outweighed it. They considered it no bad exchange to earn immeasurably long repose in return for the brief shock of dying. Today, when the quagmire of hell no longer steams before the eyes, the dying eyes, it is scarcely possible any more to imagine adequately how great this relief was. The second or infernal death disappeared, only the first, natural death remained, and that nothing else remained, that all after life was spooks and fables, was what the freethinker had to put to the test in his last hour. This was why he was also called a strong thinker. He proved himself by not creeping to the cross even when dying. Of course, it remained bitter to be nothing but lord of one's own corruption, but the posthumous person thus felt sure that he would not be tortured by flames or even permanently boiled in the brimstone of the other world. The nothingness that was believed to be at hand, that was even hoped for, was thus not merely the nothingness in which life ends. The dread of being disturbed in the grave, and even more after the grave than before, now disappeared. 243. Youth with the reversed torch and with the newly lighted torch. The further drive was even to make dying beautiful. This was most successful when death was simply invoked as the brother of sleep. If the last coat has no pockets, they were now sewn on, and bright poppies put into them. Upstanding bourgeois consolers took the term locking off from manual work and wrapped death in it. Hippel * says that a man will die just as tidily or untidily as he puts his clothes away at night. Or just as a good day's work brings sound sleep, so a well-spent life brings serene death. Above all, it had to run true to type, not to fall, so to speak, too far from the tree. Death too remained in a worldly context. Not even death was to fall from the world of light, if only of the smallest light. It is homogenized without any cracks. Thus Leibniz in particular had on his side the Enlightenment's distaste for the crack, in which an element of the other world was sensed, when he included even death in his law of unbroken continuity. This law softened even the most abrupt hammer blow. Dying now became a mere transition from clear ideas to diffuse ones, from evolution to involution. Leibniz did allow the individual to retain memory and self-consciousness in involutio, but his image of death operated above all as a mere modification of the imaginative life, for all monads of so-called dead things were also in a state of psychical sleep. Eternal peace now did not need to wait for a judgment in the other world. It was, in its way, already in the corpse itself. The analogy of sleep and extinction also removed from sight the gruesome skeleton, the all-devaluing leader of medieval dances of death. Most influential of all here was Lessing's essay of 1769 on how the ancients shaped death. This might also be called one of the most ardent classical polemics against the Middle Ages. It completes consolation with a cryptic exchange of emblems, with a farewell to the hourglass and the scythe in favor of a beautiful image of the friend, of the genius with the lowered torch. Lessing thus not only renews the death-sleep equation which in poetry dates back as far as Homer and in philosophy was available to Lessing in Leibniz' Involution, he drove the last reflexes of the Gothic out of the image of death. He replaced it with a reasonable beautiful, a classicist image, an eminently aesthetic one, in which the extinguished torch operates as imminently as the fall of the curtain at the end of a play. Even though elegy is not lacking, even though Lessing does not even intend to contradict the Christian religion properly understood, Scripture itself talks of an angel of death, and what artist would not prefer to create an angel rather than a skeleton? Only falsely understood religion can keep us away from the beautiful, and it is a proof of true, of properly understood religion if it always brings us back to the beautiful. In this way the image of death more or less made itself into an aesthetic wishful image, into one with an aesthetic glaze. The terrible mass itself remained, but it was concealed, thus it did not generate horror in its appearance and it seemed, behind the appearance, to be as good as not there any more. The life genius, shown on the classical monuments cited and interpreted by Lessing, puts out the fire of its torch itself, as if this fire were fading music or a poem passing into silence. Goethe praised Lessing's treatise especially because it carried out the equation with sleep precisely towards the aesthetically calming, indeed the entrancing side, and banished the skeleton. The genius with the reversed torch, compared with the no longer quite so beautiful, the decaying corpse, here seems visibly utopian. Death is beautified into the mildest form of life, an undisturbed, not Greek but Grecizing wish, a wish unafflicted by any grave fumes, let alone hell fumes. And it did not even stop at this wish, the torch was to be lighted again. Although this was certainly in order to shine again in this world which is not left by the dead man. The free-thinking liberation from the other world had already done its work in Lessing's case and even more so in Goethe's. It was no longer a matter of repeating that there was no soul or that no soul remained after death, to a fullness of life which wanted to go on and on stirring. This profession of faith appeared not only rather meager after liberation from the other world had been gained, it already, or again, appeared frightening. It was after all the skeleton again, although without hell, the extinction of the eternal fire had been bought at the price of the return to dust of which the Bible, in its older parts, had also already spoken. The genius with the reversed torch had placed itself before the terrors of corruption and the utter devaluation which the skeleton, as the remainder or the core of man, represented. This genius was partly Piafraus, of the fresh, aesthetic classicistic kind, but partly also self-esteem, active self-estimation which did not want to capitulate to nothingness. And a consequence of this active feeling was that Lessing and Goethe, despite everything OLCE again knew how to promote an awakening, not so much as that of a pure survival but above all as that of a continuing influence. An imminent continuing influence, of course, the this worldly character. 1145. Remains, hell and heaven have no place. But precisely the this worldly wish, active and insatiable, drove Lessing on to a much more far-reaching hope than that of the beautifully expiring torch. It drove him to the wishful hypothesis of its renewed, ever-renewed lighting, in short to the revival of a belief which one would least of all have expected to encounter in the Enlightenment. It was the belief in the transmigration of souls. This hypothesis, Lessing asks, so ridiculous simply because it is the oldest? Because the human intellect hit upon it straight away, before the sophistry of the schools diffused and weakened it? The following paragraphs of the education of the human race connect to the slow course of history an equally long-lasting, constantly reappearing soul. Why should I not return so long as I am adept at attaining new insights, new skills? Do I take so much away with me at once that it is not worth the trouble of returning? This was said purely for the sake of continuing influence, of perfection, but of course there was much in the theories of the time which accommodated Lessing, which revived the oldest hypothesis. The doctrine of the transmigration of souls appealed to an age as individualistic as it was fond of progress, because it combined both aspects throughout all history. Even Hume, so much more sceptical than Lessing, remarked in his essays on suicide and the immortality of the soul that the doctrine of the transmigration of souls was the only system of this kind which philosophy could take heed of. Lessing was moreover reinforced in his enthusiasm from the most unexpected source, namely from the sensualistic Enlightenment, in its physiological-psychological form. Bonnet's Palingenesis Philosophiques, 1769, which Lessing knew, had ascribed to the soul, precisely because it is connected to the brain and appears only in material form, the tendency to enter a new body after the death of the old. Lessing had enriched this physiological fantasy with his own historical, active postulative fantasy. The birth will no longer appears as one of entanglement, as with the Orphics and especially in India, on the contrary it is productively affirmed. The transmigration of souls is valued as it was in centuries closer to Lessing, among the Rosicrucians and the Kabbalists, as an instrument of being able to do better in more than one life. This is the active element in Lessing's wishful image, it is the hope will to participate in human events from beginning to end. Here in this relighted torch we have the strange fact of a development insatiably applied to man. But above all the doctrine of transmigration of souls afforded individuals with Lessing's longing for activity and future the gleaming prospect of an actual being present in the epochs of history as a whole. Thus even the longest, most distant history would be in an active experienceable way that of recurring people and not just that of a merely abstract humanity. What is there I could miss? Lessing therefore concludes, is not all eternity many? The soul does not go merely passively now through bodies, like a stone thrown flat skipping several times over water, it travels in an active grasping way, itself raising the cups, through the distances of occurrence, so that all eternity may belong to man. and what history was here for Lessing became for Goethe so closely related effective will the cosmos, as a post-mortal workshop. The moving image of death, says the pastor in H. Hermann and Dorothea, and he says this with a smile, does not represent a terror to the wise nor an end to the religious, but even to the wise, in Goethe's world, it did not represent the end. Here too the torch of life, at least for superior minds, was to go on burning in other parts of the cosmos, with the transposition of souls in space. Thus the 75-year-old Goethe told Eckermann of his firm conviction that our mind is an essence of utterly indestructible nature, it goes on operating from eternity to eternity, it is similar to the sun which appears to set only to our earthly eyes, yet never really sets but goes on shining endlessly. Thus Goethe thought nature duty-bound to provide him with another form of existence as soon as the present form was no longer able to sustain his mind. At work here, apart from discontent with the torso, is a core feeling of strength which even in the face of death will only countenance metamorphosis, a molded essential form of an unsinkable kind, which develops as it lives. Immanence survives in all this, even in the case of astral migration in dreams, even a heaven in which the business of the mind went on, and for which the sun would be a simile, would not be excluded from the cosmos in Goethe's spatially conceived transmigration of souls. Though the merely postulative aspect is retained by Goethe just as it is by Lessing, beyond the legitimate claim of the moral active subject, or at most beyond the obligation of nature itself to meet this claim, there is no certainty of continuing influence. Lessing and Goethe thus finally meet in the space which Kant, also with regard to immortality, separated from the existing space of being, which he dubbed the space of postulation. For Kant, who was far from the mythological transmigration of souls, yet morally especially close to the relighted torch, allows only one moral proof of individual survival, it must exist, so that virtue may attain the bliss which it deserves and which it so rarely enjoys on earth. This sounds like a renewed version of the prophet Daniel's moral doctrine of immortality, but unlike this it rules out any antic certainty. And the Kantian hopeful images against death 1147 version of continuing influence is also an immanent one. It is merely the expression of the fact that a finite being in the moral law makes an infinite demand on himself, for the fulfillment of which an infinite path is required. This immanence does not, like Lessing's temporal transmigration of souls, lie in history, even less does it lie, like Goethe's spatial transmigration and transposition of souls, in the cosmos, but rather it lies in the phenomenon of morality itself, in the progress, which has become utterly non-visual, of moral perfection. This perfection was also classed above Lessing's and Goethe's utopia. In Kant it is the one and all, according to which the life genius, precisely as that of morality, does not let its torch go out. But immanence, without hell and heaven, without fantasies of otherworldly monsters, negative or positive, is so dense that Kant sees in postulated survival absolutely nothing but the moral classification, extended in temporal form, of our existence. Survival itself is in truth one and the same as moral classification, which to a human intellect is temporally extended but to an infinite intellect is concentrated in itself. Hence the ultimate omission of any ascent panorama, despite all progress, or irrational but finite being, only the progresses into the infinite, from lower to higher levels of moral perfection, is possible. The infinite, to whom the temporal condition is nothing, sees in this for us infinite series the totality of conformity to the moral law, critic der praktischen Vernunft, Werke, Hartenstein, v. p. 129. For the transmigration of souls, the transposition of souls and the like, which Kant calls theosophical extravagances, there is of course no place here. Such things Kant numbers among the simply inadmissible venturings beyond mechanical experience, the only kind of experience which exists for science. Yet Kant was all the more animatedly united with Lessing and Goethe in the will idea of continuing influence, which was fundamental to both as a practical postulate. The silence behind the extinguished torch was filled, again or still filled thoroughly enough with hope. with hope in an unguaranteed but possible state in which death is not the last word and the moral rational propensity retains its meaning. Dissolution in the universe, lethal return to nature. Thus the drive to make dying beautiful was far surpassed. But death as sleep nonetheless remained, especially in the sentimental age. More than most this age experienced the graveyard as a place of peace and sought it out. What was not mastered in life at least seemed to be forgotten in the silent grave, which rests so softly. Related wishful images were added here, taken from the awareness of landscape which emerged in the 18th century, awareness of landscape of a kind distant from solitary sublime. Into this land the dying man is now supposed to emigrate, he arrives precisely when he disintegrates into ashes. This is how Young at that time extolled the night and the grave mounds beneath death's gloomy, silent, cypress shades, unpierced by vanity's fonta. $tick ray. Asterisk thus Klinger, although far more full of life than most, thought that the best might be in the pale corpse, and the silver and in the moon which shine on it, it is not full of vain unrest. The nothingness which, as the materialists taught, followed death was overlaid even by men not at all given to extravagance by a natural all and combined with nothing. As in the following utterance by Lichtenberg, which anticipates 19th century wishes for dissolution. My God, how I long for the moment when time for woe will cease to be time. When the lap of the maternal all and nothing will again receive me, in which I slept when the Heimberg, near Göttingen, was formed by the waters, when Epicurus, Caesar, and Lucretius lived and wrote, when Spinoza thought the greatest thought that has yet entered the mind of Lethe flows into the Styx, and the Styx is the world river itself, the nothing and all from which all life, by the atonement of death, is erased. In all this the background of the universe is at work, which remains and yet so fills nothingness that it can be faced with composure, indeed with a kind of composed elation. Devotion to the world thus tries to take away death's sting, and the most dignified response of this kind appeared in the 19th century, in Gottfried Keller and his characters, all the more so because the inorganic longing shook off the elegy quality with which it had set out in the age of sentimentality in a much more manly way than Lichtenberg, but it did not shake off the resignation which indicates how much this connection of the grave to a very different kind of dead nature cost. The return to nature, in the lethal version of this return, is affirmed as Lichtenberg affirmed it, but with an attempted amor fati too. Watchful for the things that would come or would not come, there lived in Keller the readiness both for a benign, broad emptiness of nothingness and for a cosmically populated infinity. The image of the journey becomes new, when the dead themselves are seen in a morgue, where they lay stretched out, people of all classes and ages, like market stall holders awaiting the morning or emigrants at the harbor sleeping on their belongings. This readiness for nothingness in the coming morning is nevertheless only a readiness for individual nothingness, with a continuing, all the more confirmed and more thoroughly embracing universe. This disaffection with short-lived consciousness, this inclination towards the realm of the dead around life is most movingly depicted in the Countess daughter in Der Grein Heinrich, for, Chn, who is a foundling anyway, the entire transient existence of our personality, and its encounter with other transitory animate and inanimate things, our flashing and vanishing dance in the light of the world has for her a soft, faint tinge now of mild sadness, now of delicate gaiety, which does not allow the pressure of the weighty demands of the individual to arise, while overall being subsists. Precisely this remains the background, the fact that overall being subsists, a cosmic rule through which individual divergences are corrected, by death. Unless the individual is taken by the universe into a common infinity, into a journey through the host of stars, indeed of the galaxy itself. Of course here, an extension of the Gnostic Dantean heavenly journey to the world itself, the host of stars is also conceived as a gigantic procession, as excess of the depth dimension which, for the individual, on earth, was so restricted. The readiness to go on this journey appears most sublimely in a prayer which Gottfried Keller wrote shortly before his death, the moral law and the starry heavens become one here. Here is farewell as an entry into the world, with the world, into the distant universe as such, great way n, * mighty constellation of the Teutons, before my eyes you make your splendid way in constant silent procession across the heavens, rising from the east each night. 0 Go there and come back each day. Look at my serenity and my faithful eye, that has followed you for so many years. And if I am tired, then take my soul, so light in worth but also in evil will, gather it up and let it go with you, guiltless as a child that does not weigh down your radiant shafts, over there. I can see far ahead where we are going. This wonderful prayer is unique in that it combines intended dissolution in the infinite universe with a kind of infinite intention of the where-to, but of a cosmic, cosmomorphic where-to. What a difference between Keller's world journey, however romantic, and the old religious background of the deathbed, where, as Jean-Paul describes it, behind the long black curtain of the spirit world one saw busy figures running with lamps, where for the sinner one glimpsed open claws and ravenous spirit eyes and restless wandering, but for the devout man flowery signs, a lily or a rose in his pew, strange music or his double form. With Keller it is not the person who continues to have an influence in the universe but the universe which continues to have an influence in the person, a person utterly polarized, who does not weigh the radiant shafts down even with his worth. The journey utopia thus definitely becomes dissolution in the infinite, in one no longer concerned with life. The great wane is universe without consciousness and without a wagon rack. This is a seduction which does not even appear only as an invoked counter-utopia to death but which takes it as the point of departure for the ever-beckoning worship of the stars. For participation in this glimmering, a participation which Christianity did not destroy, which indeed announces itself as seduction in the midst of the Bible. Job took credit for not worshipping the heavenly bodies, so powerful was their allure, greater than that of the spiritual, the invisible. If I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart hath been secretly enticed, or my mouth hath kissed my hand, this also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge. Oob 31:26 but imminence did kiss its hand, and death seemed to seal the surrender. Landscape, absorb me, this becomes the password here, far beyond the sleep simile, the sleep equation, far into the rigidly great. The equivocation in the concept of dead, which describes both the corpse and inorganic nature, did the rest to connect death with the panic feeling. To locate it precisely with temptation, not only with consolation in the inanimate cosmos, as union with it. So the place where no man is draws us into itself quite strangely here. 1151. Two testimonies finally make clear what the nature of the equation between death and pen is here. One testimony is in the Earl King, as there is more to it than dread and a vain ride for life. And more to it than the demonic enticement which whispers through the dread, and promises, bright flowers, golden garments, dance of the elves. But apart from all this, which the Earl King has to give, there is the streak of mist, there is the somber place, and its weaving entices far more deeply than the Earl King. The fact that the wind rustles only in dry leaves, that only old willows shine so grey, this allusion to wind and willows, which ostensibly dispels the ghostliness and ostensibly drives away the ghostly images of enticement, instead increases, indeed establishes the ghostliness and the enticement. For wind, willows, night drive away from the child of death merely the meagre life that the Earl King offers, and his gold which is itself already pale. A quite different desire rises up from the scenery itself, the scenery which is truly dead. The dreaming about the streak of mist is directed at the longing to become it. It is the incomprehensibly secret landscape of death itself which makes Goethe's poem so compelling. Behind the power of the Earl King is that of the elements, is the Styx, where the old willows stand, is the silence of stones which is thoroughly experienced by this kind of death utopia. Hold Erlin's death of Empedocles gives the other testimony to this silence, in the flames of Etna. And the dead world, the supposed underworld, appears entirely to this kind of longing as the whole world, as that in light. The farewell to being human thus becomes a farewell to the littleness connected with life, then sacredly, if it must happen, The fearful thing, let it happen splendidly. Before death comes, the hero takes the metaphor of his best existence from the extra-human world, the purely formed, prismatic world, zero iris-bow. Above rushing waters, when the wave in silver cloud flies up, as you are, so is my joy. His death in Etna completely celebrates union with nature and atones for the superhumanity which stepped outside it and wanted to outgrow it. The old unity between man and earth, between earth and heaven burns in death, as this unlowered torch, if now, when two alone, the heart of earth laments and, mindful of the old unity, the dark mother spreads out her fiery arms to the ether and now the ruler comes in streaming rays, then we shall follow as a sign we are his kin, down into sacred flames. The glowing all one which was to rise up for Empedocles was certainly felt and thought of as the eternal living, not as a gigantic mummy or as mechanics. Yet its life is completely without organic metaphors, or is just so much crystal, the ether opens and is empty of human beings. IIS2. These are the images of longing which seek to go through death into lost nature, into Urania's solemn string music, as Empedocles hopes, or more precisely into the silence in which the unfinished tragedy ends in Hold Erlin. All these images, of such differing rank, have their death utopia in the unity of the unconscious, which nature, especially in inorganic natural beauty, seems to promise. What is sought is unsundering through consciousness, unsundering through subject and object, and the inorganic world, because it has kept out of life from the beginning, seems close to this. Death is then not regarded as the brother of sleep but rather as the brother of granite, with night or azure over it, no matter which. The no to individual living being human thus appears, in all this curiously ne-Egyptian and yet again equally quite unstatuesque desire to become like something dead, as an affirmation of pure emptiness without human beings. Death, part of nature yet a highly unnatural part, which conflicts with air, light, and sun, is supposed in these cosmomorphic extensions of death, which philosophically go back to Anaximenes and his doctrine of the unity of soul and ether, to make us into air, light, sun themselves, even though there is no eye to see them, indeed precisely because of this. Glacier, Earth Mother, and World Spirit. So all did not seem lost when life in the next world was extinguished. In the 19th century people so easily grew tired of being awake in general, why continue it endlessly? The upturn in business on the one hand, melancholy which did not delude itself on the other, were closely related in bourgeois consciousness which was both harassed and divided. Life is the sultry day, death is the cool night, sings Heine, the nightingale sings here too, a still organic happiness, but coolness as true consolation comes from the inanimate cave, from stillness. Organic nature was certainly no longer adequate for this radical escape, at least not the pleasant Arcadian nature which was almost everything to the 18th century's sense of landscape and peace. The peace of landscape of the calm kind became utterly inorganic, and in fact, inorganic landscape became the ostensible gateway to utopianized death, to the sublimity of death. It borders on the glacier and the fabled mountain of death high in the sky. It is to hear that every great departure from petty life penetrates. It is to hear that Byron's Manfred penetrated, into a landscape without people or Christianity, into a supposed unity, how few, how less than few, wherein the soul forbears to iis3. Pant for death, and yet draws back as from a stream in winter. The 19th century approached the lethal return to nature not only poetically but myth-historically, and in dual form, chthonic as well as Uranian. Bachofen emphasized both, though the chthonic form most strongly, dying as homecoming to the earth. The cave again receives, the cave from which man came, the earth cradle and the grave. The grave cult of the matrilineal order, which is intuitively reconstructed by Bachofen, moves in this cycle, the same arising from the womb of matter, the same returning to its darkness. Or in the patrilineal order dying becomes an ascent to the stars, to the Apollonian, though also completely immanent world. The cave and the earth are now replaced by the Uranian heights, which Hercules was the first to enter after death, through death. Dying thus becomes a transition to the harmonious law of the Uranian world and to heavenly light, flame without fire. Thus there is a return here from Christianity to archaic emotions, finally even to a kind of solemn battle frenzy of dying, with an imagined feeling behind it, a being secure below or a being saved above. A strange sympathy thus entered the old images of the earth and the sun, as if there had been no Christian other world at all, and it reconciled death with them. But this sympathy came not least from the analogy between death and the inorganic unconscious which had been circulating since Lichtenberg and which culminated in Romanticism, to which Bachofen belongs. And the so-called all-life with which Pan was endowed was still supposed to exclude only the mechanism but not the gigantic encirclement of a primal past, pre-vital as well as post-mortal, in which there is no place for individual life. It is not surprising that even disenchanted thinking still colored what was dead. When nothing but power and matter seemed to be left, the great corpse was at least presented as naturally beautiful. As the petit bourgeois began to be uplifted by the Alps, enthused about giant mountains and majestic mountain ranges, so too his mechanistic world picture was poeticized. It had discarded everything but atoms which were lightless and soundless, and death was dissolution into them, but popular materialist writers such as Bolsha, even Haeckel decked out the essence of the matter again cosmically, almost pantheistically. And the example which repeatedly continued to have an effect and was not forgotten by the bourgeoisie was set by Feuerbach. In a still legitimate manner, he did after all come from the tradition of monism, and his disenchantments derived their devoted worldly gleam from here. Individual life, when it fades into the universal, has in fact gained this universal, clarified, indeed transfigured mechanics. 1154. Absorbs life. As in Feuerbach's Curious Arheims on death, here, the materialist states that he sees in every clear spring the death night's mild shining, he sees his death certificate shown in every star and stone. This, he says, is the last word of immortality and the wish for it, i.e. a word which cancels it out and at the same time fulfills its wish. Fulfills it concretely, because up to the end natalism puts the cunning darkness of the other world into the brightest light of this world. In dying man casts off his limitedness anyway. He who has on writes Feuerbach in his thoughts on death and immortality, and he means this not only ironic ally, he who has once received from death a master's degree in destructive and subversive philosophy has lost all desire to start learning the ABC of a new life again. Werke 3, 1847, p. 32-5. Instead a super-present world rises up, in which the individual takes part at least in thoughts, thus the foolish mind, fixed on heaven in the other world, overlooks heaven on earth, the heaven of the historical future in which all doubts, darknesses, and difficulties which tormented the short-sighted present and past would dissolve into light. LC, p. 346. And no more than Feuerbach, despite his usual distaste for mere intellectual constructs, considers it necessary for the person himself corporeally to take part in this posterity in order to take part in it in reality and not only in thoughts. No more, indeed even less, does the entering into complete individual nothingness appear as a breaking off here, for it is precisely an entering into cosmic nature. The thought of death, without masquerade or new staging posts behind it, becomes for Feuerbach an education in self-abandonment, indeed self-sacrifice during life itself, and at the end it is nothing less than the universe which lasts forever. If the individual believes that he is everything, says Feuerbach, then nothing remains after his death, but as the individual definitely is not everything, infinite essential being of nature, remains infinite and eternal, time is a daughter of truth, only that which is transitory in essential being passes away in time, it merely lifts the veil in the temple of Isis. LC, p. 82. These were all poeticizations of mechanical materialism, they were above all attempts to make from individual annihilation by death a general elevation. Precisely on the basis of the infinite, and also the unconscious, which encloses finite consciousness, precisely anthropology, however much Feuerbach puts it at the center, has around this center the ocean of universal, eternal movement of matter, triumphing in death. Indeed, how cosmically and cosmomorphic ally the 19th century framed death and wanted to frame it, was shown even in those few places where immortality was consigned, not only in 1155. Unconscious phone to the universe. Someone else who stood out strangely in this respect was Fechner, no materialist but an out-and-out parallelist with regard to body and soul. With Feuerbach, man is what he eats, yet at the end the universe eats him. With Fechner, too, he is consumed by the universe, but he is equally retained and remembered. From the individual body he is absorbed into the body of the earth, from individual consciousness he is transposed into a literal earth indeed mechanics consciousness. This is the idea to which Fechner's little book of life after death is devoted, one of the strangest wishful little books within naturalistic immanence. For Fechner's basic thesis, psychophysical parallelism, admittedly sounds cautiously mechanistic, yet it aims to make the cosmos into which the dead man withdraws more melodious than the harmony of the spheres. For, as Fechner says, with scarcely compelling logic, just as there can be no mind without physical nature, so there can also be no nature without mind. Indeed, the more powerfully the material corpus, as earth, sun, universe, tends, the broader and higher its consciousness. This was a pure argument from analogy, based on the human brain-soul relationship, but through it the earth now became not merely a ball of dry earth, water, air, it is a greater and higher uniform creation. All mankind is its brain, all human history is the earth's memory, in which the individual continues to be remembered after his death and combines with all other memories. But even if individual spiritual and permanent needs are preserved in such a mixture of cosiness, psychophysics and philosophy colportage, the cosmic aspect, so to speak, in which both extinguishing and collecting occur, still triumphs again. In Fechner's late work, The Aspect of Day Compared with the Aspect of Night, 1879, the rivulets converged, the same earth which by the same power binds us and all its creatures to it also gave birth to them all, receives them into itself again, feeds and clothes us all, controls the communication between all and retains, for all this change, a stock which preserves itself and develops through this change itself. On the basis of the above we must grasp the earth as an essential being superordinated to us both on the material and on the spiritual side, uniformly bound in a higher sense than ourselves, and hence as a knot which ties us together with our fellow creatures into the divine bond, ties us in life and especially after death, when death itself, the great disease of gradual stages, has been undergone and higher stages, earth consciousness, cosmic soul, are entered. This is how far Fechner went, and the distance is great from the psychophysical archive and pillow to Lessing's and Goethe's emigrations, to Keller's prayer to the great Wayne, but the line of a cosmic